All right, hey you guys. Sorry, I'm not gonna be here for too long because I gotta go. I'm a little busy today. I have 30 minutes on here. Well, actually less than that. Because I gotta go work out. But let me tell you this, right? This Charlie Kirk situation, especially his wife, Nick Fuentes has been going in on Erika Kirk, and honestly, I do agree with his ass. I think this lady is weird. I have to move fast for you guys because you're gonna catch this in the replay. Okay. I have to move a little fast. Erica Kirk, to me, you guys, she creeps me out. She really, really creeps me out. Hey, Queen. And her behavior for somebody who has lost her husband. And mind you, Charlie Kirk, the boy is 31 years old. 31. It's not like he was 70, he was 80, he was 90, right? So you're like, okay, I kind of know he's going to die, right? He wasn't sick. He didn't have cancer, like a disease where oh, eventually he's going to die. No, the young man was papa, okay, in the neck, in broad daylight, in front of everybody, and everyone had their phones out. From the moment this lady first came out with her first statement on his podcast, all she did was laugh. All she did was smile. And I'm like, sis, the man is dead, okay? And also, you have two small kids. The oldest is 3. The youngest is one. Okay? I don't even know how your husband gets executed in broad daylight. Okay? Whitney, I've missed you. Something is off with me. This don't make no sense to me. Because even I, Marlene, and I have to be quite honest, because I can't sit here and lie, I'm not a grifter. I don't like Charlie Kirk. I could really care less. Like, seriously, like, he's a racist, okay? I could really care less. And I do believe, right? Yeah, hey, Sunshine, I do believe that Charlie Kirk played a very devilish hand in the Carmelo Anthony situation. So for that, I can't let that slide. I can't let that slide. You know, one day, I think it was last week. It was last week. And I said to myself, why is it that every time people are being misled or somebody's being manipulative or it involves deceiving people, you're going to find a Libra is involved. Okay? Every time there's some deceitful shenanigans, you're going to always find a Libra in the mix. Okay? But I'm like, this thing with Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf, like the way it just took over the internet, and there was so much hatred, so much vitriol for that family, right? Charlie Kirk was behind it. Charlie was so behind it. And he activated every Black person, Officer Tatum, April Chapman, the Carter boy, because they were all repeating the same thing. Child, Whitney, let me tell you something. You people, okay? So I'm like, nah, Libra, you up to no good. So for Carmelo, I ain't gonna lie, I was relieved because I'm like, yeah, you're a force of evil. You are truly a force of evil. Even the Black guy who stabbed the young Ukrainian lady, right? It's really sad. It really is, because she did not deserve that. However, when you watch the video of the young lady getting on the bus, you notice that the Black guy, he was talking to himself. He was doing weird things. Because when I saw this, I'm like, oh, I think a voice started talking to him. Because as soon as she's first of all, he's looking in the glass of the bus, talking to himself, doing weird stuff. Right? Then she sits there and he's like, he's doing all this weird stuff. And I'm like, how do we know this guy is not schizophrenic? And I'm like, I think he's schizophrenic. Because I'm like, a real criminal, like a typical criminal, right? He's going to get off the bus when you get off the bus, right? He's going to get off the bus when you get off the bus. He's going to walk up behind you. He's going to try to mug you, sexually assault you. Then he's going to kill you. Because most regular criminals, they try not to do the crime on camera. But for that man to do it on the bus like that, I'm like, nah, because he was talking to himself. If you slow the video down, you will see he's talking to himself. And it's like he's saying no, like he's like talking to himself, like, yeah, do it, no, don't do it. And out of nowhere, he just gets up and pop. And I'm like, yeah, he's schizophrenic. He is schizophrenic. But the thing is, Charlie, he just chose to gloss over that because he wants to have the narrative that Black people are intentionally out here trying to murder white people, which is so untrue. When you look at the stats, if a white person dies, they are dying in the hands of another white person. Just like in his situation, he was murdered by a white person. Most white people are not in contact with Black people. Let's even start there. Like, we don't even engage like that. We don't engage like that. I think it's a fact well understood. I don't like you. You don't like me. You stay over there. I stay over here. Right? I can even tell you in a given day how many white people I see in a given day. Like, I actually have to go to my fitness class to see white people. Okay, like I don't engage with white people. I think most white people also don't engage with that many black people. It's only on social media. But for you not to even try to consider the fact that this man could be mentally ill, and that's why he did that. No, he had to make it seem like, oh, it's because she was white, and therefore the young man stabbed her just because she's white, just because she's white. Like, you are insane. It's the same thing with the Carmelo Anthony situation, right? They never cared to say, okay, why was he sitting there, right? Oh, he was sitting under the tent. They asked him to move, and then he stabbed somebody. Like, then at that point, he has to be mentally ill. Because who would just stab someone over a seat? That makes no sense. That makes no sense. Young black people, young white people, they go to track meets together. They play football together. They play volleyball together. They play soccer together. They do track together. White kids and black kids are always involved in sports. How often have we heard that a black child stabbed a white child over a seat? It's so bizarre. It is so bizarre. And when you listen to Hunter Metcalf, he never once said, oh, Carmelo was stealing our stuff. Carmelo was harassing people. Carmelo was playing music loud. He said, no, this kid was sitting here and we asked him to move. But I'm like, okay, it's raining. Why does he have to move? So at that point, I'm realizing that you're a bully. You are a bully because this is a track meet. It's a school event. You don't even own the track meet place. You don't own the stadium, right? Come to find out, there were no seats. There are bleachers at the stadium. You don't have seats. Because initially, I thought it was like those seats, like at the baseball stuff. Like, you know, when you go to a baseball stadiums, they have individualized seats. No, these are bleachers. I said, okay. Then you look at the school tent from Memorial High School. That thing don't cost more than $100. So what kind of student you know is going to be so pressed over a goofy-ass school tent that costs $100? For what reason? And it's raining. So at that point, I know you're a bully. Then the mama said, you and your brother, you both weigh 225 pounds. So I'm like, so you and Austin, you people make up almost 500 pounds? And Carmelo is 160? And nobody sees anything wrong with that? Why are two brothers who weigh almost 500 pounds trying to tell a child that weighs 160 that he needs to leave in the rain? These are bullies. These are bullies. They are bullies. And if you notice, they all went quiet on the Carmelo situation. Why? Because they saw the tape. They saw the tape. They saw the tape, right? They saw the tape. Who do you think put batteries? Who do you think put the batteries in, what's that boy's name? Charleston White. To say that, because Charleston White was, oh, this little nigga, he went there with a cleaver, a butcher knife, trying to kill a white man for the sins of slavery. What are you even talking about? Sins of what? These kids, these black kids born today, they could care less about slavery. Okay? Them, I don't know, Gen Z, Gen Alpha people, these Gen Alpha people don't even care about the past. They don't even know who MLK is. Okay, let's be so for real. These black Gen Alpha children, okay, don't even know who Malcolm X is. They could care less about slavery. They could care less about punishing white people. All they want to do is be on social media and dance on TikTok. Be so for real. We are not in the 70s. We're not in the 80s, okay? Like, be so for real. But I'm like, who do you think put a battery in Charleston's white back to come out here and say things like that, right? And he said, oh, my white conservative friends. Well, there you go. There you go, right? But I'm like, what is the problem? Like, what, hey, Lacey, what exactly is the problem? If it's raining and he's sitting there, if he's not hurting anybody, if he's not stealing from nobody, if he's not bullying anybody, why he can't sit there until the rain dies down? Why do you want this boy to leave in the rain? What's the problem? But Charlie Kirk and his whole cavalry of white racists, right? They went ahead and tried to sell a narrative. Hey, Marcus, right, to these goofy ass people, and they ate it up because white people at their base, it's a hateful people. It's not, they're not intelligent, okay? And they definitely don't do critical thinking skills. Just like even all these white people who want to imply that Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, will have Charlie Kirk dead. For what reason? He's not that important. There is no reason for Israel to kill that man. There is no reason. And to me, not that I believe that because to me, the people of Israel, they're Ashkenazi Jews. They're not Semitic. They're not Semites. These are Ashkenazi Jews. They're from Europe. That's why their name is Dabrowski, Polinsky, Zelensky, ski, all them ski, right? Even Benjamin Netanyahu, his real name is what? Like Zelensky, Dabrowski, right? The dude is from Poland. He's from Russia or he's from Poland. These are Ashkenazi Jews. They are not Semite. However, I will say, trying to blame Israel for the murder of Charlie Kirk, that to me really is anti-Ashkenazi Jew, because Israel has nothing to do with this boy getting killed. And let me tell you this, right? Because I gotta go, y'all, because I gotta go work out, right? But remember, growing up, right? When we used to watch, I don't know if you guys grew up watching it, but I know I definitely did because that was my jam, right? But remember, growing up, we had to watch Columbo, right? Remember? And back then, with Columbo, one thing you learned, if the suspect was too obvious, it wasn't the right person, right? Remember that? If it was too obvious, like if it was like the first, oh no, this person did it, like right when the show start, okay, and you think that person did it, no, it's too obvious. If it's too obvious, it's not who you think it is, right? Then growing up, hey Marcus, hey Lacey, growing up also, we had to watch Murder, She Wrote. It was the same thing. If it's too obvious, if it's too predictable, it is not that person. It is somebody else. But that somebody else knows that so-and-so have beef, so it's easier for people to believe. Since you two have bad blood, you have a motive. Because it's very easy to say, oh, since he wanted to leave Israel, or stop supporting Israel, right? Israel had a motive, right? That you got to find someone that has a motive. And you know, usually, remember when, I don't know if you guys remember this bit, because some people, they slow, okay? Right? But there was another show that used to be on ABC. It was called Boston Legal. Remember Boston Legal? Right? Let me see. No. Was it Boston Legal? No. No. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Hold on. Yo, the guy from A Diary of a Man. Oh, there you go. The Practice. There you go. Oh, they used to do it all the time. They used to do it all the time. Like in The Practice, they used to do it all the time. If they could not get their client off, like if their client had done it, they knew you had to get the jury to believe that somebody else had enough motive to do it, right? So there's somebody else that has a motive, even if the client was guilty. But they had to make the jury believe that somebody else could have the motive. So for me, I think Israel is too predictable. Israel is too predictable, right? They are trying to take advantage of the fact that he did have issues with Israel. He did have issues with his donors. He did have issues with the fact that, okay, I took your money. Now I don't want your money no more. Now I want to play the righteous, because he had to keep up with Nick Fuentes. Because remember, Nick Fuentes was getting steam. They want to tell you that this Charlie Kirk person had integrity and wump. I don't believe none of that, okay? I do not believe any of that. I think the problem is Charlie Kirk was competing with Nick Fuentes, because Nick Fuentes, he's really organic, okay? Charlie Kirk is like GMO to this. Charlie Kirk, he's the type to always blame everything on Black people, blame everything on immigrants, blame everything on LGBTQ, right? And also he has taken their money. Whereas when it comes to Nick Fuentes, that dude is about that life though. Nick Fuentes has never taken money from these people, okay? Nick Fuentes has never taken money from Israel. He has never taken money from a donor. He don't take money from Ashkenazi Jews, right? He has been traumatized. He's been bullied. He has been blacklisted. He has been canceled. He can't have a bank account. Like the guy, he really paid the price for his beliefs. So now Nick Fuentes has been gaining steam, and a lot of young white men are seeing Nick Fuentes like a real one. Let me break it down for you, right? If I was to give you, like, in terms of hip hop, right? In terms of hip hop, right? Okay, right? Hold on. In terms of hip hop, okay, Charlie Kirk is like Diddy. Okay, Charlie Kirk is like Diddy. Or even Jay-Z, right? Talk about cars, shoes, and hoes, and wave your rollies from side to side, wumpy wump wump, wear Versace, wear Gucci, wear Poochie, right? Always pushing that material life, right? Now, when it comes to Nick Fuentes, right? Nick Fuentes is like Suge Knight. Okay? He like Suge Knight. And he's like, and he said, come to death row, baby. Come to death row. Like, we don't do all that glazing stuff, all that flossing stuff, all that dancing on stage, all that. Okay? Nah, this is real gangster rap. This is real gangster rap. And that was always the difference between Death Row Records and Bad Boy Entertainment. Is that Bad Boy, it was all about being flossy, dancing, jumping. Like, these dudes is animated. Okay? And I'm like, so think like this, right? Nick Fuentes and the Groypers, Death Row. Okay, come to death row. Charlie Kirk and his high life, all this money, whatever. These people's like Bad Boy record. Think about it this way, okay? Think about it this way. And I feel like even Jay-Z, or let's say Jay-Z and Def Jam, for example, right? And so if you look at, hold on, right? So if, what's your boy's name? If Charlie Kirk is Jay-Z, right? Then Nick Fuentes will be DMX. Okay? Nick Fuentes would be DMX. And you remember, Jay-Z was extremely bothered when DMX came on the scene because his energy was so real. Okay? Like, this dude is really about that life. He out here robbing people and shit like that. We all remember when Rough Rider Anthem came out, we're like, what the heck? Okay, stop, drop, hold them up. Okay, same thing. It's an organic movement. It is not the great person and Nick Fuentes. It is not a movement that is funded by billionaire donors. Wumpty wump wump. Nick Fuentes has no money. Nick Fuentes has no money. Like, the support that he gets from these grapers, it's organic. Everything about his ass is organic, right? Like GMX. You never heard DMX talk about cars, shoes, rollies, old mouse PK, alcohol, champagne. Nah. DMX, we not going anywhere. We right here. Okay, it's the X, baby. Okay, it's the X, baby. Right? Whereas, like, with Jay-Z wants you to believe, oh, I'm from the streets. I got 99 problems, but a B and one child. Jay-Z commercial, boo. Jay-Z is commercial. And it's the same thing with Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was hella commercial. Okay? Charlie Kirk was built by donors. He did not have an organic movement. He did not build this thing with his own money. Okay, he was a little BR. He was a little BR. Like, that's why Turning Point USA is so big, because it's pretty much like he took venture capital. He took venture capital. He did not build this thing with his own hands. He was not patient. He wanted to grow fast, wanted to grow big, and by doing so, he had to take money from people. But the problem is, when you take money from people, you can never be your own man. That's the problem. You can never be your own man. And I think with Charlie Libra, he started to realize that Nick Fuentes, because I think the problem is, the thing with Nick Fuentes, listen to me, y'all. Listen to me. The thing with Nick Fuentes, right? The way, because Nick is only 26. Nick is only 26, right? But when I tell you the way they came for this boy, they thought he would never recover. Okay? They would call him all kinds of anti-Semite. They were blackmailing him, canceling him, deplatforming him. So I think they believe he was going to be done. Like, this boy, he's going to be so discouraged. He's going to be so defeated. We're going to turn him into a pariah. We're going to make sure nobody gets close to him. So that way he'll just give up. But Nick, he built different. Nick is like the Teflon of racists. Like, he is the Teflon. He's a Teflon Don. This little boy, he's built different. He didn't give up. So for a season, yeah, he lost so much. But right now, like in these recent times, Nick is getting everything he sold. Hey, Diana, like, he's getting real support because people see that he never sold out. Because there was a time it was not okay to talk about the Jews. There was a time it was not okay to criticize Ashkenazi Jews. You can even ask any questions, but he did it when it was not cool. He did it when it was not popular to question these Jews. Like, why we can't ask you a question? This is America. This is not Germany. Why can't we ask you people questions? Okay? Why can't we question you people? So he was punished for that. But I'm like, today, the people are seeing that when nobody had the courage to do it, you did that shit. Right? So I feel as though Charlie Kirk was realizing that, homeboy, shit, he's not dead. We did everything to kill his ass. My donor did everything to kill his ass. But for some reason, the love of the people has taken over the heart. The people's heart have been taken over by Charlie Kirk. Today, when it comes to these white boys, the white nationalists, whatever, right? Nick Fuentes has the heart. Like, they really love Nick. And he's the only one who can say, I never took money from nobody. Even Candace can't say that. That's why they all have commercial success. They all do. Candace took money from the Jews as well. Okay, hey, Fallon. Candace took money from the Jews. Charlie Kirk took money from the Jews because Candace worked with Daily Wire and she worked with PragerU. They all took money from the Jews because they wanted to be rich. They wanted to grift. You understand me, right? They wanted to grift. Nick Fuentes never took money from anybody. And that's the thing. It's like, think of Muhammad Ali, right? Think of Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali decided not to go to Vietnam, right? And because of that, he paid a huge price because he said, no, I'm not going there. Okay? I'm not going there. And he said, I'm not going there. But because he refused to go to Vietnam, right? A price had to be paid. He lost everything. They took his medal. They took his title. They took his boxing. They took it all. They took it all. I think it was like 3 years, right? They punished him for 3 years. They took everything from this man. But they didn't take his spirit because Muhammad Ali will go on. I mean, he was part of the Nation of Islam and he would go on to be a Quranic school teacher. So he was teaching the Quran. You understand? 3 years. But after that, what happened? Became the greatest to ever do it. You see, sometimes in this life, y'all, and it's all of us, huh? It is all of us. There's going to be a time in your life when you think about your dreams, when you think about the life you're trying to build, the devil going to come, sis. The devil is going to come to you, brother. The devil's going to come and tell you everything you want, I can make it happen. The money you want, the fame you want, the connections that you want, he's going to tell you, I can make it happen. I just need you to do X, Y, and Z. You understand? And hey, Elena, but it's at that moment that those who are weak in the flesh, those who are too eager for fame, those who are too eager to know, to have their names be known, they will accept it because they're just thinking about it in the moment. Think about most people, like not even politics, right? Think about most people who ever took venture capital. They always regret it because many times when you take that venture capital money, they will kick your butt out your own business. They're going to give you a new CEO, a new board, even Huda Beauty, right? Huda Beauty had to fight to take her company back because she took money from TPG. She took money from investors. So put politics to the side. When you take investor money, you are a slave to these investors because you took their money and now they have equity in your business. You can't move without their permission. You can't do anything without their permission. And Charlie started to feel that pressure because it's like, yo, as a man, you see Nick Fuentes gaining traction. Like, oh shit, the white boys, they can only follow one person. They can't follow two people, right? These white boys, you only have a limited set of white boys that want to be on that racist, goofy grift, right? They're not all they can't follow two leaders, especially when one leader is pro-Israel and one leader is pro-America. But the thing about Nick Fuentes is really pro-white America with no intervention, okay? I feel like if President Monroe was alive, right, he would take pride in Nick Fuentes because you should have known when you studied history with the Monroe Doctrine, President Monroe was not interested in having America be a country that intervened in everything. He said, you Europeans, you stay over here, over there, we're going to stay over here. That's the Monroe Doctrine. Today, when you look at America, America is doing everything to intervene, to be in everybody's business, and it's costing this country $36 trillion. In the past 25 years alone, America has wasted $14 trillion just murdering Arabs. How are you going to get your money back? Since when is killing people profitable business? $36 trillion national debt. Almost half of it was only spent in 25 years. My little sister is like 29. So in her lifetime, America wasted $14 trillion just to kill Arabs in the Middle East. And we have nothing to show for that shit. We have nothing to show. Can you imagine what they could have done with that money? For the school, infrastructures, the airport, I don't know, AI, technology, universities, the grants. Do you know how much, what they could have done with this money? Even having a wealth fund for America, so that people, the government doesn't have to just rely on taxes. America has no wealth fund. You look at Scandinavian countries like Norway, Denmark, Finland, okay? These white folks over there had enough foresight to create a wealth fund for Norway. In Norway, you don't even have to work. And in Norway, the federal government in Norway does not rely primarily on taxation to bring revenue into the government. They have a wealth fund. They live amazing. I'm like, this is so fucking crazy. This nation right here has no wealth fund. Can you imagine? 14 trillion. Completely gone. It is just gone. And today, look at us, man. Look at our cost of living. Look at all these young people not believing that they can buy a house. So therefore, they don't care about money anymore. They don't care about their credit. They don't care because they don't feel like the American dream is no longer possible. Because there's been a lot of white people in Congress that have been fiscally irresponsible. But anyways, right? So I'm like, yeah, they can only be one leader. And right now, even with Trump, when Trump ran, he ran on a platform that he was going to be America first. He ran on a platform that he was going to get there, and on day one, he's going to stop the war in Ukraine. He's going to stop what's going on in Gaza, and so forth, and he's going to lower the price of groceries. Okay, I remember, right? That's what he said, and he's not doing that. What we see is America is becoming more and more of an interventionist. Recently, he said in the news that he believes that Ukraine can win against Russia. I said, Ukraine can never win against Russia. Now, if you're trying to say that America is going to send soldiers, they're going to dress up like Ukrainian soldiers to fight Russia, maybe. But then again, it's not going to happen. Because when was the last time that America won a war? Okay, it's a foreign territory. You do not know this territory. The Russian, it's their homeland. They'll beat your ass. They will whoop that ass. Because it's not just about who has the most firepower or who has the most tomahawk. It's also about the land. Another thing also, when you fight people on their home turf, like we saw with the Vietnamese, people that have a strong sense of national identity, they will fight until the very end. And I think we should all learn that from even George Washington. Because during the American Revolution, they were not ready to fight Great Britain. But there's something to be said about the resilience of the human spirit when someone wants to be free no matter what. That's the thing, right? You think these Russians gonna let you just show up and do whatever? They've been waiting for that ass. It's their country. It is their home. They have homeland advantage. So have your tomahawk, have your whatever. But everybody knows, when was the last time America won a war? You went to Vietnam. These were famished, short, like Vietnamese people, they're small, they're tiny, right? And they beat your ass. Now we know Russians are way more advanced than the Vietnamese. They're way more advanced than Vietnamese. And if you think China has not been working on some crazy ass weapon, y'all, do you know that in China, they're not even on 5G. They're on like 6G or some weird stuff, right? I'm like, this is crazy. You have no idea. But it's that white arrogance. It's that white American arrogance. And they keep getting their asses whooped every single time. And they don't want to learn. They do not want to learn. But ultimately, I feel like Charlie Kirk, he really felt threatened by the rise of Nick Fuentes. So he was not trying to depart from Israel because he had the strong moral conviction. Nah, he did not want to lose to Nick Fuentes. But you can't have it both ways. Because when you built Turning Point USA, you took people's money. Okay? You took people's money. If you want to have your autonomy, if you want to do what you want to do, like the Bible says, since you're a Christian, Charlie, right? Do not despise small beginnings. It is better to work hard, to toil, to grow slowly and surely independently than to want fast success. Because I think Turning Point USA makes about $140 million a year or something like that, right? Because he has investor money. You have their money. Right? So I'm like, nobody, even if he was alive, eventually you were going to see a mass exodus from the Turning Point USA movement into the Groyper movement. Because Nick Fuentes, seriously, y'all, he tried and true and tested. Might be a racist, but he's really committed to what he believes. And there's not a single Ashkenazi Jew that can say, I gave him money. Instead, it's a bevy of Ashkenazi Jews who have done everything in their power to destroy Nick Fuentes. And he has remained strong. He has remained steadfast. And slowly but surely, people are starting to see that everything he was saying about Israel, everything he was saying about these Ashkenazi Jews, he might be onto something. And people will always respect you for that. They might not believe you at first, but when you remain steadfast to your position and you don't take money from no one, and you paid the price, you get tortured, you get bullied, you get canceled, you can't have a bank account, one thing, one point, and you remain steadfast on your conviction. People will see in you a true leader. That's the thing with Nick, and he's only 26. Nick Fuentes, besides the whole racist stuff, I'm a real nigga, besides that part, he a real leader. Because when you believe in something, you never sell your cause. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure, hold on, I'm gonna get into my video, right? I am pretty sure too, hold on. I am pretty sure that when it also came to George Washington, right? I mean, not that I like the man, but I am pretty sure that the British, right? Okay, I am pretty sure that when the people here decided that they were going to break away from Great Britain and he was going to be the general, I am sure that King George sent emissaries to America to talk to him. Right? Because I'm sure they didn't want to go to war. Because people will say there has to be someone that we can buy. There has to be someone that can be a traitor. And I'm sure George Washington received a lot of emissaries, a lot of red coats that came from Buckingham to try to dissuade him and to throw away the war, throw away the fight. We'll give you this, we'll give you that, we'll give you this. When you study the Haitian Revolution, right? If you ever have time and you study the Haitian Revolution, with the Haitian Revolution too, right? You have two people. So you have Toussaint Louverture, right? So some people usually know this one, right? But there's another man. He doesn't get mentioned a whole lot. Hold on. There's another man. I thought that's where Nefari gets his name from. Général Dessalines. Voilà, Jean-Jacques Dessalines, tu vois? So if you ever, hold on. Right? If you ever study, sorry, what happened? If you ever studied the Haitian Revolution, people usually talk about Toussaint Louverture. Oh, look at that. I see. Okay, Jean-Jacques Dessalines. So Dessalines also, he's a big figure in the Haitian Revolution. But when it came to Toussaint Louverture, the French reached out to him. The French reached out to him and he gave in. He went to Paris. He got to Paris, they locked his ass up. He died in France because he trusted these people. They locked his ass up because he gave in, right? When it came to Jean-Jacques Dessalines, he never gave in. He stayed in Haiti. I'm not going anywhere, okay? F y'all. F you. You crazy people. You crazy people. And I'm going to tell you something, right? You get to a point, you realize, like on this earth right here, there's nothing new under the sun. There is nothing new under the sun, right? So hold on. What the heck? Move this over here, right? So that's it. But I'm like, George Washington, I would not be surprised if a lot of British spies, British emissaries came to George Washington to see if he would not consider throwing away the war. We'll give you a house, give you some bitches hoes, give you some castles and some land in England, and you can have your own Hamlet. You can have your own George Washington Shire, right? But I'm sure he said no. Because there comes a time you got to be willing to die for your convictions. Some people, I don't know, but I'm just assuming, right? Some people also should have learned about Paul Revere. And Paul Revere said, right, you give me liberty or you give me death. Like, give me my liberty or you give me death too. You cannot take money from people. And that's why for as much as these white boys, okay, me, I'm not from here, I'm an immigrant, but for as much as these white boys like Charlie Kirk claim to be pro-America, they're American, they're nationalists, they're truly not. Because when you study the founding fathers of America, when you study those who led the American Revolution, they were uncompromising. Nobody took money from anybody. Nobody took money from Great Britain. Even Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson, he also spoke French. I can't remember if he was like somewhat French as well, but I know he spoke French because he spoke like 5 languages, right? But these good old Virginia boys, nobody took money from nobody. Nobody took money from Europe. Nobody was bought. That they were willing to die for what they believed was going to be the greatest country in the world. You cannot take money from people. right? And that's why I laugh a lot because I'm like, and I mean, Charlie Kirk, he probably had a learning disability because I mean, he didn't even go to college, right? But I'm just saying, like, if you study American history, if you study the American Revolution, and you study the founding fathers, you realize that these people were uncompromising. They didn't take money from people because they wanted to be independent. They wanted to be their own people, right? You've never heard Great Britain say, oh, we gave money to so-and-so. You've never heard Napoleon, even when Jefferson, I think, yeah, it's Jefferson, right? When he bought the Louisiana Purchase from Napoleon, it was a clear purchase. It wasn't no weird ass business. It was a clear purchase. It is what it is. How much you want? There you go, right? But Charlie Kirk, he does not even honor the legacy of what it truly means to be an American patriot. He's fake. He's a swindler. He's a grifter. He tried to have it both ways. You can't do that, okay? Because you will never win because you're bought. Your movement is bought. Your movement is fake. You are a fraud. He's a fraud. He's a fraud. And that's why part of his job was not just to encourage people, white people, to support Israel, but to hate Black people. Why? It's like a magic trick, right? The magic trick happens over here, but you have to distract people over here. As long as you keep these goofy ass white Americans obsessed over Black people, welfare of Black people, immigration, DEI, and shit like that, they're not even realizing that the greatest bank in the world, which is the U.S. Treasury, right? America has the largest bank in the world. It is called the U.S. Treasury. You understand? Anybody who becomes president has access to all that money. Anybody who becomes also the head of the Treasury, and most of the people that have been appointed to be at the head of the U.S. Treasury, for as far as I know, have been Jews. You look at the Federal Reserve, that is responsible for setting our interest rates. We can go up, we can go down. The vast majority of people who have been at the head of the Federal Reserve, besides Jerome Powell, have been Jews. Alan Greenspan was a Jew. Paul Bernanke, who somehow decided out of nowhere to do quantitative easing. It is not the job of the Fed to do quantitative easing. It's not their job, right? He completely broke protocol. And because of that, the banks got so rich. And the average man, that which they call Main Street, right? Wall Street got super rich and Main Street got super poor. But we understand because the vast majority of Jews in America, even if they're born in America, they do not identify as American. They identify as Jews. And the vast majority of them are Zionists. And so when they receive a call, they will do what's in the best interest of Israel. They will do what's in the best interest of their fellow Jews. And if you remember, during the crash, the housing market crash of 2008, the vast majority of big banks that crashed were banks that were owned by the Jews. And in order to save his people, yes, to save his people in the banking world, because they're mostly Jews, Lehman Brothers, A&G, go look it up, it's ran by Jews. Paul Bernanke decides to do quantitative easing. Even Barack Obama, he was upset because he didn't understand what's going on. I'm like, yeah, because you're new to this. You just got here. That's why they let you be president. Right? Because he let Joe Biden take care of all that stuff. But Joe Biden came outside with like asking for $700 billion to save the banks. And then Paul Bernanke, he came outside and he's like, oh yeah, we're going to do quantitative easing. The only people who got rich were the bankers. And the vast majority of those people are the Jews. Right? These people have done so much harm, not just to the American people, to the American economy, the American industry, to even to the nation, like the unity of this nation. Because these Jews, these wealthy Ashkenazi Jews, they finance dissension. They finance the hatred because they know America has a very volatile sense of peace because of the history of slavery between white people and Black people. So as long as you can keep white Americans and Black Americans fighting, it's so easy to steal. It is no different. As long as you can have a civil war in Congo, it's a lot easier to pillage Congo because nobody's paying attention. No one is paying attention, right? But meanwhile, the Treasury getting gang raped, okay? The Fed, people who are Zionists are at the head of the Federal Reserve. They are setting interest rates that do not even benefit the American people, but benefits Jews and banking, Jews and investment. I mean, you name it. You name it. You name it. And people like Charlie Kirk, his job was to distract white people from the real cancer of this nation. It's not Black people. It's not black people. The mere fact that he took money from Bill Ackman, the mere fact that he took money from Bill Ackman, knowing that Bill Ackman made, he made 2.6 billion in 2 weeks, right? How come Charlie Kirk never told his people that? How come Charlie Kirk took no issues with that? And that was during a global pandemic, while so many white people, especially white Americans in the Midwest, were losing everything. Bill Ackman he made $2.6 billion by just spending $27 million. He spent $27 million. He made $2.6 billion. But never, ever, ever did Charlie Kirk come outside and inform his white people, right, his white populace, that we have this Ashkenazi Jew who has made $2.6 billion in 2 weeks. The average American, I think, makes about $1,500 every 2 weeks. Bill Ackman made $1.3 billion in 2 weeks. He never talked about that. But he will talk about George Floyd. He will talk about Carmelo Anthony. He's going to talk about the Ukrainian lady. But let's not forget, the second white man who tried to kill Donald Trump was a Ukrainian. So let's not act like every Ukrainian is, oh, look, we've had Ukrainians try to unalive Donald Trump. I think he got convicted recently, right? But he never talked about that. There are so many things. Why is it that most chairs, the people who lead the Federal Reserve, are always Jews, and they're Ashkenazi Jew, and they're Zionists? Why is it that people who always get appointed to lead the Treasury, how much money we print, are always Ashkenazi Jews? Why is it that Homeland Security is always being led by the Jews? Somebody said Mayorkas, right? Why is it that Josh Shapiro, who is the governor, right? He is the governor. Hold on, wait a minute, right? Josh Shapiro is the governor of Pennsylvania. And now we all know after this election that Pennsylvania is a swing state. Pennsylvania is a very, very important state because it is a swing state. It can swing the election this way. It can swing the election that way. But you have Josh Shapiro, who's an Ashkenazi Jew who served in the IDF. If you want to serve in the military and you're born in America, why did you not serve for the U.S. Army? Why did you not serve for the U.S. Army? How many white people? And I'm not always fond of white people because many of y'all are just a bunch of racists. You're racist for no reason. You are just hateful and silly for no reason, right? But we know the vast majority of people who go into the military are poor white people from the Midwest. It is poor white people from the Midwest. The vast majority of people who died during Iraq, who came back to Walter Reed, were sleeping on the floor, had no legs, had no prosthetics. It was white boys. It's always white boys. White boys tend to die the most in war because they tend to be the most, quote unquote, patriotic, right? So this man, Josh Shapiro, he is the governor. He is the governor of a swing state. He is the governor of a state that has the steel industry, the mining industry. And when it came time for him to serve, he was not willing to serve this nation. He was not willing to die for America. He was not willing to go into the U.S. military. He went into the IDF. What'd that tell you? His loyalty lies with Israel. His loyalty lies with Israel. And has Charlie Kirk ever said that is problematic? No. But he will tell you about the Somalians in Minnesota. He will tell you about the what's his name? Mandani, who wants to be the mayor. Be so for real. Be so for real. Mandani is only asking to be the mayor. Okay? Mandani is only asking to be the mayor of New York City. He's not even running to be the governor of New York City. And we have watched videos where these Arabs are going to start pooping in the streets. These whatever, I'll say all kinds of crap because that's what he was paid for. Distraction. A distraction. And you start to realize, when you deal with Charlie Kirk, right? At the surface level, you might think he hates black people. But I beg to differ. I think he hates white people more. Because any man who can lie to his own people, what kind of man are you? Any man who can deceive his own kind, what kind of man is he? Any man who can take money from a foreigner, any man who can take money from a people who seek. I'm like, when I think of Israel and these Ashkenazi Jews, what the image that comes to mind, right? It's an auction. All right, it's like a sheriff's auction. I'm like, these people, what they want to do to America, right, is turn America into an auction where they will buy this country at a fraction of the dollar. Okay, they want to sell this country for cheap. They want to sell this country into pieces for cheap, for cheap. Okay, that's why they destroy everything and then they buy it up super low. They destroy the housing market so that then they can buy all these properties for free. They destroy the whatever, whatever you name it. They destroy the stock market so they can turn around and buy stuff for super, super cheap. But when you're a white man, and you lie to your own people, when you don't even tell your white people who the real enemy of America is, who the real enemy of white people is, when you don't tell to your white people who send their children blindly under patriotism to die for the red, white, and blue, that the only reason why America keeps going back to war is to just fulfill the whims of Benjamin Netanyahu. What kind of man are you? So to me, it's like, no, Charlie Kirk did not hate white black people. He understood that, hey, most of his people, they don't have the bandwidth to understand that the enemy of America has the same complexion that they do. They just come from Europe and they speak Yiddish. He did more harm to his people by not speaking facts to his people. All he did was mislead white people. All he did. And that's why you get to a point, you start feeling sorry for the average white American because they don't practice critical thinking skills. Their entire country is owned, besieged, okay, manipulated, coerced by these Ashkenazi people, and they don't even see it. They're obsessed with, imagine, your retirement. I swear, white Americans, they need prayers. Your retirement is in the stock market. Everybody in America, if you work a job and you have a 401k, your retirement is in some mutual fund, you dummy. And that's how they get rich, because they're robbing mutual funds. They are robbing your pension. And you're sitting here worrying about gang violence. You are sitting here worrying about black on black crime. Are you not worried about your retirement? You're not worried about how you're going to be able to feed yourself, pay for your medication, have health care. No, your main concern is black on black crime. You're like, it's sad. It's really sad. Many of you white people, when you go to retire, the money's not there. A lot of you white people who work in the mining industry, you're part of a union, you have put your retirement in a union. Go on, what's that thing again? Heritage Foundation. Go on, I'm black, you don't have to believe me. Go read up on what your white people wrote. The Heritage Foundation, bunch of white folks. It's on their website. The reality of the pension. That for every dollar that a union member put in a pension, when they go to retire, they're going to get 13 cents on the dollar. 13 cents. So it means that if you are part of a union, it makes more sense for you to keep your money. Do not it's a Ponzi scheme. The money's not there. The money's gone. These people, all they do is rob people. All they do is just rob people. But as long as you continue to hate black people, you do yourself a huge disservice. Black people are not your enemy. Black people are not the ones who are planning to take over this country, rape this country, take all the resources of this country to build one of the most powerful countries in the world. This mandate of the Zionists, it is not a joke. When you know what these Zionists are about, it's not a religious people. They're not religious. It's a political military movement. It is no different than communism. It's no different than socialism. The thing with the Zionists is to pretty much take over the Middle East because supposedly this is the only way that the Messiah is going to come back. They have a huge plan. But it's so big, they need a lot of money. And they can't get that money anywhere else because there's no other country, maybe China, that can sustain this kind of economy. It's only America. Only America has the economy. Only America has the bank. Only America has a Fed that looks like this and a military that looks like that. So I'm like, this is like Star Wars. Like, it really is like Star Wars. And I'm like, when I think about this boy, I'm like, you remind me of Anakin. Like when he allowed the Lord Sith to take over his head, that boy became crazy. And if you remember in Star Wars too, right? Hold on. Oh my gosh, I gotta go real quick, huh? When you remember also like in Star Wars, for example, right? I don't even know how to spell that boy's name. Okay. Remember? Okay, Anakin Skywalker, right? Anakin Skywalker, if you watch the Star Wars series, okay, this boy was a chosen boy. He was chosen. Like, listen, what's the one Kenobi? Okay? Okay, may the light be with you. He took Anakin to meet all the Jedi. They knew he was chosen. But they said there's something dark in you, and we fear that. Because once we teach you this stuff, and that if you are not careful and that darkness takes over you, you're going to come and kill all of us. Okay? You're going to come. Hey, Kevin, you're going to come over here and kill all of us. And what happened? Anakin goes home. I think somebody murdered his mom. The boy blacked the fuck out. The boy blacked out. He went and he killed everybody. He murdered everyone. I said, Jesus Christ. Right? And that's the thing too. Sometimes when you're chosen, when you have favor over your life, the devil is more likely to do something hurtful to you, to trigger you into becoming hateful, to trigger you into having like this venom in your heart, because he knows you have a gift. Like the Bible says, the gift of God, he never takes him back. God will give you gifts without repentance. It's up to you now to be responsible, right? But Anakin went from being a cute little boy, a chosen boy, and then he transformed into the Darth Vader. Okay? This boy went ahead and became the Darth Vader, y'all. Became dark. Okay? He became dark AF. Became dark because that voice seduced him, the voice of evil. And I'm like, and that voice is here. The love of money, greed, this, and that. It's out here seducing people. And I believe it's very possible that Charlie Kirk, because I looked him up. I sure did look him up, okay? I looked at his life path number, right? You understand? Because when you add up, because I do believe in numerology, I do. When you look at his life path number, Charlie is a life path number 1. So they say you have natural leadership, ambition, and independent. Okay, with individuals often serving as innovators and pioneers who carve their own path, right? Which I think he kind of did, right? So you see, if you have such a destiny in you, you have to understand that the devil will come after you because he wants to use your gifts. Because the devil don't create nothing, but what he does is he perverts. The devil is going to pervert what God has given you, and that's why when you live your life, no matter what happens to you, you have to fight really, really hard to not be hateful. But unfortunately, for the love of money, Charlie allowed himself to be seduced by hatred. Hatred, bigotry, misogyny, racism, Islamophobia, you name it. This young man really could have brought his nation together, but instead he chose to be a divisive force. And when you put darkness out there, you receive darkness. Even in Star Wars, right? Listen, the Anakin little boy, okay, he ends up dying. Hate for me, he ended up dying because it's too much darkness. He tried to come back towards the end. He tried to come back, but it's too late because that darkness, it ate him up. Ate him up. You know, and then he left the son. He also tried to be dark AF. All right. But I'm like, it's a thing. You got to be careful. So now fast forward to this. Oh my God, I got to go. Right. Fast forward to this video. I'm going to tell you all this, you guys. Right. Like I said, to me, I do not believe that Israel, the Ashkenazi people, had anything to do with Charlie Kirk being murdered. I think it was an American job. I think it was an American inside job. And I think it was the people close to Charlie that had him slipped, that had him clipped. I really do. You understand? Erika Kirk to me is very bizarre. Her behavior is bizarre. The way she moves is bizarre. The makeup, the lashes, even on the Memorial Day, the way this lady was stacked. I mean, y'all, she had stacks of diamond. Stacks of diamond. I was like, hold up, wait a minute, sis. Wait a minute. When you see, and on Sunday, I will give you guys a longer video. Okay? Let me show you what I mean. Okay? At this memorial, hold on. I ain't got time for all this. There was a part she lifted her hand. Oh, right there, right? Y'all, look at this. Hold on. Let her go.
You know when you're on an airplane with your kids?
Look.
And it's the last.
Even her ear. Look at the number of diamonds, you guys. Do you see the diamonds? Do you see the diamonds? Look carefully, y'all. Do you see the diamonds? That when I come back, we're going to do it on Sunday. Sunday, I'll give you a longer video. When I tell you, when you look at her videos with Charlie, right? Let me show you quickly. Hold on. Let me show you quickly. YouTube. Hold on. Hold on. Erika and Charlie Kirk. Oh my gosh, everything is so old. Everything's so new. Hold on. Let me see. Because her and Charlie would go to events together. Hold on. You see? Oh, watch this one first.
When you're managing your time in a way where you're living an abundant lifestyle.
Like she was very more low key. There's another video that I saw. I'm like, she was very like farm girl, not too much into the jewelry stuff. Very, very chill. Oh my gosh. Turning Point event. I need to find that because I watched it. Like very chill, very laid back, very farm girl with the big dresses, very minimal. Like it was really, really minimal stuff. Oh, crap. Oh my gosh. See, because everything is this now. You guys, I'm going to have to find this for you later. I will find it for you later. But anyways, right, hold on. So, but you look right here. I mean, the number of the diamonds, you guys, diamonds in her ears, diamonds all over her. I'm like, girl, what's going on? What is going on? Okay. I don't know this side of you, sis. You see? There's diamonds here, diamonds over here. Wait until she lifts up her hand. You'll see.
She said,
watch.
You know when you're on an airplane with your kids and it's the last 15 minutes of the flight and things are crazy. Kids are not cooperating.
Okay, you see this? Do you see this? Y'all, look at all these major rings. I mean, like, look at all these major rings, you guys. Look, even her hand, she got this on her wrist. You guys, is this normal? This is a memorial service for a 31-year-old man who was unalive in the neck. He leaves behind a 3-year-old. He leaves behind a 1-year-old. I'm not going to say if it was you, because I'm not going to put that in the air, right? But do you think a woman, a wife who sees that, y'all, it was recorded. Everybody had it. Some people even saw it live because people had their phones up and they were streaming live at the event. Within 2 weeks, he's 31 years old with 2 kids. He was executed in public. And right here. In less than 2 weeks, you can put all these diamonds on. No. Baby, no. Even when you see her weave, that's not her hair. When you see her weave is down her butt. I'm talking, this girl got a 50-inch bust down. She got a 50-inch bust down like Nicki Minaj going on tour. I said, there's nothing modest. I'm like, how do you even have the mental capacity? How do you even have I don't even like Charlie Kirk. I do not like this man because he didn't like me. I don't like him back. I don't even like Charlie Kirk. But even Marlene, I was traumatized. It's a lot. It's a lot. And I don't even like this man. And okay? So I don't know how you can be the wife. You guys, the video was everywhere. It was on Facebook, on Twitter, on TikTok, on YouTube, you name it. People had the video everywhere. The moment of impact, you see the boy just snap like this. Like the video is everywhere. This is fucking traumatic. It is fucking traumatic, right? We have never seen this. Like we heard Dr. King got shot, but we didn't see the video, okay? We actually saw Charlie Kirk get murdered on camera. In real time, 4K 1080p, okay? Right? And within 2 weeks, even when she went to Turning Point stuff, when she went back to his studio, the girl is laughing the entire time. The girl is smiling the entire time. Girl, what is funny? What's funny? She's telling us her daughter, a 3-year-old, asked her, where is daddy? She said, oh, daddy went on a business trip with Jesus so he can buy you blueberries. I'm like, girl, what? What are we talking about? And then when I saw this, I said, I don't like this. I do not like this at all. This is not normal. This girl came blinked out. You would think this girl right here, you would think that this girl was Ricky Rose. Okay? I'm like, yo, what in the Austin Martin music video is going on here? Okay. I'm like, this girl is coming outside like she Ricky Rose. This the kind of ninja behavior. I'm like, this the kind of ninja behavior you would expect from Rick Ross. Okay. I expect a rapper to do something like that. I expect Rick Ross. Okay. I expect Rick Ross to do stuff like that. Not a woman that's mourning her husband, a 31-year-old man, and he's leaving you behind with 2 babies who will never remember him. And you out here, you just laughing, you're cackling, talk about strawberries, you put all this jewelry, all this fake hair, all this makeup, all these lashes. I said, nope, I don't believe that. I'm not buying this. I am not buying this. I do not believe this. And then yesterday, you guys, okay? Yesterday, I saw a video of this woman, and she was like, I don't believe her. Okay? And I'm like, sis, it's like I just keep getting confirmation. Okay? This lady here, right here, she was like, this woman here. Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Okay?
What?
Yeah, you see? She said she's lying.
Oh, Charlie, I love you.
Okay, when I tell you that yesterday, the video was when I saw the video last night, it was at 300,000 followers. It's almost at 1 million. She's like, I do not believe her. She is lying. She is lying. You guys, there's something weird with this chick. Then I'm listening to Jimmy Dore. I am listening to Jimmy Dore. And Jimmy Dore is like, hold up, wait a minute. What kind of wife does not want to find out what truly happened to her husband? And I said, baby, unless she knew what was going to happen to the husband. Right? Unless she knew. She doesn't want people to ask questions. She is threatening to sue everybody. You guys, the stuff don't make no sense. Because I'm not, rebuke that. But I'm just saying, I would expect a wife that really loves her husband, even if you don't love your husband like that. But even as a human being, though, you would want every stone unturned. You would turn everything. You would want everybody to know what's going on. Because the more people explain the thing about that white boy that they have in custody, it's not adding up. It is truly not adding up. Trump told us that the daddy knows a minister, that knows a marshal, and then the daddy turned the baby in, right? Then they told us, oh, the boy, he never confessed. Then they said, oh, the daddy got money from Bill Ackman. They're like, no, the daddy. I'm like, yo, this stuff is so bizarre. It is so bizarre. And then I saw another video. Of her. Hold on. I saw another video of her. Hold on. Let me show you. Right? I saw another video. Yeah. I saw another video of her and Andrew Kolvet. And the way she was looking at that man, you guys, the way she was looking at that man. And I'm like, Erika, are you and Andrew having sex? I know you guys, I know it sounds crazy. Okay? I know it sounds crazy. Okay? Here's the video that I saw. Okay? Right there. Hold on.
Yeah, we're just so
you
glad
see? You see? Look, you guys, I kid you not. Listen to me. Y'all, listen, I was a little bit afraid to do this because I'm not trying to hurt any feelings, right? But you guys, I cannot get this out of my head. It happens. When I tell you, this happens all the time. Do you know how many best friends are out here having sex with their wives, the best friend's wife? Okay, they smashing their man's wife. Okay, you guys, when I do this on Monday, when I do it on Sunday, you gonna understand me, right? Do you know how many people are over here every day? They're having sex with their best friend's wife, and the husband knows nothing about it, and the husband knows nothing about it, and the husband knows nothing about it, right? Hold on, give me a second. But I'll share. I'm gonna share the video so y'all can watch the video on your own time, right? Y'all, this is a video that I saw. Okay, this is a video. Hold on. Okay, this is a video that I saw like a few months back. You guys. When I tell you, I cried for this white man. Hey, you got, oh my God. This man loved his wife. You know, sometimes when these men go red pill, sometimes they might be justified. When some of these men go red pill, sometimes you need to, before you judge that man, you need to ask him, like, did you have a bad breakup? And what did she do to you? This man loved his wife. He loved his daughter. On their wedding anniversary, his wife planned for him to go dunk hunting with his best friend. Do you know the best friend smoked him? The best friend shot him. I'm going to share. Y'all can watch the video. The best friend shot him. But the thing is, this guy right here, I think his name is Mike, right? Tony, listen to me. The best friend, because the guy, Mike, you guys, I swear, on everything I love, the way I cried for this white man. The way I cried for this white man. That man, it's like he just walked into a trap. He had no idea. He just walked into, because he went to his friend, his best friend. He went to his best friend a week before to increase his life insurance because he said, in case something happened to him, he wanted his wife and his daughter to be okay. His friend is his insurance person. His friend wrote the insurance policy. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? The man just walked into a trap. So his best friend, the insurance guy, he shot him. But because Michael, he's very fit. And when I play the video of Andrew, you're going to see the parallel between that white man and Charlie. But with the white man, when he shot Michael, because he's fit, like he runs like 20 miles a day, he does all kinds of fitness shit. And you know, when you go dunk hunting, like you gotta wear like this uniform, it's very, very heavy. So when the guy shot him, Michael, because he's so fit, y'all, he starts removing the shit. Like he starts removing the outfit because he didn't want to die. He didn't want to die. So then you would think, as a best friend, you fucked up. Don't do it. Like God is giving you a second chance. Don't kill this man. Do not kill this man. God is giving you a second chance. You shot him. He's not dead. Get him out the water, you guys. He sees Mike fighting. I'm like, the man is taking off the outfit so he can swim. And I'm like, I can only imagine how he looked at him. How can you do this to me? The whole time he was having sex with his wife. And I'm sure when Mike went there to increase his life insurance, he told her. So guess what he does? Mike is suffering. He shot him again. And he's still fighting. He shoots him again. I said, oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. But I'm like, I swear, you will be friends with people. You will be friends with people the whole time they want your life. The whole time they want your life. You guys, we're going to watch this on Sunday, huh? When I tell you, hold on. When I tell you the way he killed that man, hold on, I'm going to find him in the courthouse. His best friend, y'all, he was smashing his wife. And the thing that killed me too, the wife in here, that white woman, the way she moved on. She moved on so quickly. Kind of like Erika. She was out here laughing, because they couldn't find the body. So eventually they said, okay, like maybe he's dead, like it's a homicide. So the insurance people paid the money. But the mother knew something wasn't right with her baby. Because she said, the way my son exercises, the way my son runs, like her son is fit. Her son is her fucking athlete. She said, it's not possible. They look at the alligators. They look. They cannot find a body. Where the fuck is Mike? And the mother's like, no. She's like, this girl is moving too funny. Like, she just moved on. She's shopping. And also, she kept the daughter away from the mother. Right? If you were a good person, you'd be like, yo, this lady lost her son. Let her have access to her grandbaby because that's the only memory of her son that she has. Nope. Took the money, took the child, treat the woman like she was not even minding her mother-in-law at all. The thing was just weird. It took them, like, yo, when I tell you, it took almost 11 years. The mother was like, they did something to my child. It is not possible because he does that all the time. Like, he goes duck hunting all the time. He is super fit. He can run. I mean, all kinds of shit. Just like, nah, something's weird. Let me play the part where this man confesses how he killed his best friend. Hold on. Is it right here? Hold on.
And he took my sense of security and safety from me. He stole it from me. And I will never. What?
Hold on.
Two of which are felonies. Investigators accurately share with Brian that he's facing up to 30 years in prison for the kidnapping. And they offer him a plea deal. Share what he knows about Mike Williams' disappearance, and they won't pursue any charges against him for that case. He takes them up on their offer. He shares everything he knows. And it's a lot. He starts with the fact that he and Denise had been having an affair.
You see? And think about the fact that Erika did not even fight for Charlie Kirk's parents to take the stage, you guys. This boy is dead. We have yet to see his mom. This boy is dead. We have yet to see his dad. They have turned his memorial service into a political rally. Can you imagine? It's like his body is like for money. His body is for money. Everything about Charlie is to raise money. The girl said, "Oh, go sign up for Turning Point USA. If you don't have a local chapter, go create one." I'm like, girl, that can wait though. I don't like your husband, but signing up for Turning Point USA is not a priority. Creating a new chapter is not a priority. This is traumatic. No, start a new chapter, join a chapter, give money. We did not. Have you seen Charlie Kirk's parents? Have you heard from his parents? And that's the same thing. This witch right here, she did the same thing to the mom. She did the same thing to Michael's mom. It's like his mom was a non-factor. The lady was completely ignored. I said, you, Erika, you, me, Marlene, I see something off with your ass. Y'all, listen carefully, huh? Listen. Oh, I got to go to the Stairmaster.
Long before Mike's disappearance.
So I've known Denise my whole life, basically since preschool. We started having an affair October 13th, 1997.
Oh, you said nothing.
Basically, Denise made it clear.
Hold on. That also, hey, you guys, let me tell you something, right? When they tell you the dead be talking, this could even be Charlie Kirk talking to us. This could be Charlie. What's his birthday? Hey, Brittany, what's Charlie's birthday? What is Charlie Kirk's birthday, y'all? What's his birthday? Somebody write down his birthday. Maybe I'll show his birthday. When I tell you that people need to be careful killing people. People need to be careful doing their scheming and their whatever. What's Charlie Kirk's birthday? October 14th. October 14th. Here I am. I'm playing the video. The man said that me and the lady started having an affair when? October 13th. He's not, wherever he is, he's not happy. And you know what I think? Do you know what I think? The guy, Michael, who passed away, I feel like the reason why his mom couldn't let it go, I think he possessed his mom. I really do, you guys. I don't know how to explain it. It is what it is, okay? You don't have to believe me. It's fine, okay? But do you remember in the movie with Patrick Swayze, okay, and Whoopi Goldberg, right? What happened, okay? What did Patrick Swayze do? He possessed Whoopi Goldberg. Now, you can think it's a movie. I think it's real. I think this life is extremely mystical. And also, if you call yourself a Christian, why would you even struggle to believe it? Because they said Jesus was born with no sex, okay? His mama never had sex. He was just born, okay? He walked on water. He went up to the mount, and he had a transfiguration. So this is not too hard to believe. It's a lot harder to walk on water than it is for a dead person who's seeking justice to possess someone. And I think Charlie Kirk has possessed Candace. I think she is possessed by Charlie's spirit. That's why he's not going to let up. He's not going to let up. This Libra is pissed the fuck off. Because now that he's dead, he's like, oh shit. Then you guys, there is nothing in this life that is coincidental. The boy was born October 14th. Just like George Floyd that he bullied, George Floyd was also born October 14th. One day I'll do a video and I will prove to you that Charlie Kirk and George Floyd were twin flames. They were twin flames. It is a real thing. This mystical stuff is actually really frightening. Even me sometimes, like I get scared myself. I don't want to do because it's a lot. It really is a lot. It's a part of me I don't like to explore too much because it's quite freaky, all right? It is quite freaky, okay? He's born, what's his name? George Floyd was born like October 14th, 1973, right? Charlie Kirk is born October 14th, 1993. When you study twin flames, the bigger flames, the one that's like the protective flame, they come last. So the baby flame comes first. The stronger flame comes next. Okay, so Charlie, he has a bigger flame than George Floyd, but they're twin flames. It's a long story. One day, if I feel like it, I'll do a video. Y'all gotta lose weight, okay? But do you think we're sitting here watching the video? Charlie Kirk is born October 14th. And this video where the best friend sleeps with the wife is, oh, we started having an affair October 13th. Charlie Kirk is talking to us. Charlie Kirk is talking to us. Let's keep going, you guys. Y'all need to pay attention. You need to pay attention. Okay?
He takes them up on their offer.
Okay.
He shares everything he knows.
Yeah.
And it's a lot. He starts with the fact that he and Denise had been having an affair
Listen.
long before Mike's disappearance.
So I've known Denise my whole life, basically since preschool. We started having an affair October 13th, 1997.
Okay.
Basically, Denise made it clear she would never get divorced.
Okay. You see this? You see how he's at your wedding? Right? This is Mike, y'all. This is Mike. This is the best friend. My mom always said to me, the person who will betray you, aka your Judas, is never far from you. The person who wants your life, the person who will have you killed, okay, is someone you know and it's someone you love. Jesus loved Judas, right? And what happened? Nehemiah, let's go. What's his name again? Uriah. Uriah loved David. David had him killed. David had him killed because David was having sex with his wife. You see, and that's what happens sometimes. When a man sleeps with another man's wife, he starts having desire to murder that man because he wants that man's life. If you sleep with someone's life, someone's wife, you want his life. David killed Uriah. And when you read the Bible, when Uriah came back to David, the Bible lets you know how much Uriah loved David. So he didn't want to go home. He's like, no, I want to stay here. I want to protect you. I want to watch over you. He's like, what the fuck? Because David knew he smashed Bathsheba. He knew she was pregnant. So he wanted her to go home. He wanted him to go home and have sex so that way he could put the baby on his ass. Right? What else happened over here? We also saw, what's her name? Diana Ross. Diana Ross was pregnant by Berry Gordy. She lied to the white man that her pregnancy was his pregnancy. The whole time, that pregnancy belonged to Berry Gordy. She lied for over 17 years. Can you imagine? The way these women out here be lying on paternity, okay? Diana Ross herself, okay? Where's she at? Hold on. Give me a second. Hold on. Diana, Ross, yeah. Berry Gordy and her husband, okay? All right? Right? But Diana was having sex with Berry Gordy. She was his longtime mistress, right? Longtime mistress. And guess what? She gets pregnant by him, right? This white, what's his name? What's the white man's name? What's his name? Tracy Ellis. Ellis, right? Ozio. He's also Jewish, huh? Okay, hold on. Let me do this, right? Diana Ross. Berry Gordy. And boom, there you go. Okay? So Diana was pregnant. There you go, right? You see? Had this man, right? You see, it's right there, right? So some of y'all don't know this, right? Some of you guys probably don't know this, right? Diana Ross got married to a white man, okay? The white man is, I'm sure he's Ashkenazi Jew, okay? So that's her husband. So while she was married to him, she was having an affair with Berry Gordy, okay? She'd had an affair with Berry Gordy since she was part of the Supremes. It was a very, very, very long affair. So then she got pregnant. When she got pregnant, she told this white man that the baby, this black girl, was his baby. So for 16 plus years, he believed that this girl was biracial. She ain't biracial. Her daddy is Berry Gordy. Her father is Berry Gordy, and she looks just like him, right? And so they said when they finally told her that her father was not the white man, but that her daddy was Berry Gordy, she felt relieved. Because you see, she does not look biracial. This is Tracy, right? I think this is Tracy. That's somebody else, right? And then this is her. And you can see she looks like a full-blown black girl. Look at her nose. Look at his nose. Look at her nose. Look at her nose. Look at her nose. She has a wide nose. Okay? Sorry, you guys. My bad. Hold on. Give me a second. Where am I again? Okay. Stop sharing. Give me a second. Okay? I'm like, this ain't your child, sir. This is not your child. Right? But they told him and they told her, he's your dad. But for the longest, she was confused because she's like, I don't look like this man. But she realized that she looked more like Berry Gordy. Okay? She looked like Berry Gordy. So when they finally told her when she was like 16 or 17, right? She's like, yeah, it makes sense. Because she looks like this man. Because this is her dad. You see? Look at this. That's her dad. You see? Here she is. Look at this picture, right? Hold on. Let me show you this picture. Okay? So here's Berry Gordy. And he was a married man. So because I guess he didn't want his wife to know, he didn't want the public to know that he was the daddy, they had to go find a useful idiot and make this useful idiot believe that he was the father, right? But look at his nose. Look at his nose. All right. Now fast forward. Here he is, right? She was sleeping with someone's husband. And it was not going to be cute for Diana Ross, the Beyonce of the time, right, to talk about she pregnant by someone's husband. It's not good for the brand. So he went out of his way. He found the white man and he told her to seduce the white man. See, here she is, right? Here she is. And you can see she looks just like her dad. She was just like her dad. But for the longest, they told her that the white man was her dad. It's like, no, he's not your dad. He's not your dad, right? Your dad is Berry Gordy because Diana Ross was a longtime mistress. So it's a lot of women out here who lie on paternity. It's a lot of men out here, women out here who are having sex with their husband's best friend. It happens all the time. It happens all the time. Where's my video? Where's my video? Where's my video? Okay. Because I have to give you some examples real quick. Where's the video I was playing? Oh, this one, right? Okay. You see? Once again, he's at your wedding, and the whole time he likes your wife. They were probably even having sex right here, huh? Who knows?
Primarily because of appearances. She is ultra concerned about the way that she appears to the world. Mike knew something was up, but he didn't know what was up.
Okay. So he says she's very concerned in her appearance, her image. When we get to Erika, you guys, I have to go a little bit. When we get to Erika, you will see Erika is a Scorpio. She's a Scorpio. And one thing you know about these water signs, they care about their appearance. They care about their public appearance. She's a Scorpio and she's a life path number 3. And it matters. Andrew, so what's your boy's name? Charlie, Libra, life path number 1. Erika, Scorpio, life path number 3. Andrew, Gemini, life path number 6. It matters. It truly matters. It truly matters. Listen carefully. I'm going to share this video in the community tab so you can watch that for yourself. You hear how he said she's very concerned about her image? She was never going to divorce because of her image? Okay. Let's keep watching the video.
I know Denise told me that he went to Denise's mom, Johnny Merrill, and was asking her or concerned about money, cash that was disappearing from their accounts. And he didn't know if she was having an affair. So Denise was getting worried that things were going to blow up. And she was concerned about not getting divorced because of the appearances of it, but also because she was scared to lose her daughter. She didn't want to lose any time with her daughter. There was also that $500,000 policy. I believe it was paid semi-annually or quarterly. Denise paid the bills. The plan with Mike, when I sold him the $1 million policy, was that he was going to drop the $500,000. He wasn't going to keep that. Denise knew the timing on the $500,000 policy and when it was supposed to be lapsing. And I can't tell you what that date was, but it was going to be soon after December of 2000.
Okay, now let me show you something also, you guys. You gonna see? Okay, so if this is the right date, well, if that's the right date, right? If this is really her, just like Erika, she's a water sign. She's a Pisces, right? March 7, 1970, she's a Pisces. Erika is a Scorpio. Okay, so if the best friend that's the insurance agent, if he's a Gemini, I am throwing away my phone, and I'm scared of myself. Okay, I'm scared of myself. You see this? If this is her, March 7, she's a Pisces. She's a water sign, right? And I told you this. The thing about them people, them water people, they are truly self-conscious about their image. They are truly self-conscious about their image. Vincent. Okay, right? All right. Okay. Let's keep going. Y'all, when I tell you, I keep telling you this, like when I was thinking about this, the voice, I don't want to say it's the Holy Spirit. I don't want to lie on the Holy Spirit, but the voice kept saying to me, Marlene, you've seen this before. And I'm like, Lord, where did I see this before? You saw this before. You have seen this before. I'm like, where have I seen this before? And then this came to my head. I said, oh my God. Oh my God. You know, sometimes you watch a video on YouTube and you think you're just watching entertainment. No, God wants you to watch something so it can stay in your memory bank. You know what I'm saying? Because why did I watch this? Why did I watch this? It was a random day, y'all. It was a random day. I don't know. I was cleaning, doing my hair. It was playing in the room. I was here in the bathroom, right? It was a random day. But I've come to realize that sometimes God will have you watch things. You will watch a documentary, a movie, whatever, and you're like, what the heck? And it sticks with you. But I'm like, it's not random. Nothing in this life is random. He wants that. God wants it to stay in your memory bank, because one day he's going to use that to talk to you. He's going to use that to talk to you. So far, they start having an affair pretty much the same day as Charlie Kirk's birthday. We find out the wife also is a water sign, just like Erika. Okay, you guys, it adds up. It adds up. It adds up. Oh, I gotta go.
Their anniversary was also coming up. I think there was pressure from Mike on her. They needed to have another baby or something like that. There was just a lot of pressure, is the best way I can describe it. So sometime in 2000, the subject of Mike or Kathy's deaths started coming up in conversations. There was no point in talking about anything happening with Kathy. That was not going to happen. I was not going to do anything like that to my son.
Brian then outlined several scenarios that he and Denise considered to murder Mike. They settled on a date, changed the date, and when the final date arrived, Brian met Mike under the guise of duck hunting.
And what I said, when we watched the interview, you guys, we have time. I don't have time tonight, but we'll have time, right? When I tell you, I watched this interview of, hold on. I'm going to share everything so you can see it for yourself, right? I'm going to give you all the links and you can watch everything by yourself until we get here on Tuesday. On Sunday, right? Let me show you something real quick. Andrew, let me show you something real quick, you guys. When I tell you,
him and RFK got a little mad at him for one.
When I tell you, when I watched this yesterday, this Andrew dude, the way this guy gave me the heebie-jeebies, it's not even a joke. You guys, there is a part where what was it?
The vibes were good at Fox.
How much did Charlie believe in Maha?
Loved it. Charlie was like Mr. Maha. He, I don't know what percentage of, I can't say it out loud, but Charlie did.
Does Erika have full confidence that we got the shooter, the right shooter?
I think so. And I also think, I think we're waiting to see if there's more details that will follow. Who knew in advance? Who radicalized them? Was there a funding network?
Like that.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about the behind the scenes relationship of Charlie and Erika. And I mean, this is an audience of women that want.
Guys, I'm telling you, I'm gonna find the part where she talked about Charlie, when she talked about, because allegedly his heart was still beating. So she was like, I told Erika he was waiting on you. He's like, I'll find it. Let this one play. I will find that part for y'all. This dude is weird. This dude is so weird. Hold on. Y'all, hold on. Listen, watch this first. Hold on.
And proceeded as planned.
We went to the landing where his truck was found. We launched the boat. It was just like a hunting trip was supposed to be. The plan that was discussed and come up with was that he was going to be wearing waders. The belief was somebody falls in the water with waders, you're going down. We went out like we were going hunting. We got to the area where his waders and jacket were found. I got him to stand up and I pushed him into the water. He got his jacket off and his waders off. I was driving the boat.
I heard this right. Mike was trying to save himself, huh? Right? Listen.
We went out like we were going hunting. We got to the area where his waders and jacket were found. I got him to stand up and I pushed him into the water.
He tricked him into standing up and then he pushed him in the water. Y'all, ask yourself, when I tell you even that Utah place, like they chose that location specifically, right? Where was his security? Remember how we saw that one little girl who was like, nobody was checking because her friend asked her, like, do you need tickets? Do you need tickets? She's like, no, there was like pretty much no police. For like thousands of people, they had like two police officers, y'all. They were not checking for tickets. If you want to come, you can come. You don't want to, you don't have to. There was no security. There was pretty much no police. They didn't have no metal detector thing. There were no dogs. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. And I'm like, to me, Marlene, they chose Utah specifically for that reason. I'm like, I feel like to me, it's an ambush. He walked into a setup. He walked into a setup, and they made sure to have the least amount of security possible. They made sure to have the least amount of security possible. And I'll find the video. The girl was like, oh yeah, there was no police. You could just walk. You could just do whatever. Nobody was checking to see if you had tickets. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. And I'm like, where was his security? Why did he not have more security? Or was it intentional for him not to have security? And the fact that somebody from Turning Point USA, you guys, Charlie, they pew-pewed in the neck. Instead of, and I told you, the first time I did the video, I was like, it's so weird how nobody came to his rescue, right? They're not trying to save him. Nobody's trying to apply, even if he died on the spot. I still feel like you will still have this hopeless part of you that will still try to do something. Right? Even if I think he died on impact, I am still going to try to do something, take my shirt off, like try to wrap his neck as tight as possible, like use my hands, press on this thing so he doesn't bleed out. No, they're running for their lives. They're moving casually. Then there's another person from Turning Point USA. Oh, do you think he checks on Charlie? No. His first thought is to go for the camera. His first thought is not to say, oh my gosh, Charlie's dead. Oh my Lord, is he okay? Is he alive? No. His initial reaction is to go for the camera. There was a camera, like this is me, right? I'm Charlie. There's a camera right here. There's a camera right here. His first thought is to go for that camera. That is not normal. I'm like, I don't even know how I would think. How can you think of a camera? How can you think of a memory card? He goes for the camera, then he removes the memory card. And then he says, oh, I just didn't want Erika to see that. I'm like, how can you even think that? My thoughts wouldn't even be straight. You guys, I don't even care who it is. Whether I like you, I don't like you. Me, Marlene, if I'm witnessing a murder, I don't even know what kind of headspace I'm going to be in. What the fuck did I just see? What the fuck did I just see? What the fuck? What the fuck? Like, what the fuck is this shit? Okay? My mind is not going for, oh yeah, there's a camera. Let me remove the camera. Let me take out the memory drive because the memory card because I don't want Erika to see it. What? She's going to see it. Everybody here was recording it anyways. What are y'all hiding? What are y'all hiding? So you see, when they led Mike to go duck hunting, it was a pretense. Then he had to trick it because Mike is fit, y'all. Like when I play the whole video on Sunday, you watch it to yourself, you'll see his mom explains it very well. He is very, very fit. Even Andrew, you guys, you have to watch both videos. Andrew even said that Charlie Kirk was very fit. He said Charlie Kirk was running. He used to run 20 miles a day. He's like, he could run 20 miles a day. It's not until his back started hurting. So instead of running, he started walking. I'm like, damn, that sounds like Mike. And I'm like, God had me watch this documentary thing for a reason. Like the day when this thing, because it started to autoplay. The day that this thing right here, this video started autoplaying on my YouTube, it was God. It really was God. It was God. And I'm like, he wanted me to have this in my memory bank. I don't care what nobody says. I remember when I told you when my friend killed his wife and he tried to finesse me and I almost believed it. And I said to y'all, his wife came into my house. Yes, her ghost. I will never stop saying it. She came into my house. I was sitting on my bed. She started going off. El man took my life. I will never see my kids. The girl was enraged. I was like, what the freak? So I called my other friend. I said, Sophie, the lady came into my house. I think he killed her. I did not even check because I believed him. I did not even check the internet, nothing, you guys. When I tell you, I was on the bed. The girl was right there. I didn't see her body, but I knew it was someone there. And the energy, the person was just going off. And I'm like, oh my God. So even I got scared. So then I called my friend Sophie and I was like, girl, I think the girl came into my house because she's so upset. She is raging. He got 35 years, y'all. He got 35 years. Okay. And mind you, he was convicted on his birthday, like a day or two, either on his birthday or a day before his birthday. They gave that dude 35 years. When I saw that video, because first of all, he was moving funny. But when that lady came And then I was like, Marlene, it's time for you to go on Google to see what really happened. And then I read what he said to the police officers. And I remember what he told me. It didn't match. That's the thing about lying, huh? It's hard to remember your lies. And my friend was like, oh, Marlene, you're not supposed to be talking to the dead. I'm not talking to the dead. She came to me. I didn't go looking for her. I did not go looking for her. Okay, thank you. Right? You can't help it if dead people want to talk to you because obviously they want justice. It's not my fault. Right? But I'm like, this movie, this documentary here, this video did not play on my YouTube for random. God wanted me to have this in my memory drive. But the same way this guy described, the same way he described Mike is the same way Andrew described Charlie Kirk. Very fit, very athletic. And I think that's why when they shot him in the heart, his heart did not turn off right away because he has a very, very strong heart. Just like Mike. Just like Mike. Hold on.
He got his jacket off, his waders off. I was driving the boat. I didn't know what to do. And I ended up shooting him.
Brian then got Mike's body into his car, pushed the boat back out, then went to rendezvous with his father.
Okay. And also, when we do it on Sunday, because I heard that from Jimmy Dore, do you know that Charlie Kirk's dead body did not go into an ambulance? Do you know that Charlie Kirk's dead body did not go into an ambulance? It went into a car. They put a dead body. He wasn't dead because his heart was still beating. What were they up to? What exactly are these people up to? Okay, when in America have you ever seen somebody get shot? We are not in Africa, okay? This is America. It's a first world country. Somebody gets shot like that, especially someone as popular as him gets shot, and you people put his body, he got shot in the neck, and you put him in a truck. They put this boy in an SUV. He did not go into an ambulance. He did not go into an ambulance. Like when Jimmy Dore said that, I was like, what the heck? He did not go into an ambulance. Why? And I need to find the part where she talks about his heart beating. You'll see.
Father-in-law, who he had also planned to go hunting with that morning to establish his alibi.
Yeah.
But realizing you wouldn't make it to meet his father-in-law on time, you went home where Kathy was still sleeping and got into bed with her, establishing his new alibi. Then he pretended to just wake up, called his father-in-law to say he'd overslept and wouldn't make it, then went off to bury Mike's body in a remote location. He tells police where they can find the body, which turns out to be just 5 miles from his mother's home. They retrieve Mike's body wrapped in a tarp and still wearing his wedding band.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Let me fast forward. Let me bring you on right here real quick. Hold on, you guys. Watch this. Listen to this. Listen carefully. Listen carefully.
He was still extraordinarily famous in Asia, but he woke up really early in the morning one day and he just got to go for a walk. And he's a walker.
Oh my gosh, he's a pacer.
He paces. Well, his pace that he keeps up when he walks, because he had these big, tall, long legs. And so it's hard to keep up with him when you're walking, but he just loved walking. He loved it. He used to run a ton. So when I first started working with Charlie, he was running like 10 miles a day. I'm not even kidding. And he eventually couldn't do that because he hurt his back from all the plane flights. And his back was a constant problem for him. So he just was like, okay, I'm gonna walk. And he walked all around Seoul just by himself and adventured and explored. And that was, if you get into the day-to-day real life of Charlie, he just didn't have that kind of an experience being alone much.
Yeah, I was.
Do you know the guy who killed Mike is also married? He is married too. They're both married. The niece is married to Mike. The best friend, he's also married. And the two were creeping because I got to go on the Stairmaster, right? But I'm like, they were both married and they were both having an affair and they both decided that they were going to kill Mike. It's the way that she moved on that set the mother off like something is weird. Even when the insurance money got paid off, it was the best friend, the insurance man, who told the mama that they ruled it a homicide or whatever, missing person, whatever, and that the insurance paid the money. Just hold up, wait a minute. How y'all gonna pay the money and you don't even have my son's body? She's oh hell. Well, I tell you, that white woman would not let up. Like, I cried for this. I'm like, people are so fucking wicked. And he knew he had killed her son, and he was all up in her face like this. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? These people are crazy. But I'm like, no, it is insane. Because I don't have time. You can watch the first video with Mike and his best friend who killed him. Then you can come back and watch this one. When you listen to Andrew talk, he sounds like the best friend. And he's also his best friend. This guy's also his best friend. When we go into the life path numbers, oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit, that shit go crazy. That shit go crazy. That shit go crazy. Like, I'm like, yep, I can see it. I can see it. I just have to go on the Stairmaster. Hold on. Okay?
I'm gonna say that's really interesting.
Because he had to be surrounded by security, or he had his team or the staff. And so he just loved it. And he got to do that. And he kept sending us like selfie videos from the route he was taking, how he's exploring the city. And he did a couple other walks with his team. But then he went to Tokyo.
Okay,
I can't say it out loud, but Charlie did.
Does Erika have full confidence that we got the shooter, the right shooter?
I think so. And I also think, I think we're waiting to see if there's more details that will follow. Who knew in advance? Who radicalized them? Was there a funding network? All of that stuff I think is fair and open-ended questions that we can keep asking, and we should. But I have every confidence that Cash and Dan at the FBI and the whole DOJ are behind this, and the cooperation with local law enforcement has been tremendous. And so,
and also when you watch this on your own, I want you to look at his mannerism. Every time Andrew lies, he scratches his neck. Remember how I told you Trump, every time Trump about to do some bullshit, or every time Trump about to lie, he has to crack a joke? Remember when he went to Fox and the black guy asked him about the whole Charlie Kirk thing? He said, "Oh, you're doing well. I'm so glad you're here." The white woman asked him a question about Charlie Kirk. He said, "Oh, you should be thanking me because I brought you a scoop." What did he say? Something, right? Every time somebody asks Trump about Charlie Kirk, he has to make a joke. He has to talk about something else because he's extremely uncomfortable because he knows something. When you have a guilty conscience, it's hard to fake it, y'all. It's hard to fake it. Andrew, every time they ask him questions and he's about to lie, he goes like this. He'll scratch his neck. He'll do this with his hands, And the funny thing is, if this guy is your best friend and this guy got shot in the neck and he has two little babies, one is 3, one is 1, there's not even a moment he said, "You know what? I miss my friend." Y'all, he never said that shit. He wasn't like, "Oh, I miss my friend." Just thinking about the life he could have lived and everything in store for him, and he's not going to have to see that. His children will have to see that. Nothing. This man did this whole interview. All he talked about was Charlie Kirk, the public figure. I'm like, because you wanted his life. And you have to remember, he claims Charlie Kirk was his best friend. He worked for Turning Point USA. But Andrew is older. Y'all, it's some real shit. Andrew was born June 4th, 1984. He's older than me. Okay, he's born June 4th. He's a Gemini. June 4th, 1984, right? Erika is born November 20th, 1988. Charlie, October 14, 1993. He's the youngest. Of all these 3 people here, he's the young one. So could you see how there was some shit that he probably was green to because he didn't see that shit? Because they're both older. Right? And then remember, Candace told us that Erika did not want to marry Charlie because he's not her type. He ain't her type. Okay? She's older. I think she's like 5 years older. Like, she's older than him. She was not interested. And Candace told us they had to bully her because her name sounds like, it sounds like a sneeze. Right? So they just wore her out. And eventually, child, I gotta go. Eventually, she agreed. So she didn't marry him because she wanted to. It's a lot to talk about, right? It's a lot to talk about. And even Nick Francis brought that up. But I'm like, could you concede to the fact that because Andrew, and also, let's be so for real, y'all, even though I think he's an evil Gemini, but Andrew is more attractive. Andrew is taller, right? Andrew has more muscles. Andrew is also calmer. He's very calm. That Charlie Kirk, he's a very destructive little Libra. You got too much energy, you're a little reckless, right? He's very young. But he's the OG. He's the OG. And you got this OG out here working for a boy that's 10 years younger than him, right? The little man building more than him. And also, don't forget, Trump told you Charlie Kirk didn't go to college, right? So imagine even him as a man, how that made him feel. He can say whatever the fuck he wants to say. But I know as a man, you have to feel some kind of way because he's like 10 years younger than you. He's making more money than you. He's giving you orders. He pays your salary. He has all this, like the fame. Everybody is saying, oh, Charlie Kirk gonna be president. Charlie Kirk gonna be president. Charlie Kirk gonna be president, right? If that was enough for Joseph to get his ass thrown, remember, because Joseph said he had a dream. His staff was up, his brothers were down. What happened next? Reuben and them, they grabbed his ass and they tossed his ass into a well, right? There's something to be said when your younger siblings can like outshine you, right? When they can dim your light. A lot of older people can't take that. A lot of older people cannot take that, right? And I'm like, and for me, when I read the life path number, I could see why, besides the physical part, but the emotional part, I can see why Erika would be emotionally drawn to Andrew. Because remember, most affairs, when it comes to a woman, right? Most women don't even cheat off of like sexual attraction. They usually cheat when they have an unmet emotional need. And Charlie, the way he's a Libra and he's a life path number 1, he's a bit self-focused. Like he focuses on himself. Like he's very selfish and he wants more and more. And he's more so in love with his business than he truly was with Erika, right? So she's life path number 3 and she's a Scorpio. So her emotions are all over the place, but she's a woman who needs a lot of emotional validation. She needs to be excessively validated. Now, the fact that this dude is a Gemini, so you know he's going to play mind trick on you because everybody know Gemini, they bipolar. Geminis are two-faced. They have multiple faces. Let me take this. Geminis are the kind of people, whatever face they have to put on, whatever kind of mask they have to put on to win, they'll do it. You know, remember like Game of Thrones? If you remember watching Game of Thrones, right? Right? The man of many faces. Okay? Right? Remember him? Remember that? Remember? Right? The man of many faces in Game of Thrones, he had all these faces. I'm like, yeah, that's a fucking Gemini. That is a fucking Gemini. Right? And he trained Arya. He was training Arya. One day she went in there and she saw all the, she's like, how did you get all these faces? Because every time he kills someone, he takes their face. And that's a Gemini for you. They can be anybody. They can be anyone at any time, anywhere. But because that's how they do people. And if you see, even if you see like Tauruses that are born in May, they have the ability to do that as well. Because Gemini starts in the month of May. So when you have like Tauruses born in May, they are also capable of being like the people of many faces. They will take on whatever face. But do you see how, if you are jealous of your man's, right? If you are able to seduce his wife, because it's not going to start sexually. It don't start sexually. It starts by being her emotional support. You are the husband she wished she had. When he's not calling her back, you call her back all the time. When he's not texting her, you're texting her. When he forgets the anniversary, you're the one who don't forget the anniversary. Makes sense. He's a Gemini. I don't trust his ass. He's an air sign. We are very manipulative. We are a manipulative people. We are like at our core, like air signs without Jesus, we are a very manipulative people. Okay? Right? Okay? We are a very manipulative people. Listen to me. Right? So he gave her what she needed. And I told you, this is why most water signs who go and be with the Gemini, it don't work because they get bored. Because Geminis, they know how to wrap you around their fingers. Okay? What's it called? Lupita and Josh, right? I told y'all this thing right here wasn't going to last. I told you it's not going to last. He's going to get bored because Lupita is a Pisces, a water sign. Josh is a Gemini. This is easy work. It's easy work. He gonna wrap you around his finger. When he done, he gonna send you back to the streets because you're not a challenge. Like they need a challenge, but it's a people like Geminis know how to get into your head. You don't see Trump. Trump will say whatever you need. That's why he's a great salesperson. America first, wump you wump wump. Come to find out, a lot of the things that Trump was saying, he took that from Pat Buchanan. It did not even come out of his own brain. Okay, but Trump will mirror how you feel. Even the fact that he's always wearing like that blue suit with the white shirt and the red tie to make it seem like he's a regular person going to work, all of that, right? This is what Gemini people do. It's actually really scary. It's impressive, but it's scary at the same time. But they can make you feel comfortable. They will mirror whatever you give them. Whatever a Gemini thinks you need in the moment, they'll be just that for you. The whole time, it's mind control. Before you know it, you're going to be eating out their hands. These people are dangerous. They are dangerous. They are so dangerous. Like, I mean, mind you, I'm married to one, but I'm just saying, like, they're very manipulative. It's a very, very manipulative air sign. Be very careful. But I'm like, yeah, Erika, he ate you up. He got your ass. But I'm like, even if Erika is first, like even if Erika is the quote unquote CEO of Turning Point USA, he's going to lead this woman. He's going to lead this woman. And you will see when I played her interview also, the way she looks at him, the way she looks at him, the way she smiles when she looks at Andrew. No bueno. No bueno whatsoever. Where is he? Andrew, where you at? Okay. You see?
Yeah, I'm very aware that there are other theories of the case. And I would just say, listen, we have to open every door, pursue every lead, and be open to being surprised. That being said,
you see, that being said, what you mean that being said? A real bestie be like, we're going to get to the bottom of this. He's like, no, that being said what?
There's a pretty high level of confidence that this is the truth and that
there's a pretty high level of confidence this is the truth. No, it's not. It's not. There are holes. This boy, I forgot his name, Trey. What's his name again? That little white boy. The people are picking holes. People are picking holes. It's a low level of confidence. It is a low level. Okay. Everybody is picking that thing apart. The gun that was put together. So he disassembled the gun and he reassembled the gun. You guys, it's all over the place. People are confused. You see one guy in the neighborhood, he's walking with a limp. You see one guy in the stadium, he has no limp. It's like, what is going on? No, Gemini. No, there is no high level of confidence. There is an extremely low level of confidence. People are asking questions, right? But he wants he wants it wrapped up. He wants it wrapped up as quickly as possible so they can continue, they can raise more money, create more clubs, sign up more people, and keep taking money from the Jews. He's up to no good. He is up to no good. Because at first, me personally, I really felt like Trump had something to do with it. I kind of still do. I felt like Trump has something to do with it, and I thought Peter Thiel would have something to do with it too, because Peter Thiel wants J.D. Vance to run for president. Okay? He wants J.D. Vance to run for president, right? So you could see how when people start saying things like, oh, what's your boy's name? Charlie's going to be the new president. Charlie's going to be the next president. I could see how for someone like Peter Thiel, who has invested so much money into creating, because he created J.D. Vance from scratch. J.D. is a nobody. J.D. is a fraud. J.D. is a nobody. J.D. ain't nothing but a prostitute. He is a political prostitute. He ain't got no daddy. Okay? This man is J.D. Vance's pimp. So if you put so much money behind J.D., you want to make sure that when it comes time for 2028, nobody can compete with JD. So that's where my mind went. I'm like, I know Israel to me is too obvious. Peter Thiel, that's where my mind went. Because I'm like, and look at how JD Vance took that shit, man. He was holding on to Erika. They put his body on his plane. He was holding on to the casket. He was the first one to bring back the podcast. He was sitting there taking over. I said, suspicious. Okay, suspicious. Because JD Vance has no charisma. He has no personality. And the problem is also he's married to an Indian. A lot of these white people are not going to vote for a man that got an Indian wife for her to be the first lady of America. They had a hard time with Michelle Obama. You think they want an Indian cooking all kinds of curry, whatever they cook in a Bangalore in the White House? Oh, hell no. Right? So I was like, so for me, Peter Thiel is where my mind went. Because I could see Peter not wanting any opposition for his boy JD in 2028. Also, Peter Thiel has a defense company. Like, he sells weapons. So he's in a business of murder. Okay? If you can kill in Palestine, if you can kill in Gaza, why you can't kill in Utah? Okay? Like, that's what he does for a living. He kills people. All right? So I'm like, yeah, my mind went to Peter Thiel. And I was like, yeah, and Trump knows about that shit. Because Trump is moving weird. Trump is fucking weird. If this was Eric, if this was Donald, if this was Barron, he would not be cracking jokes. And when you think about how much Charlie Kirk was obsessed with Trump, like when I tell you he's a fangirl, like if Trump had no fans, it means Charlie Kirk, I guess he's going, right? Charlie Kirk was obsessed with Trump. I think he liked Trump more than he liked his own daddy. I think the way that boy was in love with Trump and the way Trump has treated this boy passing away like that, it is very bizarre. Because I said, if this was Barron, if this was Eric, if this was Donald, you would not be cracking jokes. You're not going to sit here and be like, oh, I'm building the White House. I'm building a dance room and cracking all these weird ass jokes. Trump hasn't shed a tear. And when you think about the amount of work, you guys, the amount of work that Charlie Kirk put into getting Trump reelected, Nah, it don't add up. The math, the emotional math is not adding to me. So I looked at Trump sideways. I look at Peter Thiel sideways. But it's not until like this weekend or so, I started looking at Andrew. And mind you, if the rumors are true that they were trying to offer 150 million, and because now Charlie wanted to take a different position, which means losing the 150, you can see why Andrew might also have a motive to snip him, right? Because this is everything we've built, right? Remember too, when it came to Selena, who killed Selena? Right? Right? Who killed Selena? Okay, who killed Selena? Think about that, right? Who killed Selena? Right? Who killed Selena? Who? Yolanda, right? Yolanda, whatever, Almanzar, whatever her name is, like Cardi B, right? Right? Saldivar. Okay, there you go. Right? But why did she kill Selena? Because the books were funny. Remember, Selena went to her because the money was not adding up. And she was not just an assistant. Hey, Mark, she was not just an assistant. Yolanda was in charge of the money. So Selena started to realize the money looked funny. The money was missing. The money was weird. And there's also, you guys, I swear, listen, there's also an episode where even Candace was talking about the money at Turning Point USA, that Charlie was getting worried because the money was moving weird. Okay. Hold on. Charlie Kirk worried about the finances at Turning Point USA because money was missing. Hold on. Because Candace said that. Candace said that. Okay, you see? What I tell you, right? What I tell you. Charlie Kirk expressed concerns about TPUSA finances. How much you bet if you go and you look, you're going to see that Andrew is responsible for the money? How much you bet? How much do you want to bet? Charlie Kirk started asking questions about this money. How much you want to bet? How much do you, this is y'all, this is America, this is the land. Everybody growing up, you should have watched American Greed, okay? All right, we all know, and nothing like some good old American Greed on CNBC. Okay, we all watch American Greed on CNBC. Why do people usually kill their friends, kill their families, kill their husbands, kill their wives? Because something is going on with the money and they're about to get exposed. Y'all, listen, this is what I think, huh? I can't prove this, okay? This is my own opinion. Y'all need to look at Andrew. Y'all need to look at Andrew. Because something is, not only is something going on with the money, there's something going on with him and Erika. I said what I said. There is something going on between him and Erika, right? Because they said he was becoming concerned about the money.
All right, you guys. So a week before Charlie lost his life, he expressed some concerns about the finances at Turning Point USA. In fact, he wanted to put together an entire department, a little mini department, to address those concerns, and we have evidence of that. It is.
You see this? Do you hear this? How much you want to bet that if he actually went through with this, Andrew was going to come out being a thief? Because this means prison. It's embezzlement. If you steal money from your company, it's called embezzlement. Do you see? That's why I told y'all. I said to you, right? Growing up, when we used to watch Columbo, if you watch Columbo, because some of y'all don't know, okay? Right? But Marlene, and I'm going to tell you this, I did not watch Columbo in English. I watched Columbo in French, right? It was dubbed in French for me. But my thing about watching Columbo, you always knew if the suspect, like if the motive was too obvious, it was just too easy, it's not that person, it's somebody else. It is someone else. And that person is someone who knows that you and this other person have beef. So they exploit the fact that you have beef to kill you, and then they put it on that person because that's the most obvious person. Like this whole beef between Israel and Charlie, it's obvious. So because it's so obvious, it's so easy to blame Israel. And I'm telling you, don't do it. You're being lazy. What will Columbo do? He's like, nah, that's too obvious. Israel is too obvious. It's not them. It's too obvious. It's just too obvious. The tension is too obvious. It is something hidden. It's not, if it's obvious, it's not this. It is just not this. If it's too obvious, it's not that. Even when you watch like Murder, She Wrote, it was always the same thing also. When it came to Murder, She Wrote also, she's like, no, it is too obvious. It's too obvious. And if it's too easy, it's not the person you're looking for. But the real killer wants you to believe that. The real killer is hoping that you're going to go for the easy bait. You got to be like, no, it's too easy. Which lets me know it's the killer who left these breadcrumbs to distract me. Your job is to not get distracted. The killer is looking at you, hoping that you will blame Israel. I am telling you, it is too fucking obvious. It is too fucking obvious. There is something way more nefarious, ominous, diabolical going on. It's something more diabolical, okay? There's something more sinister, you guys. Listen to me. There is something more sinister. This Israel shit is too easy. Bill Ackman is too easy. It's just too fucking easy. It is too easy, right? Who else could have a motive to kill him? Now, if we know money was missing, and we're not even talking 100,000, we're talking millions is missing. Who would be willing to kill to make sure they don't get exposed? And not just that, because think about it. If money is missing, not only do you benefit, because if you know money is missing, Charlie Kirk says he wants to put a committee in place to see who stole the money. Huh? So by killing him, you probably will never get exposed. That's number one. Number two, and if you kill him and his ideation with separating from Israel, you keep the Jewish donors happy, and now you bring the money in, and this new money is going to help you to hide the old money that was stolen. Do you get me? The biggest donors to Turning Point are Jewish people, right? You get me, right? Let's say Turning Point USA right now has a deficit of negative $30 million. Okay? Negative 30 million. Even if you kill Charlie, if you don't get new money in, it's like a Ponzi scheme. Even if Charlie is dead because you don't want to go to prison, right? If you don't put that money back in, it's no point in you wasted your time killing him, because we are still going to find out. Like the plan has two steps to it. Charlie got to get the fuck out. Not only because he might expose you for stealing, but Charlie also has to go because the way he's talking, it is scaring the donors. Because every day he was losing donors. Go back to Jesus too, right? What was going on between Jesus and Judas? Judas was stealing the money. Judas had the purse, right? Out of all 12 apostles, he had the purse. And if you remember, when Mary Magdalene came in there and she wanted to wash Jesus's feet with the alabaster perfume, Judas said, oh, we could have used this money to feed the poor, some crazy shit, because he wants you to believe that he cares about the poor. He's financially savvy. He has great fiduciary duty, right? The whole time he wasn't talking about the poor. He wanted that money in a purse so he could steal some more. And why? When he went to steal Jesus, he sold him for some money. But Judas had the purse, and Christ knew he was stealing. But I think Judas was afraid of being exposed for stealing the money from the purse. Because let's not forget, if you read your Bible, if you went to Sunday school, what was the career of Matthew? Matthew's an accountant, right? The Bible ain't gonna tell you everything, but you gotta use your mind, right? When Jesus meets Matthew, he's an accountant. And what was he doing? He's a tax collector, right? Matthew was a tax collector. Matthew is an accountant and he's a tax collector. How much you want to bet Matthew started doing the math and the math was not giving Matthew what Matthew wanted? Right? Judas probably knew in due time I will be exposed. So he sold the master because he was stealing from him. You see, this is how far people will go to avoid being exposed, because they know they did wrong. They know they stole. They didn't even steal a little, they stole a whole lot. Because it's not just you're going to be exposed, you're going to get arrested, your wife might know, the shame of it all, it's a lot of shame that comes with being a corporate thief, right? So Charlie got to go because you can be exposed, but Charlie also has to go because these Jewish donors need to be taken care of so that they feel comfortable giving us more money. And then you take that money and you fill in the hole, because there's a hole. There's a big financial hole at Turning Point USA. There's a big hole at Turning Point USA, you guys. Listen to me. There is a big, listen, I'm prophetic. There's a big financial hole at Turning Point USA. So the pressure, Andrew is under a lot of pressure. He has been under a lot of pressure for a very, very long time. Erika knows. She knows. Charlie knows. They all know. It's going to come out because they white. They look out for each other. They say lying because they want to focus on black and black crime. Y'all going to see. You're going to see. There are money problems there. So for the money, and for the love of money, Cain killed his brother for what reason? Judas sold Jesus for what reason? Most of the time, why are people killing other people? For money. For money. It's always about money. It's always about money. So he had a lot of pressure. And that's why he can't cry. Like the way he is, something is not right. And the thing he doesn't realize, Andrew, doing shit like that, it weighs on the soul. It weighs on the soul. That's why he went, oh no, it's him. Believe it. I have a vote of confidence. Because if you put everything on Tyler, the white boy, then he can just go and just, but there is a God. There is a God. There is a God. There is a God. And you know what I'm saying? There's a God. And like I said, when it comes to Selena too, it was the same thing. Selena went to see the lady because the books were funny. The books were funny. She went to ask her a question. I trusted you. I put you in charge because she was in charge of Selena's non-for-profit and stuff like that. So all the money and donations went to her. So Selena went to talk to her. Instead of saying, oh, Selena, I stole, she wanted to keep it a secret. So she shot Selena because she would rather have Selena dead than to say, I stole. I'm sorry. All you have to do is repent. She couldn't do that. She couldn't do it. So she killed her. Lo and behold, Selena was pregnant. So she didn't even know. So not only you killed Selena, you killed the baby. Right? But she was stealing. She was stealing the money. Understand? And that's what happens is that people steal. The other man who killed his friend, the guy who killed Mike, the insurance guy who killed Mike, it was about the money. When we watch the video, you'll see Mike came to him like maybe a week before that. Mike came to him to increase his life insurance. It did something to him. Maybe he was living in debt. What do I know? When it comes to Tim of Sweetie Pie, right? He went and killed Andre, right? Tim went and he murdered Andre with his big hips, right? Tim went and he murdered Andre, right? Tim Norman, there you go. That's his name, right? He went and he murdered Andre for insurance money, right? He had put like $450,000 on Andre, life insurance money. He also put money on his mom. He put money on his mom, okay? So he killed Andre. He had the sex worker, the stripper girl. He told her to call Andre. Andre came outside and she talked to him. She's like, I'm leaving. When she left, Andre turned his body because he was walking back in the house. Somebody comes and shoots him in the back of the head. And there are videos, you guys. Let me show you. Hold on. Let me show you, right? Hold on. You can go somewhere. Okay. Hold on. And his mother, right? Let me show you. There are videos out there. I remember I saw a video. There's a video where you see Tim and his mom, right? They're out there. Oh, there you go. There it is. There you go. I knew it, right? This is it.
We've lost a lot of family members here on this street. Andre, as of late.
Reality star Tim.
He was outside with his mother. And you see his mom, because if you don't know this, right? Andre, Miss Sweetie Pie, right? Miss Robbie, like her son, because she has two sons. She has Tim and she has another son. But that son, he's dead. So her dead son, Andre, was his only son. So she only had one child from her dead baby. That's who Tim went and killed. So he takes his mother back because she loved Andre, and he was very jealous because she was spoiled. She was spoiled Andre. He was always picking on Andre. He was really jealous of him. He was really jealous. I'm like, you got to understand, that's her dead son's only child. So of course she's extra. When I tell you he went out there with his mama and they walk up and down the street and he's holding her, she is crying. She is confused, like, yes, mom, the whole time. He did this. And that's what they do. When they kill you like this, they're so bold. They're so arrogant. They want you to believe that, they want to convince other people that, I'm not hiding anything. You are crazy. Me, Marlene, I've been around the block. There's nobody more arrogant than the killer. There is no one more arrogant than the killer. These people are so arrogant. They're just so arrogant because they think if I act like I have nothing to hide, they will never suspect me. There is a God. There's the Holy Spirit. Y'all need to fear God. You need to fear God. So he was out here with his
Norman sentenced to life in prison for his role in a murder-for-hire plot that led to the fatal 2016 shooting of his nephew, Andre Montoya.
Right there with his nephew. He had him murdered. He put a life, he went to once again, life insurance. He went to a Palestinian, like DJ Khaled. He went to a Palestinian. He put life insurance on his nephew. Then he smoked his nephew. And he thought, because he was there. When this thing went down, he was there. He left his phone at home and he used a burner phone. But it doesn't matter. He thought because he bought a burner phone, they would never trace the phone back to him. Yeah, right. When I tell you that the insurance company was like, fuck that shit. Something smells fishy. Because the police, they're like, oh, it's just a murder. It's black on black crime. One thing. So they were ready to call Andre's murder a wash. When I tell you that the life insurance company, like, nah, fuck that shit. It's the life insurance company that started pinging that phone. I don't know how they did it, y'all, but ultimately he was there. The whole time he was there, you guys. When the sex worker called Andre, he was there. When Andre came outside, he was there. When Andre turned his head and he walked back towards the house, he was there. When they shot Andre, he was there. Tim was there the whole time. He was there the whole time. And the way he wanted that life insurance money, okay? But it's so disgusting because you should have seen the way he was holding his mother. They were walking there. He's like you don't even know what happened. I'm like, Tim, you're sick as hell. You are sick as hell. Hold on. Let me show the video. Let me show you the part where he's walking with her. Oh, right there, right? Hold on. Look.
Customers, thank you all so much for the many years of support. And just a week before his sentencing, Norman continued pleading his innocence on social media, telling fans, thank you for all the prayers. I'm still in disbelief. The caption, #innocent.
I know a lot of people, have said have done things in their past that they regret.
The prosecution adds,
I'll tell you, I need to know where to find this video. Right? They were right there. This is the street. This is where Andre was killed. They were right there. Oh my gosh. Hold on. They were right there. He was walking with his mom. Okay. He was walking with Miss Robbie like nothing happened. I'm like, this dude is sick as hell. I need to find this video. Oh my Lord. Yeah, he was walking and he was holding her. He was like, yeah, like nothing happened because he wanted people to believe that he had nothing to do with it. That's why they get so arrogant like this. Let me see. Somebody has that in there. Oh, I got to find that for you. And he was just walking there. Oh, where's that damn video? Walking with his mom. He's holding her. She's crying in his arm. He's like, oh, yes, mom. Oh, right there. Okay. Oh, she got it. There you go. Y'all, I have receipts, y'all. Hold on. It's right there. This dude.
Let's make it look like a gang hit.
Uh-huh.
And he thought he got away.
Yeah.
Uncle. When the little boys on Facebook brandishing weapons and, throwing up gang signs.
Mm-hmm.
So he basically had the perfect cover.
Mm-hmm.
Andre's wilding out.
Mm-hmm.
Let's make it look like a gang hit.
Exactly.
And
perfect cover. Oh, it's some kid that was radicalized. It's Antifa. It's Israel. You guys, it's too easy. Charlie Kirk had been. When I tell you in the 2016-ish, it was the most dangerous time to talk about gay people, trans people. Charlie Kirk was out here antagonizing these people every day. Nobody shot his ass. Okay. Like nowadays, you can talk to a trans, but a woman can't be a man ain't gonna be a woman. It's not a big deal. But do you remember 2016? Do you remember like in the 2010s for you to tell a trans person that a man can't be a woman? That will have your entire life like boom. Charlie Kirk was out here trolling people when this LGBTQ, the trans stuff was at a fever pitch. Like, these people were so protected. They were so protected, right? Nobody tried to smoke him. Like right now, like even the trans people, a lot of trans people are detransitioning. A lot of trans people themselves, they're making content telling other people don't do it. So I'm like, no, like those days are gone. Those days, like you have the wrong, it's the wrong timing, homie. It's the wrong timing. Oh, it's Antifa. It's Antifa. What? But he wants people to believe so badly that Tyler did it. Y'all need, pray about it, y'all. Pray about it.
He thought he got away with it.
Yeah.
But thank goodness for the cold case detectives keeping their foot on this story.
Exactly.
And now charging him and Erika. This is sickening. I mean, just a month ago, we were talking about Tim Norman and all the mess that was going on with him and Janae and the mother. There's always been something about Tim that a lot of us did not like. Like I said, them damn hips don't lie. He tries.
I will find the video for y'all. I will find the video. They were walking. Oh, right there. Oh, right there. Oh, there you go. Oh, I knew it. Yo.
This video. Watch this video. And I'm going to come back and break down what they're accusing Tim Norman of doing.
Oh, I got to go.
I drove my mom through the park to the spot where Andre lost his life because I had not been there yet. I don't think mom had been there either. And we're still in the same.
He lying. He said, I've never been there. You see this? He was there, y'all. He was there. He was there. The whole time he was there. When the insurance people, when they found his burner phone and they pinged that phone, he was right there. He was right there. He saw the whole thing. He saw the whole thing. He saw his nephew get clipped. He was there. Oh, I've never been there. So I decided to take mommy there so she could see because we've never been there. I've never been there. They pinged that phone. Tim was right there the whole time. He called Erika. He set the whole thing in motion, and he was there the whole time. He was there because he had to make sure Andre died, so that way he could go ask for the life insurance money. You see, and what also got him was that he got the life insurance a little too close to Andre dying, and then when Andre died and the death certificate came out, he was a little too aggressive to get the insurance company to pay it. That's what led the insurance company to be like, this right here could be a murder. And it took them like 2 years or something, but they didn't let up though. They did not let up because like this is extremely suspicious. I ain't never been there. I ain't never been there. Liar, he was there.
What they're accusing Tim Norman of doing.
And I drove my mom through the park to the spot where Andre lost his life because I had not been there yet. I don't think mom had been there either. And we're still in the same street basically as my grandmother's house, Natural Bridge. So you can see grandma's house right from here.
Natural Bridge is the main street that goes from one end of the city to the next. Everything happens on Natural Bridge. All the crime, all the fast racing. This is it.
Yeah, that's it.
They say he came out and used the phone. So they had to shoot him right here on this porch.
We've lost a lot of family members here on this street. Andre, as of late. And then before Andre, my father. And in between that was Linda's son, Monique's brother, Aaron, who was like my brother. And it's all on this one street, a few blocks from each other. Right across from grandma's house.
Yeah, that's the sad thing about it.
Since Andre's passing, I haven't gone through this part of the city. And really, I've been avoiding it.
I mean, it's like somebody that I wanted to take under my wing and make sure that he made it. And my goal was to get him through high school. And so when I did that, I really wanted him to go back home because St. Louis is a city where Black men are killing each other. And he came back.
Look at his face. Look at his face. And when I tell you, look at Tim, look at Tim's body language, and then you will see Andrew's body language. Like he's annoyed. This boy, listen, this dude is annoyed. He like, look at his body language. He's like scratching himself. Like, can we talk about something else? And not to say, like, even Trump does the same thing. You bring up Charlie Kirk, he wants to talk about something else. You bring up Charlie Kirk, he wants to talk about something else. You bring up Charlie Kirk, he wants to talk about something else. Okay? Look how he look at his mom. Because that's your only brother. Your dead brother, that's his only son. He never cried. He never wept. He never cried. He never even said, wow, I'm going to miss Andre. I'm really going to miss him. Never, ever, ever, ever. He died right there. My daddy died right there. She died right there. Like, what is wrong with you people? Okay? What is wrong with these people? Look at his body language, you guys. Let me slow it down. Look at his body language. These people batshit crazy. Look at his body language. Hold on. Look.
Back home because St. Louis
Look.
is a city where Black men are killing each other.
Mm-hmm.
And he came back.
You see? Like, you see? Look at him.
And then was there like 4 or 5 days and got killed. So that's heartbreaking.
You see this?
And Linda, with Andre's passing, does that bring up the memories of your son, Aaron?
Yes, it does, because the fact that they both was young men. You know, my son, he got killed because he was in the wrong place at the wrong time. Andre, when he got killed, he was trying to make music.
Charles is not the only boy he's left in his generation. TJ, he's another generation, but we lost the entire family to violence,
Charles, you and Andre, I saw, from the...
All right, y'all just saw that. It is so disturbing to go back and watch that scene, knowing now what they're saying that Tim did to Andre.
Okay. Let's get back over here, y'all. Let's get back over here. Okay? Look at this man. Look at you need to watch the whole video. You will see him. Every time he lies, he starts crying. Just like Tim. You do like this. He touches himself. He does things like that with his hands like that. He never cried. He never even had a tear. He never said, wow, like, I'm really going to miss him. Like, damn. When I think about everything Charlie had in store, it's like, no. The whole time he talks about Charlie, it's like a fan. Like, he talks about the things he wished he had. Oh, like he was so popular. Oh, he was going to be president one day. Oh, this. Oh, he worked out so hard. Oh, this is like, it sounds like he's praising him. I'm like, nah, he has contempt because the boy is like 10 years younger. The boy is 10 years younger and he's doing stuff he never did with his life. And most likely he took his money. Okay. Let's keep going.
They got the guy. And now we need to see how deep the rabbit hole goes.
How do you think this would have potentially played out differently if we would have had a Harris administration instead of a Trump?
Oh gosh, it would have been an utter disaster. Somebody said to me this morning, actually, like how fortunate we are that if this was going to happen,
yep, I said the same.
That we have this administration in place. The administration
stutters a lot. Like he's speaking Morse code. Like, what is this? Look at his eyes, y'all. Look at his eyes. Does that look like somebody who said that his best friend is dead? And like I said, right, it's not even like Charlie died of a sickness, so you were like mentally prepared for that day, right? Or it's a car accident. Like, no, it's an execution. An execution. And that's supposed to be his best friend. That's the man that runs his show, does his show, runs his company. That an execution. Is this a normal reaction? If your best friend missed you like that, would you find that normal? Right? Your best friend, this is supposed to be your man's, right? I'm like, even DMX, I have seen DMX cry. I have seen DMX cry for his friends that passed away. Tears. Grown ass man crying because they lost somebody, right? Grown man crying because they lost someone. Right? Hold on. I'm like, this is off. Let me see. Right? I can't play the song, but hold on. Right? Is it right here? No, we can't play the song, y'all. Hold on. Is it the song? Hold on. Okay. I'm like, there you go. Remember this part, right? Remember this part? When he lost his friend? Like, even DMX was crying, y'all. Even DMX, yo. Yo, hold on. Where am I? I'm right here, right? Remember this part? When they told him his friend died? I'm like, even DMX cried. I'm like, who is harder than DMX, though? right? Who is harder than DMX? DMX cried. You got that boy. Hey yo, the boy who died. Dogs that I call my friends. I'm like DMX though. DMX cried, and you, Andrew, you not even crying? Nah, I ain't never seen this. I have never seen this. I have never. You see? I'm like, even DMX cried for his dogs. Like, my dog is gone. They smoked him. He is gone. Hey, yo, right? No, Andrew not out here crying. Oh, well, mm-mm, 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 mm-mm. No. This is very bizarre. Daisy, you see this? This is very bizarre. All he's concerned about is creating more Turning Point USA chapters, recruiting more people, asking for more donations. It is bizarre.
That Charlie helped get elected, and then obviously flew to Mar-a-Lago within 72 hours of the election to help with the transition. So Charlie basically, helped hand select some of the people that are now overseeing the investigation and ensuring that justice is done.
As we wrap, there's just a couple things I want to hit.
One, by the way, very good doing this without questions.
You see how you trying to distract her? Oh, by the way, very good. You see this? What, like, you see, interject, because her mind was going somewhere, and now he wants to interject her and like get her to forget her train of thought because he's not comfortable. Okay, let him do it again. Watch.
What's going to happen?
Yep.
That we have this administration in place, the administration that Charlie helped get elected, and then obviously flew to Mar-a-Lago within 72 hours of the election to help with the transition. So Charlie basically, helped hand select some of the people that are now overseeing the investigation and ensuring that justice is done.
As we wrap, there's just a couple things I want to hit.
He doesn't know what she's going to hit. Oh, by the way, let her say what she's going to say.
This without questions. Ensuring that justice is done.
As we wrap, there's just a couple things I want to hit.
By the way, very good doing this without questions.
Thank you,
You're
Andrew.
doing well.
I love to be super prepared.
Affirming her. You see what he does to women? See what he does, especially these boss chicks? He affirms them. Oh, very well, doing this without question. You're doing well, sweetie. You're doing really well. She's like, oh, thank you. You see how he is? That's how people don't be suspecting this dude.
Prepared and write out all my questions for my guests. And with Andrew, I know him so well. And, I'm just asking questions that have been in my mind for the last week that we've been just grieving and dealing with this. So I was like, I'm just going to let it roll.
You're doing great.
Thanks.
I always wanted Alex to be a lot less rigid.
You think I'm rigid, and everyone else that knows me knows I'm a spaz.
When we first started working with Alex and we'd book her on Fox or something, she'd be like, but wait, what are the questions? They have the exact question. I'd be like, no, they're not going to give me the exact questions, Alex. Like, you have to be a human and hear what they say and then think about it and then maybe respond.
I was scared.
And she was, I was just trying to like dumb it down for her. But she ended up, obviously you've had such amazing success and Charlie was so proud of you.
Elaine said, I'm telling you, something is off with this dude. Elaine said the way he has his legs crossed, his arms crossed, he is guarding himself because he's most likely lying. Something is off, you guys. I don't listen. Something is bizarre. I'm trying to get to that one part.
So you've taken any advice I could have given you. And
what were some of the things about me that aggravated Charlie the most or gave him the most trouble?
You just like sometimes don't think the consequences through of your wild statements sometimes. So like, what did you ask so-and-so? Like, oh, okay.
But you know what, to you guys? You know what, to though? You know what? Could he? Listen, I'm a little confused now to myself, right? Because remember how Walter Lee said that he really felt like Charlie was a closeted gay man? Because this dude has a lot of mannerism. This dude has a lot. I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, because Walter Lee said, hold on, Walter Lee, Charlie Kirk, right? He was like, he felt like Charlie Kirk was closeted gay. Okay, I'm talking about it. Is it like right here somewhere?
$10 billion a white person to kill his ass. Nobody's celebrating his death. I'm not. But like he said, he had his own mouth. A few people have to die in order for us to keep our Second Amendment rights. He think he's gonna be one of the ones that's gonna die. That's what he said. Not me. He said that shit. He said it. Came right out of his mouth. Go Google it. He said he didn't mind a few people dying to defend America's Second Amendment. I guess he just didn't see he would be on that list of one of the dead people.
He said thought he was gay.
You didn't see it coming. And you niggas support these fools.
Andrew has a lot of these.
Sad. But on to better things. I'm about to make some bacon, rice. I wish I had some biscuits in there. I ran out of my little frozen biscuits for breakfast this morning, so I'm making some. They're gonna let you fence at the street. I did so much different. They would. I got my taste words. He predicted his death though, so y'all support people. Comments to him, but that man wouldn't even piss on your ass if you was on fire.
It's here somewhere.
Who's like Donald Trump and the hateful group of people around them. That's stuff that I've.
The part in here where he said, but anyways, there's a part in here where he said he felt like Charlie was gay, like he was a closeted gay, and he was like, my gaydar is never off. Okay, I forgot which part, but it's in here somewhere. I don't have time for this, but he was like, he feels like he's gay because I'm like, now that I'm looking at Andrew too, though, Andrew, he has a lot of mannerism. He has a lot of mannerism, y'all. It's not giving masculine. I think he wants to make it seem like he's masculine, but it's a lot of masculinity. And I'm like, you know what? Maybe he was. It could be, child. It could be. Maybe, child. Maybe they was together. What do I know?
Hey, how did you word? Oh, you worded it that way. Okay, that was good. What did you tweet? Did you run that by anybody? No. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Free speech. No, totally. Yeah.
Yep.
Well, and we don't censor you. Like, it's so funny. You know, it's like most of our job is more reactive when you don't see all the angles.
It's asking for forgiveness.
Yes, yeah.
A man died, by the way, huh? They're sitting here kicking like this. A man died. Someone was murdered. And they're sitting here kicking. They're sitting here kicking and laughing like it's a good old day. I'm like, someone died. No one cried. She's not crying. He's not crying. They're sitting here cracking jokes.
And it's like, we don't believe in that control. We think like we hire good people and good people are going to do good things.
No, there was only, and I said this in my solo episode that came out yesterday. There's only one time in my 6 years of working here. And I don't think it was like that.
Yeah.
Let's talk a little bit about the behind the scenes relationship of Charlie and Erika. And I mean, this is an audience of women that want all the giddy little weird details. Did they go out to eat? Did they cook at home? Who was messy? Who was clean? You know, what were their little funny like tiffs that they would have?
Yeah.
Things like that.
Traveling with them was always very telling because they had this way of, you know, Charlie never raised his voice to her, but they might have a disagreement about what was the right, you know, next few steps in the travel plan. And like, should we pick you up here and do this? And then Erika always kind of would go, you know, she kind of has that no baby like thing where, you know, I feel even weird saying because I don't use the B word. And then he would say back like, yes, sweetie, or something. And they were always like so nice in their disagreements, but you could tell they were like, they definitely had different plans about how we were going to get the kids to the hotel. And then with the dinner, and then when she should meet him, and you know, and so watching them kind of problem solve and work things out in this really sweet way with all these little window dressings of like I love yous in there was kind of something
you look beautiful, but you were so wrong right now, like stuff like that.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, in their own way, that's the equivalent of whatever that would be for them. But that always, I'm always reminded of that, and I'm always reminded that Charlie would always drop everything. You know, we'd be talking about something extraordinarily important, and he would just be like, okay, hold on, Erika's calling, and just take it. And she was always the number one priority, and everything else would stop if she needed something. And there wasn't anything in the world that he wouldn't do for her. I mean, he would move heaven and earth to make sure Erika was taken care of, and her for him. I mean, she would put her life on pause to sort of support his life and his mission and his work. One of the things that struck me just thinking about it, they were just on vacation in the Northeast, you know, this summer.
Do you see how he touches himself? Do you see how he does this? He does this. He does like this dude is uncomfortable. And even when he says things, he looks at her because he wants her to affirm what he's saying. Do you believe what I'm saying? Do you believe what I'm telling you? Okay. This dude, he keeps touching himself. I'm like, what is your problem? What is your problem? He's touching himself. He's stuttering. It's like he's not being genuine. This is like like what? What do you have? The bubonic plague? You have leprosy? Why are you itching like this? Why are you itching like this? You guys, it's hard. It's hard to trick your mind. Okay, it's hard to trick your mind.
He loves Maine.
Yeah. He loved Maine. He loved Montana. There was certain places where he loved to vacation. And I remember thinking like, it was basically like a week and a half they had on the schedule, and they had a really cool spot to go vacation in. And they had planned it out like pretty far in advance. And then, you know, he got invited to guest host Fox and Friends. So they, in the middle of their vacation on the weekend, which would have been like the chillest time of the vacation, she was like, well, let's go to New York. Let's do it. I mean, she was totally game for it, to interrupt her family vacation so Charlie could guest host Fox and Friends.
And that ended up being such an incredible weekend for him. I mean, those moments of him hosting, it was so fun. You got to see his really endearing, you know, fatherly side.
On a horse out in Manhattan.
Like, it was so funny for Charlie to do that. And I'm so glad that they did, because, I mean, and Megyn Kelly brought this up, so I have to ask you. I mean, Megyn says she knows for a fact that there were internal issues with Fox wanting to have Charlie on for several years.
Let me just put that to rest. And I actually talked to Megyn about this when she came in to guest host Charlie's show. It is true that he was on a lot and then he wasn't. And that was kind of around some comments that, you know, he had made around nuggets and these little clues. Charlie obviously didn't know he was going to die so young, but he had so much discipline that he got the most out of his body that was physically possible in the years that he had. It was almost like God put.
There is a part. Where is the part? Hold on. Because she was like, oh, his heart was beating. Oh, where is it? I kept replaying that part yesterday. Oh my gosh, where is that part?
In the years that he had.
Hold on, forgive me.
The vibes were good at Fox.
How much did Charlie believe in Maha?
Loved it. Charlie was like Mr. Maha. He, you know, I don't know what percentage of your audience is Christian, but I would just say I look at so much now of Charlie's decision making as like these weird little Holy Spirit nuggets and these little clues. Devastating wound.
Why did our team start?
Oh my gosh, I should have written that down.
So strong. And he, that even sort of, after this traumatic thing that had just happened.
It's right here. It's right here. It's right here. Hold on.
I think this is okay. But, you know, there was these reports after it happened that they found a pulse.
Yeah. And Erika told me that.
Look, well, it's right here. 3524. I won't forget it. You guys, listen to this part. I'm going to slow it down. You tell me if this is a normal reaction. Listen carefully. I'm not going to say anything. I need you to listen. I'm going to slow it down. Listen carefully and tell me if Andrew's reaction is a normal reaction. Listen, hold on. I found it. I was like, where is it? Because I kept replaying this part over and over. Let me slow it down. Hold on.
And there was a select group of us when Erika gave her first statement to the media that were there in the same room, and she came out and she hugged all of us and talked to each one of us. And she said, you know, his heart kept beating even when his like spine and brain were severed or whatever. And I said, it was beating for you. He was.
You see how he's like, my girl, move the fucking one, right? Hold on. Let me speed it up. Hold on. I need to speed that up because you got to hear the normal thing. Hold on. Hear it normally. Hold on.
After it happened, that they found a pulse.
Yeah. And Erika told me that when there was a select group of us when Erika gave her first statement to the media that were there in the same room, and she came out and she hugged all of us and talked to each one of us. And she said, you know, his heart kept beating even when his like spine and brain were severed or whatever. And I said, it was beating for you. He was holding on for you and your kids, and you know it.
Well, and that's a beautiful.
You see this? Do you see him? Do you see this? Do you see how annoyed he is? So she was like, the heart was beating for you. He's like, it was beating for you, Erika. He said, well, that's a beautiful story. You guys, is this a normal reaction? Like, girl. Like he's a, you see, just like with Tim Norman. Hold on. Where's the Love and Tea party? Okay. Where's Love and Tea again? Okay. Right? Don't I remind you of this? Doesn't this remind you of this? Okay. Look at this video, right? Let's look at this video again.
It's a city where black men are killing each other. And he came back and then was there like 4 or 5 days and got killed. So that's heartbreaking.
And Linda, with Andre's passing, does that bring up the memories of your son, Aaron?
Yes, it does, because the fact.
Let's go back to Andrew. Where is he again? Where's that man? Okay. Y'all listen to him. He's like, And then when the camera pans back to him, he starts scratching himself like, girl, get the fuck on. Like this dude that's like, he does not care. Because you would think if somebody said, oh, he still had a pulse, you'd be like, oh my, yeah, he was really fighting. I mean, like this, it was traumatic. He's like, I told her his heart was really beating for you. He was waiting for you. He's like, oh yeah, that's a nice story. Then he scratches himself like this. And I'm like, Andrew, what the fuck are you up to? Like, what the fuck did you do? I'm like, this dude is like, y'all, this guy is suspicious to me. Okay. One more time.
After it happened that they found a pulse.
Yeah. And Erika told me that when there was a select group of us when Erika gave her first statement to the media that were there in the same room, and she came out and she hugged all of us and talked to each one of us. And she said, you know, his heart kept beating even when his like spine and brain were severed or whatever.
That's the first one, right? After she said his brain thing was, he's like, then he'll say, again, and the camera pans to him and he rolls his eyes and he starts scratching himself. Y'all listen carefully. He does the stuff twice. And then when the camera comes to him, he rolls his eyes like, yeah, sure, whatever. And then he scratches himself. I'm like, what is wrong with this kid? This dude is crazy. Hold on. Right there, right? Hold on.
There was a select group of us when Erika gave her first statement to the media that were there in the same room, and she came out and she hugged all of us and talked to each one of us. And she said, you know, his heart kept beating even when his like spine and brain were severed or whatever. And I said, it was beating for you. He was holding on for you and your kids, and you know it.
Well, and that's a beautiful, thought. And I think
you see this?
There's that, which is very true. And then there's the medical angle.
Wow. Because he doesn't want her. That's why I'm kind of conflicted. Like, part of me, because when I saw this, I'm like, this dude, most likely he's having an affair with Erika. Because he doesn't want to hear about the romance. He doesn't want to hear, his heart was beating for her. He was waiting for her. Or it could also be that maybe him and Charlie were lovers. Yes, I'm actually going to go there. It could also be that him and Charlie were also lovers. So it could also be that him hearing that she, like, his heart was beating for her has him triggered because maybe that's his man's. You know what I mean? A lot of people out here, they download, they have wives and they be hooking up, right? Okay. If you remember too, when you watch, what's the one on Netflix with the guy where all his accusers are dead? Where the one is the president, what's it called? What's that movie, y'all? What's the movie, y'all? You guys know him. Like, everybody, every white woman that's accused him is dead. He's an actor in Hollywood. What's that movie, you guys? It's on Netflix, like the show about the president on Netflix. Oh my gosh. Oh, what is that show? He's gay. You guys, what is that show? You guys, what's that show? It's on Netflix. Oh my gosh. You guys, what is that show? Oh my God. Oh my goodness. He gets shot. What's that show? No, it's not The Residence. Oh my Lord. What does that show, you guys? House of Cards. There you go. There you go. Oh my gosh. The freak. Okay. Frank Underwood. There you go. Frank Underwood. Gay lover. There you go. If you guys ever watch House of Cards, you ever watch House of Cards, right? It was on, yes, it was on Netflix, right? So in House of Cards, the president is low-key, he's gay. He's down low. Frank Underwood, like he had, like they sleep with men, like he's okay. Yes, y'all, these people out here, these politicians, them Christian people. That's why maybe he was so obsessed with the gays. Okay. But I'm like, this is the way I'm seeing it. Okay. This is just all alleged, my personal opinion. It's either he has an affair with Erika, or his lover was Charlie Kirk. Okay. So that's why when she talks about, oh, his heart was beating for you and the kids, it's like, girl, no, it wasn't. It was beating for me. Okay, so, oh no, well, I get what your story is cute, but there's a medical reason why. I'm like, what's your problem, Andrew? What's your problem? Why do you not want to hear that his heart kept on beating because he was waiting for Erika to show up at the hospital, wherever he was? Why don't you want to hear that part? Why don't you want to hear that part? Okay, you guys, I put nothing past people. But I need to, because I'm like, if you watch the video with Walter was like, I think he's gay. He's like, to me, he said, my gaydar is never wrong. And he was like, I think Charlie Kirk is gay. Okay, because I'm like, this dude Andrew, he has a lot of mannerism. He has a lot of mannerism. So let's start over again. Sorry, I keep playing this part, but it's okay. Okay, I found. Okay, you see, and then also, oh, sorry, you guys. Oh, I thought I was playing this for y'all. My bad. Sorry, I thought I was playing this for y'all. So he called Charlie getting executed. He called it a thing. He said after this thing that happened to him. And why can't you say the word? Why can't you say he was murdered? He can't say it. He said after this thing, the thing is called an execution, sir. Some people are saying he was assassinated. Why do you call it a thing? It's not a thing. He was sitting there and somebody put a bullet in his neck. How's that a thing? He can't say it. He can't say the word. Why can't he say the word?
You know, there was these reports after it happened that they found a pulse.
Yeah. And Erika told me that when there was a select group of us when Erika gave her first statement to the media that were there in the same room, and she came out and she hugged all of us and talked to each one of us. And she said, you know, his heart kept beating even when his like spine and brain were severed or whatever. And I said, it was beating for you. He was holding on for you and your kids, and you know it.
Well, and that's a beautiful, thought. I think
you see, he closed
that, which is very true. And then there's the medical angle. And I talked to the doctors. It was that his heart was strong.
You see, he closed his eyes and he shook his head like, girl, I'm like, girl, sir, what? What's wrong with this man? Okay, let him say it again. Let him say it again.
And I said, it was beating for you. He was holding on for you and your kids, and you know it.
Well, and that's a beautiful, thought.
You see? He closes his eyes and he shakes his head. You guys, this Andrew dude is suspicious. You guys, I'm so sorry. I am really, really sorry, you guys. I'm not even trying to be funny. I don't know. This dude is weird. He is really weird. He is so weird to me. I don't even know. He is just a weirdo. He is weird. He is weird. Yeah, he's like, he does this like, girl, like never. So I say, And I found the part, you guys. I found the part. So here's what, because if you guys don't know Walter is gay. Walter's he's a gay black man in Atlanta. So, he's in Atlanta. So he knows the overt gays, the down low gays. He's also friends with Tyler Perry. So he's always said Tyler been gay. Tyler Perry over here hiding. So he knows. He was like, he thinks Charlie Kirk is gay.
Millions of dollars for this shit by these rich, wealthy people. He was so articulate. He's perfect, young, white, married. I think he was kind of gay myself. I was getting some gay vibes there. And I get a lot of gay vibes from a lot of these Republicans for some odd reason. Let me tell y'all something. Married, I think he was kind of gay myself. I was getting some gay vibes there. And I get a lot of gay vibes from a lot of these Republicans for some odd reason. Let me tell y'all something. My gaydar ain't no joke. If my gaydar say ding, 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 I said, okay, he gay. Was kind of gay myself. I was getting some gay vibes there. And I get a lot of gay vibes from a lot of these Republicans for some odd reason. Let me tell y'all something. My gaydar ain't no joke. If my gaydar say ding, 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 I said, okay, he gay. He's perfect, young, white, married. I think he was kind of gay myself. I was getting some gay vibes there. And I get a lot of gay vibes from a lot of these Republicans for some odd reason. Let me tell y'all something. My gaydar ain't no joke. If my gaydar say ding, 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 I said, okay, he gay.
Okay. All right. So this is what Walter Lee had said. Okay. Walter Lee. This is Walter's channel. Okay. So Walter said Walter said he felt like this dude was gay. But I'm like, Andrew has a lot of mannerisms. Like the way he crosses his leg, he rolls his eyes. He's like, girl, let me tell you. It's getting sweet. Because even most straight men don't cross their legs. Like, what is going on with this guy? So it could be. But something is up with this dude. Something is really up. Something is weird with this man. Okay. But I'm like, when she said to him that, I told Erika that I felt as though Charlie's heart was still beating because he was waiting for Erika and the children. That man said, oh, no. He's He says one thing, but then his body does another thing. So he's saying, oh, yeah, that's a nice story. But then his body's rejecting the story, right? And I'm like, so were y'all together? Maybe that too. Because I'm like, no, Andrew, something is off. Andrew, now that I'm seeing this, the thingy. Oh, Elena said Grindr app crashed last time Republicans had their convention. It's a lot of DLs. Yeah, he's doing something weird. I'm like, this is not, why are you reacting this way? You see this? You see this? He closes his eyes. He's like, girl, he's saying, oh yeah, that's a nice story. But then his body is rejecting the story because he keeps closing his eyes. Let him do it again. Hold on. It's 35:19.
After it happened that they found a pulse.
Yeah. And Erika told me that when there was a select group of us when Erika gave her first statement to the media that were there in the same room, and she came out and she hugged all of us and talked to each one of us. And she said, his heart kept beating even when his spine and brain were severed or whatever. And I said, it was beating for you. He was holding on for you and your kids, and you know it.
Well, and that,
y'all, look at that, y'all. Look at that. Would you look at how he moved that neck and rolled these eyes? Like, girl, shut up. Shut up. Yo, this is bizarre.
Us. And she said, his heart kept beating even when his spine and brain were severed or whatever. And I said, it was beating for you. He was holding on for you and your kids, and you know it.
Well, and that's a beautiful, thought. I think there's that, which is very true, and then there's the medical angle and I talked to the doctors, it was that his heart was strong. Like, it was so strong. And that even sort of, after this traumatic thing that had just happened to his body, that his heart still beat. I mean, people need to know that it was instant. He didn't feel a thing. He didn't even know it. He blinked and he was in heaven.
You guys, when he said that part, people need to know he didn't feel a thing. I said, so Andrew, did you set it up? How you know he didn't feel a thing? People need to know he didn't feel a thing. It was quick, it was instant, and he was in heaven. Andrew, how would you know? You guys, when I tell you guys, I kid you not, when I tell you I had chills down my spine. You guys, I'm not playing. You guys, on everything I love, on Maverick, my baby. You guys, when I tell you last night, I was in here losing it. I was losing my mind this morning. I had the chills. It was instant. He didn't feel anything. Andrew, how do you know? If his heart was still beating, how can you say he didn't feel a thing? And why do you want us to believe that he didn't feel a thing? Like, what do you know? Like, this, what the fuck? What the fuck? His heart was strong. It was strong. So you were scared. And is that why y'all put him in that truck? Because you had to make sure he wasn't going to make it? Because they knew he exercised a lot. And that's why I had you watch this stuff. This is why I had you watch this, right? Let's play it again. What did he say? Huh? What did he say? Let's go.
Basically, since preschool, we started having an affair October 13th, 1997. Basically, Denise made it clear she would never get divorced, primarily because of appearances. She is ultra concerned about the way that she appears to the world. Mike knew something was up, but he didn't know what was up. I know Denise told me that he went to Denise's mom, Johnny Merrill, and was asking her or concerned about money, cash that was disappearing from their accounts. And he didn't know if she was having an affair. So Denise was getting worried that things were going to blow up. And she was concerned about not getting divorced because of the appearances of it, but also because she was scared to lose her daughter. She didn't want to lose any time with her daughter. There was also that $500,000 policy. I believe it was paid semi-annually or quarterly. Denise,
don't forget, they raised money too. They raised $5 million when Charlie died.
Paid the bills. The plan with Mike, when I sold him the $1 million policy, was that he was going to drop the $500,000. He wasn't going to keep that. Denise knew the timing on the $500,000 policy and when it was supposed to be lapsing.
Yeah, when we watched the whole video too, I forgot to tell you this. Denise was running up the money. Like, because she's a stay-at-home mom and he had her in charge of the finances, and she had a shopping problem. So because he was trying to change life insurance things, she wanted that money to hit because she needed to fill the hole. Okay, that money was going to come in for her to fill in the hole. So if he changed the policy, that was bad for business. Okay, bad for business. Like I said, if Turning Point USA was having financial issues as well, right? If Turning Point USA was having financial issues, right? It's not enough to just unalive Charlie Kirk. You need to make sure, right, that you put money in there. Okay, you need money.
It's always the advice when investigating any crime to quote unquote. All right, you guys. So a week before Charlie lost his life, he expressed some concerns about the finances at Turning Point USA. In fact, he wanted to put together an entire department, a little mini department, to address those concerns. And we have evidence of that. It is always the advice when investigating any crime to.
So Denise, she was spending the money. And so she had so much debt. So she wanted that money to come in. But because Mike wanted to go see his friend to change the life insurance, if he did, her money was not going to come on time for her to pay the debt. So that also gave her another reason. It's always money, y'all. It is always money. People out here spending all kinds of money. They live above their means. They stealing, they conniving, they embezzling. And when they're about to get caught, they want to kill the person that stands to catch them and expose them. Okay? So that's what happened here. But when we play the whole video later, you'll get it, okay? But that's what happened. She was spending the money. She was wasting his money. I think she got in so much debt.
And I can't tell you what that date was, but it was going to be soon after December of 2000. Their anniversary was also coming up. I think there was pressure from Mike on her. They needed to have another baby or something like that. There was just a lot of pressure, is the best way I can describe it. So sometime in 2000, the subject of Mike or Kathy's deaths started coming up in conversations.
Well, Kathy is his wife. So it was going to be either we kill Mike or we kill your wife. So they had to decide who we're going to kill. And they settled on killing Mike, okay? Because they could have killed Kathy also. Kathy is his wife. The insurance guy, the best friend, that's his wife.
No point in talking about anything happening with Kathy. That was not going to happen. I was not going to do anything like that to my son.
Okay. But
Brian then outlines several scenarios that he and Denise
going to kill his wife because he doesn't want his son to be without a mother. But you can kill your best friends. You can kill your best friend and have his daughter be without a daddy. The way these white people mad, y'all. White people mad.
considered to murder Mike. They settled on a date, changed the date, and when the final date arrived, Brian met Mike under the guise of duck hunting and proceeded as planned.
We went to the landing where his truck was found. We launched the boat. It was just like a hunting trip was supposed to be. The plan that was discussed and come up with was that he was going to be wearing waders. The belief
intentionally and the reason why he did that, he intentionally wanted Mike to wear the waders because the waders add weight. So it was going to be easier for him to go all the way down. Okay? So they wanted him to wear something heavy so he will sink faster. White people. Okay? White folks. You understand? And that's why I say, how come at the Utah thing, there was no security? There was no security. They're out here removing cameras. There was barely any police. There were no dogs. There was no metal detectors. There was nothing. There was nothing. Right? It's like it's if like let's create the perfect storm so that if he gets unalive, no one will look at us. No one is going to look at us. Anyways, let's keep going, y'all. Let's keep going. Okay. So he was going to be wearing waders. There you go.
Was somebody falls in the water with waders.
Exactly.
You're going down. We went out like we were going up.
And I feel like maybe their plan was also he gets shot in the neck, he dies right away. So like, you know what I'm saying? Like go somewhere where if you shoot, because I think there's like a big artery right here. You shoot right here, that one you can't miss, guaranteed he's dead. Unfortunately, they get to the hospital, his heart is still bleeding. Sorry, his heart is still beating. Only God knows if they didn't do something to him in that hospital as well to make sure he would wake the fuck up. Because they told us, oh, he died right away. How he died right away if his heart was still beating at the hospital? Okay. You see what I'm saying? These people are crazy. Oh yeah, they don't care. They don't care because it's the devil. The devil is inside their body. The devil has taken over their bodies.
We got to the area where his waders and jacket were found. I got him to stand up and I pushed him into the water. He got his jacket off, okay, and his waders off.
So you see, he pushed him in there. And then so Mike, because Mike is physically fit, he proceeds to undress himself because he knows this thing is heavy. It's going to take me down. He's like, oh shit. What am I going to do? Because it's not going according to plan. So then his friend proceeds to be even more diabolical.
Driving the boat. I didn't know what to do.
Didn't know what to do. And then listen to this white man. Listen to this white man. You are trying to murder someone and I don't know what to do. How about you don't murder your friends? How about you don't murder people? You don't know what to do? You push them in the water. You get them out the water. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. Dumbass. And y'all want to call somebody DEI. Okay, that's a DI brain right there. Okay, you don't know what to do. You pushed him in the water, right? Get him out the water. But that would require humility, integrity, and a heart that is capable of repentance. Go sit down somewhere, you evil man.
And I ended up shooting him.
Brian then got Mike's body into his car, pushed the boat back out, then went to rendezvous with his father-in-law, who he had also planned to go hunting with that morning to establish his alibi. But realizing he wouldn't make it to meet his father-in-law on time, he went home where Kathy was still sleeping and got into bed with her, establishing his new alibi. Then he pretended to just wake up, called his father-in-law to say he'd overslept and wouldn't make it, then went off to bury Mike's body in a remote location. He tells police where they can find the body, which turns out to be just 5 miles from his mother's home. They retrieve Mike's body wrapped in a tarp and still wearing his wedding band. In December of 2017, Brian is tried and convicted of the aggravated kidnapping charge. At his sentencing hearing, Denise reads a statement with her recommendation for his sentence.
Your Honor, I'm here today to ask you to sentence Brian Winchester to the maximum penalty under the law for the crimes that he committed against me on August the 5th, 2016. It's been 16 months since he broke into my car, hid in the back waiting on me, scared the life out of me, jumped.
This is Denise. Denise was trying to get rid of him now. So she wanted him arrested. She said he kidnapped her. He didn't really kidnap her. He was afraid that she was going to snitch. She turns around and goes to the police, playing the white woman, being a Karen. Oh my gosh, I'm scared for my life. Oh my gosh, she kidnapped me. Right? So when they went to Mike, when they went to the best friend, he's like, oh, bitch, for real? Okay, shit, I'll tell everything. So he threw himself under the bus so he could drag her down. But at that point, she doesn't know. She doesn't know. She's going in there to play the white woman. She doesn't know what he's doing. She don't know what he did. He told everything. So he had already worked out a deal. So there's okay, we're going to convict him for the kidnapping, but if he confesses to the murder, we're not going to charge him for the murder. We're just going to charge for the kidnapping, and then we're going to get your ass for the murder. So the best friend goes to jail, the prison for the kidnapping. She goes to prison for the whole murder. Like she's the mastermind of the murder. So ultimately, they both got drug in there. That's what they say. When you dig a grave out of revenge and stuff like that, dig your own grave right next to it because you are both gonna be buried. Okay, you are both gonna be buried.
Being up while I was driving, shoved a gun in my ribs, and kidnapped me. I have relived it every single day, and it is always with me. He made the choice to plan and act out the crimes of August the 5th. He is the reason he has been sitting in jail the past 16 months. He's the reason that he lost me and his children. Since August the 5th, 2016, I have been diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder and with extreme anxiety. I start each day with the memory of him jumping out of the back, and I end each day feeling the gun shoved in my ribs when I turn on my right side trying to sleep. Each day when I get in my car to go to work, I look back to check the back seats. This is my life now. We all have the right to feel secure and safe, and he took my sense of security and safety from me. He stole it from me, and I will never be. What? He stole it from me, and I will never be the same. I live each day with the fear of his retaliation for my decision to tell. He will finish what he has started, no matter what age he is when he's released. For all of these reasons, I'm asking you to sentence him to life in prison for the crimes he has committed. It comes down to my life or his, and I'm asking you, please, choose life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brian is sentenced to 20 years in prison, and as agreed upon, he will not face trial for Mike's murder. Based on the information Brian has shared and from the investigation, Denise is arrested in May of 2018. She is charged with first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit murder, and accessory after the fact. Her trial begins later that year in December 2018. The prosecution outlines how Denise allegedly began conspiring with Brian to murder Mike in March of 2000, 9 months before his disappearance. Brian Winchester is the prosecution's star witness.
Another scenario that we came up with was Mike and I going on a hunting trip together, and there being an accident where both he and I ended up in the water, and he drowned and I did not. Denise liked this idea because I don't know how to word it exactly, but she felt better, I guess, about herself, or we could feel better about ourselves if there was a chance that he could make it out of it. You know, I mean, I think there was even talk about, you know, well, it'll be up to God what happens and not us. It won't be a murder. It'll be, you know, an accident.
Would it be fair to say that having the attention?
Yeah, these are white people, huh? These are not black people. It's not black and black crime. This is white on white crime. A white woman is sitting here contemplating, which way should I kill my husband? Well, I could kill him this way. I'm going to feel guilty about this one. Okay, maybe I could kill him that way. I'm going to feel guilty. What about if you fight him and then you kill him? Well, I won't feel that bad about it. Like, do you see this shit? Mike has no idea. That's why every day plead the blood of Jesus. Plead the blood of Jesus, right? Plead the blood of Jesus over your life, because this is getting out of order. This is getting out of control. This is seriously getting out of control.
Of being a widow was far better in her mind than being a divorcee.
Yes, sir. Better to be a rich widow than a poor divorcee. And her.
You see? Better to be a rich widow. How much did Charlie Kirk leave Erika? How much money did Charlie Kirk leave to Erika Kirk? There you go. $12 million. $12 million. What he say? It's better to be a rich widow than a bad divorcee. I know that's right. 12 million. And do you know how long they were married for? Do you know how long they were married for, you guys? They were only married for 4 years. 4-year marriage, y'all. Only married for 4 years. And she gets a $12 million payout. Plus the $5 million they raised. Plus his company. Tell me why this girl wouldn't have motives to kill this man. I mean, at this point, I got like 17 million reasons. Right. And then the whatever money the donors are giving. Right. 4 years of marriage, a $12 million payout. Exactly. So then add the 150. So you got 150, the 12 million he had, plus the 5 million they raised. So now we're like 165 million. Plus she gets to be the CEO of his business. Why wouldn't she kill him? I'm asking you a question. Why wouldn't she kill him? And then why would Andrew also help her to kill him? Okay. Y'all, it's America. It's America, you guys. Greed, American greed. Okay, there's a tell as old as like, oh, it's human history, right? Greed, human greed. This girl has all the motives to have him killed. 4 years. She's only married for 4 years. 4 years. You see why she's always laughing like that? She's always so happy. Stacking up diamonds. Oh my God. Oh my God. Say it again, white man. Say it one more time. Say it one more time.
Talk about, you know, well, it'll be up to God what happens and not us. It won't be a murder. It'll be, you know, an accident.
Would it be fair to say that having the attention of being a widow was far better in her mind than being a divorcee?
Yes, sir. Better to be a rich widow than a poor divorcee. And her biggest concern with the divorce was she didn't want to share custody of Ansley with Mike. She was not going to have Ansley going back and forth to 2 different houses. All of our conversations and planning and everything, I would say is very mutual. I'm not going to sit here and say that Denise planned everything and I was just a dumb guy who went along with what she wanted to do. I mean, I instigated a lot of it. I helped come up with ideas. I planned a lot of things. But overall, it was very mutual. I mean, we wanted to be together. And we weren't going to let anything stop that.
He also shares in the presence of jurors the events he previously outlined for investigators regarding Mike's disappearance, including his and Denise's involvement. He explains how he went out on the boat with his best friend, convinced him to put his waders on, pushed him over, and expected him to sink and drown. But it didn't go as planned.
So he was in the water.
You guys, hold on, you guys. Before he gets to that part, you have to brace yourself. It's a lot. Trigger warning, yeah. Trigger warning for real. Brace yourself, y'all. Take a minute and brace yourself, because what he's going to explain next, when I tell you, even me, I was on my knees. I just failed. I was just overwhelmed. Like, human beings are wicked. The devil is real. The devil takes over people. Greed, lust. People want people's lives. People want to be with people's wives. They want to be raising your kids. They see your wife, they see your children, and they wish it was you. They wish it was them. They want your house. They want your life. They want your kids. They want your car. They want your reputation. They want your business. People are sick. And no one will envy you more than someone you call a best friend. Get the fuck out of here. You're a grown-ass man anyways. Don't have a best friend. Stay to your damn self, because you have no idea who really wants your life. But what he's going to explain, y'all, it is traumatic. It is truly disgusting. And mind you, the mother, Mike's mother, is there. She's listening to all of this. You're like, you didn't have to do this. What could have ever possessed you to do something so heinous to your best friend? And the whole time, Mike is not dying. Mike is looking at him. Mike is fighting for his life. He gonna do it anyways. Their friendship meant nothing to him. Even the love that Mike had for him, it meant nothing to him. He'd rather sleep with that man's wife than to keep his best friend alive. Can you imagine? How long you've known this man? He don't care. So disgusting. So hopefully you're mentally prepared, because it's traumatic. It's really traumatic. It's very traumatic.
And he was like struggling. Mm-hmm. And the motor of the boat was still running. And I pulled off just a little bit to get kind of away from him so that he couldn't reach back into the boat. Wow. And I didn't know it at the time. I didn't know if he was trying to swim, or I didn't know what was going on. But what I came to find out, or eventually realized, was he was taking the waders and the jacket off. Mm-hmm. And he got those off.
Yep.
And I think I forgot to tell you about this part before, but
Jesus.
But I remember now that area of the lake had a lot of snags, a lot of dead trees that come up out of the water, and there's a lot of stumps that come up out of the water.
Like me.
And he swam over to one of those stumps and held on to it.
You see this? You see how strong he is, you guys? Do you see how Mike is strong? When he pushed Mike in there, hoping that the waders and the shoes were going to drag him down. And then he started driving the boat away because he wants to see him drown by himself. Can you imagine? And he's looking at all of that. Mike is taking off them clothes, sis. Mike is undressing himself. He got that shit off. Then he's like, they were stumps, and it hurts. I don't know if you've ever been to bayous. Them things is hard. Like, they be hurting you and shit. He swam and he held on to that shit. I'm like, this dude is physically fit. And that's the same thing with Andrew. Oh, his heart was strong. His heart was strong. His heart was strong. Shut up. Shut up. What have you done? What have you done? So he's seeing all this because Mike, I'm like, when you watch the whole thing, Mike used to work out every day. He out here running like 20 miles a day. He has strong, like he has his VO2 max is crazy. His cardio is crazy. It go crazy. His muscles go crazy. He's not no weak ass dude. He's not weak. He's not weak. So that's why he's like, what the fuck? Why is he not dying yet? I want y'all to know he died right away. No, he did not. Charlie Kirk did not die right away, Andrew. Shut up. Shut up. You're just like this man right here. You're just like this man. Unbelievable.
And I didn't know what to do.
You didn't know what to do. Do the right thing.
But he started to yell. I had my gun in the boat. And so I loaded my gun. And he was in the water. And as I passed by, I shot him.
Hey.
Where did you shoot him?
In the head.
And for good measure, the prosecution also drops a bombshell. They show Brian some photos.
So first, he tricks Mike into getting up. He kicks Mike overboard. He drives the boat away. Unbeknownst to him, Mike about that life. Mike is about that action. Mike is undressing himself with everything that's in him because he's a real man, a lover and a fighter, a real man. Okay, think about his daughter and most likely thinking about his wife, not even knowing she's part of it, Mike. She's part of it. Can you imagine being in that water, undressing yourself, you guys, who don't even know how cold that water was? That thing could have felt like a bunch of freaking ice picks just going through his damn flesh. That man is in that water. I got to get back to my wife and my daughter. I got to get out of here. Undressing himself. He's like holding on to those picks, whatever they are, the stumps and stuff. It's hurting him. He's holding on to it, hoping that his best friend gonna come back to his right mind. What the fuck are you doing? So then you drive the boat back to him. Mike is probably thinking like, yo, I guess he's changed his mind. Maybe something is going on with him. No, he drives closer to Mike, not to save him, so he can put a bullet in his head. See the jealousy? I'm sure even in that moment, he was resentful that Mike was physically fit. He was resentful. This lucky motherfucker. How much you want to bet their entire life, their career, Mike was always exceptional. And he felt like a failure. You looking at the white cane. This is the white cane. This is cane right here. Jealousy. Where all you have to do is apply your lazy ass and stop coveting other people's shit. Stop coveting what other people have, you fucking weirdo. Stop coveting people's shit, you fucking weirdo. Okay? But how much you want to bet, even in that moment, he was still jealous that his friend was so physically fit, with such a strong will to remain alive. People will hate your guts just because you're not a quitter. People will hate your guts just because you don't quit. You get down, you get back up. They envy your resilience. They envy the fact that you don't give up on yourself. He didn't expect that. He expected a quitter. I'm going to push him. He's going to drown. Me, it never gave. He met a real man. And that made him feel like less of a man. Because you got to be some kind of beta ass, zeta ass, little bitch ass shrimp to sleep with your man's wife. That's your man's. That's your best friend's wife. You dirty slut, you dirty whore, you weak ass little bitch ass dude. You a bitch ass dude. And for the rest of your life, you're going to be in prison for being a bitch. And we know in prison he's suffering. Because who going to respect you in prison? You in here because you killed your best friend because you want to have sex with his wife and take his money. Ain't shit. Ain't never been shit. Ain't going to be shit. You going to die. You never going to be shit. You going to rot in prison. You will rot in prison. And like I said, it's not everybody you kill, because some people, you kill some people, their spirit will never rest in peace until they get your ass. And the way everybody's rejecting Erika Kirk, it lets you know Charlie, wherever the fuck he is, he's not happy. Wherever he is not at peace. He don't have peace. He does not have peace. Because now he's like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. And he's gonna make every single one of y'all miserable. The way he was out here bullying black people, he's gonna bully y'all the same from the afterlife. You're not ready. You are not ready.
Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
What are those photographs of?
They're photographs of Denise with my first wife, Kathy, of a sexual nature.
And where were those photographs taken?
Panama City.
And when was that?
I believe this was after Mike's death occurred.
Okay. So once Mike died, him, his wife, and Denise are having threesomes. See how perverted they are? They were all having sex. They were having threesomes. They killed Mike. They took his money. The daughter ain't got no child. The daughter has no daddy. And they're out here going to Panama City, gambling, getting drunk, having sex, having threesomes. Sodom and Gomorrah, okay? So like these people are despicable. These people are despicable.
He also explained that the attempted kidnapping of Denise occurred because he was afraid that with the pending divorce, Denise might decide to divulge the truth about Mike's disappearance and turn him in. So in the car, he made her swear to never tell anyone and to take their secret to the grave. She promised that she would never tell. The prosecution lineup also included Cheryl Williams.
When the article came out in the newspaper, Denise called me on the phone. She was livid. She said, "You and Nick need to come over here right now."
See how she's poorly raised? Bunch of none but a redneck. That's how she was talking to this old lady, bossing her, yelling at her. You killed her son. And you over here bullying this woman, you goofy ass redneck. Okay? None but a redneck. They poorly raised. She is poorly raised. She from Florida, huh? Okay? Swamp ass little whore. Poorly raised. The way she bullied this old woman, y'all, disgusting. Disgusting. I'm like, you lucky she didn't know me, Denise. I'll beat your ass. I will beat your ass. And none but a bully, you whore. You sleep with your husband's best friend and his wife. You having threesomes with your husband's best friend and his wife after you killed the man. Disgusting. Despicable. Despicable. These are disgusting people.
We went to her house. In the front yard, we weren't even invited inside.
Wow.
She was screaming at me.
Wow.
She was mad about the article. And she said, screaming at me, "I don't ever want to hear Mike's name again. I don't ever want to see Mike's picture in the paper again. I don't ever want to know anything you're doing about Mike again. I have to get on with my life."
Okay. You see? Like they say, oh, they're okay. Tyler did it. Everybody needs to move on. We have to accept what the FBI is saying. Why? Because she wants to move on with her life. She wants to move on with her life. And that's what made the mother here be like, nah, this redneck and up to no good. Okay, because all white folks ain't the same now. Okay, you got sanctified white folks and you got the rednecks, okay? Right? There you go. She's like, oh, okay. She's like, oh, just like he said, oh, we got to trust the FBI and they have the right guy. And, all we have to do is just get down the rabbit hole. But it's Tyler. It's Tyler. No, it's not Tyler. It is not Tyler. Tyler has yet to confess. Tyler has yet to confess. They asked the governor of Utah if Tyler confessed. He said, no, he never confessed. He has yet to confess. So is it really Tyler? Or do you guys want it to be Tyler because you're up to no good? And that's it. They're up to no good. They up to no good. That's why she wants to move on. Let's just wrap this up. And that's why Andrew's like, oh yeah, Charlie is responsible for people becoming FBI director. Charlie is responsible for Cash Patel. We don't care. Because obviously Charlie was not a good, he didn't have good discernment. Because he had you in his life. And he took Erika as a wife. So obviously he's not a good reader of people. So we don't care what he did. We don't care if he himself took his hand and he baptized Cash Patel in Valhalla. We don't care. We don't care. Something is off. Something is weird. Something's extremely bizarre. All you people are a bunch of weirdos. You are moving funny. You are making us, all of us are, like, Nick Fuentes is a racist, and even I agree with Nick Fuentes. You are making us seriously uncomfortable. We are seriously uncomfortable. Everybody is uncomfortable. Like, what kind of widow acts like this? What kind of best friend act like this? Why do you people not want to know what happened? Why do you want this to just wrap up so quickly? And yet the young man, Tyler, y'all, Tyler has yet to confess. Tyler has not confessed to anything. So how can you say it's him? It's him how? Weirdos, they're weird.
The jury deliberated for 8 hours. They found Denise Williams Winchester guilty on all charges. Before her sentencing, there was one woman who had worked tirelessly for 17 years and had something to say.
Judge Hankinson, for the next 17 years, I made telephone calls, put up missing person signs, compiled my notes into a book, and had people post on social media for me. With the help of friends, we raised money and put up billboards. I bought ads in the Tallahassee Democrat and worked with the Twin City News, asking everyone to help me find Mike. I stood on street corners waving my picket signs with pictures of Mike on them. I was cussed out by ministers for being too close to their church. I wrote 2,600 letters to the governor of Florida asking for help in finding my son. They told me Mike drowned and got eaten by alligators, and there was no need for an investigation. They laughed at me and called me crazy. 9 months after Mike disappeared, his wife, Denise, told me if I continued to seek a criminal investigation, I would lose Ansley, my granddaughter.
A woman that if you have nothing to do with this, are you going to tell the mother that if she doesn't stop asking questions, you will ban her from seeing her granddaughter? Right? Erika Kirk is out here saying she's about to sue people. She wants to sue everybody. She wants to sue everyone. People are not supposed to question anything. We're all supposed to believe that Tyler did it. You guys, it's bizarre. I don't care. It is weird. It's weird. And when I tell you, God kept telling me, I don't know if it's God, but the voice kept saying to me, Marlene, you've seen this before. Marlene, you have seen this before. I'm like, where did I see this before? And then it came back to me. But I didn't even know how to find it because it was like months ago that I saw this video. I'm like, how do I find this video? So I typed best friend kills his friend in Florida. I don't know. And then boom, the video showed up. I said, oh shit, confirmation. You know what I'm saying? 17 years. But you know what though? Even though it seems like it was a long time, like I said, nobody gets away with anything. It took 17 years, but at the end of the day, this sweet mother, she got her justice. She lived to see these people confess. She lived to see these people eat each other's flesh. They were eating each other's flesh. Because she had a plan to lock him up, and he also went and snitched so he could get her locked up. Okay? They took each other down. She lived to see these two fools locked the hell up. She lived to see them eat their flesh. And unfortunately, she lived to hear exactly what happened to Mike and that he didn't give up. He tried to save himself. He tried. He was relentless. But what can you do when somebody puts a bullet in your head? What can you do? How can people be so wicked? People, they come to your house. They touch your kids. Your kids call him auntie and uncle. They're always at your house. He went to see him because he wanted to raise his life insurance money. His best friend. Look what he did to him. And the whole time, I'm sure Mike was thinking, oh, I got to get home to Denise. Denise doesn't even know because it was like a few days before their wedding anniversary. The whole time, Denise is in on it. She's sexing your best friend so she could corrupt his mind so he can go ahead and kill your ass. This is some crazy shit. Plead the blood of Christ over your wife and your husband because you just never know what goes through people's heads. This is insanity. This is insanity. It's evil. It's evil. She was terrorizing that lady. They saw her looking for justice and they were all laughing at her and they knew what they had done. While she's seeking justice, they're Panama City having drugs, taking alcohol, gambling, and doing orgies because they're so bold. And I told you, that's the thing about killers. Killers are very bold because they really think they got away with it. They all do. They all do. And that's why one day their pride, their arrogance, it gets the best of them and they slip up. And at that very moment, we're going to be right there. We're going to be outside. We shall be outside. You freaking weirdos. You bunch of weirdo people.
Mike's only child. Judge Hankinson, I am a fighter, not a victim. I love Ansley, but Mike was my son. Instead of investigating, they chose to ridicule and call me crazy and tell me that I didn't do things the right way. There is no manual to tell a mother what to do when her child goes missing. I just did what God put on my heart to do. Judge Hankinson, not only did Denise kill my son, she stole my granddaughter, Ansley, Mike's only child. For her entire life, Ansley was raised in a house with the murderers of her father while being denied the love of her father's family. I am asking you to lock Denise Merrill Williams Winchester up for the rest of her life with no chance of parole. She has already lived 18 years longer than my son. She got to watch Mike's daughter grow up. Nick, Mike, and I didn't. Judge Hankinson, for the rest of my life, when I try to sleep at night, I will see my son clinging to a tree stump in Lake Seminole in the dark, knowing that his best friend is trying to kill him. I hear his voice screaming for help. I wasn't there to help him. It will haunt me forever. We are in this courtroom today because of God, not Cheryl Williams. I am Mike's mother, and I did what God told me to do. My son's horrific death demands justice. With today's sentencing of Denise Merrill Williams Winchester, I believe justice will have been served. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Denise Williams Winchester was sentenced to life in prison for the first-degree murder charge and 30 years for conspiracy to commit murder.
Okay. So now let's go back to Andrew real quick, you guys. Oh yeah. So he's not, let me see. Let me see the video quick if I can see this. Because they asked the governor, and it's like, did he confess? He said, no, he didn't confess. I said, so you don't even have a confession. They don't have a confession. Okay. The young man has not confessed. The young man has not confessed. So what are we talking about?
Operating with the investigation.
He has not confessed to authorities. He has not confessed to authorities. He is not cooperating. But all the people around him are cooperating.
Law enforcement sources say
he hasn't confessed. He hasn't confessed. So this guy, when he was like, "Oh yeah, we know who did it, and just go ahead and just trust." Hold on. Yeah, right there, right? You see? She sounds just like Denise.
I can't say it out loud, but Charlie did.
Does Erika have full confidence that we got the shooter, the right shooter?
I think so. And I also think, I think we're waiting to see if there's more details that will follow. Who knew in advance? Who radicalized them? Was there a funding network? All of that stuff, I think, is fair and open-ended questions that we can keep asking, and we should. But I have every confidence that Cash and Dan.
I have confidence that he scratches. Y'all peep that, right? He said, I have confidence. And when he says confidence, he's scratching again. One more time for the one time. Watch. He's scratching again.
The FBI and the whole DOJ are behind this, and the cooperation with local law enforcement has been tremendous. And so, yeah, I'm very aware that there are other theories of the case. And I would just say, listen, we have to open every door.
Hold on. Is he? He does every time he lies.
I can't say it out loud, but Charlie did.
Does Erika have full confidence that we got the shooter, the right shooter?
I think so. And I also think, I think we're waiting to see if there's more details that will follow. Who knew in advance? Who radicalized them? Was there a funding network? All of that stuff, I think, is fair and open-ended questions that we can keep asking, and we should. But I have every confidence that Cash and Dan.
You see? Right there. You saw it, right? You saw it scratching? Oh my God, can I get it right? Okay, right there. Let's go.
Fair and open-ended questions that we can keep asking, and we should. But I have every confidence that...
You see? He's scratching again. He's scratching. Every time he lies, he scratches himself. Like he scratches himself, he plays with his hands, or he pulls on his ear. Every time. It never fails. It's really hard to trick your mind. He's not a good liar. I don't know why he wants to try now. What a weirdo. Okay.
Radicalize them. Was there a funding network? All of that stuff, I think, is fair and open-ended questions that we can keep asking, and we should. But I have every confidence that Cash and Dan at the FBI and the whole DOJ are behind this, and the cooperation with local law enforcement has been tremendous. And so, yeah, I'm very aware that there are other theories of the case.
Smiling.
And I would just say, listen, we have to open every door, pursue every lead, and be open to being surprised. That being said, there's a pretty high level of confidence that this is the truth and that they got the guy, and now we need to see how deep the rabbit hole goes.
How do you think this would have...
Okay, so now let's go back over here. 35, it was 35, right? Okay, right here, yeah, 35, let's go. Let's go here.
I think this is okay, but there was these reports after it happened that they found a pulse.
Yeah. And Erika told me that when there was a select group of us when Erika gave her first statement to the media that were there in the same room, and she came out and she hugged all of us and talked to each one of us. And she said, his heart kept beating even when his spine and brain were severed or whatever. And I said, it was beating for you. He was holding on for you and your kids, and you know it.
Well, and that's a beautiful, thought.
And consider the fact that he's using the word beautiful, right? He's using the word, oh, that's a beautiful story. He's using the word beautiful, but he's making an ugly face. Make sense? Like, you use the word beautiful, but you're making an ugly face, like it was like you're repulsed or something. Okay? If it's a beautiful thing, why don't you act like warm and sensitive? I don't know. But you say, oh, it's a beautiful thing, but you make a stink face. He closes his eyes, he shakes his eyes, he once again, he's scratching again, right? Like, sir, what are you doing? What you up to? Okay? What are you up to? So, because if you say it's a beautiful thing, then why don't you have a beautiful face? Why don't you have a beautiful face?
Kept beating even when his like spine and brain were severed or whatever. And I said, it was beating for you. He was holding on for you and your kids, and you know it.
Well, and that's a beautiful, thought. And I think there's that, which is very true, and then there's the medical angle. And I talked to the doctors. It was that his heart was strong. Like, it was so strong. And
Does that remind you of Mike? Mike was strong, huh? And his friends were shocked. He was really shocked. Like, damn, this is strong. He not dead yet? So were you shocked that his heart was so strong? Because y'all planned this to be clean, but it didn't go according to plan? Because he sounds like he's shocked. Like, oh, his heart is strong. Oh, his heart is strong. Sir, this is weird.
That even sort of, after this traumatic thing that had just happened.
He calls it a thing. He calls a murder a thing. So I'm like, is he also using that kind of language because he wants to diminish, like minimize what happened so he don't feel guilty about it? Because why would you call your best friend's execution a thing? That is weird. Or is that how you like practice emotional detachment so you don't have to feel the gravity of what happened to him? A thing, sir, suspicious? He also said people were reporting they found a pulse, not Charlie. Yes, which is more personal. There you go, Lena. Something is weird. Because, you're right. He should have said Charlie still had a pulse. They said he had a pulse. Who is the they? Okay? Yeah, like he's doing things like he wants to detach himself. So he, like he said, like Denise, like the guy said, Denise wanted the man to jump in the water with Mike. So that way it wouldn't feel like they actually killed him. Because she was worried about her guilt. But I'm like, if he had jumped in the water with Mike, Mike would have whooped that ass. Are you crazy? I don't think she even knew how strong her husband was. But I'm like, if he had jumped in the water trying to kill Mike, he would have been dead. Go sit down somewhere, right? But they talk about things a certain way so they don't have to feel guilty about it. How can you call your best friend's execution a thing? Everybody is saying execution. Everybody is saying assassination. Everybody is saying murder. How can you call it a thing? It is not a thing. He's gone. He is gone. A thing? Andrew, you're suspicious to me. You are weird. You are seriously weird. I need to find someone that does like body language. They need to look at this video. People who do body language, like people who do interrogations and stuff like that, they need to look at this man. Something is weird. A thing? They found a pulse. Well, no, we don't know. His heart was strong. His heart was strong. His heart was strong. Like he's surprised, like, oh shit. But I want you to know though, he didn't feel anything. Why do you want me to know that? If his heart was still beating, he was feeling something. Like what's wrong with this man? Look at what this says, okay? AI is saying this. AI is saying when someone says beautiful while making an ugly face and scratching, it's an example of incongruent communication where nonverbal cues contradict the verbal message. In such cases, people tend to believe the nonverbal message over the verbal one as is perceived as more honest. Okay? Example, a friend describes a horrible meal as beautiful with an eye roll and a disgusted expression to make a joke. Cues, the nonverbal signals like exaggerated facial expression and tone, serve as instruction on how to interpret the message as ironic rather than truthful. Social masking. Oh, well, let's get into it. Okay. A person might attempt to mask their true feelings to be polite or manage a situation, but their genuine emotions, mind you, he's a Gemini, their genuine emotion leak through their body language. The incongruence is often unintentional and can signal a lack of confidence or discomfort. Okay, example, a person scratches their face due to nervousness while complimenting an outfit they secretly dislike. Cues and these mixed messages, the unconscious nonverbal behavior, the scratch betrays the person's true internal state, even if they're trying to consciously control their verbal message. Internal conflict. The contradictory behavior can arise from an internal struggle between what a person thinks or feels and what they believe they're expected to say. Example, someone might say beautiful about a work of art, but their uneasy face and scratching indicate internal conflict by giving a negative opinion. Cues, the nonverbal cues show the listener that the speaker is not fully convinced or maybe trying to suppress an honest negative reaction. Okay. When verbal and nonverbal messages clash, the nonverbal signals often carry more weight. This is because nonverbal communication is typically less intentional, more revealing of a person's true feelings than words, which can be easily manipulated. Ultimately, the ugly face and scratching provide context that suggests the word beautiful should not be taken at face value. A skilled communicator can read these mixed signals and know to disregard the verbal statement in favor of the more telling verbal cues, right? Okay, you guys, he's really uncomfortable, okay? Because he was like, yeah, that's a beautiful story. Okay, yeah, that's beautiful. One more time.
First statement to the media that were there in the same room, and she came out and she hugged all of us and talked to each one of us. And she said, you know, his heart kept beating even when his like spine and brain were severed or whatever. And I said, it was beating for you. He was holding on for you and your kids, and you know it.
Well, and that's a beautiful, thought. And I think there's that, which is very true, and then there's the medical angle. And I talked to the doctors. It was that his heart was strong. Like, it was so strong. And that even sort of, after this traumatic thing that had just happened to his body, that his heart still beat. I mean, people need to know that it was instant. He didn't feel a thing. He didn't even know. He blinked and he was in heaven. That's, I think, the truth. It was.
See, he's using the word the truth behind what he just said. He said this traumatic thing that happened to his body, like he had diarrhea, or he had like a sore throat, or he had IV, what's it called, poison ivy, like some kind of lead poisoning. It happened to his body. Sir, he was shot. So what? Right? Yeah. We see you, Andrew. We see you, Gemini. We see right through you. The air signs are ganged up. We outside. We see you. Something is weird, Gemini. You up to no good. It's the thing, this thing, this thing. Say it. Say murder. Use the word murder. This murder. This bullet that went through his body, Andrew. Not this thing, this trauma. Say it. Why can't you use the words? Right? He's having a hard time. It's giving Adam in the Garden of Eden. Okay? He doesn't want to use the words. Why? Why is he scared? If he has nothing to do with this, why is he scared to call murder murder? Exactly. We outside. All the air signs are outside tonight. Air signs unite. We're looking at you sideways, Gemini. The man of many faces. You're not good. You're not convincing. Because I'm an Aquarius. I'm outside. I've been outside since yesterday. I've been looking at you funny. Okay? Why can't you say murder? Why can't you say murder? That he was murdered. There was a bullet in his neck. Why can't you say that? Why can't you say it? You are up to no good. You are up to no good. He is up to no good. He's up to no good. His heart was strong. It was strong. What? What? And like Elena said, why didn't you say, Charlie still had a pulse, right? Oh, they found a pulse. Why don't you personalize your statements and say, yeah, Charlie had a pulse? You afraid? Are you afraid? Are you scared? Exactly. Elena said, where's the anger, the vitriol for the violent act? Charlie had more anger for what exactly? He's not angry enough. Your best friend is 31 years old. He got clipped. He left babies behind, and you're so calm. You're scratching. You're making jokes. You're pulling your ear. Why? You're not upset? You're not upset? You're not mad? You don't miss him? You're not angry that they took years from him? Well, you still had so much to do. You had so many projects you were working on. You had all these plans you were working on. You're not mad? You're not upset? You're not angry? Like, nobody would ever look at you, Andrew, like, oh, yeah, he just lost the best friend. Where? I've seen people lose $5 be more upset than this. I have seen people lose their car keys be more upset than this. You lost a whole human being. And you're weird, just like Trump. You guys are weird. You're seriously weird. You are weird. You're a bunch of weirdos. They're weird.
It's a devastating wound.
You see?
Why did
he says devastating wound and his face is super hard? Look at that. Look at his face. A devastating wound, and then his face once again. Look at his face. Like, the words don't match his face, you guys. You get me, right? The words he's using, beautiful, sad, devastating, trauma, they don't match his face. They don't match his face. They do not match his body language. He's just saying it because that's what he's expected to say. But that's not what he's feeling. That's not what he's feeling.
His heart still beat. I mean, people need to know that it was instant. He didn't feel a thing. He didn't even know it. He blinked and he was in heaven.
You're right.
That's, I think, the truth.
You think
it was a devastating wound.
Why did our team start taking down cameras immediately? Was it just in shock and just thinking like this is what we do and just not thinking it's a crime scene?
I think massive shock.
Massive shock.
I think there's been some stories about the SD cards or whatever. That was because even in the shock, there was an understanding that the proximity of those cameras were going to be evidence, and
he said he's thinking of what to say. He is thinking of what to say. You guys, nobody thinks of removing a camera. Like, I'm not trying to be funny, but this doesn't happen every day. So you probably be screaming, scared, calling 911, screaming for help, taking off your shirt. Who thinks of a camera? Who thinks of removing a camera, removing it? First of all, the person got on top of a chair. Let's start that. The person got on top of a chair, started removing the camera, taking out the SD card. I'm like what? Trying to think what to say. No. People in shock don't do that. People in shock are not even worried about a camera. I don't even think you would see the camera, to be quite honest. Because there was utter pandemonium. Like, people were just running everywhere, screaming everywhere. And you are the one that is so stoic. You walk up, he walked next to Charlie. He got on a chair. He unscrews the camera. He removes the SD card out the camera. After you have seen someone get shot in the neck, you're that calm. You are that calm. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I'm like, some of these white people, like, they think they're so good at lying. Like, you're not that good.
They wanted to make sure that it didn't get stolen out of the cameras.
Look at his eyes.
But B, they didn't want anybody to run in. I mean, there was those videos of the kid running and grabbing the hats.
Yeah.
So there was an understanding. I talked to the team on that, and they said, because we know people can be evil.
Yeah.
And they grabbed the SD card so that nobody could get that footage.
So that law enforcement could get it.
Did I answer your Maha question sufficiently? Yeah, okay. He loved.
You see how he wants to go to Maha now? Let's play this in real time. You see how he's uncomfortable? Now he wants to go back to Maha. You already answered the Maha. Look at this. Look at this, you guys. Up to no good.
Run in. I mean, there was those videos of the kid running and grabbing the hats.
Yeah.
So there was an understanding. I talked to the team on that, and they said, because we know people can be evil.
Yeah.
And they grabbed the SD card so that
We know people can be evil. He's telling us. Oh, we know that, Andrew. People can be evil. And I think I'm looking at one. I think I'm looking at an evil person.
nobody could get that footage.
So that law enforcement could get it.
Did I answer your Maha question sufficiently?
You see? Why are we going back to Maha now? Why are we going back to Maha? He knows dang well he answered the Maha thing. He's uncomfortable. He is really uncomfortable. Right? Just like Trump, when y'all made me not go on the Stairmaster, huh? Trump on Fox, hold on. They think they're so smart. They're so arrogant. Trump on Fox, Charlie Kirk. Right? Trump was so uncomfortable. All he did was try to change the subject. I'm like, sir, what is the problem? Okay? What is the problem? Let me see. Is it this video? Okay, there you go. Let's see. Because we've seen this behavior before. Let's see. People think they're so slick. Oh, these human beings, man. They're so fucking arrogant. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. My computer's tired. Okay, hold on.
Yesterday, you were at the 9/11 memorial. We were all watching that.
Yeah.
JD Vance was supposed to be with you. He went out to be with Charlie Kirk's family and to get the body back to his hometown in Arizona. And you said you were going to award him the president.
Look at Trump. Look at Trump's face. You also, my computer is slow. Hold on. Child, what is going on? These people are crazy.
Medal of Freedom, which
That's
is
right.
very nice of you. Any updates on this suspect?
Yeah. Can I always say, I think, just to protect us all, and so Fox doesn't get sued, and we all don't get sued, and everything else. But I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody, right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job. You know, getting somebody that you start off with absolutely nothing. And we started off with a clip that made him look like an ant that was almost useless. We just saw there was somebody up there. And so much work has been done over the last 2.5 days. You know, it's amazing, actually, when you start off with that and then all of a sudden you get lucky or talent or whatever it is. But yeah, I think we're in great shape.
Mr.
And
President,
he's in custody.
Your suspicion was that he was radical left, and now you have more information. What can you share with us about his ideology?
Yeah, Lawrence, let me just, and by the way, Lawrence is doing a good job. What's going on here?
Yeah.
I'll tell you what.
You see? So he asked him a question and then he wants to answer, but then he stops to make a joke. Why are you making a joke? Why are you making a joke? Because he's uncomfortable. He's uncomfortable. Trump was uncomfortable. He is still uncomfortable. You ask him about Charlie Kirk, he talk about something else. He is extremely uncomfortable. Okay? Oh gosh, this damn oh my gosh.
A good job. What's going on?
Fantastic
here?
job. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of you. I said you were going to do well. Yeah, I think that I don't want to go too far. I'd like to tell you some stories at how it happened, but essentially somebody that was very close to him turned him in. And that happens when you had some of those good shots. Somebody is going to.
You see, that makes no sense. The man asked you a question and he talked about something else. Oh my gosh, this thing is getting my nerves.
Yesterday, you were at the 9/11 memorial. We were all watching that. And
Yeah.
JD Vance was supposed to be with you. He went out to be with Charlie Kirk's family and to get the body back to his hometown in Arizona. And you said you were going to award him the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which
That's
is
right.
very nice of you. Any updates on this suspect?
Yeah. Can I always say, I think, just to protect us all, and so Fox doesn't get sued and we all don't get sued and everything else. But I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody, right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job. You know, getting somebody that you start off with absolutely nothing. And we started off with a clip that made him look like an ant that was almost useless. We just saw there was somebody up there. And so much work has been done over the last 2.5 days. You know, it's amazing, actually, when you start off with that and then all of a sudden you get lucky or talent or whatever it is. But yeah, I think we're in great shape.
Mr.
And
President,
he's in custody.
your suspicion was that he was radical left.
The man says, Mr. President, your suspicion was he was a radical left. Answer the question. No, he's going to start making a joke because he's uncomfortable, because he's up to no good.
Now you have more information.
Look at his face.
What can you share with us about his ideology?
Yeah, Lawrence, let me just, and by the way, Lawrence is doing a good job. What's going on?
Fantastic
here?
job. Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I'm very proud of you.
Thank you, sir.
I said you were going to do well. But yeah, I think that I don't want to go too far. I'd like to tell you some stories at how it happened, but essentially somebody that was very close to him turned him in. And that happens when you had some of those good shots. Somebody is going to say, whether it's a parent or whatever, I'd rather not say right now. They're going to announce it today, sometime later, probably talk about that. But somebody close to him turned him, you know, they said, whoa. It's interesting where we had very good pictures, but not great, not perfect. And when you look at it, what happened is somebody, and this happens a lot. It happened with the crazy Boston bomber. It happened with others. Somebody that's close recognizes even a little tilt of the head, which nobody else would do. And somebody that was very close to him said, that's him. And essentially went to the father, went to a U.S. Marshal, who was fantastic, by the way. And the person was involved with law enforcement, but was a person of faith, a minister. And brought him to a U.S. Marshal, who was fantastic. And the father convinced the son, this is it. And again, I'm always subject to be corrected, but you know, I'm just giving you, based on what I'm hearing, they'll give you a much more active. I just heard about it 5 minutes before I walked in. As I'm walking in, they said, looking real good. They have the person that they wanted. So you have breaking news, don't you? Huh?
Thank you.
Always have breaking news, Ainsley.
You have breaking news. He's bragging about that. Someone died. Oh, I gave you breaking news. I gave you breaking news. Like, what the freak?
Sean's going to be very disappointed that we're not doing it on his show.
He'll be very thankful.
He's doing a competition. Who should have announced that first? I'm giving it to you. I could have given it to Sean. Like, I could have given it to Sean, but I'm giving it to you. Like, can you imagine that? Oh, who gets to announce who killed Charlie Kirk first? What? Are these people actually sane? No, the fuck they're not. Bunch of weirdos. They are a bunch of weirdos. This is so fucking morbid.
And appreciative of the police officers that got this guy.
They did a great job. Everybody worked together. Pam Bondi is incredible, by the way.
Pam Bondi had nothing to do with this. She was not involved. Even look at this look. Look at this look. Look at his eyes. Look at his eyes. Lying and lying. Okay.
Know what a star she is. She's incredible. And it all worked out.
Can I ask you just some clarification? So a pastor was able to turn him in, or they got the family of the shooter to turn them in?
Well, it was a minister, and the minister went to a minister who was involved with law enforcement, by the way. And his good friend is a top U.S. Marshal.
Lying.
And they took it from there. And then it was a father got involved, namely his father, and said, we got to go in. And they, so I understand it. And again, subject to change, but the facts are the facts. We have the person that we think is the person we're looking for. But they drove into the police headquarters, and he's there now.
Did the father know about what the son had done?
I don't know. I'm going to let you get all those questions later, because I can't tell you how accurate. The bottom line is they have somebody that they think did it.
I'm Steve Deuce.
And if you remember too, in my clip too, this is the clip where he also said, "Oh, did you know that Charlie Kirk didn't go to college? Oh, he never went to college. Oh, he never." I'm like, why are you gossiping? Why are you gossiping? And why does it matter now that he didn't go to college? Like, seriously, why does it matter? Anyways, you guys, now let's go. Oh, let's watch this one. Let's watch this one, y'all, as she sits next to Andrew. Okay, so this is her sitting right next to Andrew. She's quite happy sitting next to Andrew.
No, I'm grateful. I mean, I know we talked about this, we prayed on it, and we've been very intentional in a way that always keeps Charlie first.
Okay, so a lot to talk about right from the beginning. First off, the moment it starts, as she's introduced, we see her looking at extending sympathy to the staff because they all
look at her looking at Andrew, y'all. Look at her looking at Andrew. Bitch. Bitch. You need to tell me what you call this. What do you call this behavior, y'all? This is her man's best friend. Her husband is dead. Look at her looking at somebody else's husband. Okay? Well, all that weave she got on. Look at her looking at somebody else's husband. Tell me what you think of this. Elena, what you think? I'm like, what are these two doing? What are they doing? Like, seriously, what are they doing? You guys, when I saw this was like yesterday or 2 days ago, I was like, hold up. Why are you looking at this man like that? Like, I'm like, what is this? What is this? What is this? What is this?
also lost their colleague. Now, with this head tilt,
Look at that. And see, now she's turning her face because she knows she's been staying for far too long. You guys, I swear, something is, I don't know, I'm uncomfortable. Marlene, I am truly uncomfortable. I need to find this whole video. I need to find where he got this video from, because
and your strength has been overwhelming.
The number of messages I've heard just complimenting you and your dignity and your poise and your strength has been overwhelming. And yeah, we're just so glad you're here.
Again, this message is said to Erika, but it's actually meant for the audience.
Shut up.
Work than we even could have.
Smiling again, a dead husband. Her husband was murdered in front of a bunch of people with a bullet in his neck. She has a 3-year-old and a 1-year-old she gonna have to raise by herself. This girl, she's always smiling. I'm like, this girl is so happy. If somebody told you that this was a widow, you wouldn't believe it. Like, she's a widow. Yes. And it's not even like the man died 2 years ago. The man died 100 days ago. No, he died 23 days ago. It is brand new. It hasn't even been 30 days. If it was a bill, it's not even in collections yet. Okay? You're not even in trouble yet. He's only been dead for like 21 days or 23 days or whatever. This girl is always smiling. Always smiling. Full face full of makeup on. I'm like, what is going on? What is going on? I've never seen this. I have never seen this.
For dream of. I mean, it's beautiful. And
again, it's beautiful. She says it's beautiful. He says it's beautiful. Look how he looks at her. Look how he looks at her.
Point action, full steam ahead. So powerful. All of the other programs within Turning Point USA, everyone knows what they're doing. Everyone has their marching orders. And the show, when we talked about this, became very intimate for me because
she's so happy.
I was there from the beginning of all of it. And I'll never forget 2020 when literally the world stood still and Charlie and I would go hiking every morning. And we would just talk about what life, the crazy things going on. And
Okay, so here we're really seeing her body language come to life. For one thing, we are seeing a lot of Duchenne's directly to the viewers. Okay, so her smiles and eyebrows have come to life, but you'll also notice her arm has come to life. Not
about this. Blake, economics, foreign policy. Andrew, pretty much a lot of stuff. Mikey, humor, Christianity, sports, youth social, pop culture was Daisy. Like,
they are so happy to have this man's business. They're so happy to have his business.
The North Star of the conservative movement, of the voice of the youth, of the voice of the base, and that will not end.
All right, so earlier.
Now, let me play this video, y'all. Let me play this one video. Because this sister girl right here, Nadia had time for her. Nadia had time for her.
I'm a trained actor, and I've worked in film and on stage for years. And I can tell you that any trained actor can see right through Erika Kirk. Good actors have different methods of getting into character. This allows them to express the genuine emotions that the scene elicits. But bad actors always have the same MO. Exaggeration and melodrama. And one of the biggest tells of a bad actor is gesturing, also known as the Vanna White effect. If you don't know who she is, Google her. For example, they deliver the line, "I have a headache," while rubbing their temples or grabbing their head to show you how much pain they're in. But does anyone actually do this when they really have a headache? The challenge for the actor is to live as if something were true while knowing that it's not. A good actor can temporarily suspend their disbelief to create an illusion for the audience. But when the actor can't even get themselves to believe the lie, they gesture to try to convince us to believe it. And Erika's entire speech is just one big gesture after another. I can already hear you saying, well, Erika isn't an actor, but I disagree. She's just a really bad one. The first red flag for me wasn't anything in the speech, but in the timing of her address. She had just seen her husband get shot and killed right in front of her 2 days prior, but was somehow still able to deliver a 17-minute coherent speech in full hair and makeup.
Yes, and full of diamonds. Full of diamonds. That girl was dripping in ice. I'm like, is this Rick Ross? Is this Rick Ross? Or is this Nicki Minaj? Like, what in the Ricky Rose? I was like, what in the Austin Martin music is going on? Fully dripped out, like her fingers. She had diamonds, like these big diamonds on every finger, stacking diamond rings on her ear. Then you had the diamond cross. Like, I'm like, girl, how much money is all that? Like the man said, better to be a rich widow than a divorcee. Okay.
Whether it's your spouse or not, witnessing a traumatic event like that has marked effects on a person's ability to function, at least temporarily. Sudden severe trauma causes not just emotional distress, but cognitive dysfunction, because the amygdala, responsible for fight or flight and for our emotions, is in overdrive, which causes a shutdown of the prefrontal cortex, where we process information. That's why people who experience sudden severe trauma are often rendered speechless. But not Chatty Cathy. She had plenty to say and did so without a hitch. The second red flag was the sound quality of the video, or I should say the lack of it. Turning Point USA has access to state-of-the-art equipment, so why wasn't she mic'd? Even if they'd only used the internal mic from the camera, we still wouldn't hear this excessive amount of crackling static. In my professional opinion, this sound effect was added later with editing tools to make the recording sound off the cuff and unplanned, which then leads me to wonder what the metadata would say about the date and time of this recording. I'm not making accusations. I'm just wondering. As we go through this speech, I want you to notice something really strange. Not the fact that she...
You see, I think she probably thinks that her and they had him murdered. They think they're so smart. And that's one thing about white Americans. They think they're so smart. They think they are so smart. They're so sly. They're so convincing because, you know, it's always the blacks, you know, and I'm like, and that's what a lot of white people think, that, hey, I'm white. No one's going to see me as a criminal. I'm not black, right? That's why they get really, really arrogant. White people are very arrogant because they know in this country right here, they do benefit of white privilege, where people assume that white people have integrity, white people are honest, white people, especially when they're Christian nationalists, blah, 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 blah. Okay, they're full of it. They are full of it. Because I bet you a black person wouldn't try that mess, right? But what she's saying is, when did you record this? But I'm like, this girl is moving weird, you guys. She's moving weird. Andrew is moving weird. And I'm like, to me, I don't think Israel has anything to do with Charlie getting clipped. I don't think so. I think his own people did it. I think, no, baby, no, Born Free. You need to calm down, my love. You need to calm down. Calm down, sis. I know it might sound shocking to you, boo, but you got to calm down, boo. Calm down. You need to say, Marlene, hey, what's up, sis? Okay, calm down. You just got here. We've been here for 4 hours, right? We've been here for 4 hours, right? So calm down. You don't know that lady, sis. You don't know that lady. And when it comes to money, you have to be very careful. This is America. I don't know if you're from here, but this is America. Every day you watch the news, somebody kills somebody over money. Every day you watch the news, somebody murders somebody over life insurance money. So you should know this. Don't put anything past people. You think these rich people become rich by not doing evil shit? Right? We don't know these people. I don't know that lady. I don't know her. But her behavior doesn't give me a grieving widow. Even today, like today I was watching, I looked at Jackie Kennedy when she lost her husband. I looked at Coretta Scott King when she lost her husband. I'm like, these ladies are out of it. Like, huh? They're fully out of it. And I'm like, this girl, she's smiling, she's laughing, blueberries, diamond shoes, makeup, hair, nails, her weave down to her butt crack. There's nothing humble. Because I'm like, you just lost a husband. And not just that, he was executed. You're like the man, he wasn't even dead 2 weeks. He's not even a whole week. Full face full of makeup, bunch of hair, bunch of makeup, bunch of lashes, bunch of diamonds. His memorial, we never once saw his parents take the stage. How can you turn somebody dying into a whole political rally? That is so disgusting. It didn't even feel like it was about family, remembering his life. It was a Turning Point USA enrollment event. That is so disgusting. And mind you, I don't like Charlie Kirk because he's a racist. But that's not how you do dead people. These people haven't even cried. They haven't even wept for him. Oh, enroll, start a new chapter, donate money. This is weird. In modern day America, I mean, I guess George Floyd, but even that, you know what I'm saying? But in like, I don't know, in the past like 20 years, 30 years, we have never seen someone executed like live on TV. We've never seen that. It is so traumatic. And the first thing that comes to your mind, oh, marching orders. Oh, create new chapters for Turning Point USA. Go sign up for Turning Point USA. Give me money. Raise money. I want more money. I can't wait to lead this business. It's weird. It is really weird. It's so weird. It's not normal. And then she has a 3-year-old and she has a 1-year-old. Like, I don't like you will be so heartbroken. Like they're not going to see their dad. They will never see their dad ever again. The first day of kindergarten, the first day of preschool, like all that shit. He's not going to be here. Who has time to even think about makeup? Who has time to think about diamonds? Who wants to even run a business? I don't care about the business. I just lost my husband. Why do you have to run the business? Like, why is your mind obsessed about being a CEO? You should be taking these babies to see a therapist because it's really traumatic. But my heart breaks more for the 1-year-old because he's not going to remember his dad at all. He's a baby. No, she's over here worried about a show, a podcast, or whatever. It's weird. It is weird. It's very weird. It is so weird. I've never seen this in my life. I have never seen this. Even I don't like Charlie Kirk because he's a racist. But when I saw him get killed, even I was traumatized. Like, this is insanity. Somebody shot him in the neck. And here they are worried about Turning Point USA. Fuck Turning Point USA. He's a human being. And he was 31 years old with 2 babies. He will never come back. He will never come back. And their main worries is Turning Point USA and doing a podcast. That's all they care about. Do the podcast. Do the podcast. Who's going to be the face? Who's going to be the face? It is fucking weird. So no, I don't put shit past these people because they seem to me to be very money hungry. This is so weird. You can mourn your husband for 6 months. You can mourn your husband for a whole year. Turning Point USA can fucking wait. And matter of fact, it's only 2025. It's not even like we're in 2028 where you have to worry about campaigns and shit like that. It is not that serious. It is 2025. We have 3 more years until election season. Turning Point can fucking wait. Someone was murdered. Somebody was murdered. And then they're saying the young man, he has yet to confess. We're all fucking confused. Like, what the fuck? It's like this is insanity. A 31-year-old man is dead. People are cracking jokes. They talk about the ballroom at the White House. They talk about, yo, I had never seen this. But it's crazy how people who don't like Charlie Kirk are trying to understand what's going on more so than those who claim to love him. It is weird. People don't act like this. I don't even know how you can function. I don't even know how you can get out of bed. I can understand if he's been dead for 5 years and she's finally coming out. So, okay, it's been 5 years. It hasn't even been 21 days. It hasn't even been 3 weeks. Why is she happy like this? Why is she happy like this? And I even wonder, Charlie, how does his family feel? How does his mom feel? How does his dad feel seeing Erika smiling every day like this? Always has a big smile on her face. What the fuck is she happy about? What the fuck is she smiling for? Like, shit, I got questions. What's so fucking funny? And I wish I had it in front of me. What's so funny, sis? You are like, this is weird. It is so weird. It's weird. It's fucking weird. It is. I even saw a video from Sabby. She was like, Sabrina, she was like, she had a friend who lost her husband. She was like, they couldn't even function. Her friends who lost their husband, they could not even function. They were just so messed up. What about the black judge, the pretty one, the one that looks like she looks like Janet Jackson? The black judge who lost her husband recently, like 2 days, like almost like 2 years ago, she's still going through it. She's having such a hard time. Yo, what's her name? What's that black judge's name? Yo, what is her name? What is her name? Hold on. I was like, everybody is noticing this. This girl is moving funny. Hold on. I was like, the freak?
He's not actually crying because you can see that for yourself. Yeah. But I counted 7 times that she pats her dry eyes with a tissue. And every single time, she only pats her left eye. That's weird because real tears come from both eyes. Also notice that her gestures don't flow naturally, but are motions that start and end with specific verbal cues. Notice the sound. It's a lot. Okay, I'm going to stop.
She wants us to believe that she's in so much pain. Y'all listen to this.
Of Nick Fuentes. Not a fan of Nick Fuentes. He does get a lot of attention. I think Nick Fuentes is a racist. Just 4 months. I mean, he doesn't hide who he is.
Yeah.
Every now and then, Nick Fuentes says something.
I never seen this.
That kind of makes you think.
No.
And that moment came.
Yeah.
And this is about Erika Kirk.
No.
Now, I didn't know about this. Like some of this, I just didn't know. And after I saw this video, I said, there's just something weird here. Like, what do we know about Erika Kirk? I just did not know much about her. But I found out some things. And it's just weird.
Weird.
And this is not to say that she is guilty of anything.
I think she is.
But it is to make you want to ask some damn questions. And I have questions. And I think you might too. Yeah. Like the first one being this. I just thought it was a little bit weird that Charlie Kirk passed away just still kind of recently.
Yes.
And it was kind of weird to me that like
she's smiling.
She was making these appearances. I get it. She was at the memorial service. Obviously, she was going to appear there. But then I saw her on the Charlie Kirk podcast, and she was talking about the business side of things moving forward. And to me, it was just kind of like bizarre because I had a friend that lost their spouse. I had a former supervisor that lost their boyfriend. And you want to talk about grief. Like they couldn't really, they weren't trying to talk to nobody, at least for the first week. So it's just weird. And then I said, well, maybe people just.
Yeah. Y'all here, right here, right? Look at Judge Lynn. Judge Lynn has been so messed up, y'all. She's been so messed up. You see?
I want to show you what kind of day I'm having. It's only 7:30 in the morning where I am. And yes, my hair is jacked up. But it's early and I don't want to hear about it. I get up out of the bed this morning, come out here, and I see this on my TV screen. Come to find out, dog ate the remote. So I'm like, oh, the heck with that. I go back to bed. Here's where I'm heading now. I sit down. I'm there for about a half hour. And it just broke. Just, it's not a cheap bed and I haven't had it long. So I don't know if I'm having a bad day or if Big E's trying to tell me something.
Yeah.
And Big E, if that's you, could you be a little more specific, brother? I'm not quite sure what you want.
Yo, Judge Lynn has been so messed up. She's been so messed up.
When he first left,
hey,
people would be so kind, so just wonderful and lovely. But every once in a while, somebody would write, I'm going to turn this way because this hair over here did better than this hair over here. I'm just saying, go stop. And they would say to me, I'm sorry to tell you, it's like, 1 week widowified. And they would say to me, I'm sorry to tell you this, Judge, but it'll never get any better. Please don't do that to any new widows, Don't do it.
She's not okay. She hasn't been.
I feel better now than I did in December when he died.
Amen.
And that's how things are supposed to work. But while I'm under the rock, wondering whether or not I want to live another day.
Exactly.
Don't go tell a sister, it ain't never going to get no better. Because A, it does, and B, how would you know? And C, even if it's true, why would you tell me that at the lowest point of my life, that low is all you can go? It'll never get any better.
Losing her husband was the lowest point of her life. When I tell you Judge Lynn has not been the same, I worry for her. It's like she had a nervous breakdown. Meanwhile, Erika, he, everywhere smiling and smiling and I'm like, girl, did you like that man? Or did you like Andrew? What's going on?
I thought that was unkind.
It was unkind.
But most of you were loving, sweet, encouraging. Some of you made me laugh. And I appreciate it.
We appreciate you.
So I just want to let you know I'm on my journey to better.
Amen.
You could give me any suggestions about, social activities, because I've never been a social person. I'm taking them.
Yeah.
But in the interim, you have a great day.
Amen. She's been really messed up. Ever since her husband left, you see?
Unfortunately, what's going on top of my head is an accurate reflection of what's going on inside my head.
Oh.
Unfortunately.
She hasn't been okay. Ever since she lost her husband, y'all, she's not been okay. She hasn't been okay. Yeah.
In a recent podcast interview on Hardly Initiated, former divorce court star Judge Lynn Toler opened up about her husband Eric Mumford's sudden passing at 71 on December 23rd, ending their 33-year marriage. Toler, 63, described the heart-wrenching moment she learned of his death during the July 18th podcast. She recounted their last casual exchange as he left the house while she was on the treadmill. The cause of Mumford's death remained undisclosed. With a trembling voice, Toler shared the devastating phone call she received, urging her to rush to the emergency room. She was on the phone with Dr. Ish when the hospital called, and her two youngest sons were by her side. Toler's heartbreaking experience unfolded as she arrived at the emergency room, where she was left in agonizing uncertainty about her husband's fate. The video of Toller's emotional revelation, shared by the Neighborhood Talk, drew condolences and support from fans, with many expressing their sympathy.
Yeah, it was so sad. Y'all, she cried. She cried. She really cried. So that's what I'm saying. Erika Kirk, like, she's really weird. I had never seen that in my life. I'm like, I don't know, I've never seen this behavior. So that's what I'm saying. Were you having an affair? Because to me, right? Oh, what is this? Huh? What did he say? Hold on.
Okay, you're saying something that's actually factually inaccurate,
right,
according to the narrative. Now, let's be real clear. I don't necessarily think they know what's going on yet.
Okay, hold on. I can't play his ass because it's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a problem. Hold on. You know, let me go over here. I'm gonna get my iPad and play him. Because Joe Rogan, when he plays his stuff, it turns into something else.
Stop it right there. If you are a person of faith and you are calling upon God, your source of strength and inspiration to help you, this is something that you're going to do private, right? No person of faith is going to display this, in this super dramatic, all this whispering, that's not authentic. It just is not. Like, that's very performative, and it's trying to show, like, I am a person of faith. I am struggling with this. Like, if you are truly struggling, and this is one thing that you will learn as an actor, a person who is truly struggling is always trying to hide it. That's what we do when we are truly struggling. We try our best to hide it. We don't put it on display. When this is, again, the gesturing, when we gesture to, how we're feeling, or, oh my God, and what am I going to, this is all fake. Okay. You guys have to realize this, like, in your regular life, when you are dealing with people in your regular life that do this type of gesturing, just be aware that they are trying to manipulate you, because that's all that is. A person who's truly struggling, you never even can tell, because they are trying to hide it so much. So let's just go on. And also, you notice the crackling sound, the background sound is just horrible, and there's no real reason for it. So moving on.
Good evening. My name is Erika Kirk. Charlie Kirk is my husband. I first want to thank the local, state, and federal law enforcement who worked tirelessly to capture my husband's assassin so that he can be brought to justice.
They did not capture him.
I want to thank the first responders who struggled heroically.
Okay. This, again, is intolerable to me. I'm going to try to keep it together because I told you guys I would, give you all the tells, but this heroically, like, that is inauthentic. That is performative. Okay.
You guys, hold on. Let me show you all this video, because where was it again? Where's one about Joe Rogan? Hold on. So you can see it. Hold on. Something is off. Something is really off. Something is weird. Okay. So let me play the audio here.
Okay, you're saying something that's actually factually inaccurate, according to the narrative. Now, let's be real clear. I don't necessarily think they know what's going on yet. There's a lot of weird going on with it.
Joe Rogan just dropped a bomb that has everyone talking. On his podcast, Rogan straight up said he doesn't buy the official story about what really happened to Charlie Kirk. He called the whole thing weird, saying too many pieces just don't fit together. And he's not wrong. Joe pointed out a bunch of strange inconsistencies that have people on edge, including reports of a supposed decoy suspect connected to other shady criminal cases. Suspicious, right? Rogan questioned everything, from the shooter's alleged skill level to the bizarre narrative about the weapon itself. He didn't hold back, saying this story has more holes than Swiss cheese. And once he said it, social media lit up like wildfire. New whispers are already spreading. Claims that people close to Kirk might know more than they're letting on. And some are even throwing around his wife's name in connection to the chaos. That's right. Things just got messy. So brace yourselves, because what's coming next is pure madness. The recent shooting of conservative figure Charlie Kirk has sent shockwaves across the nation, with shocking details still unraveling by the hour. Kirk was shot on September 10th, 2025 during a student Q&A session at Utah Valley University in Orem, Utah. A moment that went from routine to tragic in seconds.
Am I connected?
Despite emergency efforts, he passed away shortly after from his injuries, leaving behind a storm of confusion, questions, and a trail of controversy that refuses to fade. After an intense 33-hour manhunt that had the whole nation watching, police finally arrested 22-year-old Tyler Robinson.
Really?
I almost texted you when the Charlie Kirk thing happened because my antennas went up about, they showed the photo of that kid, the guy that they have, the 22-year-old, whatever. And I was almost going to be like, dude.
Now charged with aggravated murder and discharging a firearm causing serious injury.
Do y'all see this? Do y'all see these comments? You see, that crime scene was cleaned up real quickly. I don't understand the reaction of the wife. It's all extremely odd. Most women will take a few weeks off to get themselves together mentally and emotionally. To be able to sit in Charlie's role so quickly as she did makes me question everything. The hug with Trump was even weird. Okay, how do you say you forgive someone that has just executed your husband? Okay, there are stages that you go through before forgiveness comes. Exactly. The love of money is the root of all evil. Okay. I'm a medic, and there's no way what they're saying is true. This whole narrative is BS. Candace, Joe, Tucker are the only ones telling the truth, right? One question, where was all the blood? Not anyone that helped them, not anywhere. This kid, okay? There are more questions than answer, right? This one, his wife seemed more like a bad actress to me, okay? This is weird. Everybody is like, this is weird. This is weird. And like I said, to me, I'm like, okay, girl, were you having an affair? Were you having an affair either with someone else or with somebody on the team, right? Is that what, like, so y'all kill this man and take his business, take his money, continue to keep his donors, do whatever Israel wants y'all to do so y'all can keep living in the dough and he's not going to be there to tell y'all, no, we're not doing this anymore. They got used to the money. They got used to the money. And Charlie Kirk upsetting these donors, these Jewish people, and losing money from them Jewish people had these people pissed off. Because it was their livelihood.
You don't, something that she does a lot in this video, she repeats words that she wants to really let you know that she's feeling. And that is, again, a device. A person who is being authentic is just going to say how they feel, and that's it. If they have to say thank you, they will. And it's just
too much
surprising to me, and I'll go into it later in this video, but that a person who has just gone through such a traumatic event, right? Not only was he her spouse, but even if he wasn't, let's pretend.
A human being.
Being in a crowd and seeing someone get killed, right, in real time is an extremely traumatic event. This is not something that renders most people able to coherently give a 17-minute speech 2 days later. Most people will be very much like unable even to process simple things because your mind is not working in the same way. Your prefrontal cortex has been shut down pretty much. It's been compromised because your amygdala is in overdrive. Your amygdala, which is like fight or flight, which are our emotions. The amygdala, when you see something like this, when you experience a sudden and severe trauma, your amygdala lights up. And when that happens, your prefrontal cortex shuts down. So all of your reasoning, your logic, all of this stuff.
That's why the person who took down the camera and removed the SD card, they're not acting accordingly. Like she's saying, even the kid, they interviewed children, the young people who were there, tears. They're like freaking out, crying because we just saw a human being get executed. No, you stoically walk, you walk over his body, you get on a chair, you unscrew a camera, you take out the SD card. Huh? Unless you were part of it, you were in on it. That's it. Because if you were not in on it, you will never be this. I don't even think you would even see the camera. Because it's pandemonium. Like, you know, the way people ran out of that place, it was overwhelming. It was even Esther. Esther was freaking out. And mind you, she was just watching it on social media. I was like, Esther, what's going on? Because I was walking Maverick. I was like, what is going on? You come home, you see that footage. It was utter pandemonium. Everybody is freaked out. People don't even know. Is it one shooter, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 shooters? What the freak is going on? How can you be so calm and walk over? Like, he walked over the place. He got on the chair. He unscrews the camera. He removes the SD card and he walks away. What the freak? What is going on? So if he's part of the Turning Point USA team, then they're in on it. They are in on it. We're not buying this. We are not buying any of this crap.
Just goes out the window. That's why a lot of people that go through stuff like this don't even know what time it is, what day it is. They, things just lose meaning. But Erika is able not only to keep it together very well, considering, but she's actually being like coherent, and she's like listing all the first responders. And I'm not saying not to be grateful, but it's just like so over the top. And I'm sorry for all that noise. It's just so over the top, ridiculous. Like, it's stunning to me how I'm supposed to believe that this is a woman that just went through this type of trauma. So let's continue.
Save Charles's life. And the police who acted bravely to make sure that there were no other victims on that terrible afternoon. I want to thank the officers who have protected our Turning Point USA family.
I want you to notice how she said that, because her speech got very matter of fact, like our Turning Point family. Like, this is not a person, in my opinion, that is in shock. It just isn't. She's very composed.
Yep.
And
like she knew it was going to happen. That's my thing. It's like I'm telling you guys, she acts like she knew it was going to happen. Her and Andrew, it's like they knew it was going to happen. I can't shake that feeling off. I don't know how to explain it. I'm like, this woman is acting like she knew it was going to happen. And that's why she said, I forgive. Because maybe you're the one. Are you forgiving yourself? Then how you call it a Freudian slip? Is that it? When Andrew says people are evil. I said, huh? People are evil? What? Okay, there you go. But I'm like, this is weird. This is weird. Did you know? And if you knew, were you in on it? I'm like, she also stands to benefit. She knew. It's weird. It's really weird.
Just let me see if I can replay it.
Victims on that terrible afternoon.
Also, I want to say that terrible afternoon. So when investigators, for example, are interviewing a suspect or a possible suspect, right? One of the first things that they do is they try to distance themselves from what actually happened. So that terrible afternoon, not, the day he got killed, right? So they try to minimize what actually happened. And
Andrew does the same thing. He doesn't say he was murdered. That thing that happened to him, the thing that happened to his body, the thing that happened to his body, the trauma that happened to his body. You see, Andrew does the same thing. These two talk in the same way. They talk the same way, y'all. They don't want to use the actual words. They don't want to use the word murdered, killed, horrible day. My husband was murdered. Okay. Somebody shot him in the neck. Exactly. She's doing exactly what Andrew did. That thing that happened to him. What thing, Andrew? Say it. Say it. Why can't you say the murder? Why can't you say execution? Why can't you say assassination? But I want y'all to know it happened really fast. Like, he didn't suffer. It was really quick. Sir. Okay. She's doing the same thing Andrew is doing.
They try to minimize also like their involvement in it.
Yeah.
And sometimes they will even talk about themselves in third person. So everything's kind of like pushed away. So that terrible afternoon, well, I don't know, but I would think that it's more than just like terrible. Like, you lost your husband in this very tragic and violent way. Like, I think it goes beyond terrible, but why is she diminishing it? Let's go on.
I want to thank the officers who have protected our Turning Point USA family.
See how matter of fact?
These past 2 days.
So matter of fact.
And I want to thank the Turning Point USA board.
The board.
The COO, Justin Strive.
The COO, the board, this is what you're thinking of? This is what's on your head?
I want to thank the staffers of his amazing Charlie Kirk show.
what is there to laugh about? I don't understand these reactions. These reactions are not congruent with what just happened, not for a person who's in shock, not for a person who's in mourning. And I will address I know what you're thinking. I will address this later on. Let's just get through this somehow.
Who helped him broadcast from the studio,
okay, gesturing. I told you guys, right? And it's right on cue. It's like from this, it's to me repulsive. It is perverse what is happening here. So I am trying to keep it together. But this type of gesturing, looking over exactly on cue, on this, like what is that? Like, what is that? This is so using devices for all this drama, for all this, like, I get so upset about this. But anyway, let's continue.
this chair. Every day he loved it. He loved what he did.
Every day.
I want to thank the millions of people who have shown.
Okay, I want you to notice how quickly she turned, right? Because she's going every day. Like she's so heartbroken. And immediately, it turns into every day. I want to thank, notice this, I'm going to rewind.
I want to thank the millions of people who have shown their love for Charlie.
Notice how quickly she changes her demeanor and the tone of her voice on cue.
Yeah.
What he did.
And I will also tell you guys this too, which is, oh, the way he loved this chair. He loved this chair. I felt like she hated him for that. Because I really feel like Charlie Kirk, his wife was Turning Point USA. She was an afterthought. Even when Andrew trying to sell them, oh, they would go on their vacation, and he wasn't lying. He was lying. That's why when that girl said, oh, the heart was beating for you, he's like, beautiful. Like, girl, he didn't love that girl. He loved Turning Point USA. She is lying. She looked at that chair like, I bet you ain't going to sit here no more. I will sit here. Do you know who Erika Kirk reminds me of? You guys, I swear. Part of me is so torn because part of me, I want to do like a whole series on her. Okay? Because this girl, she don't sit right in my spirit. Do you know this lady? Do you know who she reminds me of? But she's not as good at her, but she kind of reminds me of, right? If you watch Game of Thrones, when I tell you Erika Kirk is like a cheap-ass version, a bootleg version of Cersei Lannister. When I tell you Cersei was batshit crazy, Cersei was batshit fucking crazy. Because she was so resentful that she wasn't a man. Because she wanted her father to make her the heir of the Lannister throne. He's like, girl, you a girl, go marry that king. Right? The king was impotent. Cersei was having sex with Jaime, her brother. She sleeps with her brother. She had 3 children, 2 boys, 1 girl. These are Jaime's children. You guys, I swear. If you didn't watch Game of Thrones, I don't know what to tell you. If you did not watch Game of Thrones, I don't know what to tell you, right? But Erika, she reminds me of Cersei. Cersei wanted to be queen so badly. She wanted to be queen. First of all, she wanted to be the heir of the Lannister family. Her daddy said no. So it was Jaime, then it was her brother, Tyrion, the midget one, the short one, the dwarf. Okay, then it was her. But she felt like she should have been in charge. Her daddy said no. Okay, then when it came to the king, she hated his ass. She could not stand him. So she wanted her son to take over. The one that's going to marry that girl, the Stark, the older sister, Arya's older sister. Okay, but he was Jeffrey. He was batshit crazy, that kid. Okay, then something happened. I guess Jeffrey died. Then his brother, he was so scared of his mom, he jumped out of a window. I forgot what happened to her daughter. Or I think her daughter got killed, right? So eventually, Cersei gets what she wants. She becomes the queen. But that woman was crazy. The way she wanted the Iron Throne. The way she wanted the Iron Throne. And when I look at Erika, I'm like, that chair symbolizes the Iron Throne. Okay? Hold on. Man, you have to have watched Game of Thrones, man. Okay? Because that stuff was real. Right? The Iron Throne. These people were out here doing all kinds of things to sit on this damn chair. And I feel like Charlie Kirk, that chair, it's the Iron Throne. They wanted that chair. They wanted that chair. They wanted the chair. I'm like, you wanted that chair just as badly as Cersei Lannister wanted to sit on the Iron Throne. Okay? Because this is weird. It's like, she's like, let's just finish all this, okay? I'll make the video. I'll say how much I miss him. We'll do his little memorial. We'll find a killer. We'll blame someone. I want to be queen now. I want to run. I want to rule this. I want to rule this. She wants to just move on and be the CEO of Turning Point USA. And you know, also when it came to Cersei, Jamie was like her. Jamie was like, he was an enabler, because he could have stopped his sister / lover, but he always enabled her because he thought she would change. No, all she did was get more greedy, and more diabolical. That lady was so diabolical. She was just so freaking diabolical. Like, you had to watch Game of Thrones. You really had to watch Game of Thrones. Hold on. Where am I at? Okay. But I'm like, this chair is the Iron Throne. Go ahead, sis. Do your thing. Ciao.
I want to thank the millions of people who have shown
what he did. I want to thank the million. Do you guys not see something wrong with this? Am I the only person here?
No, I see.
I want to thank my husband's dear friend, Vice President Vance.
Okay, now we get to the political part.
Oh, what's going on?
I want to thank the millions of people who have shown
what he did. I want to thank the million. Do you guys not see something wrong with this? Am I the only person here?
Bizarre.
I want to thank my husband's dear friend, Vice President Vance.
Okay, now we get to the political part. This is where she's going to go down the line of all the political people and everybody, you know, it's like this long list of name dropping and just all politics, right? So.
And his phenomenal wife, Usha, for their love and support. You guys honored my husband so well, bringing him home.
There's a question about that, and I know a lot of you have already raised it, but even going back to like what she was saying about first responders, like why wasn't there an ambulance there? Any event that has so many people, like things can happen. There was no ambulance there. He was taken to a not the nearest hospital. Like there's a lot of weird stuff going on here, but I just want you to take notice of that. Let's keep going.
You both are tremendous.
Jesus. You guys, they did this to him. They did this to him. I'm sorry, but I can't unsee it. This lady is not innocent. I can't unsee it. Well, I'm scared. These are frightening people. Hold on, y'all. My video's acting stupid. Oh my God.
Okay. What?
Oh, Charlie, I love you. I love you, baby. Gigi, our daughter, just ran into my arms. God bless you all. And may God bless America.
There you have it. There you have it.
And do you also notice, you guys, y'all, this is really weird. I'm not trying to be funny. Do you notice that she never even mentioned her in-laws? She never called out her in-laws. I don't know what his parents' name are, but I'm like, say something about his dad, say something about his mom, how, you know, we're going to take care of the kids. We're going to come together as a family. My parents, your parents, you know. She never mentioned her in-laws. Just like Denise. She made sure that Mike's mom was not involved in anything. She lived like the lady did not exist. And she told her, if you keep asking about what happened to your son, you will never see your granddaughter ever again. This is not normal. A man died, and you talk about the vice president. You talk about the COO, the CFO, the CMO, the whatever. You're trying to raise money. You're telling people to start a new Turning Point USA chapter or to join one, to send a donation. But not once do you acknowledge your in-laws and what they're going through and what they are suffering, like what they've suffered. The whole memorial thing, his parents are nowhere to be found. And nobody's like, oh, don't you find that suspicious? Don't you find that suspicious? Because they want to wrap this up as fast as possible so she can sit in that chair. You guys, I can't shake this off. I can't shake this off.
I mean, everyone grieves differently. Yeah, for sure they do. Some withdraw while others lash out. Some turn to drugs and alcohol while others avoid any reminder of their loss. What they don't do is whatever that was. Compare Erika Kirk's reaction to Jackie Kennedy's somber grace or Coretta Scott King's profound grief. That says it all. I won't go into her speech at Charlie's memorial because it's intolerable and it's just more of the same. The whole event was spectacle, stunningly inappropriate, garish, and vulgar, or as Joan Didion would say, so explicit as to suggest nothing beyond itself. A mockery of what a memorial should be, reverent and genuine. Hollow eulogies conjured images of martyrs and saints, of wars and calls to action, language meant to stir the crowd and bury their doubts in emotional distractions. Just notice the reaction when Erika said,
I forgive him.
The message was crystal clear. Let bygones be bygones. And more importantly, stop asking questions.
Yeah.
And for some, it worked. One netizen commented,
"What you stop asking questions." That's why that sis came in here. She was upset because they got to her. You see? Yeah, they got to her. You see? People are rude. You don't attack someone. You see? They got her too. They got her too. They don't want you to use your prefrontal cortex and start asking questions because this is not normal. We have never seen this. I'm like, I have never seen. It really is grotesque. It's ghetto. It's ratchet ass, trailer ass, redneck ass behavior. Who does this? You guys, his family was nowhere in sight. His mom, they never showed his mom one time. They never showed his dad one time. We don't even know if Charlie Kirk had siblings. They were never given a chance to speak. These people just took over and they pushed the family out. How is that normal? But they're Christian? This is a Christian organization? These are Christian people? And a family loses their child, they lose their son. He was 31 years old. No parent is supposed to be burying a child. I can only imagine. Did they pressure the mom? Did they pressure the dad? Did they make the parents sign an NDA? Did they make these people sign NDAs? Only God knows what kind of pressure and threats these people are facing. The blood of Jesus, like really the blood of Jesus. What is going on? What is going on? How can you die and we don't even see your family? Nobody wants to even ask your mom, how are you doing? Nobody wants to ask your dad, how are you doing, sir? Are you okay? How are you coping? How are you managing? How is the family dealing with this? Does Charlie even have siblings? Who even knows, Chad? Okay. Well, I guess I'll do it. Because what is going on? You see, people are even asking, does he have a mother? How you not going to have a mother? Okay. This is evil. You see, not once they show this man's family. The news is not showing their family, even like the Fox News. You see, he has a sister. Why isn't she talking? You see, he has a family. So why don't his parents, like his mom, like, you mean to tell me she has nothing to say? I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Here's his mom. Here's his dad. Here's his sister. And we don't hear from these people at all. We are not hearing from these people at all. This is not normal behavior, especially from a so-called Christian organization. What kind of Christians are not trying to platform the parents? I've never seen this kind of Christianity. I don't even know what the heck is going on. I don't even know what's going on. Exactly. She gives very much Vanessa Bryant. What is going on? What about his little sister? How is she doing? I don't know. I don't know, Mark. I don't believe that. Because even if they were upset, even if they didn't like the stuff he had to say, that's still their son. That is still her child. He's 31 years old, Mark. Like it's not a joke, right? He's still a baby. A goofy one, but 31. He had his whole life ahead of him. Like you should see when that bullet hit his neck. Like he went like this. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, yo, that stuff is oh my gosh, it's jarring. So I don't care how upset you are with your son. When you see that, what the fuck? What the fuck? And his dad. No, Trump, JD Vance, little Marco on the stage, Tucker Carlson, all these weirdos trying to get clout on a dead body. They wanted clout off of a dead body. These people are sick as hell. They are truly despicable. They're so disgusting. They're just so inhumane. They're sick. All they care about is money and power and mind control. Oh, because all these whites who follow Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, they look at these people as electoral cattle, and they can't afford to lose these people. Mark, you don't even know if these people have been made to sign NDAs. You don't even know. This is the mob. They could have this family under pressure. Look at the other lady, the mother. The girl, Denise, said to her, if you don't stop asking questions, you're not going to see your grandbaby. They were threatening her. They were beating her, scaring her. And that's just a human being. So if Denise had so much power over that old lady, whoever's behind this, they probably got the family scared. We don't know what they're going through. Baba, these are dangerous people. These are seriously dangerous people. And the way they are excluding the family, we don't even know if their calls are being recorded. Okay. JD Vance to me is a weirdo. Here's Ulysses Grant looking ass. I don't like him. He's weird. He is really weird. He is really, really weird. So I'm like, But my prayers go out to the family though. Because I can only imagine what kind of pressure they've been under. Because this is weird. It is weird. Everybody is calling this thing weird.
Just grieve a little bit differently. But then I just kept hearing these things that like,
Mom,
let's talk about the next step for Turning Point. And in my mind, when my grandma passed away, I was really hurt.
Yes.
The last thing I was thinking about is business. So it's just all kind of weird. JB said Erika Kirk moved on fast. Right. It almost kind of seemed like, I don't know, fast. Nick Fuentes pointed something out recently. Brian Allen shared this. Heartbreaking. Nick Fuentes is actually right about Erika Kirk. I didn't think the day would come, but here we are.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way too. I was like, is anybody else noticing this?
It's like, lady, didn't your husband just get his face blown off like 2 seconds ago? And not to be insensitive about it, but everyone's thinking it.
Yeah.
No one wants to be the asshole. No one wants to say it. Everyone's thinking it. Everyone was thinking it when she gave the first speech. Everyone was definitely thinking it at the memorial. Nobody wants to say it because it's inappropriate. It's insensitive. I am the troll, right? So I'll be the one to say it. I think it's super inappropriate. I think it's inappropriate. I think it's weird. It's bizarre. Something is off there, and I don't like it.
It is very weird. It's weird. Now, don't get it twisted, because Nick was like switching up on things too. Because after Charlie Kirk's death, he was starting to say like, oh, well, no, maybe we shouldn't, he was starting to switch up some of the things that he said too when it came to censorship. All of a sudden he was pro-censorship. People were criticizing Charlie Kirk's death, etc. So, yeah, you do troll. He does troll sometimes. But to this point, I told you guys, and at first I
will say, guys, people did not like what I've been saying about Erika Kirk. Last night during the Super Chats, was it during the Super Chats? I think it was. Somebody asked me about Charlie Kirk's widow, and I was really blunt and straight up with you about it. I get a weird feeling. I got a really...
I mean, can you imagine, like, how God is trying to expose you when Black people and racist people are actually on one accord? I feel like, listen, I have never seen this before, okay? When in America have you seen racist white people and Black people agree on a thing? Like, we are all in agreement. I'm like, she might be the one that she might reunite America, for all I know, okay? Racist white people and Black people are all coming to an agreement that something is weird with Erika Kirk. Y'all, it has to be God. It has to be God. How can everybody reject you like this? This is weird. I'm like, this is weird. Racist white people and black people are all in agreement when it comes to Erika Kirk. Something is weird. Everybody is confused. Everybody is confused. I mean, I guess this gives me hope. I guess we could all unite if we wanted to. I'm like, this is insanity. Because it's so weird. Yeah, I'm like, she's about to. I mean, she might end the race war in this country. Okay, this is crazy. When have you ever seen this? When in America do racist white people and black people agree on anything? But somehow it comes to Erika Kirk. We are all in agreement. Like, yeah, something is weird with this lady. White liberals, white conservative, white racists, black people, immigrants, illegals. Everybody is on one. The Muslims, we are all on one accord. Erika Kirk is weird. Something is bizarre. Something is weird. I have never seen this. And I'm like, girl, God is coming against you, man. Just like Jezebel. He cursed that heifer. God is really coming against you. Everybody is rejecting you spiritually. People are, I mean, you have the makeup, you have the hair, you have the diamonds, you have the fake smile, and yet spiritually, nobody takes to your spirit. Nobody is taken to your spirit. Erika, what have you done? What have you done? You and Andrew, what have you guys done to Charlie? This is insanity. This is insanity. This is insanity.
Bad feeling from her. It's just a vibe. But I don't like what I've been seeing from the organization ever since Charlie was murdered.
Mm-hmm.
And last night, somebody asked me about Erika, the widow, in the super chats. And last night I said, I'm getting this vibe from her that she's very fake.
Yes.
The 2 speeches she's given, the public appearances. I said, I really don't like how the whole organization has been handling his death. It's gratuitous.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, if they want to say that they're carrying on his legacy or they're doing things the way he would want them to be done, or they're continuing to fight the good fight, I get all that.
Never seen this.
But it's a little gratuitous. Am I the only one that feels that way? It's just like excessive.
Mm-hmm.
They are beating that dead horse. They are milking this for everything it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
It started right out of the gate.
Yep.
And they have just been pushing it every single day. Within 3 days after he died, she's given a speech. She's the CEO. They're sending fundraising texts about it right out of the gate. Then they do this memorial. And once again, I get it. If that's the turning point way, by all means. And they want to honor his life, by all means. But they're doing the Super Bowl commentators with the headsets on, doing a media table. They're selling merch, registering voters. They got pyrotechnics.
Yes.
Is this WrestleMania or is this a funeral? Like, what are we doing here?
Yes.
And then...
this was weird, you guys. It was weird. Somebody is dead. He wasn't sick. You know what I'm saying? Like, if he's sick, then you know it was coming anyway. So you're mentally prepared for that, right? So you can say, okay, he fought the disease. It was a celebration of life because he really fought the disease. No, it's an execution. So why are you people doing fireworks? Why are you people so excited? Why are you, what the fuck? They're not acting normal. They are not acting like people who saw their loved one get executed. They are acting like people who are like, yes, we got him out. Now we get to have his business. Now we get to sit in his chair. Now we get to have his donors. Now we get to have his money. Now we get to control his influence. It's like people rejoicing over a corpse. Like they are rejoicing that you're out of the way. They don't look bereaved. They don't look like they're in mourning. They look like they're rejoicing. Yes, Lonnie. Text messages asking for money, asking people to sign up to vote. It is weird. It is weird. They're not even saying pray for Charlie's family, pray for his mom, pray for his dad, pray for his sister because they're having a hard time. Nope. Even his friends, like his friends that we don't know, they're not even saying that. Money, 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 money. Register to vote. Start a Turning Point USA chapter. Join a Turning Point USA chapter. Like, what the what? What?
The day after the funeral, I'm getting 500 texts and emails.
Wow.
Erika Kirk here. I miss him. Every time I blink, every beat of my heart. Make sure to donate $5, $15, $25. It's like, okay.
Make sure to donate.
How can you ask for donations when he left you $12 million? He left you $12 million. So why do people need to donate? She's not struggling. She's not struggling financially. So why is there a rush to fundraise money? He left you $12 million. That's a shitload of money. Why are you asking for more money? Even Turning Point USA, they still have their Jewish donors who are billionaires. They don't need to raise money off his dead body. What is going on? That's why we're saying there are financial troubles. There are financial troubles. Because what's the rush to raise money when you have billionaires like Bill Ackman that are active donors to Turning Point USA? He has so many fucking donors. And many of them are Jewish billionaires. So there's no rush to raise money. Just ask them to write you a check unless there are financial troubles, right? There are financial troubles. So they need money. They need money. Because maybe if they ask the donors, like, well, I gave you money yesterday. What happened to that money?
He says, like, this shit is funny AF, but I mean,
there. And people say, well, everybody grieves differently. Yeah, I don't know how much mileage we can get out of that one anymore. Something's not right there. Very bizarre, weird vibe there. And did you see the show? Erika hosted the Charlie Kirk show this afternoon, and she's like, she looks like she's over the moon. She's happy as a clam.
Yeah, she's extremely.
And again, who am I to judge? Everybody grieves differently. She's a very devout Christian. Some people say maybe that's just strength, that's resolve. I don't know. It's one thing if your husband dies, period. It's another thing if your husband dies at age 31, unexpectedly.
Yeah.
It's another thing if your 31-year-old husband unexpectedly dies because he gets publicly executed with blood gushing out in front of thousands of people screaming and running away. Mm-hmm. That's like something that's
weird,
altogether different. And I think they were pushing it when she filmed his dead body. I think they were pushing it when she took control of the organization 72 hours later. I think they were pushing it with the fireworks and the WWE Batista entrance when she gave the eulogy at his funeral.
WWE Batista entrance. Like, it is that Nick is a really good speaker, but he could.
So much business, you can't believe it. We have unreleased content, and we're so excited about what Turning Point's going to do next. It's like, lady, didn't your husband just get his face blown off like 2 seconds ago? And not to be insensitive about it, but everyone's thinking it. No one wants to be the asshole. No one wants to say it. Everyone's thinking it. Everyone was thinking it when she gave the first speech. Everyone was definitely thinking it at the memorial. Nobody wants to say it because it's inappropriate. It's insensitive. I am the troll, right? So I'll be the one to say it. I think it's super inappropriate. I think it's inappropriate. I think it's weird. It's bizarre. Something is off there, and I don't like it. And I think even from a strategic point of view, they should reel that in a little bit. Even just maybe she's grieving differently. Hey, by all means, or not. Either way, even just out of self-interested reasons, I think they ought to reel it in a little bit because they're really pushing it. They had everybody going for a week or two, and the way that they are just milking it now, I think it's starting to turn people off.
And I agree with Nick on this one, like, surprise, surprise. But it is like they're doing it too much. Like people are like literally getting turned off. Too much.
And I'm be honest, when Charlie Kirk was alive, he was a, let's say, partisan for the GOP. Fundraising machine, activist machine, friendly to all the donors, a coalition builder. Is that what we're calling it now? Like, that's what he was. Very good. He didn't deserve to die. And this endeared everybody to him and to Turning Point and to the GOP in some sense. But the way that they're cynically milking it now, how gratuitous and shameless it is. Once again, you want to do something, that's fine, but they are really just, it's shameless at this point. It is gratuitous. It is excessive. For their own sake, they better reel that in. And I'll be the first one to say, and I'm going to ask a basic question, another question everybody else is asking. This is a 30-something-year-old woman. What happened to being a traditional wife now? Now we got a girl boss running Turning Point. Am I the only one that sees the contradiction here? It's what Charlie would have wanted. Now a 30-some-year-old woman is going to be running the organization. That's not very biblical. That's not very traditional.
I mean, that's true, but also I have to be honest. I'm not a hypocrite, but she never wanted to do this. She did this because...
Right. The reason they're doing that is because it's like atrocity propaganda. Who can ever criticize a grieving widow?
Mm-hmm.
She's a victim, you know? She's a victim of a horrible tragedy. And so that makes her beyond criticism. So they're pushing her in the middle of this. And I see people saying she should run for president now. And I think that's very sneaky. And I think it's kind of evil, actually, the way that they seem to be leveraging the tragedy to create this political breakout moment. That's what that feels like to me. This feels like it was either scripted, it's in the script, or they're taking advantage of the situation and they're making like a calculated political breakout moment for her and saying she's going to run for office or she's going to now lead Turning Point. And
yeah, it's like they want to turn her to the next Sarah Palin. This widow, she lost her husband, she's fighting. You see, because, to some extent too, like, how like Democrats are obsessed with having like the first female president. I think a lot of these conservatives also, they are progressive conservatives. Okay. They want to see women in power just as much as libs want to see a woman in power. Right. But I'm like, the way they're treating, like he's saying, the way they're treating that Erika Kirk lady, it is giving Sarah Palin. They want Sarah Palin 2.0 or 3.0. Okay. That's what I'm saying. This is not Israel. It's them. It's an inside job. It's a domestic job. It's from here. Okay. It's inside the house, inside the club. His own people clipped him. Okay. His own people clipped him. I'm like, yeah, they want to turn this lady, they want to turn Erika into the new Sarah Palin. Okay, there you go. So that they can find ways to get more women to vote, or like maybe try to get more women that are liberal to come on this side, right? They're up to no good. They are up to no good. And like, Israel doesn't stand to gain that much by clipping Charlie Kirk. No, his own party, his own organization, the people he rooted for, he's more useful dead than he is alive. I told you, I said Charlie Kirk, the moment he took that money, he's like a rapper who signed a 360 deal. And when it comes to them rapper people, they are worth more dead than alive. Your music is worth more when you're dead than when you're alive. So these record labels can't wait for you to get clipped. Yeah, I'm like, what does Israel stand to gain? Right? But who has to run for elections? Who has to try to get voters out there? I'm like, it's them. So I'm like, they need him dead more than Israel. He does nothing. He doesn't serve Israel dead. And also, he's not that big. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, they have the president. Come on now. Like, come on. Trump does whatever Bibi is asking him to do. So he doesn't need to kill Charlie Kirk. That sounds hella silly. It sounds really stupid. It sounds so damn stupid. But who wants to get reelected in 2028? There you go. who wants to cover up for the money missing at Turning Point USA, right? Please, please.
And you can't say boo about it because she's the victim of a horrible tragedy. Well, you know, I'm not like other people. This is politics. I said it last night. Nobody would have anything to say about it if you were grieving with your 2 fatherless children at home, but you thrust yourself into the center of it after 3 days. That's a whole different story. And I don't like sneaky shit like that. I don't like when people take advantage of
exactly. How could she be ready in 3 days unless she knew it was coming? Unless she knew it was coming, right? Marianne, I'm telling you, my love, I'm telling you, like, we need like everything we've been through, y'all. Everything we've been through, even since 9/11. Every American person, we have to start getting smarter. Even this whole race war shit, we all need to get smarter. Republicans versus Democrats, oh, please. 2 sides of the same coin, okay? We need to start getting smarter. Like, we have to stop allowing ourselves to be manipulated by the elite, by the 1%. They use this media to make us dumb. We need to start being smarter. Like, we really have to. And I think another thing that needs to happen in America also, people got to stop being so emotional. We have to learn to sit back and be like, let me see this shit play out real quick. Have no feelings about nothing. Because soon enough, all these people will expose their hands. It's a matter of time. It's a matter of time. And the thing about people who do bad shit, they're so fucking arrogant. Give it enough time, they're going to expose their asses because they think they're too smart. But I'm like, 9/11, oh, Iraq has weapons of mass destruction. Everybody got so emotional. Ah! Okay, cool, right? Black Lives Matter. Everybody got so emotional. Ah! Right? Give me something else, right? COVID. Everybody got so emotional. Ah! Right? We got to stop being so fucking emotional. They are manipulating us. Why would Israel want to kill Charlie Kirk? Like, it's just like, it's too easy. It's just too damn easy. But ever since he's been dead, who's using his name? Wumpty Wump Wump, Turning Point USA, his wife, Donald Trump, JD Vance, those people. I'm like, yeah, I look at you people sideways. Then that young man, Tyler, they say he has yet to confess. I'm like, we're so confused. One moment, oh, his dad turned him in because his dad wanted money from Bill Ackman. It's like, no, the dad is getting a lawyer to fight for his son. I'm like, this is so confusing. You have people from Turning Point USA who are removing cameras, like just desecrating a crime scene, removing hard, like what's called memory cards, whatever. Yo, it's too effing much. But I'm like, the way she's so happy, smiling, like it's like she knew. It's like I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like she knew. You had to know. Because if you didn't know, you'd be in shock. She's not in shock. She is not in shock. She's not shocked. She's not even crying. She is not crying. She's laughing. She's cackling. She's wearing all kinds of diamonds and jewelry. So it's like, yo, sis, go somewhere with that. Like I said, this place right here in America, every day, there is a man getting murdered by his wife for life insurance money. Every day, there is a wife getting murdered by her husband for life insurance money. Growing up, I was so addicted to American Greed on CNBC. Oh, I love American Greed. The stuff people will do for money. The stuff people will do for life insurance money. Please. Please. Yeah, please. Okay? Please. Please, 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 please. People do it all the time. In America, there's always somebody having sex with his best friend's wife. There's always a wife having sex with her husband's best friend. It happens all the time. We have to stop acting, oh, they would never. We don't know these people. But when you consider how much money is on the line, the money, the influence, the control of millions and millions of white people, yeah, that's enough to kill someone and take his place. People have killed people for $100. People have killed people for $100,000. So if Charlie Kirk, with his new mind of distancing himself from Israel, could cost these people $150 million, yeah, I can see why they smoked his ass. If he was losing donors day to day because he didn't want to listen, he wanted to have Candace, he wants to have Tucker Carlson, and all these people are pulling back their money, I can see why those who live off the money would have his ass clipped because that's their livelihood. And he's not listening because he got them comfortable to the money. He got them comfortable to the money. And like he was trying to make the money go away. So I can see why they clipped his ass. Like, be so for real though. People, I'm like, even Remy Ma shot her friend for $10,000. People have killed people behind $5,000. People have killed people for $200. And you mean to tell me that some rich ass white people, some rich ass politician couldn't kill somebody for $150 million? Yeah, the fuck right. Even Dick Cheney shot somebody. He killed a friend on his property, and he said, "Oh, it was an accident." No, he meant that shit. He meant that shit. What are the odds? What are the odds? You didn't injure the man. You killed the man. Right? Go somewhere with that. Go somewhere with that. Okay? They're a bunch of weirdos. They are a bunch of weirdos. But I can see if he was really about to turn his back on $150 million, yes, I can see why they clipped his ass. If he was really about to do some investigation into the finances of Turning Point USA and see how much money was missing, and then a week later he ends up dead, oh, yes, ma'am, I can see why they clipped him. I really can. His own people did that shit to him. His own people did that shit to him. And just like Mike, I'm sure his wife knew. That's why she in shock. She wants to act shocked, but she can't do it because it's hard to trick your subconscious. It's hard. You got to be a real sociopath. She's just a clown. She a greedy little clown. She's not about that life. She's not really sick. She's not really sick. You got to be real sick to trick your own subconscious like that. She can't do it. That's why she's a bad actress. I'm like, please, we are not stupid. We are not stupid.
Of emotions. I don't like when political people take advantage of sentiment. I think it's very cynical. I think it's very calculated. I think it's devious.
It's weird.
And I think they know what they're doing there. And they know you can't touch that because it's atrocity.
Exactly.
Whenever there's an atrocity, we have to turn our brains off and pretend we're not thinking what we're thinking. And I don't like that. I think that's sneaky. So again, she wanted to go and be with her family that must be shaken and destroyed with the loss of its patriarch. That would be one thing. Why don't you take care of your kids? Mm-hmm. I know it's not my position to say that, but why don't you go and be with your kids now? Mm-hmm. Your kids don't have a father. Yeah. The family's reeling.
It's sad.
She wanted to give a speech, then the memorial. Now she's hosting the show. She's going on different. She's going on Alex Clark, talking about unreleased content. The show goes on. Didn't Charlie have 1 million lieutenants that can do this? Mm-hmm. Aren't there 1 million people that could line up to succeed him? Look at that Brylan Hollyhand. The way that guy is salivating at the opportunity, it's just gross. Mm-hmm. You see this guy? Mm-hmm. And there's 100 of them. There's 100, wannabe college Republican presidents. It is their dream to be the next Charlie Kirk. They're lining up to pick up the bloodstained microphone and take his place. Aren't there 2,000 people that could do that? Take care of your kids.
I mean, it sounds rude, but Nick has a point here. Like, I kind of agree with him on this one. Like, why is she not taking some time for herself? And
my thing is, when she's doing all this, who's at home with the babies? So they lost their daddy. Instead of being there for them, comforting them, making them brownies and hot chocolate. No, you want to be the face of what, sis? Of what? Right? No, something is weird with this chick. Something is weird. Something is weird.
Now we're going to get a girl boss, an untouchable girl boss that nobody can say anything about. I'll be the asshole and say it. Everyone's thinking that on some level. And the only people, and I'm going to say this is the last thing, and then we'll move on and get into the news. The only people that don't like to hear this, hate to say it this way, but it's suckers.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird.
Women who are very emotional.
Yes.
Women who are very empathetic and compassionate, and God bless women for that.
Mm-hmm. But
I know a lot of women saw that speech and they were crying and they were emotional, and So women are buying this, and a lot of like sucker men.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a lot of people. That's really insensitive. How could you say that? Hey, man, grow up.
Mm-hmm.
This is politics.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's really interesting how many red-pilled people, this is what they do. This is what political creatures do. They exploit endlessly emotions,
Mm-hmm.
fear, anger,
Mm-hmm.
sadness,
Mm-hmm.
piety. They exploit every sentiment that you feel based on the sensational images that we are shown, our visceral reaction to them. The politicians are masterful at exploiting that for their own end. And that is what we're witnessing. Just like when you see a school shooting, just like when you see a terrorist attack, just like when you see a high-profile crime, George Floyd, this is no different. In a certain sense, this is no different. And all those range of emotions that you felt, anger, fear, sadness, retribution, forgiveness, longing for communion, they're exploiting that too.
Yeah.
They're exploiting that with the big speech. Perfect makeup, costume. I forgive him. Oh. She should be president now. I'm not that really pisses me off.
We can see that.
You know, you want to be the widow, then be the widow. You want to play girl boss? Whole different story. Whole different story. I don't like when people mix those things. I don't like when people mix these things. It's like, who is that kid at Parkland or whatever?
Yeah.
David Hogg.
Yeah.
David Hogg, his school got shot up. Now he's going to be a Democrat politician. I'm sorry. Seriously? I don't like that. I don't like it at all. And I think it's cynical, and I think people are afraid to say it because of the, all the sentiment on the timeline. But I don't like it one bit. And yeah, I'm willing to be the asshole. I know people won't like it, but I think you're a sucker if you're buying into this right now. It's the most cynical, exploitative political move I've ever seen. And you know what? When they say it's what he would have wanted, they're damn right about that, because that's who these people are. Turning Point, that's what they are. How do you think you build an organization that makes $140 million a year? That's what they do. They're experts in making money, collecting checks, collecting cash, telling people what they want to hear. That's what Turning Point was, a very corrupt organization 2 weeks ago, and it still is.
Corrupt, yeah.
Turning Point was taking money from Zionist donors, Wall Street donors, Silicon Valley donors, Meta, all this kind of stuff.
That's why I told you. I said, Andrew had a Freudian slip when he said people are evil. He's talking about himself. So if the org is corrupt, and then within the org, money is missing, do you put it past these people to have somebody clipped to hide their secret? Do you put it past such people to have him clipped so he wouldn't do the whole investigation and see who's taking the money, who stole the money? And how many millions? It was millions of dollars that went missing. Millions. Because they know Charlie didn't go to college. Charlie not good with money. Not good with money. But these people, I told you, Andrew is older. Andrew was born, what's his name again? What's his name again? Andrew what? Kolvet, whatever his name is, right? There you go. Okay. Yeah, right. I do not like him at all. What's his birthday again? June 4th. Okay. So Andrew was born June 4th, 1984. So he's older than Charlie. He's older. Right? He's like 9 years. What is he? 9 years older? Yeah, he's 9 years older. Right? So who knows? Like, how was he sunning him? Because Charlie didn't go to college. So he's trusting you. Just like Christ trusted Judah with the purse. Now there's money missing. And now he's saying, oh, just like Selena, when Selena went up to Yolanda, okay, I'm going to do an investigation. Pa, she clipped her. Right? Charlie Kirk said he's going to do an investigation. A week later, he's clipped. And while he gets clipped and his heart is still beating, they don't put this man in an ambulance. They put him in the back of a pickup of some kind of truck that they drive the long way to get to the hospital. What the F? What are they doing? What are they doing? They are removing cameras. They are, bastardizing a crime scene, hiding SIM cards. Hiding memory cards. What are they up to? Right? And this is how corrupt people move. This is how corrupt people move. And Erika herself, or her family, her mama, her daddy, being defense contractors, she big corrupt. She is, little child. She comes from a whole bloodline of corrupt people. Nope, we're not buying this. We are not buying this.
They are taking checks, taking cash.
Yeah.
Like nobody's business. Bernard Marcus, Foster Freeze, you name it. And after this guy went down, it's almost like, they saw dollar signs from that.
Yeah. And
that's pretty gross. I say that as somebody that, obviously I didn't really like the whole operation, and the operation's going to do what it does best. The way these people are exploiting this, it's just sort of sick. But anyway.
And you can say whatever you want about Nick, but you can't call him a liar. Like, for real, he is speaking.
And I think the first time I said it was like, it might have been last stream when I was like, anybody notice things just moving kind of fast? Like, I just don't, like, I don't know. Like, do you guys know people that lost a spouse or a significant other? And how were they acting? Because everyone that I know that happened to, they were not grinning and smiling and ready to go on shows. And it just, they weren't thinking about business at all. At all. Let's go on.
But they're doing the Super Bowl commentators with the headsets on, doing a media table. They're selling merch, registering voters. They got pyrotechnics. Is this WrestleMania or is this a funeral? Like, what are we doing here? And then the day after the funeral, I'm getting 500 texts and emails. Erika Kirk here. I miss him. Every time I blink, every beat of my heart. Make sure to donate $5, $15, $25. It's like, okay. Then they're doing a show. Did you see the show today? And so prescient. I said it last night. I said, I'm getting like a fake vibe. Something's off there. And people say, well, everybody grieves differently. Yeah, I don't know how much mileage we can get out of that one anymore. Something's not right there. Very bizarre, weird vibe there. And did you see the show? Erika hosted the Charlie Kirk show this afternoon, and she's like, she looks like she's over the moon. She's happy as a clam. And again, who am I to judge? Everybody grieves differently. She's a very devout Christian. Some people say maybe that's just strength, that's resolve. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. Because I have just never seen, I'm sorry, I've never seen this type of behavior. The last thing that I would be thinking about is, oh, well, the business got, I wouldn't even be in that right mindset, like at all, especially not just the fact of how her spouse died, the way that he died. I think circumstances do matter sometimes. Like if you know that someone like your significant other like is sick or whatever, and you've already been told that this day is coming, I think you have a little bit more time to prepare for that.
Yes.
But you still are going to grieve. This came out of nowhere.
And
so to me,
it did not come out of nowhere. And maybe that's why there's a dissonance for us, right? You see what I'm saying? Because we're confused. She's not confused. We're confused. But she's not confused. We are confused. That's why we're like, but this is weird. This doesn't make no sense. No, it makes perfect sense to somebody who knew it was going to happen. Right? That's it. We're confused. Because for as long as we live, we've never seen widows behave like this. We've never seen a widow smile within 3 days of her husband being unalive, especially if she got 2 little kids. Because you would even weep for the fact that your children will never remember their dad. And that's really sad, especially for the 1-year-old. He won't remember him. And that's really crushing. And mind you, I don't even like Charlie Kirk. But even me, I'm you know what I'm saying? That makes me sad. He's not going to remember his dad. People will have to tell him, oh, your dad was this, your dad was that. He's not going to remember him. That's really sad. And so I don't know how you could look at your children. You know, the oldest one, she's 3. Like what, 2027? She's going to start like pre-K or something. He won't be there. And you're not even thinking about that. No, a business, the chair, donation. Something is wrong with this chick. And I don't even try to be mean, but now I'm even questioning, like, listen, I don't want to be mean, but I'm like, I'm even questioning paternity. Because if these are really his kids, the fact that you're not mourning him going, unless the daddies are still alive. Is the daddy alive, Erika? Is the daddy alive? Because a lot of you women out here, y'all be lying on paternity. Y'all will lie on paternity. Because there ain't no way that the daddy of your kids is dead and you're not even crying. In 3 days, you smiling. Oh, daddy went on a business trip with Jesus so he can buy you blueberries. Girl, what? Girl, what? Are you on some Diana Ross bullshit? Okay? Because there's a lot of women now who be out here lying on paternity. Are those his kids? Because I don't know, y'all. You're like, Marley, no, I'm being serious. I'm being for real. Because my heart, because I have 3 kids, my heart as a woman is like, because my oldest, like my youngest is like, how old is Maverick? 16 months, right? So they're about the same age. But imagine, Maverick wouldn't remember. He wouldn't remember anything. And that right there should just break your heart. You look at a child, you say, wow, he won't remember anything. And that, even that all over gonna give me PTSD all over again. They're gonna put me in the bed. Oh, y'all, they might have to sedate me. They might have to drug me up. Because just thinking about what my kids are never going to have. The first day of pre-K, first day of kindergarten, first day of first grade, graduating from the 6th grade, going to middle school, basketball, baseball, riding their first bike. There's so many firsts. They're not going to have that with their dad. And I'm like, and the fact that dad don't take you straight to bed, that's crazy to me. Like I said, unless the daddy's alive. Oh, yes, y'all. Oh, yes. You see it all the time. TikTok, YouTube, Instagram. The number of women that have lied on paternity out here, it will blow your mind. It will blow your fucking mind. There are men out here raising children that are not theirs. Somebody else's baby. You know, I had a friend of mine. Well, you know, I iced her a little bit. I had to ice her out. But she was dating this man, right? Because he's in the military. I mean, he was in the military. So he was always getting deployed. I'm like, I don't know how he didn't even know. But the lady, they had 2 kids, 2 boys. He named the first one Junior, right? And I feel like one of the babies, the first one, he passed away, right? He passed like 4 or 5, he passed away. So when the baby passed away, somehow, I guess they did a DNA test. And that's when he was informed that the Junior was not his kid. So then he tested the other baby. That's also not his son. That thing messed him up. So it seems like every time he was deployed, she was out here smashing. But I don't know how he didn't do the math to realize that I wasn't even here. So who got you pregnant, sis? What's your name? Mary? Okay. Ave Maria. How you get pregnant, sis? Okay. 2 kids. That man raised 2 boys, plus her daughter, because she had a daughter from another relationship. So he was raising all her kids. But the 2 youngest ones, the 2 boys, he thought they were his boys. Nah. Nope. The lie detector said, you're not the father, boo. You're not the father. And that's why I feel like even now in America, because these women are so scandalous nowadays. These women are so scandalous nowadays. Paternity tests have to be mandatory. Even if you're married, I don't give a fuck. We have to I think men in America have to fight for paternity tests to be mandatory. Because there's too many women out here lying on paternity. Yes, y'all. Do not be emotional. I know. Like Marlene, she said, you don't know this lady. You don't know this lady. Just because she's pretty to you, she got money and things like that. No. Okay? Because remember, most villains always look good. Okay? Cruella de Vil, she looked good. Okay? Maleficent, she looked good. I mean, besides Ursula, but yeah, I mean, most villains always look good. The Devil Wears Prada, okay? Marilyn, she look good. Most evil people always dress down. They look good. They got nice bodies, lots of makeup, lots of money. Most evil people always eat down, okay? Clock it, right? So do not trust your eyes. Don't trust your eyes. I'm telling you, people are batshit crazy. We are living in depraved times, you guys. Jesus just needs to come, and we're going to call this thing a day. Okay, we are truly living in a depraved society where people are not afraid to sleep with people's wives. They're not scared to kill folks for money. They're just not, people are not scared no more. People are not scared. People are so depraved. And I don't care that they call themselves Christians. Nobody cares because the Bible says we shall recognize you by your fruits. And these fruits, it don't give widow. These fruits do not give a bereaved widow who just found out that her husband has been executed at a school in front of thousands of people while thousands of people were live streaming. This don't add up. It doesn't add up because something diabolical is going on. Like I said, I question everything. I question her. I question Andrew. I question paternity. I question everything. I don't trust these people. Yeah. They need to, men in America need to fight to make paternity tests like it has to be the law. It has to be the law. Before a man puts his name on a birth certificate, there has to be a paternity test. These women out here can't be trusted. They cannot be trusted. Even I'm a woman, I'm telling you, they can't be trusted. It happens every day. You come on YouTube, you might even see 10, 20 videos. Oh, yeah, that's not his baby. Lying on paternity. They pick and choose who's more like, oh, he has more money, so I'll just say he's the dad. Oh, he's more stable, so I'll just say he's the dad. Oh, this guy is married, so, well, I guess, he has a wife, he's married, so I'll say this other guy who's not married, he's the dad. They don't care. These women don't care. And these men are so excited to be dads, they're not even thinking they're being cuckolded. Okay? Do a paternity test. You got to make sure that's your baby. Stephon Diggs, I'm talking to you because only God knows if Cardi B is not really pregnant by Offset. Okay? You have to do a paternity test because you just never know. You don't know. Even Mike, the Mike we just saw, Mike who got killed, right? Because if the guy is saying, hold on, where is he? So y'all, Jesus, these poor sick as hell. These sick ass people, right? If he said, think about this, right? Think about this. If he's saying that he knew her before they all knew Mike, he knew her way back before Mike ever got in the picture, then she said she don't want to be divorced because she don't want to share custody of Ainsley. She does not want to get divorced because she don't want to get custody of Ainsley, right? That's 2. Number 3, it was either Mike is going to die or Kathy's going to die. And he said, nope, he can't do that to his son. So is Ainsley his daughter? Because if you don't want your son to be without a parent, you would say, well, if I kill Mike, then his daughter's not going to have a daddy unless Ainsley is his daughter. Right? And then Mike's mother said that Mike's murderers got to raise her granddaughter. But I said, ma'am, she might not even be your granddaughter. Because it could very well be that the whole time that's his daughter. You see, because nobody has taken a paternity test, right? Nobody went and got a DNA test on Ainsley. You get my point, right? Because if that's her dad, why don't you want to share custody? Right? So y'all killed this man and then y'all raised the daughter together. So is it his daughter? Most likely. Most likely Ainsley is his daughter. And that's why she had no problem telling Mike's mother, if you keep asking questions, you're not going to see that child. And she made sure she never really saw the child. Even after all of this, Ainsley said she don't want to talk to Mike's grandma, his mother. She don't want to talk to her. So I'm saying, are you sure that the murderers of her father raised her, or did her parents actually raise her? Mike didn't know. Because most likely, Mike was not even the dad. And that's why she could not let that baby be with Mike. But he don't want to say it. She don't want to say it because they don't want Ainsley to know. He's her dad. He is her dad. And that's why he didn't mind killing Mike, because either way, both kids go have a daddy because he's the daddy. I hope you get my drift, right? You catch my drift? Oh, I'm not going to kill Kathy because I could not do this to my son. But what about Ainsley? It's okay for her to be without a dad unless you're the dad. And that's why you didn't mind killing him, because you felt like this man was stopping you from being with your rightful family, because that's your family. That's your baby. Ainsley is your daughter, right? Mike ain't had no kid. He thought he had a daughter. That's not his daughter. That's your daughter, right? And most likely she got pregnant, so she found Mike to marry her real quickly and things of the sorts, right? Make sense? Because I'm like, if you don't want a child, if you don't want your son to be an orphan, why would you want Ainsley to be an orphan? Unless she's not really going to be an orphan. And that's why he was there to raise her. Because most likely, that's his child. Most likely, that's his child. Like, these people are not slick. These people ain't slick. They're not slick.
I just don't understand it. I really don't. I would not be in the right frame of mind to come forward and say, well, yeah, let's talk about what we're going to do next with Turning Point USA. I wouldn't be thinking about that at all. At all.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's almost as if this was more of an arrangement. Was it? We'll get into that.
Mm-hmm.
It's one thing if your husband dies, period. It's another thing if your husband dies at age 31, unexpectedly. It's another thing if your 31-year-old husband unexpectedly dies because he gets publicly executed with blood gushing out in front of thousands of people screaming and running away. That's like something that's altogether different.
This is one of those times where I have to agree with Nick Fuentes. Like, it's just weird to me. And I was like, when I saw this video, I was like, okay, someone said it. We can say it. Because I've been feeling this way. And I was like, is it insensitive if I say it? But then, then more information was sent my way. And we got to give a shout out here, of course, to Nico House. We do have to give a shout out to, because he did a really big deep dive into this. But first, I want to start with this article, because I can't unsee it. I didn't know about the past or anything like that, but it's all been put in my face now. And I have questions, and I think you may as well. Check this out. Thank you for this article, sir. I think his name is Sir Escanar. Thank you for this. He put these pieces together, and then we'll show you the video from Nico. So, America, the Erika Kirk files. So, I didn't know all this. I didn't know that she was in beauty pageants or whatever, but I saw that and I was like, okay, whatever. What's the big deal? But then I got to the Romania part, and that was a little bit weird. It says, meet Erika Kirk, Miss Arizona 2012, Trump pageant girl, casting director. Okay. Nothing alarming to me there so far. Now the widowed queen inheriting Charlie Kirk's empire. But peel back the traditional wife veneer and you'll find something darker. 2, she ran Romanian Angels, an orphan ministry in Constanta, Romania, Locals accused it of trafficking children under the guise of mission work. Exactly the model exposed in the Clinton Foundation scandals in Guatemala through Save the Children. So why Romania? That's random as hell. People have to know, like in some of these countries, like Romania, Moldova, some of these countries where there may be a little bit more corruption than even what we're used to here in the United States, and nobody cares about these kids that are at these orphanages, there's exploitation that can take place. Let's continue on, because this is some wild stuff. It goes on to say here, she started this ministry for orphans at 17 years old in conjunction with the U.S. and Romanian military. Those Romanian orphans are exported to the UK, Israel, and undisclosed hands. Highlight Israel. Philanthropy or pipeline? Is Erika Kirk Romanian?
Nope.
No? Okay. Just checking. 3, her resume writes itself like a honeypot manual. Trump's Miss America 2012, Trump-owned pageant, casting director, founder of multiple nonprofits with orphan projects, married into MAGA's golden boy after falling in love over an interview set up by Trump's team. That's not coincidence, that's placement. And that's what I was trying to ask you guys. What if it was arranged? What if they were just put together? What if it was more like a business matchup? Like, for example, like Hillary and Bill Clinton. You guys really believe that Bill and Hillary, maybe Hillary, thinks she might have been more in love with him than him with her?
I always thought she was a lesbian. I always thought Hillary Clinton was a lesbian. I thought she was a lesbian. I don't even think she was upset about any of the affairs. I think she was upset because they got out. You know what I mean? Like the way, and I really feel like I'm gonna be so for real. I think Bill Clinton and what's that girl's name? Bill and Monica, right? I think they had a real connection. I think he really loved her. I think she understood him. And also think about Monica Lewinsky. Maybe one day we'll do a deep dive. But think about Monica Lewinsky, you guys. She was feminine. She was more feminine. She was more traditional. She made time for him. She liked having sex with him. She was giving him fellatio. Like, she was like, yeah, my man, my man, my man, my man, right? When you see Hillary next to this man, it always gave business. It always gave business. And I'm like, the way this lady is so obsessed with power. Hillary Clinton is so masculine. She is just so freaking masculine. She did the bare minimum so that people wouldn't question her. People wouldn't question her sexuality. She got married to a man. She had one baby. That's it. Okay. She did the bare minimum so that people would not suspect her sexuality. Right. But I'm like, when it comes to Monica Lewinsky between Hillary Clinton, not trying to be mean, but I'm saying, like, if you were a man yourself, you would go for Monica Lewinsky. She's more feminine. She is thicker. She is plumper. Like, her lips are fuller. She got them big ass titties and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? And she liked to have sex. Why would you not go for Monica? Right? Does it seem like Hillary Clinton likes having sex? Did you ever look at Hillary like, yeah, she likes having sex with men, or she enjoys having sex? No, it never gave. Growing up and to this day, I always thought that Hillary was a lesbian. But she knew America was not going to accept that because she's always had huge political aspirations. And if she did not come in a traditional package, married, a husband, one child, right? She knew she was not going to be accepted. But I'm like, you never looked at Hillary Clinton and you said to yourself, you're like, yeah, this woman loves having sex. This woman loves a man. Ooh, she loves having sex with a man. She don't have a single romantic bone in her body. Okay, so I always thought she was a lesbian, but I'm like, if I was Bill Clinton my damn self, I might have, because if y'all remember, Monica got them big ass titties. Like, that girl got some titties, okay? She got some titties, and it seems like our dear president was lacking for affection, And he found out in Monica because she's a woman. She's womanly. Okay? Listen. Okay? She's a woman. She's a very feminine, voluptuous woman. So I can see why. I get it. Now that I'm older, I understand. Because he got married to a woman that I think they have I don't know if the woman is a lesbian, how you call it? You still say like lavender marriage? But I'm like, it never gave that Hillary Clinton actually liked the peen. It always gave she liked the bussy. Like, so I'm like, yeah, girl, go somewhere. Okay? Never gave. But I'm like, the older you get, you like, you know what, maybe, even though it's inappropriate, but I'm like, maybe he had a real connection with Monica Lewinsky because she is a woman. She's womanly. She's not trying to be a boss. She ain't trying to be a leader. She's not trying to compete with him. She's not like, no, she just want to be by his side and be like, my man, my man, my man, my man. And that made him feel good because every man wants to have his ego stroked, not sit here and feel like, yeah, I compete with your wife because she wants to prove to you that she got a bigger pee than you do, right? With Hillary Clinton, it's always a pissing contest. So I'm like, yeah, because she gives lesbian. And if she's not lesbian, I'm sorry, but that's just what she gave to me. Okay? Not my fault. You might want to try to be a little bit more feminine and stuff, right? But I'm like,
her.
Yeah.
You really believe that wasn't arranged? That wasn't like a business relationship? So this is what I'm wondering. For her father, DOD plus Raytheon, Israeli division.
Jesus. Now, look at this, right? Look, Nick Fuentes went in.
How do you think they met each other?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that they bumped into each other at CPAC and Charlie said, hey, let's go on a date? No, they were set up together by somebody. Who set them up? Charlie, I'm sure, he's super ambitious, super powerful, running this organization. They told him you need a wife. I'm sure he wants a wife. They told him you need a wife.
It could also be, you guys, anything is possible. Because like I said, Walter said he thinks that Charlie was gay. So anything is possible. I don't put nothing past these people. I don't put nothing past these people getting married. I'm a Christian. My wife is a traditional housewife. Obviously, she's not. Because as soon as you date, she want to take your place and be a female boss. So y'all living a lie, bunch of grifters. But could you also see how maybe to avoid a homosexual scandal? Yes, I don't put nothing past these people. I don't know these people. I don't put nothing past these people. Do you see how maybe if Charlie don't have a wife, people might start suspecting that he could be gay? And that's bad for business because he has to convince these white people that he's straight, he's a Christian, he's about family and God and nation, right? But if you get to a certain age and you still don't have a wife, people might say, are you into men? You see, right? Because I'm like, why did he didn't think of having a wife for himself? Because even Candace said that in her video, that when she told him she's going to go marry George Farmer, he was like, oh, that's bad for the brand. Have you thought about your brand? But why would a traditional white Christian nationalist not want Candace to be married? Oh, yeah, you should get married because the Bible says you need to have a husband because your husband going to be your covering, right? But why is it that Charlie gets to a certain age and he don't think that, oh, yeah, I need to have a wife? What was he into? Right? So like I said, it's also possible that he also was a closeted homosexual. People are fake as hell, y'all. When I was growing up, right? Bishop Eddie Long, okay? Y'all, when I was growing up, right? The way I thought, like, because listen, Bishop Eddie Long, I thought he was into the ladies. I thought he was cheating on his wife, but I thought he was smashing the sisterhood at the church, right? I used to love Bishop growing up. My God. And then one day it came out. He was indeed sleeping with people, but he was sleeping with little boys. And like growing up, if you grew up and you listen to Bishop Eddie Long, he was so hard on homosexuals. He was so hard on homosexuals. These sissies, wumpty wump wump. That's all he did. Preach against homosexuality and call these people all kinds of sissy this, sissy that. And he presented really masculine because he was so big with his big arms. And one day it came out. Let me show y'all in a tight shirt. Okay, there you go. There you go. Right? Right? So I was like, oh, maybe he's into women. Like he was always, y'all, this is a bishop that was always wearing, he was always wearing them tight ass shirt. So, but I was a kid. So I was like, I would never even think that a bishop would be a homosexual, let alone he likes to sleep with children. He slept with so many little boys. And the vast majority of the little boys he slept with were Black boys with single moms. And he would tell the mom, oh, I'm going to give your kids mentorship. Oh, I'm going to get them scholarship to go to college. Oh, wumpty wump wump. It was always, oh, I'm trying to help the kids. I want to be the father they never had. I want to make sure they go to college. So these moms, they just blindly trusted Eddie Long. And he proceeded to molest their children. And many of the kids he molested received a scholarship. I think the scholarship was set up as hush money. But since they can't call it as hush payoff money, they have to call them things scholarship. Jamal Bryant received one. That's how he went to Morehouse, because Bishop paid for it. So maybe he also got touched. What do I know? Most likely he got touched, right? Because most of the boys who got the scholarship money were touched by Eddie Long. They were touched. But if you had told anybody back in the day that not only is Eddie Long a homosexual, but he's into little boys, nobody would have believed you. You know, and you get older and you realize that the devil hides in plain sight. Because we tell ourselves stories about people. Oh, she would never do this. Oh, he would never do that. How do you know? The Bible says, trust no man, for the heart of man is desperately wicked. Politicians, influencers, they spend so much money deceiving you because they need you to see them a certain way so they can get your money. We all know these people. And you have to trust no one. If you're a Christian, you trust no one. Trust no human being. You only trust God. For the heart of man is desperately wicked. Desperately wicked. So Turning Point was a corrupt organization. Only God knows. But I'm like, a man that's a real Christian and a man that's really like a heterosexual, nobody has to hook him up. Nobody has to arrange a marriage for a heterosexual man. You got this big business, you make all this money, and you need an arranged marriage? What is wrong, Charlie? What you up to? And I'm like, that's not normal. Because most women, even if you're not attractive, if they find out you're a millionaire, they're going to find you beautiful. Oh, he's so handsome. Girl, he rich. That's it. That's all that matters. So you have this money. You have Turning Point USA. And you can't naturally find a wife. They have to do a whole arranged marriage. Baby boy, is you gay or not? But I guess you can't answer because you ain't here no more. So we'll leave you alone. Right? But he could have been a homosexual. So therefore, to not have it look suspicious, because people might start asking questions, let's get this boy married so he continues to fulfill the image of white boy, Christian, married, awesome father, because they need that for their base. They need that for their base. They need to see that. Even if that's not what you want, right? And I can see maybe that's why she's not crying also, because the love wasn't real. It was all a setup, because he needed a wife for the business. You know what I mean? But I'm like, it could be also that maybe Andrew was his lover. What the fuck do I know? Because Andrew has a lot of twitch. He does a lot of this. He's very sweet. He's a sweet little boy. I wish I could. I'm gonna try to see if I can send the video of Andrew to Walter so he can see what his gaydar are. I need a lot of people who are gay and who have a great gaydar to look at Andrew and tell me what you think. Is that a straight man or is that a gay man pretending to be straight? I don't trust nobody. When I tell you there's just as many gays on the right, on the left as you have on the right, there are just as the only thing is, I think people on the left, like the liberals, they're just open with their shit. They're way more open with their shit. The conservatives, because they're running this whole grift of being Christian, traditional, having conservative, they have a harder time with their sexuality. They live a lie. But I think you have as many gays, you have as many men on the right who are gay as you do on the left. I think you just have as many people, right? Just that the people on the right pretend to be against it. because they have a Christian image to uphold. But they all sleep with men. They all sleep with men. A lot of them sleep with men, right? A lot of them sleep with men.
If you want to run for office, you need a wife and kids, you need a family. They're grooming him to be super powerful.
Yeah.
Now, this makes a lot of sense to me just off the bat, because, of course, Charlie, as you know, dude, this guy was so mainstream to the point where people that didn't even follow Charlie, or just knowing him just based off of clips and shorts that they see online, were looking at Charlie as the potential next president or vice president of the United States.
Right.
I think Nick has a point of him bringing this up.
So he's hanging out at Bohemian Grove, and they say, we need to give you a wife. We know somebody. We know this girl, and she's in some, how do they know her? Who set them up, and where did this girl come from that's going to be Charlie Kirk's wife and bear his children? I think that was an arranged marriage. And that tells me that she is tapped into some kind of network in some way. I don't know how. People talk about she was a pageant girl and she ran this charity. Maybe
All of
there's
which
a
is
connection
true.
there. I
All
would
of
not
that
be
is true.
surprised at all. That, if you're talking about Erika Kirk, that I believe. People say Israel killed Charlie Kirk. Yeah, I don't know about that one.
I don't believe that either.
Let's look at the marriage. Erika Kirk is now taking over Turning Point. That's suspicious as fuck.
Yes.
Now, really quick, it is pretty suspicious. And I'll tell you this, I agree with Nick on this. And I'm not saying that Israel did take out Charlie Kirk, because I don't think that's the case. However, you have to realize that there was a clip floating around after Charlie's death stating that she is more conservative than Charlie. Right? Now, what does more conservative mean exactly? I have no idea. It could
that Erika Kirk is the archetypal trad girl. Isn't that the perception they're cultivating? When you look at some of these clips, she's supposed to be the ultimate trad wife. She's speaking at the Young Women's Leadership Summit. She's on podcasts saying, oh my gosh, I can't focus because I'm so in love with Charlie. If he's here, I can't focus. I'm so smitten. Like, that's the character that she's playing. That's the character that they're selling us. Her husband gets shot in the neck graphically in front of everybody.
Makes sense, exactly.
Shouldn't Miss Trad wife, shouldn't she be like despondent? And I'm not trying to judge how people grieve. It's not our position to judge how they grieve or what their response is. Maybe she's just got unbelievable resolve.
Now, just to kind of clarify here, 2 weeks after Charlie's death, she was on the Charlie Kirk show talking about stories about Charlie, of them going hiking, about Charlie.
Perfect trad wife, like how she's been presented to us for years. Then when her husband gets shot in the neck and blood starts spurting everywhere in front of everybody who starts screaming and running away, shouldn't she be like in shock? Shouldn't she be like in a catatonic state or crying and be in a veil as a widow somewhere?
Exactly.
But that's not what we got at all. The second he dies, she takes over Turning Point.
Yeah, performative.
That happened like 2 days later.
She broke character.
She's all of a sudden the president of this $500 million organization. Super influential, now super powerful after Charlie became a martyr, and she's given speeches. She's given a speech, and the speech, I'm sorry, it's totally canned. The first speech she gave next to his empty chair, she's like doing this weird affect, wiping away tears that aren't there. With this scripted speech, you know, the battle cry of this widow, the cries of this widow will echo like a... And then at the WWE Memorial, she comes out to fireworks and she does this like she's Mary in her white suit. Her white suit, her makeup, her hair did, and she goes out with fireworks at her husband's fucking funeral like this.
Something is...
She fucking posed. Did you see that? And then she goes up and says, yeah, I'm running Turning Point now, and this is how... It's giving me like Claire Underwood vibes.
Yes.
I think that was an arranged marriage.
Yeah.
And either she was like a handler or she was, she had political ambitions of her own. But yeah, I don't know. Look, Who is Erika Kirk now? This is a person that is being foisted on us.
Now, let me ask you guys that are watching, did you, and comment down below, did you guys know who Erika Kirk was? Not on that scale as Charlie. And I think the average person
on us, that's an altogether different story. You know, it's like I said on Monday, and Alex Jones didn't like this. He said it was mean. A lot of people didn't like it. You want our sympathy? You got it. You want our prayers? You got it. People would, you know, walk over broken glass for this widow who can even sympathize, who can even understand what she's going through right now. But they're asking us to accept her as like this new leader. They're foisting her on us as a political leader. And that I don't like. I don't like that because that's manipulative. That is predatory. She's the widow. Who can criticize her? She's a widow. Who could ever say anything negative about her? They're exploiting that.
And by the way, when I did that stream that you guys should check out, I did criticize her on her reaction after Charlie's death.
They're exploiting that. She's untouchable. She's beyond reproach. She's the victim of the tragedy. It's like when a victim of a school shooting starts running an anti-gun nonprofit. You know, it's like March for Our Lives, because who could criticize a kid that almost got killed in a school shooting?
David Hogg. That's what he's talking about.
You know, it's giving me vibes. I don't like that. I don't like when some victim of some atrocity is then presented as a political figure, because it's like, okay, who the fuck are you? You're the victim of some tragedy? That sounds like a really shitty thing to say, but it's like, how do I know you're not being controlled by somebody?
Exactly.
Because quite honestly, we knew who Charlie Kirk was and he built the organization. We have no idea who you are.
Yeah.
Correct.
What makes you qualified to run Turning Point? Because your husband got killed?
Exactly.
What makes you qualified? We don't know anything about you. We don't know where you came from. We don't know anything about you. For all we know, you are working for some other person, or now the board is going to run it. Now some shadowy force is going to run Turning Point through you, or you represent. We don't know. We don't know who you are. But no one can say that because she's a widow. And that I don't like. Because this is a high-profile killing. It is forcing people to ask a lot of questions. And this is the one aspect of it that we're not allowed to ask questions about because it's in bad taste. Well, you know what? This is politics.
Yeah, it's brutal. It's brutal.
If you want to speak at the funeral, no one's going to question that. But you seize control of the organization right away. I'm seizing the reins. And no one dare question me because I'm a widow. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. And it doesn't really track. Like I said, if you watch any of the clips, it's just like downright insulting the way that she's presented as like a trad wife. And correct me if I'm wrong, and I might be, but if you're the ultimate trad wife, shouldn't you be a little bit more torn up about this?
Yeah.
I know I sound like an asshole.
No, not at all. And I'll tell you this, if you are the ultimate trad wife,
you should be
at the end of the day, most of the time, these trad wives shouldn't even be in the spotlight in the first place.
Yes.
They shouldn't. They should be in the shadows backing up their husband. A helper to their husband.
Yeah.
Now, whether Charlie allowed it or not, I don't know, especially if it's artificial. If the case is that it's artificial, then no, she's not the ultimate trad wife. As we know from her background with that stream that we did, she was she came out on Bravo's a Bachelorette. You know, I think it was the Bachelorette or the Bachelor, whatever the fuck that's called. And then on top of that, she was in music videos, country music videos as well. So she does, and not only that, a pageant. And there's pictures of her in bikinis showing off her body, something that Charlie spoke against on, right? So I'm just saying, does it feel a little artificial? Kind of. However, I'll give her some type of charity to say that this is not.
Ago, you're giving a speech today, taking control of Turning Point, vowing like that we're going to make Turning Point bigger than ever. Is that typical trad wife behavior?
No.
I don't think so.
Who is this person exactly?
It's extremely masculine.
Who is this? No one knows.
No.
So listen, and I know I don't really buy a lot of the Israel conspiracies. That is something I'm very interested in. Erika Kirk is someone I'm very interested in.
Yes.
You know, when people talk about energy weapons and decoy shooters and trap doors, you lose me. When you talk about the person that succeeds Charlie Kirk, that's relevant.
Yeah.
Who's going to take his place? Good question. It's the wife. Who's the wife? No one knows. So, you know, some of that stuff, you know, the Epstein files, I don't know how much that plays into it because Charlie was in favor of covering them up. A week after the DOJ covered up the Epstein files, Charlie Kirk went on his show and said, I trust the government. I don't want to ask any more questions about it. So I don't think that had anything to do with it. I think they just took advantage of it. But yeah, but the wife is sort of interesting. And I know I sound like a jerk.
No, you don't.
Fine. I sound like a jerk. I don't care. That's a question that needs to be answered. And she's in politics now. If she wanted to be a widow, then, you know, she should have just started some fucking foundation.
No, Nick is
No, Nick, you're right. You're not being asked. You have the right to ask because this is weird. Let's get back over here, you guys.
Now, again, she can't help what job her parents had. But I'm just putting all these pieces together. We have the dad for the Department of Defense plus Raytheon, the Israeli division. We have the orphan kids coming from Romania, and one of the places that they were sent to was Israel. We also know, as reported by CBS News of all places years ago, that Israel has become a hotbed for convicted sex offenders. Or they can go live there and just chill. Connecting the dots. The mother, listen to what she says about the mom.
How did your mom choose Phoenix?
So she chose to move to Phoenix from Ohio because there was more of.
Sorry, let's start back here. Okay, here we go.
How did your mom choose Phoenix?
So she chose to move to Phoenix from Ohio because there was more of an opportunity for a female business owner out here. Especially from the standpoint of she was getting involved with the government, so Homeland Security and Department of Defense. And so she had other business partners that were out here that were already in that industry, especially from the standpoint of she was getting involved with the government, so Homeland Security and Department of Defense. She was getting involved with the government, so Homeland Security and Department of Defense.
So mom worked for Homeland Security and the Department of Defense. Pops worked for the DOD plus Raytheon Israeli division. So if it is true that children were allegedly trafficked from Romania and some of them sent to places like Israel under this nonprofit that she had, when you have parents where one of them works in the Israeli division of Raytheon and you have a mom who was Homeland Security and Department of Defense, do you really think that the government is going to hold you accountable? Or any of those people involved accountable? I would say hell's nah. Let's go on. Again, this is just weird. Her parents, prominent Zionists, her grandfather, Carl Kenneth Francie, vice president of American Banknote Company. Yes, the ones tied to secure printing and IDs, was Grand Chief of the Independent Order of Vikings, knighted by the King of Sweden. That's not some random traditional wife. She was wealthy before knowing Charlie. 5, zoom out. The architecture is deja vu. Roy Cohn built the CIA sex kitten blackmail machine. We talked about Roy Cohn before on the show. He also had represented Donald Trump before in the 70s. And for those who are not aware, for whatever reason, during the 70s in New York City, it appears that if you were involved in real estate in some way, shape, or form, somehow there was some type of tie or whatever to the mob. There was connection there because a lot of times, like back in that day, the mob was involved in real estate. Roy Cohen came in to defend Donald Trump. Yeah, I've watched so many documentaries about this, that Roy Cohen came in and he was also connected to organized crime. If you read Whitney Webb's articles, her Epstein series, and read her books, she also mentions Roy Cohen and his connections to organized crime. Let's continue on. Epstein wasn't a fluke. He was a franchise plug-in. Erika's pageant to angel trajectory fits the blueprint. Why would a young multimillionaire from an initiated family become a Trump pageant girl? Unless Erika attended a Jesuit university, Regis University, located in Denver, Colorado. Guess who else attended a Jesuit school? Again, Erika was recruited into modeling. Her first pageants were Donald Trump-owned Miss USA pageants, winning Miss Arizona in 2012. Was she set up for Charlie the way Melania was set up for Donnie? Brought to the U.S. by Paolo Zampalli, we covered him before, a modeling agent with ties to Mossad, Epstein's orbit, and elite trafficking rings. Starting to notice a pattern here? 6. Even the branding repeats. Tate's Angels, the cam girl, trafficking ring. Romanian Angels, Erika's orphan project accused of trafficking. Angels, as cover for export pipelines of flesh on the younger side. Don't forget Epstein's financier, Lex Wexner's Victoria's Secret Angels. Epstein had power of attorney over Wexner's estate. And we all know what those angels are all about, don't we? Questions, questions, questions. Charlie's Angels. This isn't religious branding. It's operational branding. 7. Meanwhile, Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA UK, launched at the Royal Automobile Club under Prince Michael of Kent, Grand Master of Freemasonry. George Farmer, Candace Owens' husband, sat as chairman, tied to Andrew Tate long before Candace. Controlled networks, every link in place. And George Farmer, Candace's elite husband, ties to Tate's Angels to Erika. 8. Ask yourself, is Erika Kirk the grieving traditional wife or the CIA Mossad honeypot who just inherited the keys to the MAGA's youth machine? Did she pay her dues and rite of passage? Charlie's political machine didn't collapse. It was transferred, resurrected through his ritual death. Now that was a lot. And I don't know, but I'm just going to say this. It's all weird. It's all a bit weird to me.
It's very weird.
I mean, again, I didn't know about these things. Nico House really does a good job bringing this home as well, especially in regards to Romanian Angels.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Erika Kirk Romanian Angel story just got even weirder, if that is even possible. At this point, those of you who have been paying attention know that the Romanian Angels nonprofit organization in Romania was created by Erika Kirk and her mom and ran from roughly 2011-2012 to about 2017. Now, there have been some suspicions and allegations that this organization may or may not have been linked to some sex trafficking that took place with some U.S. military personnel on a nearby NATO base.
That part you guys needed to know. Now we're talking about military personnel that could have been involved.
Now, once that allegation was made upon the death of Charlie Kirk and Erika taking over as CEO of TPUSA, mainstream media rushed to claim that it was falsehood, that it had been completely debunked, and I'm here to tell you that's actually not true. In January of 2020, Anna Maria Nasiu, a former Romanian translator, accused military personnel of having a brothel on base. Specifically, Anna accused Colonel Arthur Busher III and his adjutant, Lloyd Sparks, of operating and facilitating the brothel on the base premises with underage girls. Now, Nusiu claimed that these activities dated back to 2011, right around the time Romanian Angels was co-founded by Erika Kirk and her mother. Now,
that part right there is really important. And don't forget, guys, if you may be shocked by some of the things that are being said, you're like U.S. military personnel. Well, don't forget there was U.S. military personnel that sexually assaulted children during the war in Vietnam. Don't forget about that. And had it not been for Seymour Hersh's writing, we may not have never known about that. That probably would have been covered up. So just keep that in mind.
Once again, you'll hear mainstream media over and over again claim that there is no credible evidence linking these allegations to that military personnel or linking these allegations to the organization. The problem is mainstream media is refusing to tell you why there's no quote unquote credible evidence linking the two. And the reason why probably serves as a valid explanation as to why Erika decided to do this nonprofit organization in Romania, of all places. You see, in 2001, the US and Romanian governments made a deal. Any criminal activity conducted by US personnel would be investigated and handled by the US government and the US government alone, which means if they were guilty of having a brothel, if that colonel were to be found guilty by the Romanian government or to be found suspected of anything by the Romanian government, we could possibly never know because the Romanian government actually has no power to prosecute him.
Not only that, but remember, if it is true that her dad worked for Raytheon Israeli division and her mom worked for Homeland Security, do you really think that this is something that like they would go and hold those military personnel accountable? Now, here's the thing, whether or not like she knew if this is true, whether or not if she knew that that's what was happening to those kids, I don't know. But what I'm saying is these things just ain't really it just looks suspicious. It's just really weird. And when you make the connection to the way that she just kind of jumped in, it was like, yeah, let's just, keep Turning Point going. And I mean, most people would not be ready to show their face. Mm-hmm. And she's on podcasts just speaking on like Charlie Kirk's show as if
nothing happened.
Nothing happened. It's just kind of weird. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, don't you need time to grieve and time to reflect unless it was a business relationship, unless it was you are going to be with this person and you guys are going to help each other grow. I don't know. But all of this is just weird.
And Maria, the translator, accused the Romanian government and the US government of a massive cover-up. So I'm like, damn, Maria is making accusations that go back from 2011 to at least 2018, 2019. Maybe it's just a big ass coincidence and Erika couldn't have possibly known about any of this, except in Erika's promotional video for Romanian Angels. She personally thanks Colonel Busher III, U.S. Army, U.S. Marine Corps, for everything that he's done.
There's his name right there. It says, thank you, Colonel Busher III, U.S. Army. So she does know who he was and she knows that he was there.
For her organization. And till this day, she has not spoken about the allegations against Busher. She has not spoken out nor condemned anything that this base has been accused of since she's ended organization, despite the fact that her nonprofit organization worked directly with the soldiers on that base who were being accused. And this entire timeline of the accusations involving this base just so happens to fall right within the timeline and the window that she was running a nonprofit organization that dealt directly with orphan children.
It's not looking good, bruh. I'm telling you guys, like, it just does not look good. It doesn't sound good. It doesn't look good.
And what I'm trying to see with these white people over here, right, is that they have so much evil shit in their closet, which is why they have to obsess over Black people. I get it. Because, if you've done some very heinous things, or if you know that children were getting molested and you did nothing about that, I can see how to quiet your mind. Oh, I'm exposing the Blacks. I'm talking about the Blacks. You know what I'm saying? Like, you talk about the crimes that are really not that significant to make you believe that you're doing something relevant because you saw something evil and you didn't say shit. You see, they know they know so much evil shit and they haven't spoken about that. And it eats them up. And sometimes to have a little, I guess, like a bombing effect to the heart, they focus on Black crime. But if all this is true, though, then she knows this man touched multiple children. And instead of bringing justice to these girls, instead of doing the right thing, no, she'll keep quiet. And she encourages her husband to go out here and just berate Black people, berate trans people and things like that. Girl, y'all know bigger monsters. You got bigger monsters to worry about. It's cowardice. They're a bunch of cowards. They're a bunch of cowards. Like I said, they know who the real evil people are. But they don't have the courage. And also they love money too much. They love money way too much to truly call out the real evil. So they focus on the petty stuff, the same old racial crap, right? Meanwhile, these real white demons, they go around, undisturbed. They do what they want. They sleep with children. They record children. They abuse children. And they never have to worry about anybody exposing them. They never have to worry. Because there's so many Black people to blame. There's so many Black people to demonize. And meanwhile, these people get away with all kinds of evil shit. And I'm really glad that everybody is looking at this girl sideways. She has no idea because she really thought her scam was going to scam. But instead, what she has done is that she has brought in so much scrutiny. Everybody is scrutinizing this lady. And she's not going to hold. She's going to fold. She will fold. She will fold because she's not about that life. She's not that brave. She's going to fold. I think Charlie also gave her a false sense of security. I'm like, girl, you're not going to do it because millions of people picking you apart like this is going to get to her. It's going to get to her. And when it does, I shall be outside. I will be outside.
Let's finish it out here.
And then she just stopped running it and never really gave an explanation as to why. Nor has she given an explanation how she got directly connected to Colonel Busher in order to get him involved with the nonprofit. Yeah. But I'm pretty sure that has something to do with her mom being intimately involved with DHS, the Department of Defense, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And so not only does Erika have some questions to answer, but so does her mother. And how much does she know about the trafficking and the accusations that took place in Romania that were such a big deal there, a major story there. And yet they pretended and continue to pretend like it never happened.
You know what I was just thinking about as well? The modeling industry, which Epstein was very much, remember, he was very much a part of that. That
modeling industry, it's a sex trafficking pipeline.
I got breaking news. Okay. Candace Owens has the receipts. Uh-oh. Are you ready for this? Candace Owens definitely has the receipts, and she's been taking a lot of heat because it seems like nobody at Turning Point USA wants to get the real story about what happened to Charlie Kirk and his assassination. Nobody at nobody. And it's a little weird that his wife doesn't. I would say more than a little. But nobody at Turning, because I think they're all under the thumb of Israel. That's what I think the point of this was. That's my guess. But let's watch what Candace Owens has to say right here.
Take a look.
So Charlie writes in this group chat, just lost another huge Jewish donor.
So she's got the screenshots from an internal chat that Charlie was doing with TPUSA.
She's not scared.
And right up there, it says, just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year, because we won't cancel Tucker. And I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Whoa. Whoa. So this is the receipts that she knew she had. And Charlie Kirk had turned on Israel, was not going to support the Israel project anymore, and was going to buddy up with Tucker Carlson and Candace Owen. Candace Owen is vehemently a critic of Israel and Benjamin Netanyahu and what's going on right now in Gaza. So here she's got the goods. Let's listen.
Take a look. So Charlie writes in this group chat, just lost another huge Jewish donor, $2 million a year because we won't cancel Tucker. I'm thinking of inviting Candace. Somebody writes, oh. Charlie writes, Jewish donors play into all of the stereotypes. I cannot and will not be bullied like this, leaving me no choice but to leave the pro-Israel cause. And somebody writes, a donor writes, please do not invite Candace. That might feel good short term, but it's not good long term. In my opinion, like all groups, you're going to get a wide variety of opinions. That nasty free will thing.
Why would Candace share information earlier? So people can know what she has? No. What's the rush? What's the rush? Why? Like, why are they? Oh, you need to tell us what you have. I ain't gotta tell you shit. Is you guilty or not? Did you smoke your man's or not? Did you clip him? Right? Why did I'm like, if you have nothing to hold against yourself, why do you care what she has or how soon or how quickly she releases it? What's the problem? Right? Because a lot of guilty motherfuckers out here. Oh, why didn't you release this sooner? Nobody owes you shit. People don't owe you shit. Everything happens in the right time, whenever she feels like it. Right? When you play poker, do you tell people what you have? No. Even if you don't have the right cards. Oh, well. Shit, can you read my face? No, oh, well, let's keep playing then. Right? That's how it goes. You don't tell people what you know. You don't tell people what you have, because the goal is to let them think they know what you have, and then maybe they're gonna act out and expose themselves. That's it. You gotta be a fool to be the first one to show all your cards. What if they clip your ass? Because as long as they don't know what you have and they don't know who else you gave it to, you protecting your life. We talk about the mob. You gotta be a brand new idiot. Oh, this is what I have. Here's what I know. No. That's not how life goes. Okay, sprinkle. So if you didn't do shit, if you don't have a guilty conscience, don't worry about it. Don't worry about what she has, and you ain't gonna worry about when she's gonna release it and when she's not gonna release it, because you haven't done anything unless you people had him assassinated because you stole his money. And you were afraid that he's not going to bring in the money for you to cover up what you stole. There's a lot of thieves out here. It's a lot of criminals out here. It's a lot of criminals outside. It's a lot of thieves outside. Right? But because they're white, people don't want to see that. I think in America, people have a hard time believing that white people can be straight up gutter. White people can be treacherous as fuck. And they show you all that shit all the time. Game of Thrones, Succession, House of Cards. Every day you watch a TV show, white people show you they will kill their own children to make it. When you watch Scandal, when his son died, they used that shit to get him reelected. Right? Because in this country here, people only think of crime and black people like, oh no, they just think, oh, only black people do such. No, white people do worse. But white people have the benefit of people looking at them and thinking, oh, they would never, because people think, oh, because they're white, so therefore their heart is white. Nah, your skin is white. Your heart is fucking black. Your heart is fucking diabolical. Okay? Your heart is fucking diabolical. And when it comes to politics, when it comes to millions of dollars, when it comes to hundreds of millions of dollars, I don't put nothing past no white person. I don't put nothing past a white person at all, a woman or a man. I don't put nothing past these people. These are corrupt people. They're all corrupt. Charlie Kirk was just as corrupt. They're all corrupt. But the thing is, Candace knows these people. She knows them very well, and she knows what they're about. So I'm like, if she wants to release stuff, she don't want to release it. She want to take her time to release it. Oh well, keep them guessing. And maybe in the process of them guessing, they're gonna fuck up. And when they fuck up, we're gonna know. We're gonna know. Because I'm like me, to me, I don't even know these people, but to me, slowly but surely, like, I think it was an inside job. I think his own people snipped him. I think his own people clipped his ass. And they did, and they thought they had the perfect alibi. It's this big event, there's all kinds of people, it's open air. Why the fuck would you even have an open air event like that? Right? Least amount of police, there's no ambulance, right? There's like no security. There's like only like what, 2 security officers. There's like 2 police officers. Yeah. Because they think they smart. But now, what they forgot is today, this day and age, because of social media, you're going to have 1,000,001 detectives. Like everybody is going to pick this apart. And people like Charlie Kirk, people like Donald Trump, they trained us not to trust the media. Fake news. But now because Trump is in office, he wants us to suddenly trust the media. We ain't trusting nobody. We are not trusting anybody. The sleuths are outside. We are not trusting anyone. Because you people like to control the narrative. It's weird. It's all weird. And once again, maybe an Erika not came out. And definitely she not came out that quickly. I would have looked at her sideways. But I had never seen a widow that comes out within 3 days, talk about, okay, now I'm the new CEO. I'm in charge of this now. It's weird. It's really weird. Because a real wife that loves her husband, the last thing on her mind is the business. Being a CEO, board meetings, panels, raising money. Like, I just lost my husband. If anything, she gonna cuss you out. Like, do you not realize I just lost my husband and I have 2 little kids? Right? And it could also be that Erika also is jealous of Candace. Because Candace and Kirk had a real friendship. Right? They were out here being these grifters. They grifted together. They hustled together, they struggled together, right? So they have a real connection. Her, it was an arranged marriage. He's only known her for 4 years. They've only been married for 4 years. He's known Candace way longer than he has known this white chick. So I can see how she probably also really jealous of Candace. You don't think she wish she could talk like Candace? Okay, put a show on like Candace and things like that. No, she had to wait for her husband to die to have some kind of attention, to have some kind of personality. Because the girl is mediocre. The girl's mediocre. If she had a brain way long ago, she would have tried to do something with that brain and still wearing a bikini and want to be known for being pretty. Okay? Narcissistic as fuck. All these girls who join these pageants, they're a bunch of narcs. They're a bunch of narcs. They're a bunch of narcs. They're true narcs. Like, oh, I'm pretty. Tell me I'm pretty. Tell me I'm pretty. Right? Because obviously your brain don't work. You got a slow ass brain. That's why you lean on your body. Right? She tried to grift with Charlie. Oh, I'm traditional and I love him so much and I blush every time I see him. But it was fake. And so when he died, she broke character. She's really masculine. That's a masculine ass white woman. Because it's not normal for a feminine woman who just lost her husband with 2 little kids to you want to run his business. You're like, no. Who else? Like, find somebody that worked for him that could take his place. Why does it have to be you? Because she's masculine and she's insecure. Okay? So that's very bizarre.
That God bestowed on us makes life frustrating at times after the dust settles a bit, maybe.
Hold on, you guys. Hold on. Let me play this one. Okay, let me play this one first.
Like, Candace, your podcast right now is like the show Succession on HBO. You guys know this show, which is about how all of the heirs and supposed to be kind of fashioned after Rupert Murdoch's throne. All the siblings are fighting one another to see who will it be that gets this empire. That really made me chuckle. I think that should be our new show intro. Yes. Who will succeed Charlie Kirk? Who shall inherit the Turning Point throne? You know what, you guys? The best part of all of this for me is, unlike those ill-begotten heirs on the show, I have a 0% interest in Charlie's empire. I am not motivated by the idea of carrying on his torch. Not for a single moment did I think any person could carry on his torch. If you thought you could, you clearly did not know Charlie Kirk. Charlie was, in fact, an anomaly in the system. It happens rarely. And yeah, I don't know that I will live to see another person like him. I want you guys to know something. I want to share this with you. You can take it or you can leave it, but Charlie was betrayed. I know this. I've known this really since the first second, but I rarely have vivid dreams. And I did, in fact, have a very vivid one over the weekend. In fact, the last time that I had a super vivid dream, I was pregnant.
I mean, obviously she has time for this. She's doing it. She has time for this. He's her friend. He's her friend. I mean, employer, friend, whatever, but he's her friend. But obviously, somebody on the inside clipped him. It's an inside job, right? It's an inside job. I mean, I think like when it comes to Turning Point USA, I don't think they would dare. She's gonna finish them off, okay? But I'm like, it's an inside job. This is an inside job. I can't shake off that feeling. Like, yep, they clipped his ass. They clipped his ass. It never fails. Like Julius Caesar, who stabbed his ass? Who stabbed Julius Caesar? When it came to Marcus Aurelius, who killed him? Right? I mean, he was human. He was human. They're just both. I think they're two grifters. I think they were just two grifters. Okay. I think they were two grifters. So that's what it is. I think they were two grifters. Exactly. I'm like, they're like, he was her friend in their grift. Like he was her employer. He was her grifting friend. He helped her to find a husband. So she can humanize him all she wants. He's somebody's child. I don't like him, but you know, me not liking him doesn't stop me from saying, like, okay, this is kind of weird. Like I said, I can see 150 million reasons why his own people would clip his ass. I don't think she is. 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 I don't think she's cloud chasing. I think she knows they ain't shit. I think she knows they ain't shit. I think she knows they're lying. And so Taurus, she gonna come outside. She don't like these people. She doesn't like them. She knows they're fake. And when they were building Turning Point USA, these people were not there. They were not there. These are opportunities. They're new people. They're new people and they're money hungry people. You know what I'm saying? They're new. Like when her and Charlie was doing this like 10 years ago, 13 years ago, with no money, you know, listen to R. Kelly's toing, 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 toing. Okay, now make it clap. Okay. These people they were not there. They came around now that there's money, there's offices, there are cars, there are private jets. You get to go to Mar-a-Lago, you get to go to the White House, right? These people came when the success showed up. But when this thing was being built, they were nowhere to be found. She knows them very well, and she knows they ain't shit. And she wants to let them know, I see you, bitch. Because like Nene said, we see each other, right? Because this don't make no sense. This makes no sense. It makes no sense. Okay, so I'm like, go ahead, Candace, apply pressure. Because white people have no problem applying pressure on black people. Black on black crime. 1-3-1-1. We finally have a good case of white on white crime. Y'all, we're going to milk it. We are going to milk this stuff. White on white crime at this level. You got white on white crime and you got white collar crime. Because the money is missing. Millions of dollars are missing from Turning Point USA. So we got white on white crime and we got white collar crime. Oh, Lord Jesus. It's about to be good. You guys, I wish I didn't have my weight loss journey. When I tell you I'd be eating, I would sit down and eat up this drama. Okay. So the way she hugged Trump was weird.
It happened a lot to women when they're pregnant. But in that dream from 2023, my former producer of the show and I were standing in the control room and she told me that she was 26 weeks pregnant. This is in the dream. And she told me exactly what month the baby was coming. I asked her in the dream, is it a boy? Is it a girl? And she said, it's a boy. I woke up and I immediately texted my producer in real life and I said, hey, you're pregnant, just so you know, it's a boy. And then she found out that she was pregnant 1 week later. She had no idea when I texted her. And it's something that we reflected on a couple of months later because she was just totally shocked looking back on it. And this is our text chain.
Look at this, right? I asked AI, who was Brutus to Julius Caesar? Okay, who was Brutus to Julius? Brutus was a Roman senator, a longtime friend and a protege of Julius Caesar, but also a key conspirator in Caesar's assassination, believing it was necessary for the good of the Roman Republic to prevent Caesar from becoming a tyrant. His betrayal is famous, and he was the one Brutus ultimately turned on, delivering the fatal blow. There you go. A friend and a protege, right? That's what I said. And that's their culture. This is the, oh, we are Western culture. Charlie used to say that, right? We have to protect our Western culture, our Western heritage. It's also a culture of backstabbing. It's a culture of betrayal, right? Our Western culture, our Western culture. Like, boy, you shut up. You can even read your dyslexic ass. Okay? Huckleberry Finn looking ass. All right? Okay? So Brutus don't stab his OG. I don't think Erika is Brutus. I think Andrew is Brutus. I think Andrew is. Who stabbed Marcus Aurelius? Like Western culture, they're so proud of being Western, our Western culture. We got to fight against Islam. It's a culture of betrayal. It's a culture when one man waits for another man to have his back turned and he stabs him. Don't even have the gall. That's why I tell you, I feel like they all have small penises. Don't even have the gall to come up to you in your face and present you with a proper duel. Bunch of bitch ass energy. It's a bitch ass move to wait for a man to be vulnerable to kill his ass. Why didn't you wait when he was strong in the morning, in the daytime, after he had his whole cup of coffee to say, what's up? Come outside, right? No, you wait for him to turn his back in the heap of the night when his back is turned and you stab him like a dog. Okay, Western culture, Western culture. It's a culture of bitch asses, bitch assness. All we've seen today is a bunch of bitch ass behavior. Instead of building your own shit, no, you want to take somebody else's shit. Instead of having your own wife, you want to go sleep with somebody else's wife. Bitch ass culture, weak ass culture, disloyal culture, dishonorable culture. That's Western culture for you. Okay, there you go. Okay. Yeah, all they do is betray each other all the time for money. Even when you look at what's it called? The Trojan War. What happened? A white man took Ellen of Troy from another white man. And it turned into the whole Trojan War. Why do you want somebody else's wife? Right? Ellen of Troy, she in Troy. She already got a man. Why don't you get your own man? Well, your own woman. No, he had to go somewhere. He went to a whole different place, to Troy, to get another man's wife and bring that lady to his place, starting the whole war. White man always coveting somebody else's wife. I don't know what it is. Okay, the way white men love to sleep with other people's wives is quite concerning. It's very concerning. So you have the Trojan War. People died for no reason because a white man had to be dishonorable. That's not your wife. Her name is Helen of Troy. She belongs to Troy. Why are you out there? Why do you want someone else's wife? Right? Yeah. Why do you want somebody else's wife? Okay. You see? Somebody please. Somebody please. Go sit down somewhere. Western culture. Western culture. That's it. This is their culture. It starts in Rome. This is it. That's their culture. Dishonorable. So dishonorable. Like even Brutus, if you felt like your boy was about to be a tyrant, why can you talk to him directly? Or have an election. Do things the right way. Why do you want to kill this man? Right? So he killed Julius. Then they went on and they killed Marcus Aurelius. Why you kill Marcus? For what reason? Dishonorable culture. They don't have honor. They're weak. They wait for a man to be asleep or they poison you like some weak ass shit because they can't look you in the face and say, I'll see you tonight at dawn. May the best men win. They don't play fair. They don't play fair. They always have these noble causes for why they have to kill you. Give this man a chance to fight for his life. And may the best men actually win. Okay? But no, Western culture, white culture, okay? It's a culture of weak-ass white dudes. Bitch-ass behavior. It's a bitch-ass move to go after another man's wife. It's a bitch-ass move to go after another man's business. It's a bitch-ass move to want to sit in a dead man's chair on his podcast. JD Vent, I'm looking at your ass. Okay? Go somewhere. Okay? Yeah, that's all they do because they refuse to look at themselves because it's a tough pill to swallow. They're not ready for that shit. They're not ready for that. They're not ready for that.
From You Can See 2023. She said, you texted me June 16th. And I think I got pregnant June 26th. This is crazy. And it's going to be a boy. It's nuts. I said, I'm telling you, your baby visited me. It was an insanely vivid dream. He was on his way. And she said, that is so bizarre. My mom also texted me that week saying that she had a dream I was pregnant. I said, I haven't had a dream that vivid since. It's been my only vivid dream this entire pregnancy. I believe people can communicate in dreams on their way in and on their way out of this world.
I believe that.
I similarly, like I just said, had a vivid dream this weekend, and Charlie came to me and he told me that he was betrayed.
Duh.
And so for me, you don't have to believe that, but I do believe that.
I believe her. My friend, her mom had cancer. I was calling her all the time. I even talked to her mom. The night, it was between like Friday and Saturday, like in between those 2 nights, right? From Friday night to like Saturday morning. Her mom came and she tapped me on my shoulder. She said, Marlene, I'm leaving. I'm like, Auntie, where are you going? She said, I got to go. I said, okay, be blessed. Like, I'm like, okay, enjoy your trip, whatever. So I wake up, I'm like, hold on. What? It felt so real, you guys. So I called her. And I'm like, is your mom still here? She said, yes. She was already gone. But she couldn't tell that her mom was gone. The doctor came in. He's like, she's gone. And I'm like, do you know your mom came and said goodbye to me? She's like, Marlene. I said, yes. She's like, I'm leaving. I'm like, Auntie, where are you going? She said, I have to go. I said, okay, have a safe trip. So now we're going, whoa. You guys, I'm telling you, I had like, as far as I know, I have like three or four encounters with dead people. For real. So that part, I do believe Candace, because he's not at peace. He's not at peace. Because he knows a lot now. He sees a lot. Dead people aren't really dead, y'all. People should know this. They're not really dead. It's all over the Bible. But you know, they don't read the Bible because it's a grift. They don't read the Bible. Dead people are not really dead. They just don't have a body. They lack a body. That's it. They don't have a body. But their spirit, the body dies. The spirit lives on. The spirit lives, right? And if you believe in Jesus, the resurrection is truly his spirit. Like he resurrected, not his physical body. His spirit lives on. And that's why he said, I leave you with my spirit, the Holy Spirit. There you go. Right? But I'm like, he lives on. Like people don't just die. But if they were murdered and they're not happy, they will make your life a living hell. They're not going to stop until people arrest your ass. They're not going to stop. So I believe that. So when she said it, because not this night, the night, like last night, when I saw Andrew, I said, Andrew, I feel like you were in on it. I feel like you betrayed him. So then when I came back from my class, I came back from my fitness class and I fed the kids. So I came upstairs and I saw that. She said, Charlie was betrayed. I'm like, I believe it. Because I've been going, like since I feel like, what's today? Since like Saturday or Sunday, it's been on my heart. And like I said, the whole murder scene with the man, Mike, it reminded me of him. I'm like, this is the same thing. This is the same thing. I'm like, Andrew is excessively guilty. And he struggles. That's why he can't say things like murder. He can't say dead body. He can't say it. He struggles. He's struggling. He has no idea what he did. He has no idea. Even her, she has no idea. She's just laughing now because she's a goofy ass girl. They did something very evil. And they were hoping that people were just going to believe that the white boy did it. And it makes sense too, because, you know, usually when there's a mass shooting, it's a white boy, right? So that's also quite believable. But something is not adding up. Between the guy you see walking in the neighborhood with the limp and the guy you see walking up the stairs, right? That guy has no limp. Something is weird. It's really weird. That's the thing. You can make your plans, but God has other plans. So the Bible says, lean not on your own understanding, but in all your ways acknowledge God. But the problem is, when you plan murder, it's hard to acknowledge God. God sees all of us. Angels, they see us. We're always being watched by spiritual eyes. We're not alone. You are never alone. And if you do something, it's going to come out. When David had Uriah killed, nobody was there. When he wrote the letter, he thought he was by himself, right? When he gave the letter to Uriah, he thought he was by himself. Hold on. Yeah, you see, like Prophet Nathan was minding his business. Prophet Nathan heard from God and delivered the message that David killed Uriah in 2 Samuel chapter 12. God sent Nathan to David to confront him about his adultery with Bathsheba and his complicity in Uriah's death. Nathan used the parable about a rich man taking a poor man's lamb to expose David's sin, after which David confessed his sin and wrongdoing, right? But David thought he got away with it because nobody was there. And also, these are things from his heart. Like when he wrote the letter, it was in his heart. When he slept with Bathsheba, who knew? Nobody knew. He knew. When she was pregnant, only he knew. When you read, if you ever read this chapter, Prophet Nathan was minding his own business. He was living his best. He was living his best life that day. And then boom, God just gave him this image of everything David did. It was like a freaking movie. He said, "Oh my God." He's like, "You gotta go talk to him. Tell him that I know what he did." Right? I'm like, people have to be very careful. Even with that God Mike, it took 17 years, but it came out. Everything came out. And I'm sure he was also relieved to let it out. It's a lot. Murder is a lot. Murder is a lot. Taking someone's life is serious. Don't ever let it's better. If you stole someone's money, it's better to just confess. Even if they lock you up. They lock you up for stealing money, okay? They might have mercy on you. They won't let you out. Or they might just fire you. But it's better to admit what you did than to decide to go spill blood to cover that you did X, Y, and Z. Just confess to what you did. It's not good to steal, but it's a lesser crime. There's something about blood. There's something about human blood. It screams out to God. That's what God told. He told Cain, "Where's your brother?" He said, my brother's keeper." God's like, "Yeah, you are." And his blood is screaming out to me, "Cain, what have you done? What have you done?" Right? So I'm like, if money is missing from Turning Point USA, if donors were trying to leave because of Charlie's behavior and other things like that, I'm like, to me, that gives a lot of motives for someone at Turning Point to do something shiesty. Right? And what they thought people were going to eat it up. "Oh, yeah, it's a white boy. Da, da, da. Oh, yeah, he has a gay boyfriend, or he has a lesbian or trans, whatever, that is a furry." No one is going to eat that up. Even the text messages that the governor of Utah was reading, it didn't even seem like it was written by somebody who's actually on Reddit. It's like someone trying to guess how people on Reddit actually talk. It didn't even seem like someone who was fluent in gamer language. Like, you're just guessing. You're guessing. Like, young people don't talk like that. You're just guessing because you want to frame someone. You're looking to frame somebody. That's why it's like you're not fluent. I'm like, people who live on Reddit and they game and stuff like that, they were laughing and they're like, "What the heck? What? What? Because you're not fluent. You're not from Reddit. Okay? Just like making shit up. So you thought, "Oh, here's this little boy. We're going to put all that thing on him," and people just believe it. Okay. Whatever. Okay. Whatever. I'm not believing it.
And it was the immediate sense I got, actually. And I don't know who exactly it is that betrayed him, but I also felt in the dream that it is soon going to be revealed, that it's actually inevitable that it is going to be revealed, that there is nothing and no one that is going to stop the truth from coming out, and it is going to have international consequences.
He's upset.
Take that to the bank. Quote me on that.
He's upset.
Women tend to have a stronger intuition about people, I would say. I think it was the writer, producer, Conrad Flynn, that recently went on to Tucker Carlson's show, and he discussed that phenomenon in the context of the persecution of Christ. He's talking about Pontius Pilate's wife warning him not to persecute Jesus. Take a listen to that portion of their conversation.
And if you look at Pontius Pilate, you know, he wants to set, he at some point he flips and he's like, this guy is innocent. My wife is having dreams about this man. That's another thing that's underreported in history.
He's not saying this right. Pontiff never said that Christ was innocent. He didn't even really care, to be quite honest. But he got scared. Like, oh, who the fuck is this man? Because his wife told him, have nothing to do with this man. But he's like, whatever. He didn't take it seriously, right? Because when Jesus comes to him, at first, he wanted Jesus to beg for his life. You gotta go read it. These people don't read the Bible. It's white people. They don't read the Bible. They don't read the Bible. When Jesus shows up in front of Pontiff, he wanted him to beg. He didn't beg. He's like, do you know I have the power to take your life? He said, you can't take my life. I give you my life. He's like, what the heck? What the heck? What's wrong with this man? What kind of prisoner is this that's not trying to beg? He was shocked that Jesus was not impressed. Because, you know, Pontiff in Bethlehem, wherever that thing happened, he represents Rome. How can a man, especially a carpenter, come to me and not beg me to save him? That fucked his head up. Jesus humbled that ass real quick. He said, you can't take my life. I give it to you. He's like, well, you give me what? So then he didn't know what to do. He's like, do I let this man go? He don't know. So then what he does, because he ain't shit, right? He decides to put it on the people. So he said, okay, since y'all get to decide, you know, because I guess like every year or so, they can have a free person. So, and mind you, this is a case of stolen identity. And you might even wonder, once again, twin flames, just like Charlie Kirk and George Floyd having the same birthday. Because the other man, Barnabas, his first name is also Jesus. They're both named Jesus. So you have Jesus of Barnabas and you have Jesus of Nazareth. Stolen. I'm telling you, it's crazy. They're both named Jesus. Both are named Jesus. One's a rapist, one's a thief. And the people say they rather see Barnabas be released. So he said, I have nothing to do with this man. And the blood of this man will be on your children. The people said, that's fine. He said, okay. So he's not like, oh, no, that's not how it goes. This white man didn't read the Bible because they don't read the Bible. You got to go read it carefully. He wanted Jesus to beg. When Christ did not beg, he got scared. Because how can a carpenter, a poor man like this, because imagine, I can only imagine what it was like to go see the pontiff. Because he's like baby Caesar. He represents Caesar, the opulence. You come in there with your little peasant carpenter clothes. Because they probably beat your ass. They put you on your knees. They bound you. And the man said, are you not going to beg for your life? He said, no. He said, do you know I can take your life? He said, you can't take my life. I give you my life. Huh? He's like, oh shit, maybe my wife was right. This was a different species. Right? You know what I'm saying? What the heck? But he still doesn't let him go. That's the real thing. Because he could have, okay, let this man go. No. But he does some trickery shit. And he tricks the people into saying, okay, take the Jesus of Nazareth and release the Jesus of Barnabas. But he's still a wicked man. He's a wicked man. Because all he had to say is, you're free to go. But he doesn't do that. Because maybe he wanted Jesus to be punished because how dare this man now bow down to him? That's how you know he was white. But since he don't want the murder to be on him because his wife told him don't do nothing. So because he wants, like, the thing is, Pontiff, he wants Jesus killed. He don't want the blood to be on him. So he tricks those people and their mob mentality to say, yeah, that's what we want. Release Barnabas, Jesus of Barnabas, and kill Jesus of Nazareth. So he said, okay, well, I guess from that point, his blood is not on me because he wants him dead, but he doesn't want the blood to be on his hand. White people don't read the Bible. That's why, again, no white man. And you know the thing also about white people, because a lot of white people are not circumcised. A lot of white men are not circumcised. You understand? Being circumcised is a sign of the covenant. You are mandated by God to be circumcised. A lot of white men are circumcised. They walk around calling themselves Christian. Christian with what? Christian way here, right? Number two, when you're in the book of Acts, and you encounter the Ethiopian man, right? You understand that you can read the Bible and not know what's in there. Because you don't just read the Bible to read the Bible. You need the Holy Spirit to read the Bible. And that's why when the Holy Spirit told Philip to run after the Ethiopian man. Because if I remember correctly, he was Queen Candace's accountant. And he asked the Ethiopian man in the little caravan, he said, do you know what you're reading? He said, no. He reads the word, but he don't get it. He said, because you need the Holy Spirit. In order to do that, he also baptized him. Philip baptized the man, and he just disappeared. Right? You need the Holy Spirit. White people look at the Bible and they think it's another book. That's why they read it and they don't get love. And that's why the vast majority of white Americans who read the Bible, they feel more comfortable with the Old Testament because there's no Holy Spirit in the Old Testament. It's the flesh. It's a lot of retribution, an eye for an eye and this for that. The New Testament, it's really about the redemption of humankind, right? Christ redeems the man from his looming fate, because you are the man, like they say, like in your Adamic nature, like you're made just like Adam, and you need to be redeemed. And in receiving redemption, the heart of man grows. Not only do you grow closer to God, but you acquire this ability to love. And when you love, you can forgive. White people don't forgive. White people struggle with forgiveness because they struggle with love. They do everything with the logos. I want to reason my way out of this. And they only reason into more hatred. You have to love. They don't love. It's hard for them to love. They will find everything in their power, 1,000,001 reason to be hateful. But what about this? What about that? What about just forgiving and loving? They struggle with loving. And that's why I said it's very easy for their feet to make haste to do everything that God tells us not to do. The love of money, want to sleep with somebody's wife and all that weird shit. They're so obsessed with money. It's a lot easier for a white man to love money versus loving a human being. It's sad. It's very, very sad. They read the Bible and they don't receive redemption. They read the Bible and their hearts, their heart don't grow to be full of love. Love for all people. Love people. Like truly love people. And the thing is, when you read the Bible, like especially with the Holy Spirit, and you receive the understanding from God, you actually feel sorry for people. Because you see the work of the devil. The devil's using people. The devil's oppressing people. The devil's ruining lives. So when you see a person misbehave or you see a person acting crazy, you actually weep for that person. The Bible says Jesus wept when he saw the multitude because he saw them going to hell. Who's going to save these people? And he said, the harvest is crazy, but the workers are few. Okay, so if I saw a white pastor today talk about Charlie Kirk, and all he could talk about, oh, I don't understand why Charlie Kirk would support Trump. I say, you a pastor. And your main concern about Charlie was the fact that he supported Trump. As a pastor, your main concern is not to be worried about his soul. He was 31 years old. 31. And he lost his life, and his entire legacy is full of so much hatred. As a man of God, your number one concern should be for his soul. Not if he supported Trump. All that shit is fucking irrelevant. It's irrelevant. 31-year-old young man with so much hatred for everybody. Black people, Latinos, illegals, trans, gay, you name it. So much hatred. It's because he had no peace. He wasn't at peace. But the Bible brings peace. But see, Charlie never read the Bible. It was a grift for him. A way to build a business, a way to get donors, a way to get power, a way to get influence. But it was never a way of salvation. So I'm like, that's what you should think about as a pastor. You should weep for his soul. Because he didn't even have a chance to ask God to forgive him for his sins. Understand? He didn't have a chance. You know? He didn't have a chance. And maybe when his heart was beating, maybe I hope he whispered, Father God, forgive me. You understand? And that's the scary part, is that you're going to be taken out from this place without even having a chance to ask God to forgive you. Understand? So I'm like, the last thing you need to be worried about, white man, is the fact that he was supporting Trump. That is completely inconsequential. As a pastor, Your main occupation is to worry about the soul of every single sheep. Everybody, you got to worry about their soul. So when you talk about Charlie Kirk, you should say, you know what? As a 31-year-old man, it's sad that the way he was taken out, he didn't have time to apologize. He didn't have time. And so let everybody that still breathes understand, time belongs to no one. You might think, oh, I'll ask God to forgive me tomorrow. Oh, I'll change my life tomorrow. Oh, I'll stop doing evil tomorrow. You might not even get to see tomorrow. And that's the real thing about Charlie Kirk's passing. I think it's a wake-up call for everybody. Just when you think you might see tomorrow, you might not even see the next minute. One moment you're sitting there, he was sitting there laughing, passing out these hats and stuff like that. The next thing you know, he's dead. Gone. He's gone. All the money he worked for stayed behind. Building Turning Point USA to be 400 plus whatever $1 million a year. He's gone. It's all irrelevant. The children he had stays behind. We spend so much of our time chasing money and fame and success and power. It doesn't fucking matter. What truly matters, protect your soul. Protect your salvation. Like the Apostle Paul said, run your race and make sure that when you get to the finish line, you have your salvation. Because what does it profit a man to gain the world and lose his soul? Charlie had the world of the white racist people. But to get to that point, not only did he lose himself, look at the kind of vultures he attracted around him. The man is dead, executed. They're not even crying. They're excited. The money, the power, the empty seat. And that right there is really sad. Because nothing out here is worth your soul. If you have to build a business and it's going to come at the expense of you losing your soul or sacrificing the gospel of Jesus Christ, not truly living to be a real representation of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, but instead you living like Jesus of Barnabas, right? What's the point? And that to me is really sad because he was only 31. And he can't do this life over. It's over. And he will have to go into judgment. Everything he said, everything he did, the people he didn't love. And he's going to have to look at Jesus because he claimed him. And explain to Jesus, for in the same manner you judge, so shall you be judged. Right? There you go. Did I send you on these campuses to do this shit? He's going to have to go explain. Where exactly was Jesus in his ministry? He's going to have to explain all these college stories, even his YouTube channel. I'm like, for real, like dead ass, right? Well, maybe I shouldn't say that part, right? But I'm like, imagine. What's his name again? Yeah.
So Patriot Mobile stands for faith, family, and freedom. But did you know they have cutting-edge technology as well?
Look at this. Right? Look at Andrew. He's so, you see? You see? Did Hater try to flash Charlie Kirk? Charlie Kirk and Vivek Rajan take on the woke mob. I mean, look at his videos, right? Look at all his videos. Where's the love? Right? I'm like, and he's going to have to be up there. I'm like, imagine, God's going to be okay, like, explain your YouTube channel to me. Who have you ever extended the gospel to? Who have you ever said, you know what? For as much as we agree to disagree, can I please pray for you? Right? All these college tours, did Charlie ever give a Bible to anybody? Imagine being up there with the Most High and the Elohim and having to explain your YouTube channel, your clickbait titles, your goofy ass thumbnails, all that fuckery. You have to explain that. To what avail? What was the point of that? Because all you did was shame people. Is that what Christ told you to do? When Jesus lived out here in the Bethlehem, in the Nazareth, in the Judea, he was out there shaming people. Right? He was out there shaming people. Is that what he told you to do? Worker of iniquity. There you go. Worker of iniquity. Everything you do in this life, you will have to give an account. God is real. And his name is not to be mocked. And people like Charlie Kirk, these kinds of white people, all they do is mock the name of God. And the apostles, the prophet, no. Prophet Samuel was very clear. God is not to be mocked. Okay, God is not to be mocked. Do not be deceived. For whatsoever a man sows, he shall reap. He said that to Saul. You cannot mock God. Who are you to even attempt to mock the Most High God? So to go around saying, oh, I'm a Christian, to do all kinds of foolishness that God has never ordained you to do. Jesus Christ did not die at the cross for you to go from college campus to campus to persecute trans people. What Christ would have wanted you to do is to go from campus to campus to pray for these young people. Because as the Apostle Paul said, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but principalities, demons, and all kinds of spirits in the higher places. Trans people need help. Their minds are being besieged by unclean spirits. We have to pray for them. Trying to debate these people, shame these people, clickbait these people for what avail? Because you should recognize if somebody says, I'm born in the wrong body, and we feel as though God makes no mistakes, who has put that in their head? It's the devil. The devil puts that in young people's head. Oh, you have the wrong body. Oh, you're not beautiful enough. Oh, you got to get on Ozempic. Oh, you got to change your nose. The devil puts these thoughts in people's heads. So we don't go against the person. We go against the devil that put that seed in their head. Because when they were born, they loved themselves. Now they're older. They want to do all kinds of surgery. We don't attack the flesh. We pray for the flesh because we understand man is weak. And without Christ, who are we? Seriously, right? We can all fall into sin. We can all fall into temptation. But what gives us the courage, what gives us our strength is the love that Jesus has for us. Because Christ loves me. I know I can resist temptation, but it's not easy. Pointing fingers at people, making fun of people. You need to take some time and pray for yourself. So I was like, Pastor, you are worried about the wrong thing. But then again, you're a white pastor. So of course you're going to be worried about the wrong thing. What truly matters is the soul of this young man. He want to have this millions of followers. Now where is he? Gone. He's never coming back. He is never coming back. It's over. Was it worth it? All this hatred, was it worth it? All this division, was it truly worth it? I don't think it was. It seemed like that money, it feels, like you want money so bad. I want money. I want to build this great organization. But then it turns like this money, it became like a chokehold, like a leash around his neck. He couldn't even breathe. That money turned him into a slave. The pressure. He had so much pressure. So we know Turning Point USA was not built with God, but with evil entities. Because the Bible says that the blessings of the Lord are not followed by sorrow. But if you built this business, you took money from people, and now you can't sleep at night. You can't be yourself. You can't have certain friends. You can't do this. You can't do that. What the fuck is this? Slavery. Slavery. You went and placed yourself under oppression because you wanted money. You didn't want God. You wanted money. So the devil brought you people that had the money. But they're draconian. When they give you your money, you got to be a slave. Because there's nothing free out here. Nothing is free. And that's why those who work and those who toil in the Lord have to learn to be patient. As the Bible says. Because in due time, in the just time, God gonna bless you. Right? With the Lord, you have to be patient. It takes a longer time. But when you make it, you have peace of mind. You have peace of mind. Even Nick Fuentes, for as much as he's a racist also, but Nick has peace of mind because he never took evil people money. Right? He endured. They did all kinds of bad things to him. He endured. He never took their money. He easily could have groveled and begged these people. But he didn't do it. You did it. Now where are you at? And Nick, who didn't take their money, he's alive. He's alive. Where are you? So I'm like, child, please. Well, y'all gotta
wife as soothsayer / dreamer. I mean, your wife has many times been like, I have a bad feeling about this guy, Tucker. Don't have him on your show. And her intuition is such that even though there's no necessarily hard evidence, it's your wife's take on stuff. You don't ignore it. But
I have ignored it. And
you're like, I've actually never listened to that.
No, I mean, I've been married 34 years as of Saturday, and it's like a joke in my house. I told you he was bad. I don't know. He's hilarious. He seemed like a good guy to me.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
So you'd be the Pontius Pilate where she's like, don't arrest this man. I had a dream.
100%.
And you're like, whatever. I'm doing my work right now.
I'm very shallow. So someone who's amusing or fun to have dinner with, I just get swept away. I like that guy. You know what I mean?
You're like, Barabbas was amazing on that podcast. I gotta have him on. He's fantastic.
It's actually really funny because I'm recapping conversations that I've had with Tucker where I'm like, I don't know why you trust that person at all. It's obviously a bad guy. And he's like, really, I like him. But I had a really nice dinner with him. Anyways, obviously what they're accurately describing, I should say, especially between a husband and a wife, definitely my relationship with my husband, I can say that from almost the very moment that I learned that Charlie was not going to make it, I said to George through tears that he was betrayed. And now we're all just sort of on this journey to find out by who. So I released a text message yesterday, dropped it on the world, and it caused, and this is putting it mildly, a lot of panic. As I said, the chatter on X was top tier. Emphasis on the tier because there were a lot of them being shed by everyone who was discounting me. She's this, she's that, she's lying. Charlie never changed his mind. He was committed to Israel to the day he died. In fact, he almost died for Israel. That was the vibe they were putting down, and I was getting angrier and angrier and angrier. But self-control always pays off. There were moments on X where people were, after this text message was revealed, almost like bargaining. Like, please, this can't be real. Let me show you. They're making fake messages themselves. This is how easy it is to make a fake message. This cannot be real. They were accusing, deluding themselves into believing whatever was necessary for them not to accept the reality that I was telling the truth. Of course, I was telling the truth. Here's just a few of my favorites. This is Village Crazy Lady, who I love, Mel, who was responding to an absurdity that was being presented by Ashton Forbes. Mel said, these losers are down so bad right now that they are literally using their own attack lines for defense. Ashton Forbes wrote, he's been absolutely maniacal. First off, Candace has no credibility. Second, there's a bunch of Telegram group chat scams that claim to be real people. I was briefly in touch with one Elon Musk. Oh, really? You were in touch with Elon Musk on Telegram? Third, if you discount the text messages between Tyler Robinson and his trans furry lover, you cannot take these at face value. Lastly, even if the text messages were real, they mean literally nothing related to Charlie's death. I find it scary how Candace is building a literal cult. Soon, they'll be drinking Kool-Aid in sync with, I don't even know if that says 31 Atlas, to be sent to heaven. I think that might be a cult, actually. That's how I'm not in a cult at all, so much I don't even recognize was probably a very big cult's name. And I love that Mel replies and says, bro, if I got scammed in a Telegram group chat by Elon Musk, quote unquote, I'd take that ish to my grave. Britta, you can see she's also replying. He was replying to Britta, no soup for Knowles, if you want to bring that right back up. She wrote, and by the way, she used to work for Seth Dillon. So this is the usual chatter, a group of people. She wrote, is Candace posting fake group chat screenshots to conveniently back up her narrative that Charlie was dropping the pro-Israel cause and inviting Candace to the TPUS stage? I'm just asking questions. All fair. We allow questions. We even allow diagnoses. We're chill. We're on the side of truth. We are so chill. Laura Loomer, who is legally just, not allowed to own a gun because she's a literal lunatic.
I think, like, you see, the thing that is so sad about these people, they're so depraved. I don't even think, I've come to realize, like, especially like all these black people, the black conservatives who are so pressed to have a white audience. I'm like, white people to me, white Americans to me, they're truly depraved. It's a depraved people. I don't even know if sometimes they even realize that people are humans, right? Somebody is 31, got clipped in the neck. And your main concern was he still pro-Israel? Is this a fucking joke? Right? Oh, are his kids okay? What can we do to help his children? How can we make the school safer? One. Like, like real human shit. No. Their main concern is, oh, as long as he died and he was still pro-Israel, then I can sleep better at night. They're not worried about his soul. Like, is he making it? Is he okay? Their main concern was he still pro-Israel. I'm like, these people are batshit crazy. They're sick as hell. Like the Officer Tatum's, the Greg, what's it, George, whatever, what's the black conservative perspective, right? Cartier family, Stevie, all these people, like the Hodge twins, y'all crazy. They don't see people as people. Like those kinds of white people, they don't see you as a person. A young man is dead. Like he is never coming back. Right? His children will never see him again. His daughter will get married one day. He ain't gonna be married. I'm sure pre-K. He ain't gonna be there. He is gone forever. No, they're batshit fucking crazy. It's a reprobate type of people. And their main concern, oh, Charlie, well, he was pro-Israel. He was still pro-Israel. Who the fuck cares? It's completely irrelevant. He's gone. He's gone. And instead of you learning from this moment, like, yo, like we are truly, it's not even like, oh, we're not even guaranteed tomorrow. We're not even guaranteed the next 30 minutes. And instead of using what happened to Charlie as a wake-up call to get your life right, get your life right. People who call themselves Christians, get your life right. You see this boy? He was handing out hats. Within 5 minutes, he's gone. This should scare everybody. Like, dang, this life really is not guaranteed. Because you could be sitting here right in 1 minute, and the next minute, you are in a freaking cooler. You are you're with the freaking mortician. You are at the morgue in a damn locker, completely naked, with a little tag on your big toe. Okay. And their main concern, oh, was he pro-Israel? Was he pro-Israel? Was he pro-Israel? These people are sick. They are sick. They are sick. They are sick. They're truly sick. They are sick. Yeah, they are truly sick. They are sick. 2 children lost their daddy. Who cares? Was he pro-Israel or not? I'm like, what the fuck? White people have lost the plot. They're batshit crazy. They are truly crazy. And people who crave their support, I pray for you, because to have a depraved audience like that, how are you not going to be depraved? When you have a godless audience like that, how are you not going to be depraved? When you have such an inhumane, these people are inhumane. Inhumane. You don't even see these people, these white people who love whiteness so much, don't even see them asking about his white daddy, his white mother, his white little sister, and their white grief. Their main concern, right, was Charlie still pro-Israel. That's all they want to know. That is all they want to know. That's all they care about. That's all they care about. Wow. I mean, but damn. Okay. Yeah. 12 more minutes and I'm out.
Had the nerve to post this about me when somebody called her out. Morgan Ariel said, Laura Loomer hasn't made a single post about Candace Owens reporting on Charlie Kirk's group messages. We all know she's the first to run her mouth. And she wrote, because I don't give an F about Candace Owens and her postpartum psychotic rants. Even if those texts are real, it still does not mean that Israel killed Charlie Kirk. I never said that. Candace Owens makes content for low IQ people who don't understand how criminal investigations work. It's going to be hilarious when she is sued by TPUSA in addition to Macron's wife. Yes! Bankrupt her for telling the truth! Do it! Do it! Bankrupt her! Yeah. When you are down bad, just like Mel says, when they're really down bad, nothing is left, you just sue. Anyways, back to how unhinged just chatter was on X, generally speaking. I laughed out loud. Everybody uses the term blitzkrieg. And the NFL football team say blitzkrieg. Yes, it relates back to Germany. It's a bombardment strategy. So that's why we use it when you're going to bombard. And so I called it Blitzkrieg Week because we're just dropping a bunch of bombs. And Britta decided to take that literally. She said, Candace thinks it's cute to use Nazi terminology and make a turning point pun while she incites further harassment of TPUSA employees by implicating them in Charlie's death. It's a sick game for her. And out of nowhere, Megyn Kelly needs to stop making excuses for this vile behavior. I have no idea why Megyn Kelly is being just abused. It's like these people just get drunk and beat Megyn Kelly when they get home. I don't know what is happening and why she's being dragged into anything that I say, but it's exceptional that they're now looking, they're so desperate that German words, you can't even say blitz means lightning, Krieg means war. Last I checked, people are still allowed to speak German. And last I checked, everybody uses the terminology.
This Candace, it's also very petty, Candace. This is a waste of time. Like, that's why you sometimes, with your full sophistication, like, this is so inconsequential. I'm like, somebody is dead. You people are on Twitter arguing over Blitzkrieg, arguing over fuckery. Someone is dead. Like, somebody really is dead. Like, it's so crazy. And I'm the one, I even like this dude. Do not like him. Right? But I'm like, the dude is dead. And y'all go on Twitter to fight, cuss each other out, argue over goofy shit, right? Instead of all of y'all need to get right with Jesus. All of you people need to get right with Jesus. You're so fucking lost. Because me, Marlene, I'm telling you, he's not even my friend, but I'm saying, like, me, it made me realize, like, damn, like, you could really be here 1 minute, and then the next minute you're gone. You're just gone. Don't even have a time to say, Jesus, forgive me. Like, boop, you're gone. And it really makes you realize, like, time really belongs to no one. No one knows, no man knows the time nor the hour. Not just of Christ coming back, but when you yourself are going to leave this place and they're so blinded by their egos. They're all a bunch of egocentric ass people. I need to be right. I need to be this. No, get right with Christ. Get your life in order. And everybody should, I mean, listen, y'all should be weeping for him. Because it goes to show you worked so hard to build this huge business, you just died. Because you can't take it with you. How many people are wasting time, their energy, their even stress, all that, trying to build a business and make money to what avail? Because ultimately, it's going to stay behind. Be the best person you can be. Enjoy your life. Don't make fame part of the prerequisite for you to be happy or requirement for you to be happy. Fuck fame. Fuck fame. Enjoy your quiet life. Politics also is extremely dangerous. Like every day I'm like, yo, like that place, it's the mob. Politics is so dangerous. There's no one you can trust. Because the same person that likes you today gonna be the same person who wants you dead. If anybody sees you as competition, they might try to kill you because they want to be the next president. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, you Candace, also, like, you like to act like a damn child sometimes. You're very childish. Grow the fuck up. Because it's like you're either going to focus on, you're trying to help solve this Kirk thingy, or you want to use that shit to go tit for tat on freaking X with people who really don't matter. Let people say what they want to say. Yeah, whatever. If your role is like, Charlie was my friend and I want to get to the bottom of this, then stay focused on that. But I think it's incredibly immature. Blitzkrieg and wump. If you know that you didn't mean that in no weird ass way, it's not even worth addressing. It's stupid. It's very stupid. And I feel like you're looking for fillers for your show. Get to the point, sis. Charlie's been betrayed. Who do you think betrayed him? Is it Andrew? Is it Erika? Let's get to the bottom of this. Who would have the most motive to snip this boy? You told us it was a bunch of money missing from Turning Point USA. So who's in charge of the money? And how much money is missing? Okay, we gotta focus on what really matters. Who has the most motive to kill Charlie? That's all I want to know. But your goofy ass back and forth on Twitter, I could care less. You goofy ass bitches need to fucking grow up. Y'all fucking immature and you all pathetic. I could never see myself back and forth with some crazy bitch. If you say Laura Loomer is a cuckoo bitch that can't even own a gun, what the fuck you look like going back and forth with her ass? You should have her ass muted, right? You don't have, if you don't like somebody or their goofy ass shit, you don't even have to see it. You mute the person, you block the person. You will never see their stuff on your feed. Protect your spaces. Right? Exactly. Like, stay focused. Like, oh, he's been betrayed. And now you say that, which is a big bomb. You say, oh, he's been betrayed. And then you wander off. Oh, let me tell you about what happened on X. Girl, don't waste my time. Do not waste my time. Because like, you're very childish, Candace.
Apology blitz. Let's
I'm not wasting my time on that shit.
It'd be so dumb. But like I said, these people were desperate for it not to be real, because they've been lying so hard about everything. They've just been lying, and they have some egg on their face now. And reality hit them pretty quickly this morning when Andrew Kolvet, Turning Point's spokesperson, confirmed that the messages were in fact real. He did this on the Charlie Kirk show. And actually, I don't think it's dramatic to state that this may be the first respectable measure taken by Turning Point USA executives since the passing of Charlie Kirk. Like the first respectable response. And yeah, I thought that was, I will compliment that. Just the action of Andrew Kolvet addressing it head on instantly was good. So let's hear Andrew Kolvet in his own words.
But I want to take the start of this show to address some of the things that have been going around on public, namely about a group text chain that has been made known and released by Candace Owens. And I just want to address it head on because, that was a screen grab that I had shared with people. So it is authentic. And I want to go into it because I actually am really excited that the truth is out there. I first want to say the reason I didn't share that screen grab publicly is because it was a private exchange. And I felt like it didn't necessarily comport with things that were already public.
Oh, it was him. You see, Andrew, yet again. So once again, Gemini, oh, I'm going to own up to it. I have nothing to hide. Then mofo, why don't you say, yeah, that's me? Right? You know what I'm saying? Look at her face. It's like, child, right? He's extremely uncomfortable. Andrew, you're not a good liar, Drew. You're not a good liar. I don't know if your mama never told you that, but I'm going to tell you that. Drew, you're not a good liar. When you're uncomfortable, it shows. Drew, when you're uncomfortable, Gemini, you stutter like a bitch. You are a stuttering ass bitch when you lie. You stutter and you itch. Gotta work on that, huh? You stutter terribly. When you're uncomfortable, Drew, you start to stutter. You stutter and you stutter and you stutter and you stutter. Right? Okay. Right? You are pro-donor. Charlie said, fuck the donors. Right? That's okay to be honest. Oh, I didn't think it would matter. Yeah, right. And now you don't know. You don't know how many text messages Candace has. You don't know what he was telling Candace. Okay? You don't know what he was telling Candace. But I'm going to tell you this, Drew. You're not a good liar. You're not convincing at all. You don't have the charisma. And maybe that's why you were behind the scene. Because you're just not that person. You're not that person. And that's why sometimes it gets to be a little problematic, because there are certain people that are meant to be behind the scenes, but they want to be in the spotlight so badly. You can't handle this stuff. You can't handle this kind of pressure. You just can't. Drew, you're not a good liar. And it's going to cost you, because your obsession with being like in the forefront is why people going to start looking at you and picking you apart. Right? Because like I said, I will never stop saying it. People who betray you are usually people you know. People who mean you the most harm are usually people you know. It's like, listen, there's nothing new under the sun. Okay? There's nothing new. But I'm like, you have an obsession with being seen, Gemini. And you think you are more convincing than what you really are. And that's how you're going to make a big mistake. If I was you, I would retreat. But you're not going to do that. Right? You're not going to. Oh, Lord, he bores me.
I wanted to not betray my friend's trust in that way. But I did share it with some people in government because it happened really quick. It was, it took 33 hours.
So that was a dig at Candace. Oh, I didn't want to betray my friend. It means like, oh, you betray your friend. She ain't betraying shit. We don't trust you, Gemini. We do not trust you. So you shared a text message between you and Charlie with people in the government. Do you hear yourself? Do you know who you remind me of, Andrew? I gotta go to bed. I got like 2 more minutes. Andrew, you remind me of Jeffrey Metcalf. You remind me of Jeffrey. When Austin Metcalf died, his daddy was in a rush. The whole family was in a rush to talk to the news. Yippity, yippity, yippity. That's how we found out that Austin he knows jiu-jitsu. Jiu-jitsu? I didn't know he knew jiu-jitsu. That's how we found out. He weighs 225 pounds. I didn't even know that. Right? You remind me of Jeffrey Metcalf. Y'all talk too much. Because you want to convince people that you have nothing to hide. That's the problem with guilty people. You want to convince people you have nothing to hide because you don't know how to live like someone that has nothing to hide. People who have nothing to hide, they live their life. People who have something to hide always need to convince other people they have nothing to hide. So you think the best way to do it is by being right there in front of the cameras. You're making a big mistake, fam. You're making a big mistake. Because it's hard. It's hard to play an innocent man. It's hard. It's hard to trick your own subconscious, right? It's really hard, right? You might want to retreat, but I have a feeling, Gemini, that you're not going to do that. And that's going to be a problem. Why would you share his text messages with someone in the government? Because now we got to start asking you, who in the government? Okay, what branch of the government? Right? If you're Charlie Kirk's business partner, if you run his business for him, does he know that you are taking screenshots of his messages where he's telling you he's stressed out and that the Jews are stereotypical, and you took a screenshot to send to someone in the government when we all know that Trump's government is full of Jews? Are you dumb? Are you stupid? Or you send your boy up? What's going on? What is going on? This is weird. Trump's government is full of ZZs, is full of Ashkenazi Jews. Trump's government is full. It is full of Ashkenazi Jews. So when he's telling you that he's sick and tired of them Jews and their fucking money, right? When he's telling you, it's like they put pressure on me and they're living every stereotype. I can't do this shit no more. You take a screenshot and you send that to someone in the government when the whole government is full of Ashkenazi Jews. Is you stupid or is you up to a setup? Brutus, is that you? Is that you? Andrew, I can tell you this. The more you talk, Drew, you expose yourself. Because you see, you white boys, you think you're so smart. You're not that smart. You people are just inheritors of a very unfair system that your racist ancestors put in place. You are not where you are because you're the smartest. You're there because you're the most barbaric. You're barbaric people. You're not sophisticated. You're not loquacious. You're not as deceitful as you think you are. You are actually predictable. You are predictable. I don't even know you. And I'm on your ass. And I'm pretty sure I'm pretty right. How do I even know you? Because it's that same old typical white mediocrity. Once again, it never fails. But you just told us, you talking to your mans. Your mans is telling you these Jews is stressing me out. These Jews is a stereotype. Fuck them Jews. Fuck their money. Fuck Israel. And then you telling us that you took a screenshot and you sent that to someone in the government. And now your friend is dead. And now your friend is dead. And you can't even say the word, this thing that happened to him. Andrew, you ain't shit. You ain't shit. Gemini, you really ain't shit. I'm so tired, I gotta go to bed. But you really ain't shit. I'm gonna let you talk for like 5 more minutes. I gotta go to bed. This dude is crazy. You are fucking crazy.
For authorities to get their suspect. And in those first moments, we wanted no stone unturned.
So he's telling us, and mind you, the text message was about Charlie saying that he is tired because he is tired. Because the people, the Jewish donors, right? Right? The Jewish donors are putting a lot of pressure on him. Okay. So that's what the text was talking about, that he's tired. He wants out. But he's saying to us, he took a screenshot and he sent it to somebody in the government so they can find Charlie's killer. That makes no sense. Because the whole text message was about Charlie feeling like he was suffocating because they were demanding too much. The Jewish donors were asking too much. He even said, there's another donor who walked away, and that donor gives Turning Point USA $2 million. What does that have to do with a crime scene? What does that have to do with a crime scene? If you're saying that Tyler killed Charlie and he's Antifa, he has a trans girlfriend that's a furry and wumpty wump wump, how does that parlay into help? How does that connect to Tyler? This has nothing to do with Tyler. It was a conversation about Jewish people. Okay, yes, it was a conversation about his Jewish donors. So then when you say to me that you took a screenshot and you gave it to someone in the government to help solve the case, nah, you lying, fam. You a piece of shit. You're lying. But then again, you white, so of course it's predictable, right? You're a lying ass piece of shit. That makes no sense. Who the fuck did you send that text message to? And when did you send that text message to? And my thing is, what could ever possess you in your goofy ass Gemini mind to take a screenshot of you? And especially, he's talking about Jewish people. He was talking about the Jews in that thread. He's talking about the Jews. Anybody who talks about the Jews right here, you can get canceled. Okay? You can get canceled. Y'all talking about the Jews can get you. Especially when the Jews are your donor. He is sitting there spazzing out. He is sitting there spazzing out on these Jews. And you take a screenshot where he is spazzing out on the Jews and you send to someone in the government when Trump's government is full of ZZs. His government is full of Jews. And you want to tell me that you only did it because you're trying to help solve his case. Didn't you have somebody take down the camera? Right? Where he got shot. Didn't your people take down the camera? Didn't your people take down the camera, remove the memory card? So if you want to solve the crime, Andrew, just give up the camera. Give up the camera. Give the memory card. Why are you giving screenshots when you can give the memory card? Did you give the memory card to the police? Did you give the memory card to Kash Patel so he can go to Valhalla? Okay? You make no sense. You make no sense. You make no damn sense. You a lying ass little bitch. You are a lying ass little bitch. And think about you goofy ass white boys. You are so protected by your money, your donors, your goofy ass white, goofy ass prestige, right? Y'all need to meet a real one. Drew, you a bitch. You a little bitch. You a lying ass bitch. You a lying ass bitch. I'm telling you, the same way OJ. OJ, because I think he smoked that lady. OJ, when he got away with whatever he got away with, you see how he lived? Do you remember how OJ Simpson lived? He never had peace. That thing, it drove him crazy. It drove him crazy. It drove him crazy. I even feel like when he went to that place in Vegas trying to get his shit, I think low-key, high-key, he wanted to be arrested. I think he wanted to go to jail. I really do. I'm like, you could have got a lawyer. If you feel like they stole your shit, you have enough money to get a lawyer. But there's something to be said about a guilty conscience. It won't let you sleep. It won't let you sleep. You saying all kinds of bullshit. Your people, your man went up there, took down the camera. We see him take down the camera. He removes the memory card. And you're not even telling us, oh yeah, we gave the memory card to the FBI. We gave the memory card to the sheriff's department. We gave the memory card to law enforcement. No, but you want to tell me you keep the memory card, but you gave a screenshot of a text message talking about Jewish people, right? To the government. What? You stupid. You're so damn stupid. And that's the kind of dumbass white boys that people give money to. America's not a real place. America is not a real place, man. The way America loves idiots, it's insane. America's not a real place. This dude right here, he's part of a company that's worth $400 million with this mediocre level of intellect. Don't even know how to lie. But he's able to work for a company that makes $400 million Explain that to me. White privilege, DEI. White people are the most mediocre hires ever. And they want to call somebody a DEI. That's right here, DEI. Okay? He's only there because he's white. He only has his job because he's white. He's only in that position because he's a white boy. He's just white. I would love to see his resume. I would love to see where he went to school. I would love to see what qualifies him to run a $400 million business. I would love to see it. Matter of fact, because if Charlie Kirk only had a high school diploma, the fuckery of it all. Welcome to America, right? The fuckery of it all. Imagine you only have a high school diploma. And white people are trusting you with hundreds of millions of dollars, and you don't think that you're DI. The only reason why they have you there because you preach hate. Because you help goofy ass white Americans to have a hatred against black people. Because besides that, why would they ever trust your ass with a high school degree? People who have high school degree, they work at McDonald's. People who have high school degrees, they work at the mall. Right? What the fuck? You have a high school degree, fam. Charlie Kirk only had a high school education. That's all he had. And these white people propped him up. They made this boy so wealthy because he was preaching hate. Preaching hate and lies, all kinds of foolishness, going to Israel, banging his head against that damn wall. An American pledging allegiance to a foreign country. Bastard shit. Bastard shit. These are the most unpatriotic people you've ever met. They're so unpatriotic. It numbers some white people. There's nothing but white Americans. It's only white Americans who go to Israel and bang their foreheads on that damn ass wall. But they're going to tell you they're Christian. How can you be a Christian and sit down with people who believe that not only is Jesus a heretic, but he's in hell burning in his own excrement? Right? That's why they're so afraid to admit to y'all that Charlie Kirk was a Catholic. He was Catholic damn well. He went to mass. Listen to these motherfuckers. He went to mass. He would pray at the mass. He loved the service. He loved the church. He loves everything. He's always there. He wants to pray there. He loves the process, but he's not a Catholic. He was never going to convert. Tomato. What the fuck is the difference? Right? If all you do is go to mass, if you only pray at a Catholic church, if you are always there, you do everything, you are a Catholic. Like, what the fuck? Me, I don't go to the Catholic church just for fun. What the fuck? I'm not going there. You go there all the time. You show up for mass all the time, right? Because they cannot admit to be Catholic because the Jews don't like that. Because Catholic people, the Catholic Church, okay, they recognize Jesus as the Messiah. And calling Jesus the Messiah is a great offense to Jewish people. Because to them, Jesus is a heretic. And that's why they do everything in their power to, no, he's not a Catholic. He wasn't going to convert. Shut up. If you only go to a Catholic church, if you only pray with Catholic people, you love everything about the Catholic Church. You love the process of Mass on Sunday. You go through maybe even communion. What do I know? Then you are a Catholic. You just don't want to call yourself that because it's going to offend your donors. That's it. Because they don't want you to admit, they don't want you to say that Jesus is the Messiah. Right? That's it. Because you want their money. So because you want their money, you are willing to deny that Christ is king. Because to the Jews, Jesus cannot be God. But in the Catholic faith, Jesus is God. He is God who made himself flesh to save the world through his the crucifixion. Right? That's the real problem here. So the moment you admit to people that Charlie was a Catholic or he was going to become a Catholic, right? You have an issue with your donors because their faith does not allow them to finance people who are supporting a heretic, who is currently burning in hell in his own fecal matter. Right? Bunch of goofy ass people like this. Bunch of goofy ass people. And that's why when you listen to Charlie, he's heavily focused on the Old Testament because he has to make his donors happy because the Old Testament is the Torah. But if you confess to be a Christian, because to be a Christian means you're a follower of Christ. So you are in the New Testament. You're not in the Old Testament. It doesn't exist, right? They were called Christian because they were followers of Christ. Christ is not in the Old Testament. He's in the New Testament. Oh, I do the Shabbat. I'm writing a book on the Shabbat. Boy, when do you have time for all that when you are in mass every Sunday anyways? People have questions. People have questions. Tomato, tomato, right? Oh, he loved everything about the Catholic Church. So he also loved the fact that the Catholic Church says that Jesus is God and that God is Jesus and that God made himself into flesh so he'd come out here and save the people. But if you say that, you lose all the donors. And what's it called? Turning Point USA has nothing to do with white Americans. It has nothing to do with nationalism. It has nothing to do with patriotism, right? It's a money grab. Y'all don't give a fuck about these white people. You don't give a fuck about these white people. Don't even give a fuck. You ain't trying to help these people. You want their votes. You want their support. You want their votes. What has Charlie Kirk done for these poor white kids? All these poor white kids in the Midwest. What has he done for them? What job has he created for them? When you go to campus and you fight with the trans people, how does that help young white men? What policy did he fight when it comes to Trump? Like, here is something that you have to put on the books, even if it's just an executive order, something that he has to do for white boys. What exactly did Charlie Kirk do? Like, what legislation did he fight for on behalf of young white boys, especially white boys from the Midwest? The answer is zero. He's only fighting for himself. And Turning Point USA, all these Jewish people that he was taking money from, how many of them said, yeah, I'm here because I care about the fate of these regular white boys in America? No, they don't care. These white Jews don't care about no damn white American. They don't give a fuck. They don't care, right? You can't serve two masters. Okay, but I'm like, give me one legislation that Charlie Kirk was out here trying to fight for these young white boys to have something. I don't know, something. What exactly was he petitioning Trump to do for these white boys who are, I guess, the number one demographic for Turning Point USA? Absolutely nothing. You think sitting here talking about black crime all day, every day, how does that help a young white man get a job? Black crime, okay. How does that help a young white man get a wife, like to be married to a white woman? How does that help him to be a husband? You can sit here all day and talk about black on black violence, okay, and you still gonna be white and broke, right? There you go. So if Charlie Kirk can go to the White House, if Charlie Kirk has access to Trump, he can just call Trump at any moment. What legislation, what executive order was he fighting for on the behalf of all these white boys who put him in a position to be a multi-millionaire? Absolutely nothing. If Turning Point is bringing in $400 million a year, how much of that money is being used to get young white man trades, young white man medical help, to fight against all the opioids that are killing young white men, to get a lot of young white men in rehab, to help young white men with their self-esteem? Absolutely nothing. They have no program in place to help these young white boys. They do absolutely nothing. How does it benefit a young white man who's, I don't know, disgruntled, who feels ignored, who feels like America hates white people? You talk about black on black crime. You talking about trans all day. How does that help that young man? How does that make his life any better? You make $400 million a year. So they're giving you money and they get nothing in return. It's given the black church. Okay. They give you all this money and these young people get nothing in return. Even your marriage to this lady, it seems like it's a sham. Don't even seem like it was real love. So even you You didn't even know how to go find yourself a white woman that could love you and marry you for you. Okay, Gemini, I can yell if I want to. The fuck? I don't owe you shit. Why are you here? If I'm yelling, why are you here? Gone. Okay? Don't ask me no question. I'm not your child. Why are you yelling? Why the fuck are you up? Go to sleep. Okay? Make it make sense. All right? That's crazy. And oh, by the way, I block people. I don't have time for foolishness. It's a privilege to be on my live. You're not paying, you're not sending me no super chat, and you get entertained. Okay? Whether you like it or not, you get entertained. You write some dumb shit in my comment section, you will be blocked. I don't know you. You don't know me. Okay? So you're more than welcome to stick around, right? But one thing you will not do is act deranged. This is not Sweden. It's not Germany. It's not Poland. It's not wherever you Vikings are from. I don't know what the fuck that is, right? You will not act like Warsaw in my comment section. You shall be blocked. So conduct yourself accordingly. I don't mind people being here, but I will say what I say, because you white people, when Charlie Kirk and his cohort insult, degrade, demean white black people, you left that shit. It's about time that somebody does the same shit to y'all so you can know how it feels. Lump all y'all together and judge you as one so you can know how it feels. I love to bully people right back, okay? So I said what I said. Mediocre ass white boys. Let it go, right? Mediocre ass white boys. There you go. That makes no sense. That makes no sense.
To leave nothing unturned.
Yeah, right.
So I shared it with a few people.
Yeah.
Don't know where it went from there, apparently. But
so you shared with a few people. Unbelievable.
Here we are. So one of the reasons, Blake, that I'm glad to have this now public, it was not mine to share publicly, but one of the criticisms we've received is that we don't care. We're not investigating every lead. We're not looking under every stone. And that somehow we're just like, sweeping things under the rug. And when I say that we want justice for Charlie more than anybody else, I really mean it, and no stone unturned. I mean, I don't know if you want to chime in on that part alone, but I have more to say.
Yeah, so it has been so frustrating to have people blow up about this.
Yeah.
And I've certainly stated publicly, the reason I haven't weighed in on things is I am an eyewitness to events, and they've said, don't comment on things because anything you say can mess that up. I don't want to mess up any trial for the person who did this.
That's 1,000% right. And I will say I wasn't an eyewitness. I was not there. I flew to Utah immediately to be with the family and the team, but I was not an eyewitness. So there's that. But I am aware that in my role as spokesman for Turning Point USA, which is another hat I wear, the things I say, I'm cognizant of the fact that things I say could negatively impact an ongoing investigation. All right. But I will weigh in specifically on this,
I don't even know
this issue of Israel, because I know there's a lot of fascination. And I just want to say that, we have to let free speech be our North Star here. Okay. Charlie was adamantly free speech. And I am not personally going to impugn anybody's character who is asking questions and looking for answers. All right. And I will say that text chain is consistent with public frustrations that he voiced many times. And I know, Blake, you were in the trenches on a lot of this stuff because we were workshopping how we were going to do the tour and what he's going to get asked about Israel, what was he going to say. And this is consistent with things that he told his friends, people that are, in the wider movement, about his wrestle that he was going. And so I just want to say, what is the truth about the way Charlie felt about Israel? Well, it's complicated and it's nuanced, and it was a wrestle that was going on for months. And it's probably somewhere between the BB letter and the text.
So what do we think? Okay, obviously,
he's lying.
You can tell he's anxious. You can tell he's nervous speaking about this. I am sure.
I told you he's not a good liar. I don't know why he wants to do this. Like you're not loquacious. Like I'm the spokesperson. Boo, sit down somewhere. Okay, you don't have the intellectual baggage for this shit. All right, go sit down somewhere. Okay. Oh, it's nuanced. It's complicated. It's not complicated. It wasn't a text message. He was sick and tired of these people. He wanted to be done with these people. Now, the problem is some of y'all wanted the money. That's it. It's okay to say that. I'm like, I feel this is what I'm receiving in my spirit, right? Is that internally at Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, the leader, and his cronies, okay, they were not seeing eye to eye. Charlie, I guess he got to a point, Libra. Like, you know what? Fuck this shit. Fuck this money. Fuck this shit. I did this by myself. I started alone. I can do it again. Okay. These people over here, they're like, we need this money, our lifestyle, our status, our this, and that. And if that 150, like Max Blumenthal said, if that 150 mil is a real thing, and you're trying to walk away from 150 mil, yeah, I can see how internally it was creating a schism. Now, if there's also money missing at Turning Point USA, I can see how maybe some people stop being friends. Some people stop trusting each other. Okay. But they're not going to come out here and tell you that because they don't want people to talk about the missing money. But there's money that's missing. Right. And also you, Andrew, I would like to know, since Charlie had plans to put up a committee to go through the finances, are you going to make sure that happens or are you going to bet that shit as well? Okay. We have questions. We have questions. But like I said, you're not a convincing person. You're not a great liar. And that's probably why he had you behind the scenes, because that's where you belong. But you don't know your place. You're very ambitious. Unfortunately, you don't have what it takes. Don't have what it takes. You don't have what it takes.
Was positively frantic at Turning Point USA yesterday. I am sure he had very little sleep. And like I say, never the fun thing to be the spokesperson and also to be involved in the story. I can tell you right off the bat, he is telling the truth. He was not the person who shared that message with me. He also should know that he was not the only person who sent that message and sent messages around. So there are a lot circulating, some videos that are circulating. And yeah, he's being honest about that portion. I personally, as someone who knows Andrew Kolvet, I want to express how I feel. I hold it against him actually that he didn't share it with me. He knew. I cried on the phone with Andrew. He knew how I was feeling, and then I went under a very, well, you could say a blitzkrieg, right? A heavy bombardment from people who he knows hated Charlie, who tried to stop Charlie, people who had no issues showing up to his memorial. I mean, really gross stuff, who were attacking me. And he could have at least provided some cover. Now, I'm not saying that I need help, but sometimes it's not.
What did I tell you guys? What did I tell you? What did I tell you? I told you he a little bitch. I told you he loyal to no one. I told you that's a Gemini, man of many faces. He will be whoever he needs. It wasn't. Can y'all learn to make full sentences like it wasn't Andrew's place? Place to do what? It's like, damn. Make a complete, like, write a complete thought. Like, it wasn't Andrew's place. Place to do what? It was Erika's place. Her place to do what? What are we talking about? Shit. Anyways, what I tell y'all? Bitch ass material. Bitch ass material. So he comes to you. So Candace is saying she called them crying. And he listened to her like, yeah, girl. I know, girl. Girl. And then shit unfolds on the internet. He knows the truth. He says nothing. And he sits back and he watches Candace get pummeled by people. When all he has to do is say, y'all, she ain't lying. But he doesn't say that. What is he up to? Right? What is he up to? I think I guess because she got enough lawsuit for her. I think she has enough lawsuit for a whole lifetime right now. She doesn't want to say, I think Andrew betrayed Charlie. She doesn't want to say that. Right? But me, the way that I feel is that they were going like this. They were going like this. Charlie wants to go this way. Andrew wants to go this way. Life path number 1 wants to go over here. Life path number 6 wants to go this way. Is this not her?
You can tell he's anxious. You can tell he's nervous speaking about this. I am sure it was positively frantic at Turning Point USA yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I am sure he had very little sleep. And like I say, never the fun thing to be the spokesperson and also to be involved in the story. I can tell you right off the bat, he is telling the truth. He was not the person who shared that message with me. He also should know that he was not the only person who sent that message and sent messages around. So there are a lot circulating, some videos that are circulating. And yeah, he's being honest about that portion. I personally, as someone who knows Andrew Kolvet, I want to express how I feel. I hold it against him actually that he didn't share it with me. He knew. I cried on the phone with Andrew. He knew how I.
Yeah. And that hurt. That's all right. He knew I cried on the phone with Andrew. So how can you say Candace never, like your brain, it actually works, or you have to sleep? Are you here? I cried on the phone with Andrew. Candace never telephoned Andrew. Are you okay? Or are you on drugs? You take fentanyl? What's your opioid of choice? I'm like, what the fuck? Y'all so fucking weird. You're like, it's so fucking weird. Like, she speaks English, right? I cried on the phone with Andrew. Oh, Candace never telephoned Andrew. So if she don't call the man, how exactly was she on the phone with the man? The fuck?
I was feeling, and then I went under a very, well, you could say a blitzkrieg, right? A heavy bombardment from people who he knows hated Charlie, who tried to stop Charlie, people who had no issues showing up to his memorial. I mean, really gross stuff, who were attacking me. And he could have at least provided some cover. Now, I'm not saying that I need help, but sometimes it's nice to offer somebody a lifeboat when they're being attacked.
But he can't protect you, Candace, because the donors don't want you anywhere close to Turning Point USA. Like me, I'm telling you, this is what I'm receiving in my spirit. Charlie, he was like, yo, I can't let this Nick Fuentes guy be the real one. Okay, so you, Israel, go outside because I got to pretend to be this America First kind of person. Andrew, he's the money person. Andrew likes money. Andrew likes money. Andrew wants to make the donors happy because the donors give Andrew his lifestyle. Okay? They give him his lifestyle. Yeah, and he ain't trying to lose that shit worth a damn. Okay? What's his name? Right? Let me see his education. Because this is, I need to see this. DEI hire. Hold on. Oh, Lord Jesus. Okay. All right. So let's see his degrees. Okay. So homeboy, he has a BA in honors in business administration with a minor in Spanish language and cultural studies. Sure. And then UW Foster School of Business, Bachelor's of Arts in Business Marketing. Okay, he goes for the easy shit. All right, let's see this shit. Okay, producer, account executive, Go West Creative Group. He was there for 3 years. Promoted less, okay, whatever. Development producer, Signet Media Group. He was there for 9 months. Okay, UAMG, Lightworkers Media, whatever. He was there for 1 year and 6 months. Okay, Kairos Company, vice president. He was there for 3 years and 6 months. President and founder, ATK Media. ATK Media Company is a boutique consulting, communication, and public relation company that helps value-based brands and nonprofit, as well as high-profile public figures, communicate their message more clearly while amplifying key narratives. Oh, so you specialize in narratives. Oh, it's giving Tyler. Okay. Oh, Antifa with a furry girlfriend. Okay. Key narratives to activate and consumers. ATK expertise across a range of sectors, including politics, grassroots organizations, faith, entertainment, traditional news, media. Okay. So he's out here feeding the machine. Okay. Of course, because he wants money. He wants the money. So that's why he can't defend her. He can't say that Charlie was going to be Catholic, or maybe he was already Catholic. He cannot defend Candace. He can't even defend Tucker. Like, he cannot. Because he wants to make the donors happy. He don't give a fuck about Turning Point USA. It's a money-making machine. So the people who give him money, he don't want to offend those people. If he goes out there and he starts defending Candace, he going to get the same text messages that Charlie was getting from the donors. And he doesn't want that, because in the text message, he's the one telling Charlie, don't invite Candace. Don't invite Tucker. Like, so everything the donors want, he's the one who's telling Charlie, make the donors happy. Make the donors happy. Is that what a real best friend would do? Because a real best friend be like, friend, fuck these people. Okay? I'll be the Tom Sawyer to your Huckleberry Finn. All right? But no. He's telling Charlie to go against his conscience. Like, no, don't invite Candace. Oh my gosh, don't invite Tucker. Oh my gosh, it's going to be bad for business. So I'm like, no, Candace, he cannot come outside and defend you. He's about the money. And the money people, they don't want to see you because they say you're anti-Semitic, whatever that's supposed to mean. Okay, you're definitely anti-Ashkenazi. There you go, right? So the money people, they're saying you're anti-Ashkenazi because your role when it comes to this whole conservative shit, this grip was for you to be the black girl that says the bad things about black people. You were never supposed to say, well, if I can criticize the blacks, I can criticize the Ashkenazi, right? It was never supposed to be like that. They had one goal for you. They had one lane for you. You're the black girl that says all the evil shit that white people and the Ashkenazis want to say about black people, right? But then you said, well, if I can criticize black people, I should also be able to criticize the Jews. That's like, oh, well, who told you that? Right? Because, they had no problem with you being anti-black, sis, right? Right? About a week ago, they had no problem with you being anti-black. It was okay when you were talking bad about black people, degrading black people, doing all kinds of weird shit to black people. That was your lane, Candace. Now, you chose to be a rebel. Okay, so that's it. Now you iced out. So Andrew, he's not about to compromise his relationship with his donors to come to your defense. And also, he's not really your friend. You are Charlie Kirk's friend, right? You're not really his friend. He don't know you like that. So he gonna protect his money. Get it? So he was not gonna come and defend you. He will never. This man is not principle based. He's all about the money, okay? So he's not gonna defend you. You're crazy.
Telling the truth, right? So I do want to say that. Also, I'm glad that Andrew responded correctly because I was going to say this when Blake's like, well, the investigation's ongoing. That text message has nothing to do with an investigation whatsoever.
I even watched this episode. And that's what I said. It has nothing to do with the investigation. So once again, he's lying. Andrew lies a lot. You can go back to his interview with that girl, Alexa Clark. He's lying. And every time he lies, he scratches himself. He plays with his hands like that. He does just weird shit. Or he pulls on his ear. He lies. And when he's lying also, he starts to stutter. When he starts to lie, Andrew gonna stutter. Like, he's lying, right? So I'm like, the text messages have nothing to do with the investigation. You guys took down a camera from a murder scene. You took down a camera from a murder scene. You took out the memory card out the camera from a murder scene. So if you really want to help law enforcement, give the camera and the memory card. But I bet you haven't done that. And who knows, you probably destroyed the memory card for all we know. But we have yet to hear you say, oh, we gave this to law enforcement. But you're telling us you kept the camera, you kept the memory card, but you gave a screenshot of a text conversation talking about Jewish donors being mad. So is it that you wanted the narrative to go out there that the Jews are behind this shit? You're weird. You are really weird. Oh, I gotta go to bed. I'm tired.
It has to do with the broader question of people feeling that Charlie's legacy is intentionally being hijacked by Israel. Yes. Never stated that Israel killed Charlie. Anybody that's been watching this investigative series, we've come up, there hasn't even been an Israeli name that's popped up in this investigation. There's only been one Jewish person, I think, that's popped up thus far in this investigation, which is George Zinn, Decoy Boy. So they're just saying that. They're just saying that. I just wanted to say that he was under a tremendous amount of pressure. Now, regarding the other things that are circulating that have not been publicized yet, and people should know that there is an underground movement of truth tellers in this moment. Okay, there's an underground movement of knights all around the world, from mom sleuths to government employees, like he said, to personal assistants, to Turning Point USA donors, who are working together to bring justice to Charlie because we don't like the way this feels. We just don't like the way it feels. The vibes are off. I will respect, even though obviously that statement was prepared, I will respect the fact that Andrew says what Charlie would have said. And for the first time, I feel that's been expressed, that we have to let free speech be our North Star. And I'm not so sure that some of the people that are donating to Turning Point USA believe that. In fact, I'm certain some of them don't believe that. Obviously, we wouldn't have that text message if they all believed that. And that is what I think has been so frustrating, is that it seems as though the executives would rather, and I'm now referring to Tyler Boyer, impugn the character of the people who are doing exactly what Charlie Kirk would have done. So please, Andrew, make sure that Tyler Boyer and Alex Clark get the internal memo about free speech. I want to say one more thing rather explosively. 3 people told me off record. 2 people who have this in a written communication from Charlie. One who is a Turning Point USA donor, and I would say very much one of the white knights in this. The very day before Charlie Kirk died, he expressed that he thought he was going to be killed. He told these people, I think they're going to kill me. Okay. He did not express that to me. So I am telling you this based off the testimony of 3 people. And I am saying this because I hope that these people who I think are good will be inspired to come forward with that. Now, again, those conversations I had were off record. I honor that. If I say it's off record, it stays off record. But I'm hoping that watching what I am doing and feeling the energy that is rising across the world for people who want to know what the heck happened on 9/10, that, you know, they will be brave and they will say, yeah, Charlie did the day before he died think that he was going to be killed, and maybe tell us, who is they? Well, for once and for all, who is they? Who is the they that he thought were going to kill him? Now, to give the obvious answer to federal informant Nick Fuentes' question, the reason that I waited to reveal the text messages is because I'm not a child, okay? Like I said, I have a lot more. I'm not an idiot, and I have self-control, and I understand that time is always going to be on the side of truth. Time is on the side of truth. Liars know that that's the reality. Liars know that they have to speak.
You're also full of shit. If time is on the side of truth, then you also have to agree that Charlie Kirk also got exposed for his lie. Because if you say, oh, Charlie believed in free speech, then why was he taking money from people who control speech? You cannot tell me. Everybody knows this. Like, even with Kanye, and you're friends with Kanye, right? But even before Kanye, I think we've all known for as long as we've been alive that you can't talk about the Jews. You can't criticize them, right? We all know this shit. Like, even if you see it, you can't say it. If you're only allowed to criticize Black people, but you can't criticize Jewish people, right? Because they hide behind the Holocaust. They hide behind this, and that. So people don't talk about the Jews, right? So the Jews, they've always limited people's speech. We can't even question what happened in Germany. When it comes to World War II, I think most people should know we're giving a narrative, right? We don't really know what really happened with World War II. We don't really know, right? Because if we knew, more people would understand what's going on in Palestine, right? But a lot of people don't understand what's going on in Palestine. And they believe that these people are God's chosen people who sometimes, I don't know, what the fuck, right? Because people don't really understand what happened in Germany. People don't know. They're just being told that, oh, Hitler just hated the Jews. And then he wanted to kill them all. And then he put them in concentration camps, started gassing them, and he kept them in Auschwitz. Bad Hitler. And the Nazis are bad people. It's a narrative. Then they gave us the Diary of Anne Frank. Sure. But meanwhile, America's had millions of African children enslaved. And there's not a single book that recounts the feelings and the trauma of a West African child being sold into slavery on a white plantation. A shit that happened in Germany is required reading to read the Diary of Anne Frank. This shit happened in fucking Germany. This is America. So why don't we talk about the Black Holocaust in America and the suffering of West African children who were enslaved and sold on these plantations with white people raping them, abusing them, feeding them to alligators, right? There you go. So shut the fuck up. Candace, at the end of the day, you know dang well that you a fucking grifter, right? You built your fucking platform selling your people for cheap and ridicule to these goofy ass white fuckers, right? You made sure that white people could chew us out, make fun of us, nibble on our flesh without ever having to look at their barbaric asses, right? And then you dilute your stupidity because you fuck a white man, you got biracial kids, and therefore you think you're protected. You know one thing about Andrew compared to Charlie Kirk, I'm gonna let you know a thing, right? I'm gonna let you know a thing. One thing about Andrew, he letting you know, bitch, you fucking Black. I don't have to protect you, bitch. Okay? He's not Charlie. He's not gonna fake it to your face. He ain't faking worth a damn. You a fucking nigga to Andrew. He could give a fuck. You want this man to jeopardize $150 million to say what? That you're not a liar? Who gives a fuck, Candace? You built your whole platform being a fucking coon. And now you want to be known for being a truth teller? Bitch, tell us how much money you made with Daily Wire selling your people down the fucking river. Tell us how much Ben Shapiro paid you for all the evil shit you did to black people, bitch. Tell us how much Ben Shapiro paid you to carry on the way you carried on when it came to George Floyd. Candace, the vast majority of black people, we had never said that George Floyd was not committing a crime. We had never said that we don't know that he went in there with a fake $20 bill trying to be on some bullshit. We had never told you that. But even if you are a criminal, do you deserve to die with a whole knee on your fucking neck? A black man, just like your granddaddy, Candace. A black man, just like your granddad, just like even like your fucking father, because you're black, huh? We saw a big-ass black man begging for his mom because he couldn't breathe. Just that shit alone, it should have fucking stopped your ass. But you're so fucking dumb, you're so fucking cursed, and you're such a fucking bedwitch. You don't even have enough wherewithal to realize that not only did Charlie Kirk and George Floyd share the same birthday, but they both died to a lethal injury to their fucking neck. If I was you, bitch, I'll fucking repent. The last thing you need is for Andrew to come outside and tell people, oh, she ain't a liar. Nobody gives a fuck, Candace. You're a fucking grifter. You're a grifter, divester, a swirler. So who gives a fuck? You're finally telling the truth after how many years of fucking lying on your own kind? You're disgusting. You are despicable. And I respect Andrew because a nigga needs to stay in the nigga place. You are fucking crazy. You are batshit crazy. You plantation whore. You plantation whore. You think because you married George Farmer and his reject ass, written out the will ass, will never inherit $200 million from his daddy ass, that somebody owes you something? And so what? You cry. And so what? I cried and I cried. Who gives a fuck, Candace? When you was doing what the fuck you was doing for Daily Wire, a lot of us black people were crying and you were just carrying on, not giving a fuck. You help white people to dehumanize us. You help white people to see black people as if everything wrong in America is because of black people, right? Did a whole documentary with your fat feet and your pregnancy and your big ass white ass nose to expose, what's her name, Patrice Cullen, because she stole from BLM. Are you going to tell people how much money your boy Charlie was stealing from the Israeli people, right? He joined the fucking mob. He took their money. Then you want to play cute, right? And I'm going to distance myself. Nah, bitch. When you join the mob, you live for the mob. The only way you leave the mob is with your feet going out first. There you go. There you go. Right? So fuck you, Candace. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck all you. Fuck all of you. Right? Fuck all of you. The truth, and free speech and free speech. Get the fuck out of here. Everybody knows it's the fucking mob. Politics is the mob. Right? Even that billionaire, what's his name? Bill Montgomery, who gave Charlie money to start Turning Point USA. I'm sure he also had a list of demands. And nothing free out here. And nothing free. You went to college, but you didn't graduate college. He also has a high school. He only has a high school diploma. So you fuckers thought that these people, these rich people, was going to give y'all money and not trying to control your speech. When you signed on to Daily Wire, you didn't know that your speech was controlled, that you were only allowed to talk bad about black people, right? You know what the fuck you did. Signed the Turning Point USA. Just like, what's it called? Daily Wire, right? Because you work for Ben Shapiro. So he's a Jew. You signed on to Ben Shapiro and you know and you knew that your speech was limited. And you were very obedient until your channel blew up. Once you started having millions of followers, you thought you didn't need your master no more. So you turned on Ben, right? Then you came out here, oh, Christ is king, Christ is king. Candace, it was your get out of Auschwitz card. You were tired of being on that Jewish ass plantation, right? So you use Christ as king as a Trojan horse to get the fuck up out of there. You don't give a fuck about Christ. You can, oh, I'm a Catholic, but I can't really tell y'all. It's my husband. There you go. So how can you say Christ is king and you don't even know nothing about being a Catholic? You make no fucking sense. You truly and honestly make no fucking sense. You make no sense. But you will never, I mean, at least as far as I'm concerned, you don't have to sit here and have me believe that Charlie Kirk believe in free speech. He believes in free speech. He will never take money from people from another country. He will never take money from people, even if they're born in America. Everybody knows most Zionist people, even when they're born in America, they don't identify as being American. They identify as being Jewish. That's their everything. That is their everything. So Jewish people don't believe in the Constitution, okay? They believe in the Zionist movement. So how can you take money from a Zionist and tell me, oh yeah, he believes in free speech? He ain't believe in shit. He believe in hatred. He believe in degradation, insulting Black people, insulting Muslim, insulting immigrants, insulting Latinos, bullying these trans children and their mental disorder. That's all he believed in, being a bully. All the air he had in his lungs, all the things he could have said, it was only to harass people, debase people, demean people, harass people. That's all he ever did. Free speech where? Free speech where? A man that really wants to speak his mind will never take money from nobody. If you want to be free to speak your mind, you ain't going to take nobody's money. Okay? Because you know, the day you take someone's money, you can no longer speak your mind because you took someone's money. So you will never convince me that Charlie Kirk cared about free speech. Please. Okay? Bitch, please. Okay? Y'all love to talk about, you talk about ideals, but you don't talk about what is. A man that truly believes in free speech will never take money from another man because you know you're going to be that man's bitch. Just like in prison. If you don't want to have to give away your booty, you don't take nothing for free in prison because you will have to pay for that. So a real man never takes anything from another man because you know one day he gonna knock at your door. He gonna want something in return, right? So if free speech is everything to you, you don't take money from another man. And it's not even just money. We're talking like millions of dollars. So what kind of dumb idiot was he with his Huckleberry Finn looking ass where he thought he could take millions from other men and somehow he gonna be able to say whatever the fuck he wants to say? Is he crazy? Even when you take a job, you can't just go to your workplace and just say whatever you want. You're not the owner of the business. You can't just say whatever you want to say, right? If you take money from donors, you can't say whatever you want to say. Even when you're an influencer, you have a base. You know your base. You can't just say whatever you want to say. Just like you know your base, right? And you built your base by talking shit about Black people, right? And you know, if you talk poorly of white people, they will turn on you. Because these white people who follow you never followed you for you to hold a mirror and have them look at themselves, right? You're Black. All you've ever did was create hateful content against Black people. And as a result of that, you built a massive following of predominantly white people. Right? Why do white people want to follow a Black girl that only talks bad about Black people? Because they're racist. Right? That's what you did. And that's what Charlie did. Right? And that's why you know you can't really say the real shit. Because even if you were to call Andrew a bitch, the fact that he's white, they gonna turn on you. So you have to walk on eggshells. Oh, I was really hurt. You know dang well you want to call that white boy a bitch. He's a goofy ass, money hungry little bitch. But you can't say that. Right? Because you still have to be respectful towards your white base. You're no different than Officer Tatum. Officer Tatum, I know dang well he wants to cuss out these white people because they get on his fucking nerves. But at the same time, that's his base. He has no base with Black people. His audience is white. Bunch of white racists. Just like your audience. Right? Just like your audience. But if you really had an open-minded white audience, you know you will be better. You would even have more free speech because I know you pissed off. Like with your bitch ass. All you had to do was have my back. But you can't say it like that. You have to be like, oh, I was so hurt that he didn't say anything. I wish he would have came. I wish, you know what I'm saying? Performing. You are performative. Because you can't come across as the angry Black woman, right? Because you know, to these white people, you will always be a nigga to them white people. They don't like your ass. They don't like your ass. They've never liked your ass. But you were a useful tool for their hatred because they hate Black people. But like most white people, they bipolar. So they want to convince themselves that, oh, I'm not hateful. I'm not hateful. Look, Candace agrees with me. Candace agrees with me. But how come Candace only agrees with you when you have negative purview of Black people? Your entire understanding of Black people is always evil. And your entire understanding of white people, oh, we're so amazing. We're so fabulous. We're so, no, the fuck you're not. 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 Okay? That's it, Candace. He's not going to come outside. He ain't going to save you. Your boy Charlie was a grifter. Your boy Charlie was a swindler. Your boy Charlie had crazy ass aspiration. He wanted to grow his business as quickly as possible. He took money from the mob, hamdulillah, okay? And now he's no longer here, bismillah, okay? So, whatever. But miss us with the whole old Charlie Kirk. All he wanted to do is debate. If all he wanted to do was debate, he would have enough intellectual integrity to post every debate he ever did. The one where he won and the one where he was stacking L's. But on his YouTube channel, every time he took an L, he never posted that, right? He only posted children, young people who could not stand up to him in his goofy ass brain, right? If all you care about is debate, nothing else, nothing more, there's no hidden agenda. Post everybody. Post everybody you encountered. And if a young man or a young woman on that college campus gave you that work, then post that shit. Be a real man. Show your wins and show your losses. Right? Nah, on his channel, he only posted the time where he came out on top and these young people were not equipped. But when he met young people that were actually equipped, these videos never made it onto his channel. So how can you tell me that he's out here respecting free speech? A man who respects free speech will never hide speech. Make it make fucking sense, right? Right? Because if you go on the college campus and the whole point is debate and free speech and shit, if you meet a young person and that young person gives you that work, post that shit. Like, you know what? You're good. You're good. I like that shit. Right? No. The only time it got posted where he got washed up when he went to Cambridge because they had their own cameras. So he didn't have control of the footage because the Cambridge people had their own cameras because they know he's a white American. He can't be trusted. So we're going to record this shit in its integrity, all of it, right? But if you respect free speech, you're not going to hide no speech. You ain't going to hide it. You don't hide speech, right? When has Charlie Kirk ever had somebody on his podcast that could challenge his racist bullshit, his goofy-ass stereotypes, right? Towards the end, when he was trying to get out of his goofy-ass death row contract. Now he wants to take advantage because that's what it is. He weaponized Tucker Carlson to piss off his Jewish people. Childish. Tucker Carlson, I don't like him, but he's a human being, right? If you use something because you want Tucker Carlson to be your mouthpiece, because I didn't say it, Tucker said it, you a bitch. You a bitch. You're a grown-ass man. There is nothing that goes on in Tucker Carlson's head that you can think of yourself and say it your motherfucking self, right? But you don't want to say it because you want them. It's like he wants to disrespect the Jews and he still wants their money. So I'm going to take your money, but I'm going to bring someone on. Oh, that's just a guest. Knowing dang well that guest is going to proceed to disrespect you. Nah. If you bring someone to disrespect me, you are also part of the disrespect. So on that front, I respect the Jews. Because if I pay you, how dare you bring somebody that you know is going to disrespect me? So that means you want to disrespect me, but you ain't man enough to do that shit. Just like Charlie Kirk was not man enough to go find his own wife. He had to have somebody put him up in an arranged marriage. Why can't you find your own wife? Ain't you a man? You don't know how to walk up to a woman and spit game and shit like that and get this woman to fall in love with you? You need another man to go talk to another woman and to make things happen for you. That's crazy. That's crazy, right? But I'm like, y'all full of shit. You white conservatives, you conservative people, you Republican people, you are full of shit. You are really full of shit. You are no better than Democrats. You are no better than these liberals. You are no better. I said, you know what, Marlene, I'm going to be a libertarian. I'm going to go with Ron Paul and Rand Paul. Like, that's where I'm going to go. Because these are the kinds of people America needs. A Rand Paul and a Ron Paul. I'm like, oh, that's his dad. That's dad and son, right? Right? But Democrat, Republican, same old bullshit. Liberal, white conservative, it's the same hateful. They're all hateful. They're all hateful. They're fake. They're full of shit. They're hateful. They only see minorities as pawns, right? When they play Family Feud, they weaponize us. They don't even see us as human beings because all they care about is winning. That's it. They want to win by any means necessary. They don't care about people. They do not care about anybody. Matter of fact, they don't even care about white people themselves. Don't even care. They definitely don't care about poor white people. Right? So I'm like, bullshit. Bullshit. Marlene, I'm going to be a libertarian. Yes. Because these people, they believe in the smallest amount of government possible. No taxes, whatever. Like, we all need to become libertarians. That's it. But Republican Democrats, it's the same old corruption, the same old cesspool. It's the same old lying ass shit, same old bullshit. They're all promiscuous. They all be having sex with underage people. They're a bunch of gays or closeted gays. They do the same fucking shit. It's the same motherfucking people. They're all the same. They're a bunch of fucking liars. Oh, look at me. I'm righteous. Look at me. I'm honorable. Look at me. I believe in free speech. No, the fuck you don't. You believe in hate speech. That's what Charlie Kirk believed in. And you, Candace, that's also what you believed in, was hate speech. There was no reason for y'all to go that far when it came to George Floyd. Y'all could have simply said, y'all, you know what? Did he really deserve a statue? Like, yeah, that was a little bit extreme. That's extreme. But to not even act as if he has a family, like what we saw was very traumatic. Like, you know, a whole knee to his neck like that. And you being a black woman, you did the devil's work. And you're not even realizing, oh shit, they have the same birthday. Oh shit, they both died with something happening to their necks. You're not even realizing that. You're so damn stupid. You're such a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. You know, the thing about you, what's the name again? Candace, there you go. Right? Ben Shapiro, he really trained you. Hey, Sheila. Ben Shapiro, he really did a good job. Ben and what's the boy's name? Charlie. They did a good job training you into weaving your lies. You're good at lying. Like, you're good at lying. You're good at, like, you know how to mix a little bit of truth with lots of lies and lots of guesses and whatever. You're good at that shit. But you're not really smart, Candace. You're not intelligent. Right? You're just a good, mediocre, Wendy Williams-ish type of gossip-ish queen for the YouTube street in politics. That's it. Clown shit. Clown energy shit. Okay? Clown shit. But I'm like, y'all don't believe in free speech. Yeah, that's all she does. Like, she mixes a little bit of here. Well, it's just a fucking spider. She's always weaving a web full of intricacies. Like, it's a little bit of truth. It's a little bit of lies. It's salacious. It's gossipy. It's whatever. They wanted to kill me. Who the fuck are they? Because once again, she needs to, you know, say, oh, girl, fuck you. Okay? Fuck off. Okay? And all, oh, fuck off. I'm sick of you people. You're a bunch of liars. You're a bunch of liars. He was 31 years old, and he was handling $400 million. And you want to sit here with your goofy ass silk press and your dead ends, because your hair is full of split ends. Trim that shit, sis. Trim it. It gets on my nerves, okay? That, oh, he believes in free speech. No, he believed in money. He believed in money. He wanted the Jewish man's money, but he didn't want to respect the code of the Jewish man. Fucking goy. Okay? So it can't work like that. But I'm like, girl, stop lying. Stop lying to the people. Stop lying to yourself. There was nothing honorable about Charlie Kirk. There was nothing honorable about Charlie Kirk. And also, Candace, there's nothing honorable about you. Until you make a video, Candace, tell you this. Until you make a video where you properly apologize to Black people, me, Marlene, I will never trust your ass. And just like this. Like, I'm just gonna handle you with a with an instrument. Okay, I'll never trust your ass. I will never trust a person that can sell her own people to racist white people. I can never respect the black person, any human being, as a matter of fact, that can sell her own people. What you did with Daily Wire, egregious, disgusting, despicable. And you see, you've been around the Jews, huh? You know them really well. You see how they protect each other? Good, bad, indifferent, Epstein files, you name it. You see their level of solidarity? How'd that make you feel? Right? To know that you don't have it. And that's why they can't even trust you. Because a woman that will sell her own people for a piece of bread, you're a slave. And you want Andrew to put his chest out there and to save you. Where the fuck is your husband? Why don't your husband save you? Like, girl, where's that white man you married? Like, make him use his whiteness for something. Make that man use his whiteness for something. Right? But I always wonder, like, how do you feel? Because these Jewish people, no matter what, they stick with each other. Like, they really, really protect that Jewish brand. Like, they really do. Right? But you sold your people for what? A freaking time slot on the Daily Wire, a YouTube show. Like, you wanted, like, what the fuck? You needed a YouTube show so badly? The Candace Owens show. The Candace Owens show. Right? Shut up. Now, they're all suspicious. You're going to find out that maybe George Foreman himself is also homosexual. What the fuck do we know? Child, it's a lot of these boys out here who gay is because I'm like, child, I ain't gonna say it. Okay. Please, she was not young. She was not in the damn what defense. She was not young. If that's the case, why don't we all have that kind of content? If that's the case, all of us should have that kind of content. How many black people you know that have never been frustrated with black people? Okay. Why don't we all have this kind of content? What kind of she had that we didn't also have? She's full of it. She's a fraud. She's a fraud. Now, I do believe she cared about Charlie, so whatever. But I'm just going to say, don't sit here and give me all of that. Don't give me that. Because Marley, okay, he never does. He always lets her fight her battles by herself. He lets her fight all the Viking kings by herself. She's always by herself. She has no support from that white man. She doesn't. I don't even think he cares about her ass. What do I know? Okay, he never comes to her rescue. Like, she will spar on X for hours. She will spar on X for days. He never comes out to like help her. Never does. I've never seen him help her out at all. She's always by herself. She's always by herself. She wanted a white man, so he's the prize. She wanted a white man. All right, but I'm like, this woman, he never says anything to come to her rescue. Like, he never does. I don't know. But I'm like, she needs to stop saying, oh yeah, he believed it's free speech. No, he believed in hate speech. His brand was hatred. Okay, so let's get that straight, okay? Because if you're a person and you really believe it's free speech, like I said, if you go to the campus, if you win, you post. But at the same time, if you lose, you post. That's it. No, Charlie, every time he stacked an L, he would hide the video. The video would never make it. He only posted clips where he felt like he had the upper hand because these young people were not prepared. But he has met young people who are very prepared. He never posted that. So he does not believe in free speech. Control speech and hate speech. Exactly. Paid speech. There you go. Charlie Kirk believed in hate speech, paid speech, and control speech. Exactly. How much you pay me, I'll speak according to the narrative you give me. There you go. He doesn't believe in free speech because a man that truly believes that, hey, we're here to learn, exchanging ideas, you post everything. This is what it is, right? Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, and you are gracious about that. No, Charlie only posted where he had the upper hand. And where he didn't have the right answers, those videos were never seen. They never saw the light of day. So how can you tell me that he believed in free speech? No, he did not. Hate speech, paid speech, control speech. That's it. So that's not a man with integrity. They keep trying to brand this man as if he is someone who had integrity. He had no integrity whatsoever. He was chasing a narrative. We just looked at his boy, what's his boy's name? His boy Drew on his website, on his LinkedIn. It also says, what does he do? He's over here for the narrative. Okay, there you go, right? Key narratives, there you go, to activate end users, right? So even his boy Drew, he's in the business of selling narratives to people. That's not free speech. Controlled speech. They create narratives and then they found a way to propagate those narratives across social media so that people don't have the truth, but they have half-truths. That's all they care about. So I'm like, you can't sit here and tell me, oh yeah, what's his name again? Oh yeah, Charlie, what's his name? Charlie believed in free speech. No, he believed in hate speech, control speech, and paid speech. That's it. Like, so go somewhere. You're like, she's such a liar.
Speak quickly, that they have to speak repeatedly. And I wanted the world to truly understand just exactly what it is that we are up against. Okay. People that I deem to be mentally and spiritually evil. Okay. Evil in the true essence of the word evil. People who knowingly lied, instantly lied, repeatedly lied, and continued to do so without a trace of shame. Okay. Without a trace of shame. I mean that, right? I really do mean it when I.
All the year she was all the year when she was working at Daily Wire, Jeremy Boring, he wasn't lying. Ben Shapiro wasn't lying. Matt Walsh wasn't lying. Michael Knowles wasn't lying. Candace, shut up with your newfound sense of righteousness, okay? You work for the Daily Wire. You mean to tell me Jeremy wasn't lying? Jeremy never lied, right? Ben Shapiro never lied, right? You were cashing them checks. Like exactly, Candace. How much money did you also take from donors? Right? Because Daily Wire too, they were receiving money. That's how she was getting paid. That's how she was getting paid. She was working for PragerU. PragerU also, they have donors. Girl, go sit down somewhere. Oh, they were lying. They were lying. Oh, that's called Daily Wire. And you worked there comfortably for years because you were trying to build your name. Exactly. Go sit down somewhere. Oh, they were lying. They did not. No, now that you're on your own, that's the thing about Candace too, right? Candace, now that she's rich, like she's richer, I think she's like worth like what, $4 or $5 million, right? Now she's worth $4 or $5 million. She has millions of followers. So now she wants to play the righteous queen. When she had no money, did she care about people lying? No, she did not. When nobody really knew her name like that, did she care about being surrounded by a bunch of liars? No, she did not. She was comfortable, right? Candace missed me with the bullshit. You're not a righteous woman. See, if Nick Fuentes wants to talk about liars and this, I'm more likely to believe him because Nick never took no money. You became righteous, or you decided to call out the liars once you made millions. You made your name, you built your name, you built your following, you built all your social media platforms, you save a whole bunch of money, right? You probably paid off your mortgage. And then you said, oh, now I'm going to play the one that calls out evil, right? You're a joke. You really are a joke. Let me tell you that, right? Because if you were to lose everything today, you would not be righteous. Right? You are cosplaying as a righteous woman who wants to unearth the truth. No, you don't. You just want to expose these people because you're still mad. You're mad that after everything you've done, they will never see you past being a Black girl. You will never be treated like a Megyn Kelly, even though you have bigger numbers, right? They will never treat you the same way. They will never treat you the way they do Brett Cooper, even though we both know she can't do what you do. Right? Because you're Black in America, Candace. And there's no amount of grifting, there's no amount of self-hate content, there's no amount of self-flagellation that will ever make, or marrying a white man, okay, that will ever make these white people not see you for anything but a nigga. That's all you are to these people. They're not capable. Like white Americans are not capable of assessing you as just a human being. They can't get past color. They can't get past it. Right? And you're killing yourself to try to get these people to see you as just another American. No, they cannot. It is not a people that is capable of seeing past your color. They say they can, but they really can't. Because they believe America is for white people, that this is theirs. Right? So when it's convenient, they'll let you in because they want you to bark at other black people so the place remains super white. But they cannot. If most white people were capable of seeing past color, America wouldn't even look like this. There wouldn't even be a place for people like Charlie Kirk to blossom. There would not be a place, right? But white American and hatred is like this, right? That's it. Being hateful is who they are. Being racist is who they are. Stop wasting your time with these people. Stop thinking, oh, if I keep popping out biracial children, one day they'll accept me. They will never accept you and your biracial kids. Okay? Go somewhere with that. And Nick Fuentes told you that to your face. Your children will never be seen as white. They can never get over that, Candace. Nobody can save white Americans. They have a mental illness. Racism is a mental illness. They're mentally ill. And you think you can reason with someone who's mentally ill. You cannot reason with someone that does not have all their intellectual faculties. They don't have it. It's a racist people. What you do, you handle them the best way you can, go about your business. But it's a racist people. And that's why anytime you have any European group who comes to America, they latch onto those people because they would rather deal with a new class of white immigrant than to deal with black people who've always been here with them. At some point, you got to just let it go. Got to let it go. Stop trying to get validation and love from white people. They will never give it to you. And that's okay because they barely have love for themselves. The way white people do everything in their power to run away from the truth as fast as possible, they hate themselves. The truth is not that hard. Living truthfully is not that hard. Being honest about self is not that hard. Being honest about American history is not that hard. Being honest about the real wounds of America, it's not that hard. Black America did not create the national deficit, 36 trillion. That's Black America, right? Failed institutions, that's Black America. The Epstein file, that's Black America. America is falling behind China, falling behind so many countries. That's Black America's fault? No, the fuck it's not, right? No, the fuck it's not. Once upon a time, this country used to have a surplus. These white people fucked it up. And the deficit, it kept growing and growing and growing and growing. They're fucking failures. They failed this fucking country. Their forefathers gave them everything for America to always be a superpower. They fucked it up. Now we live in a country that is burdened by debt. It's only a matter of time. TikTok, and I don't mean the app, before this country actually defaults on its loan. It's going to default. It's a matter of time. America's going to default. America's on its way out. And it has nothing to do with Black people. It has everything to do with white American and their horrible governance of America. They failed this country. And it's both Democrats and Republicans because they're the ones in Congress. They failed America. That's it. They've always been in charge of this country. They've always been in charge. America's only had one Black president and 3 Supreme Court justices. What the fuck? Right? White America has always been managed by white people. And with the love of they're so greedy. They're so dishonorable. They're the ones who sold their countries to the Jews. Now they want to blame these Jews. This is a capitalist society. How can you be mad at a Jewish man for realizing that you're a bitch-ass dude that is not a patriot and that you can be bought? That's it. You sold yourself. How can you be mad at a Jewish man for realizing that you ain't nothing but a prostitute? So he paid your bitch ass. That's it. It's capitalism. There's supply, there's demand. There's so much supply of bitch ass white dudes that are willing to say and do whatever to get rich, even at the expense of selling their nation to a foreign country. Okay, these are just market principles. So it is what it is. Hey, people gotta stop with those. Oh, Israel, the Jews are controlling America. The Jews ain't controlling shit. The greed controls America. White Americans are greedy. They love money. They love money. The Jewish man realized that you had a price, so he paid you your price. Because you yourself, you hate your country. How come the Jewish man can't go buy China? Oh, and run the Chinese government? How come the Jewish man can't go run India? How come the Jewish man can't go buy all the Japanese officials? Because it's not possible, because they love their country. How come the Jewish man can't go to South Korea and buy off the entire South Korean government? Because they don't do bribes. You see, in Asia, when you mess up, you have to come on TV and be like this. Oh, I'm sorry. 안녕하세요. 안녕하세요. Right? They humble themselves when they get caught. They get on their knees. They beg for forgiveness. Most American politicians, they steal, they scam, they lie. And when they get caught, they don't even apologize. They get more arrogant. Right? So stop that shit. Because I do feel like that's actually anti-Semitic. The Jews are running America. What the fuck? The Jews paid. There was a price to be paid, and they paid the money. That's it. Anybody else, if you have the money, you've done it too. Why don't y'all blame the sons of this country, the sons of Thomas Jefferson, the sons of Paul Revere, the sons of Thomas Madison, the sons of George Washington? Because it's a greedy bunch of people. White American men are greedy, and their wives are greedier. So for the love of money, you sold your country. You sold your country. And now because per usual, because it's always white people, per their culture, you can't even say, you know what? We did this. Our greed led us to this. We were so greedy that we became blinded by money. And that we took so much of their money, we don't even know what to do anymore. But you have no accountability. And that's the part I can't stand about white Americans. They're always the victim. But they want to call somebody else a victim. No, you're the victim. You never take accountability. Can no man from when these people, these Jews, when they left Germany and Poland, they had nothing. They didn't have a fucking suitcase. They barely had meat on their bones. They were emaciated. Right? You let a poor people like that come to America and take over the country. Why? Because you were greedy. Right? The lobbying, the donors, the elections that cost $1 billion. Why does a person need $1 billion to run a campaign? I've never, like in France, nobody spends that kind of money. In Germany, nobody spends that kind of money. Only in America. Do you need $1 billion to run a campaign? And that's also the fault that the Jews are to be blamed for that. You don't know how to run a campaign on a budget. You can elect somebody with even $20 million. We have to spend, like Kamala Harris. She spent $1.4 billion in 14 weeks. What the fuck is that? What the fuck is that about? Because it's a corrupt ass nation. This has nothing to do with the Jews. If America is corrupt, it has everything to do with white Americans. You are a corrupt people. You're very corrupt. You're lying ass corrupt people. And you met your match. And just like a dog that answers to being given a treat, the Jewish man realized that you will answer to money. So he just put the money in your face. And you started barking and doing tricks and rolling. But you can't be mad at him for that. He didn't make you a dog. You made yourself a dog because you love money. You're greedy. You are unpatriotic. Because there's no reason for Trump spent like a 300, 400 billion. Kamala, she's spending 1.4 billion. There is no reason that somebody who wants to run for president needs to take money from billionaires. Why? Why don't the everyday people give the money for people to run for office? So that way nobody has to answer the private interest. Why do American elections cost so much money? Like, it's so crazy to me. Nobody needs $1.4 billion to run an election. That is outrageous. You are responsible for your country. You are responsible for your government. You are responsible for your leaders. Stop blaming Israel for everything. It's disgusting. Stop blaming these Jews for everything. And trust me, sometimes they're not my favorite people. But just like black people, now you want to blame everything on the Jews. When are white Americans going to start looking at themselves? When are white Americans going to start holding themselves accountable? Are you even capable of self-awareness? Are you ever capable of saying, you know what? We fucked up. We fucked up. Right? Even if Bibi said, go to war in the Middle East, you could have also said, no, we don't want to. What told you not to say no? You go to war because you want to go to war, because you like killing people. You like selling your big weapons. You want the world to know that you have some of the most dangerous weapon known to mankind. It's your ego, right? You want to use your tomahawks and whatever the fuck you have. You want to use that shit, right? That's it. Stop hiding behind Bibi. Bibi is some goofy ass Polish boy that you people build up. Don't be mad at him because he knows that you people, you use people, then you send them down the gulag. So he made sure to have as much dirt on y'all as possible. So we rise and fall together. You can't blame him for that. You can't blame no man for protecting himself against the wrath of the white American man and his double mind. You are a double-minded people. Okay? You are a double-minded people. You don't think he knows? You don't think Bibi has studied American policy? Right? ISIS, Hezbollah, the Taliban, you name it. You work in cahoots for people, and then when they no longer serve you, you send these people to the gulags. You don't think he knows what you did? Right? You don't think Bibi knows that he was a pawn for y'all to cause all kinds of mayhem in the Middle East so you can steal their oil in peace? You use these white people. You know, because I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, listen, y'all, to some extent, you kind of have to have mercy on the Jews because, you know, they went through the Holocaust. Now, I don't think they were completely innocent, but whatever. They went to the Holocaust. So you can see they went to the Holocaust. They went to the gas chambers. They went to the Auschwitz and shit like that, you know? So, yeah, they have PTSD, right? They never had, like, therapy for that shit. They never had therapy. And England put these people in a goofy-ass position in the Middle East. And when England could no longer sustain it, America came right behind it. Right? Oh, we're going to help you to build a Jewish state surrounded by a bunch of Arabs. How the fuck is that supposed to work? And if you ask me, Great Britain and America, that's anti-Semitic because it's not, if they can't coexist with people, it's not even safe to do that. So what America did, America started giving these people all kinds of weapons instead of helping them to learn their new neighbors. This could have been handled in love. But white Americans are hateful. It's a hateful people. They could have helped like this two-state solution, not even a two-state solution. I think it could be one state. Why gotta be two-state? People can live together. It's not a big deal. Here in America, Jews and Palestinians live in America. Nobody kills each other. There's none of that. There's none of that. So there's not even a need for a two-state solution. It's about coming together as human beings and deciding that we're going to live in peace. You suffered, I suffered. You know, the Jews of Europe, Ashkenazi Jews, they suffered in Europe. But the Palestinians, they also suffered in the hands of the British people. And before the British people, they suffered in the hands of the Ottoman Empire. They've suffered. Two people who have suffered. So when you're a good person, you help these people to see what they share in common. And it is possible. It's possible to live in peace. If you really want to live in peace with someone, you can. But America couldn't let that happen. Great Britain could let that happen. America couldn't let that happen. So they told these people, we're going to help you build an Ashkenazi Jew state in the middle of Arab people. How's that going to work? So now, then they have PTSD from the Holocaust, and now they got these big-ass weapons. Of course they're going to use these weapons because it's a hurt people. It's a hurt people with PTSD. So when you have PTSD, you're paranoid. You think everybody hates you, everybody wants to kill you, and America fed into their paranoia. It's very wicked. Like, you know, like I know, like when you see Gaza and shit like that and everything they've done, it's really easy to not like the Israeli people. It's very easy to dislike all these Jews and shit. It's very easy. Like, what the fuck? Who does that shit? That's a fucking genocide. But you have to understand, even they themselves, they're victims. They're victims. Because nobody tried to help these people. They just gave them weapons, knowing dang well they have trauma. right? Imagine someone that has trauma and PTSD and paranoia and even schizophrenia, and you give that person a tomahawk. You don't think they're going to use it? The first sound they hear, pop, 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 because they got PTSD. They were stuck in Auschwitz. They saw their people be gas bombed and chambered and shit like that. They have PTSD. And what America did to these people is inhumane. And what they're doing to the Palestinians is inhumane. But either way, Great Britain and America, white people, once again, Anglo-Saxons, are responsible for what we see. And my greatest prayer is that one day there will be a generation of Ashkenazi Jews and a generation of Palestinians who are going to be strong enough to forgive. Like the only way you can break the spell, the wicked spell of white Americans, is through forgiveness. If you don't want to be like these people, you must forgive. And I really do pray for that. That all these people, whether it's Lebanon, it's Syria, all Iran, everybody, I really pray that one day those people too, and I know they've suffered greatly. And I'm not even minimizing the people that they lost in the hands of Israel. But don't you ever forget that for as much as Israel may have pulled the trigger, America gave the guns and America gave the bullets. America is just as guilty for using a people that have trauma to do some disgusting shit in the Middle East because they did not want these Arabs to coexist peacefully. They are victims. They truly are victims. White Americans are sick as hell. They are truly evil. They are truly evil. They will weaponize your pain and put guns in your hand. It's the same thing here. If you look at Black America too, once again, it's white American people broke the Black American family, took the Black American man out the household, had a bunch of children born without fathers. So imagine how these kids feel. They're lonely. They're depressed. They feel rejected. And what do white Americans do? They leave guns right there for these Black children to kill each other. Right? Where are all these guns coming? Nobody wants to talk about that shit. These Black American kids who join these gangs and pew, 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 pew each other, where are they getting these guns from? Right? You know what I'm saying? It's a lot easier for these kids to find guns than to find love, than to find support, than to find properly functioning schools. White Americans are mercenaries. They're merchants of death. That's all they do is sell death. Everywhere they go, they find hurt people, broken people, lonely people, sad people. They're like, hey, if you kill someone, you'll feel better. If you murder someone, you'll feel better. That's what they do because they have weapons to sell. Because this nation here is all about killing. It's a murderous nation. America is Murder Inc. It really is. All they do is give murder, guns, all kinds of bullshit to hurt people. But so many of these Black boys, all they need is a hug. All they need is somebody to say, I believe in you. You're going to be somebody one day, right? You have to forgive. Even if a young Black man killed your friend, and I know it hurts, but somebody has to be strong enough to say, I release you. Because I know how it feels. And I don't want your family to feel how I feel. All it takes is one person to say, I refuse to be hateful. And as long as people give in to hatred, these white Americans will continue to make money because they have weapons to sell. The whole world needs to stop saying no to war. The entire world needs to start saying no to hate. Because as long as you're hateful, there's a white man that has weapons to sell you. He can't wait for you to be hateful. That's what all they do is to try to conjecture strife and shit amongst people because they have weapons to sell. All they want to do is sell their weapons because the more people die, their profits go up. From the conflict in Israel with the Palestinians, how many Raytheon and all these companies, all these defense contractors, how much money have they made? Only want to talk about Israel or Israel controlled. Let's talk about Raytheon. Let's talk about Lockheed. Let's talk about Booz Allen. Let's talk about Northrop Grumman and all these defense contractors. How much money have they made off of Israel killing children? They're just as guilty. And it's a despicable people who always want to clean their hands and put everything on other people. No, Israel is not alone in that shit. Bibi is not alone. And if Bibi came to Congress and he lied because he was encouraged to lie, you don't think they told Bibi behind the scenes, when you go before Congress and we got the cameras and all the media say that Iraq is the enemy, right? So they didn't know that Iraq did not have weapons of mass destruction. Oh, we were so shocked. Oh, shut up. You don't think they told Bibi to start lying? They wanted Bibi to lie, so he lied. Bibi just came up with this on his own with his big ass ears. He just came up with that shit by himself. The real anti-Semites are white Americans. Okay? Like the way, because I'm like, right now, what they're doing, even Tucker Carlson, what they're doing, they want people to blame Israel for everything. That's a fucking lie. And the Lord will neutralize you white people. You need to be neutralized. You need to stop lying. You need to stop lying. And like I said, I pray that one day you're going to have a generation of young Palestinians and a generation of young Jewish people who will come together and say, let bygones be bygones. We can live together. Understand? And that's why white people also, they always want you to live in the past. Because as long as you think as long as you live in the past, as long as you think about the past, it's hard. It's really, really hard to forgive. Right? They never want people to move on because they need you to remain hateful. They need you to remain hateful because if you're hateful, you'll ask for a weapon. They want you to ask for a weapon because they have to sell weapons. Because the more people die, the more their profits go up. This is how this country is built. America has a national budget where every year almost $700 billion is allocated to the military. They want to kill people. They want to kill people. Israel is responsible for why you have $700 billion allocated for murder when your children can't even read. Like your priorities so damn fucked up. Bunch of redneck bullshit. Redneck fuckery, right? A whole country where the kids are failing. They are failing across the board. So many Americans need mental health services. They don't give a fuck. They'd rather kill people. $700 billion every year. Almost $1 trillion is allocated towards blowing shit up, killing people faster, killing people harder. I don't care about people over here. Okay? This is a mercenary state. This is a murderous nation. This country is rich because it imports war. It has people kill people. America goes around the world just stirring shit up, just starting conflicts amongst people. They want to sit here and start blaming Israel. It was the plan to use these European immigrants for fuckery in the Middle East, that was decided by Great Britain and America. Now, Bibi, he's just a little smarter. He's like, these people, they're going to use you, and then one day they're going to send you to the gulag. So, no, I need to make sure I have dirt on these people, and I respect them for that. Because one thing about white Americans, they're not honorable. They are extremely dishonorable. So, Bibi, he's also protecting his ass because he don't want to go to the gulag because he did not do this by himself. He didn't do all this by himself. He had help from American politicians, American business people, and they're all white Americans. People who love to scream, oh, I'm so proud to be an American. And so proud to be, oh, yeah, shut up. You're proud to be a money-loving ass Sith. They love money. Okay? Yeah, no, he did. Yeah. Yeah, they want you to be hateful. I realize this. Like, ever since I understood that white people need you to be hateful, like their entire commerce relies on you being hateful, so that way you're gonna ask for a weapon. I'm like, oh hell no. You have to force yourself to not be a hateful person. The best way to neutralize white Americans is to function in so much love. You got to have so much love that you don't let these people trigger you because they want you to ask for a weapon. They can't wait for you to say, man, fuck that. I want to kill this person. That's what they want. That's all they want. And the best way to overcome these people is by making sure that you never allow yourself to become a hateful person. They're not worth it. They're not worth it. Let them carry that. It's their curse. All that hate they have in their heart, let them carry that. Let them carry it. That's all they have. Hatred, love of money. They want to sleep with somebody else's wife or whatever they do. Let them carry that shit. Let them carry that. They don't truly understand the meaning of a well-lived life. Everything is not about money. Everything is not about hatred. Everything is not about always trying to blame other people. Focus on your life. Become a better person. If more white people focus on themselves and their children, way more of their children would not be taking opioids. If they, all this crazy amount of energy that they have to focus on black people and black crime, if they focus on their own children, they would not be having all this opioid fuckery. Their kids would not be a bunch of drug addicts. Do you know how many white children have a drug addiction? Do you know how many white children do not love themselves? Do you know how many white children struggle with self-love, body dysmorphia, eating disorders? I mean, you name it, anxiety. It's a lot. It's a lot. Focus on your children. Love your children. And most importantly, love yourself. Leave black people the fuck alone. We're not the reason why your life sucks. We're not the reason why you're broke. We are not the reason why you live paycheck to paycheck. Hold the people that you vote for accountable. Hold these white people who lie to you in your goofy ass tribalism, and you keep voting for white failure back to back to back, and they keep giving you a life where you live in America and you can barely afford to pay for eggs. When you go to the grocery stores and you can barely feed your kids, it's not Black America's fault. It's these goofy ass white people that you elected just because they were white. Okay? Start voting for people that can actually do a thing. Stop being so obsessed with race. Stop being so obsessed with color. Stop being so obsessed with the great displacement. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Right? Because what's the point of having a country that's majority white for most white people to fail anyways? Right? That's it. This country is majority white, it's run by white people, and it's not progressing. This country really is at a standstill. And everybody else is moving forward. Have you seen the electric vehicles in China? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Have you seen the phones in China? Even what they have in Japan, right? So I'm just saying. So BB, yeah. But I don't blame him though. I don't blame him. Because when it came to the Taliban, America worked with the Taliban. Then they want to kill them people. America worked with ISIS. Then they want to kill those people. America worked with Hezbollah. Then they want to kill the people. America worked with what's it called? Al-Qaeda. They work with all these people. And then when they no longer need them, they call them terrorists. So then who's the real terrorist? Because at this rate, if everybody you create turns into a terrorist, then you are a terrorist making machine. The same thing in Latin America. They had all these militias in Chile, militias in Argentina, militias in Venezuela. They out here doing all kinds of bullshit. And when they no longer need you because they don't want that shit to come back onto them, they call you a terrorist and they kill everybody. So that way nobody can testify against them. It has to stop. At some point it has to stop. Right? But I'm like, to me, I think it's very cowardly and it's very disgusting to always blame the Jews for everything. It's getting old. Because at the end of the day, those in power are white Americans. If they don't know how to get money to run a campaign without always begging the Jews for money, whose fault is that? Why don't white Americans who run for office get money from white Americans? Why y'all always begging these Jews anyways for the money? Are they better than you when it comes to making money? Right? So always blaming the Jews as well. Even me, it's getting annoying. And if they were actually Semites, I would definitely say it's anti-Semitic, but they're not Semites. They're from Europe, and their first language is Yiddish. So Yiddish is not a Semitic language. They're European, okay? But it's getting old. It's like this anti-Ashkenazi Jew hatred shit. It needs to stop. They're not responsible for every poor decision that white Americans have made. They're not responsible. For every war that quote-unquote BB asked, they could have just said, no, we can't afford it. Yeah, they're very mediocre. They could have said no. Nobody stopped these Congress people from saying, no, I'm not doing it. right? But they went in there, they gave the money because something was in there for them. And many of these people got a bunch of kickbacks. They got a bunch of kickbacks. Everything is not Israel's fault. Everything is not Israel's fault. And every time a country's doing bad, people always want to blame people. No, blame your politicians, blame your leaders, and most importantly, blame yourself. Being activists online, well, I'm upset. Why don't we see a bunch of white Americans march down DC because you're upset about the prices? Who's stopping you? Right? You have chosen to protest on Twitter, protest on YouTube, right? But if you're a real patriot, go outside, right? Go ask for a permit, come to DC and have a march and say, no, we don't want this, right? You people had no problem, the Tea Party, all you racist white people, you had no problem coming outside for Barack Obama with bananas, monkey signs, and all that kind of shit, right? But because Trump is your boy, you don't really want to embarrass him like that. No, come outside. Come outside. You had no problem being outside on January 6th for Joe Biden, right? So come outside, have the same energy, and come outside for Donald Trump. And let the world know that you don't like how he's leading this country, right? If you really want America to have nothing to do with Israel, all you have to do is march every day until the election. Keep marching every single day, right? It's your First Amendment right. You have the right to gather. You have the right to protest, right? Peacefully, right? So do it. No, they want to be upset on the internet. They want to be upset on YouTube, be upset in the comment section. Very, very unserious people. Very, very unserious people. But I will say this, though. It's so weird, but I will say this. My heart goes out for the Israeli people. My heart goes out for them. You know, my heart even goes out for the Jew. I'll be honest. My heart goes out for the Jewish people because I realized that they were used as pawns in a very demonic game. They trusted white Americans because who in their right mind would tell you, oh yeah, I'm going to help you build a all Ashkenazi state in the Middle East, surrounded by a bunch of Muslim country, if it's not somebody who hates you, right? Oh, and because listen, you don't have a big number, so I'll give you all kinds of weapons so you can kill them all. That person hates you, right? These white Americans, they hated these Jewish people. They hated them because if they had love for these people and everything they've been through, they would have helped these people to you know what I mean, to integrate into the Middle East peacefully. Matter of fact, they would have helped them to go back to Europe, right? But no, we're going to create a fictitious state of so-called chosen people in the Middle East, surrounded by a bunch of Muslims, by a bunch of Arabs, and then we're just going to kill them all. How does that even make sense? How does that even make sense? But these white Americans are sitting here sending Israel all kinds of weapons to kill children. You don't think that people at the State Department, people who work for Trump, you don't think they know that the vast population of people in Gaza is women and children? They don't give a fuck. They're sick as hell. The pro-life motherfuckers, right? Until the pro-life is the life of an Arab baby. And at that point, it doesn't matter anymore, right? The Christians, they're pro-life until it's the life of a little Muslim Arab baby named Muhammad. Then he can just die. He can starve. White Americans will let a child starve to death. But we're not surprised, though, because they fed babies. They fed black babies to alligators. They haven't changed. They will never change. They're all the same. Even white liberals who are so against this, why are they not marching in DC? They don't give a fuck. They're all performative. They're all fucking performative, and they drain me. Yeah. It's not that hard for the U.S. to say, feed these kids. No, because they have their own interests. And every day I wonder, what the fuck is under the soil of Gaza? Something has to be there, you guys. Something has to be there because this obsession with the Lord, it's a strip of land. It's not even that big. It's a strip of land. They are so obsessed with that strip of land. And I'm like, what the fuck is underneath that land? What kind of natural, I don't know, what kind of natural mineral, I don't know, what kind of natural resource is under this piece of land? Because the Gaza, it's a strip of land. It's not that big. It's not that big. It's not even worth fighting over. Unless, you know what I'm saying? Because Egypt has the Suez Canal. I don't know. I'm like, what is there? But they want these people completely killed so they can have the land to themselves. But I'm like, it can't be about building hotels, resorts, and golf courses. There has to be some natural resource that's there. Something has to be there. Something has to be there. Yeah, there's something there. Well, her crazy ass. There has to be something there. But ultimately, America is guilty of a genocide. It's on them. Okay? The tunnels. What tunnels? They had never showed us one time anything that looked like a construction of tunnels. They're full of shit. Gaza is an open air concentration camp. They monitor everything these people do. And it's all with American, like, surveillance products. Right? This is America. It really is white America doing this to these Palestinians. They just use the Israeli as the face of it by encouraging them to be hateful. That's it. That's it. And I feel like, and maybe that's why they want people to believe that Israel killed Charlie Kirk, because they're looking for a way to separate themselves from these people. So they got to make them the bad guy, Chung Lee, per usual. But I'm like, no, you're just as guilty. Because without America's, if like tomorrow, if Trump says we're not sending any more weapons, it's over. It's over. Right? So, oh, what are you afraid of? They're going to kill me. They're going to, oh, shut up. Okay? You eat McDonald's. So obviously you're not afraid to die. Okay? He's always eating McDonald's. He's always eating McDonald's. So I know you're not scared to die. You're not afraid to die. Right? All it takes is one, whether it was Joe Biden or whatever, to say, I'm not sending the weapons. I'm not doing it. And then what? And if they kill you, they kill you. But you're Joe big ass. You're 77 years old. You're afraid to die. But it's okay to kill a 6-month-old. At least you've lived 7 decades. You've lived almost 8 decades. So if you go, you go. What's the problem? Why you can't say no? But they would rather have children be slaughtered than they die at 77, at 80, right? It's an evil people. Right, my peoples, I gotta go now. It's almost like 6 o'clock. I was never even meant to stay here for that long. Huh, the Stairmaster I never saw. Okay, but I love y'all. Hope you enjoyed the video. Hope you enjoyed the video. Okay, because these people are a bunch of weirdos. They're a bunch of weirdos. But like I said, more of their crap is gonna come out. You see? Oh yeah, they're like, they don't care. Even in Palestine, you have Palestinian Christians. They get bombed every day. There's a pastor, there's like a clergy. They killed his kids. They bombed his church. They killed his kids. They don't talk about it. But Charlie Kirk, oh, I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian. Then why don't you stand in solidarity with Palestinian Christians who are getting blown the fuck up? Right? Why don't Turning Point USA stand in solidarity with Palestinian Christians who are getting bombed the fuck up? They're getting bombed in the church, y'all. They're sitting in the church, pow, getting bombed, blown into pieces, right? And, oh, Judeo-Christian. Judeo what? Nah, it's not possible. You believe that Christ is a heretic. We believe that Christ is the Messiah. It is what it is. There's no Judeo-Christian nothing. There's nothing. There's Judaism and there's Christianity. That's it. That's that. Okay. So, yeah, they want to do that. He's not a martyr. He's a clown. He's a grifter. He's a troll. He's a clown. He's a fuck boy who played around with the mob and he found out. And he had a bunch of greedy people around him. Okay. So they don't care. I'm like, stop wasting your time with these people. Candace, you a silly little bitch. You're really dumb. But hey, there's even this other Haitian guy they have, Xavier Du Rousseau. I'm like, you, Xavier, they're going to chew your ass up. They don't care for you people. I'm like, what I will never understand about these black grifters is like, these white people don't even care about poor white people. So what could ever lead you to believe that they will care about your black ass? They send poor white kids from the Midwest to die in these stupid ass wars that lead to nothing, right? We saw Joe Biden leave all kinds of white children behind in Afghanistan. He left them kids behind. White American soldiers. He left them kids. He even had girls in there. Left his children, people's children. He left them behind. Never even went to their funeral service. Can you imagine? Arlington Cemetery is like what? It's like almost like it's a 4-minute drive from the White House. Couldn't even be bothered. Right? George Bush Jr. sent all these kids to get slaughtered. I mean, they don't even care about poor white people. The way fentanyl is ravaging poor white folks, y'all, it's sad. It's sad. They don't even care. Okay, even Turning Point USA. How many of these people live around poor white people? Okay. Oh, really? Just as I've been saying this since day one, that Andrew and Erika are going to end up together. How many of these rich white people, Charlie Kirk, Andrew, Wonky Womp Womp, how many of these people live around everyday white folks? How many of them live around poor white people? They don't care about these people. They live in these fancy houses in Arizona. They live in these, hold on, let me see if I can see his house. Hold on. They don't care. Okay. You see this? There you go. There you go. This is Charlie Kirk, the man who's fighting for the everyday poor white American. There you go. You see this? You see this? Right? He live in a $6.5 million mansion. Oh, I care about poor white people. I'm just doing this with free speech. I am doing this for the debate. Do you see his house? This is crazy. Where's the house? This is insanity. Okay. They're saying his house cost $6.5 million. Unbelievable. Right? There you go. Right? Oh, so you see, he hates Spanish people, but he's living in a Spanish style mansion. There you go. They're so fucking fake. They're so fake. You see, this is how he lives. Almost 7,000 square feet, 6 bedrooms, 6 bathrooms. And he bought that in 2023, like right after, like during the pandemic. Wow. For $4.57 million. And then he listed the house. Oh, for 6. Look at his greedy ass. Okay. So he hates the Spanish people, but he living in a Spanish style home. There you go. White hypocrisy. White Americans are so fucking predictable. They are so fucking predictable. Okay. I hate Spanish people. I hate Latinos. But you love their architecture. Right? You love their architecture. You see? They're all fucking greedy. They're a bunch of fucking slime balls. They're fucking fake. White Americans are fake as hell. They're so fake. They're fake. It's a fake people. Child, he probably bought that house with the donor money. They told you money was missing, y'all. Money was missing. Okay. Money was missing. Oh, thank you, babe. Thank you, Justin. Okay. You see? I hate Spanish people. I hate Latinos, but I'm gonna go live in a Spanish style home. So every day you see all the work of the Latinos. Okay? Why do you want to live like a Latino? Why do you want to live like a Spaniard? Okay? You hate these people, but you want to live in a house that a typical traditional rich Spaniard would live in. Like, this is crazy. This is really, really crazy. You see, of course he made millions. Of course. They're so dishonest. They are so, it's a grift, you guys. I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian man. I am a Christian man. My Christian values. I believe in free speech.
Feet. Backyard pool, perfect for the desert heat.
Wow.
And it was supposed to be.
So this is how I look at him. He's working so hard to help poor young white men. He is working so hard to help the poor young white men. The great replacement. Yeah. You know, but at the same time, too, though, these white people are dumb as hell, too, though. These white people are so damn stupid. Hey, Ms. V, for the past, like, 400 years, White people, they keep falling for the same grift. They keep falling for the same kind of swindlers. Like, these people are so remedial, right? That's it though. So hey, they just give their money. All you have to do, the blacks are coming for you. The blacks are trying to kill you. Oh yeah, let me send you a donation, right? Some dumbass people. So stupid ass people. You see why it was so easy for these Jewish people to wrap all these people around their hand, around their little fingers? Because they're so dumb. They're just so dumb. The black on black crime. Oh yeah, I'll give you a donation. I'll give you. They can barely put gas in their car, but they'll give you money because you talk bad about black people. They hate themselves. They hate themselves. I don't understand how for the past 400 years, white Americans keep falling for the same okie doke. They keep falling for the same grift. They keep falling for the same swindlers. It never fails. Okay. In exchange for hatred, they give their money. Tell me about the blacks. Tell me how the blacks are bad for America. Okay, I'll give you $50. Okay, I'll give you $10. Like, you barely have gas in your car. Okay, they are willing to not pay groceries for the month just so they can send a donation to their favorite races. They're so fucking cult. It's a cult. It really is a cult. This is not possible. This is not possible. Look at his house.
Their dream home. Now it's a part of a story way bigger than any headline. So I'm gonna let you take a look at this home.
Wow.
We're gonna tour it. And if you would hit like and subscribe, and I'll be right back with the tour.
This is crazy. So this is how he's helping the poor white people. You see this? They live in luxury. I feel like these people are no different than these like Pentecostal pastors, right? They make all these promises. God's gonna bless you. God's gonna do this for you. Give me some money. Give me some money. Give me some money. Okay? Give me some money. Yeah, you see? It's all a grift. It's to make money. I really feel like people like Charlie Kirk, the Trumps of the world, I think they laugh at these poor white people. Like middle-class white people. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's the same thing. They lie to these people. They lie to them. The blacks are bad. The blacks are coming for you. The welfare queens. Meanwhile, they're the welfare queens. They're always asking for money. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, how is Erika Kirk not a welfare queen? Your husband left you with this house. Your husband left you with $12 million, right? Turning Point USA is probably going to make $150 million. And you're asking for donation in this inflation? She has all this money and she's still asking for donation, right? Tucker Carlson set her up with $6 million, right? Give, send, go. She made $6 million. But it's so, aren't you a welfare queen? You have enough money. You have enough money. You have enough money. You have enough money. No, all the money goes to them. Okay, all the money goes to them, and then all these people who believe in Turning Point USA, or whatever kind of grift this is, right? These people are struggling, and they're being told that factory jobs are going to come from China. Trump is going to bring factory jobs from China. Where are the jobs? Where are the jobs from China? Okay, we're still waiting. Oh, tariffs are going to help us. You know, tariffs are going to help us. Yeah, right. It's hurting people. It's making everything more expensive. They hate these people. I think they hate white people more than they hate black people. They lie to them. They deceive them. They give them all these stupid, hateful narratives, and they get rich off of that. Yeah, they get rich. They get the sympathy. They get the money. They get the book deals. They get the mansions. They get the private jets. They get it all. And meanwhile, the white man, he is today where he was 5 years from now. He hasn't progressed. And I bet you if you go and look at Andrew's house, his house probably stupid too. They all live a lavish lifestyle. And this is why they cannot afford to lose these donors. They don't have a business. They panhandle. Turning Point USA does not have a business. It's all about begging. When you go ask for donors, like donations, you're a beggar, okay? Oh, wow. You see? Disgusting. It really is disgusting. I'm like, what do you people actually do for these white people, though? What do you actually do? And that's why I say they're no different than Democrats. They are no different than liberals. What do liberals actually do for their people? What do Democrats actually do for black people? We don't even know. These people here, also these conservatives, what do they actually do for white people? Nothing. They only care about the top 1%. Like only with these people, the rich get richer. That's it. With Democrats also, the rich get richer. They do absolutely nothing for their base. And they're always quick to ask for money. Always asking for money. And yet, when you need money, you have nobody to ask because they're not going to give you the money. But I'm like, her husband left her with $12 million. Then she raised $6 million. Then she's still sending, that's just for her. Now she wants you to send more money to her non-for-profit Turning Point USA. I'm like, Erika, when is it enough? You know, they want to squeeze as much money out of these people. It's fucking evil, right? But the problem is, white people, they're so committed to being hateful towards black people instead of regaining control of this nation. And it has nothing to do with black people. It has to do with the White House, Congress, the Fed, and the Treasury, right? But definitely go reclaim Congress. Why are so many Congress people getting paid by AIPAC, right? Yeah, it's a grift. It's all fake. It's really, really fake. Oh, Miss Sweeney, you're actually a sweetheart. I mean, you can tell me what they do. Tell me. Go ahead, Joy. Tell us. Because I don't believe in either. Democrats, Republican, to me, the same people. The same people. They're the same. I'm like, the only people I believe in now, libertarians. That's it. That's it. I'm about because of Rand Paul. Miss Winnie, you're actually a sweetheart. So I want to apologize to you because I wasn't nice to you earlier, okay? So I apologize. I thought you were like a little troll, but you seem to be a sweetheart. So I'm sorry, okay? Sorry I wasn't nice to you earlier. You know what I mean? Me, I'm like, nah. The only people I was trying to believe in now, libertarians. But Republicans, Democrats is the same people. They're the same. All they do is create division. So that way they stall. Because that's all they do. You put a Democrat in power, he's going to have you focusing on the Republican so he can stall. You put a Republican in power, he's going to have you focus on the Democrat so he can stall. All they do is stall. They're just wasting time. They're just wasting time. They just waste time and nothing gets done. I'm like, nothing is getting done, right? Because they have no intention of doing anything for the people. Just wasting time. Oh, we can't do this because of that. Oh, we can't. They were never going to do it anyways. They're just stalling. And before you know it, 4 years is up. The national debt is up. And then that's it. Like nothing gets done. Like these people, they're fucking evil. Yeah. I'm like, they're fucking evil. So Joy said the American Rescue Plan, 2021 stimulus plan. But Joy, do you realize that the stimulus plan is why we're currently in an inflation? So it didn't help people. It made everybody poor. So you must not know about like macroeconomics, right? You don't know about monetary policy. The stimulus plan is why we're broke right now. That money never should have been printed in the first place. It led to inflation. So that didn't help anybody because now we're all poor. Before we went into lockdown, how much did we pay for eggs? Not how much we're paying. Look at the gas price. Exactly. Joy, you don't know about monetary policy. Nothing is free, sis. They were printing money without having nothing to back it up. And that leads to inflation. So here we are. People are actually worse off. People are worse off. The Child Extension Act, it didn't even last. It did not last. Once again, it led to inflation. It led to inflation. How long did it last for? That child tax credit, how long did it last for? Right? Because Trump had it. I think Joe Biden extended for 1 year. You see, what else you have? Infrastructure Investment Act, bridges. It didn't even go into bridges. It went into renewable energy. It went into solar panels. So it goes to show, even you didn't study that. They wasted all that money. They wasted all that money in Atlanta. They wasted all the money. They barely even created 500 jobs. They barely created 500 jobs. They put all that money into windmills, solar panels. Yes, solar panels all over Atlanta. Right? And I even feel like they even wasted some of the money to subsidize a lot of these data centers for AI. So I don't think you're informed. I think you're just like copying and pasting shit, but you haven't done your research to really understand the consequences of it all. Because if 500 billion, if 550 billion was invested, where are the jobs, sis? Where are the jobs? Where are the jobs? Why are people getting laid off? If 550 billion was invested into infrastructure, where are the jobs? Where are the jobs? Right? So you're just copying and pasting shit. You didn't actually follow through. This Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, go see where they spent the money. And you will see solar panels, windmills, bunch of bullshit, right? And even half of where are the jobs? Okay, once again, you're copying and pasting. The vast majority of the jobs that were quote unquote created under Joe Biden were fake, right? So they adjusted the numbers. 160 million jobs where? In what industry, sis? Stop writing all kinds of bullshit, right? Stop writing. Okay, no, you do not work in the economy. If you did, you don't work for this, sis. I can play the video right now. Do you want me to do it? I can play the video right now. I can show you. Matter of fact, let me just do it. You playing with the wrong one, Joy. I'm not one of them goofy ass, stupid ass black people. It's not me. Okay? Hold on. Oh my gosh. What? Financial Times. What's it called? What in the world? There you go. So are you ready for this? Because I can school you. It's not a problem. Oh, yes. What? I come with receipts, babe. I don't do all, because you're doing copy and paste. Me, I follow the money. 160 million jobs, you will feel that in the economy. That's like, you even know what 160 million jobs is? We have a population of 330 million people. That's why some of you black people, that's why they call y'all DI, because it's like you don't use your brain. America has 330 million people. Do you truly believe we didn't feel shit under Biden? You're full of shit. We didn't feel shit under Biden. Maybe what you felt was the fart under your butt cheeks. You didn't feel shit. Under Biden, we felt the inflation. If people truly felt that Joe Biden had a great economy, Kamala Harris would have won the election, right? You're saying all kinds of bullshit, Joy, right? So now, if you're a welfare queen, just say that. If you're a real money person, you would not even say that. So the only thing you probably felt, we're keeping all the way fucking clean, right? The only thing you felt was probably fart under your butt cheeks. You didn't feel shit. If the economy was so great, Kamala would have won the election. What are you talking about? Any party that has a great economy wins the election. Are you all the way there? Are you all the way there? Show me one party. Show me any time where a Democratic Party, be Democrat, Republican, had a great economy, and when they went for re-election, they lost the election. What are you talking about? Don't play these games. Like, stop it. This is why people think black people can't think. This is why, yeah. No, well, I don't know, because for you to come and brag about 1400 says, right? If you brag about 1400 ain't shit. 1400 can't change your life, right? And while you're talking about 1,400 that was sent to people, you did not talk about the corporate welfare that these people received, though. If you look, when Joe Biden asked for his Build Better money, he asked for $3.4 trillion. He was given $1.8 trillion. I can play the video, right? The vast majority of that money did not even go to the people. It went to corporations and it went to war per usual, right? But to talk about 1,400, that money was out here just changing lives, right? And for you not to talk about the tax benefits, like the money that was sent to corporations under the what's it called, Inflation Reduction Act, that's some crazy shit. Because what person is going to sit here and be impressed by $1,400? Everybody knows that stimulus money led to inflation. Everybody knows that stimulus money, it led to inflation. And inflation is a tax on everybody. It actually makes poor people poor, right? Like, be so for real. We felt it. We felt what? 160 million jobs? Girl, please. 160 million jobs. Are you actually okay? Making shit up as you go. Like, that even make no damn sense. If the economy was so great, of course, because he ain't shit. He ain't shit. That's why I said they both ain't shit. You the one who wants to make an argument that Democrats are better. I said, no, they're not. Now, let me play my video before I get distracted. Let me play my video. Okay?
So what?
Let me play my video.
Inflation Reduction Act is going to rapidly accelerate our pathway to net zero.
A sweeping piece of legislation that is designed to decarbonize the US economy, to reshore supply chains, and also to break dependence on China.
It levels the playing field for Western producers.
It's the largest investment in the history of the United States solar industry of any kind.
The so-called Paris Climate Accord. It's a disaster, a death sentence.
It's possible that you could see in 2024 a re-election of Donald Trump. And at that point, I think all bets would be off.
The big question is whether this ends up being a trade war.
We thought we were in the era of free market globalization, and now we're not.
Okay. So that's the Inflation Reduction Act. So when Biden came in, but it's the receipt. But the problem is you're black. So black people, if something is not 30 seconds, because you people have the attention span of an ant, right? You want everything to be in a TikTok size. We cannot, because it's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. You have to be patient. You have to listen. But if you only have the attention span of a welfare queen, of a project ghetto child, what can I do for you? You got to be patient. It takes a long time. Yes. Wow. Yes. Right? This is not TikTok. It's not TikTok. Right? Yeah, just wow. You keep repeating yourself. Are you a parent? You're so redundant. Stop repeating yourself. Right? It's an indictment on your intelligence. You said it one time, you got to repeat yourself. It's getting spam. Okay? Calm down. Right? It takes a long time. It's called the Inflation Reduction Act. Within that part, like you said, that $500 billion, and you're going to see the $500 billion, the vast majority of that money, first and foremost, most of the contracts are awarded, if not all, to white men. Number two, they took most of that money and they put that money into solar panels, because we know Kamala Harris is anti-fracking. They put the money into windmills. They put the money into solar panels and all kinds of bullshit. When it came to the solar panels, they realized that in order to manufacture those solar panels in America, they needed parts from China. So a lot of that money also went to China because they had to buy parts from China. So in order to break away from China, they still needed parts from China, because the whole supply chain is heavily controlled by China, because China controls a lot of the minerals. China controls a lot of their natural resources. And not just that, China controls a lot of the ports. Like when you study Africa, for example, especially in Congo and Kenya, where they have all the minerals like the coltan, the coltan, all the stuff that comes out of the Congo, right? China went and they bought a port. They bought the port in Kenya. It's called Lumumbashi, right? They bought the port. So all the minerals that come out of Congo, they exit Congo throughout Kenya. That port belongs to China. So there's no way to break away or have like alternative energy without relying on China. So a big portion of that money, it went to China. When it comes to the jobs that were actually created in Georgia, I don't even think that with all this money, they created more than 1,000 jobs. So where you come out of saying, oh yeah, it was 116 million jobs, that's a fucking lie. That's a fucking lie. Because like I asked you earlier, you didn't answer. When have you ever seen a political party have a great economy and lose an election? Kamala Harris was completely washed. Okay, it's not like, oh, she won the popular vote and she lost the electoral college votes. She lost it all. Like the way Trump won the popular vote, the entire map of America was fucking red, like the blood of Jesus. Okay, when it came to the electoral college votes, he washed her ass. So that right there should let you know the vast majority of American people did not believe the economy was great. So where do you come out saying, oh yeah, we had a great economy. We felt it. 160 million jobs were created. Where do you get that delusion from? Where do you get that delusion from? If Joe Biden had a great economy, even with his dementia, people would have voted for him because people vote for their wallet. First, Kamala never even would have ran for president. She's not fucking black. She's fucking Indian. Get the fuck out of here. Okay? Stop calling that Indian woman with her Indian name, her Punjab name, black. She is not black. Y'all want everybody light-skinned to be black. You want everybody biracial to be black. She is not black. She is Indian. Her mother's Indian. Her father's from Jamaica. He's half Indian. He's half Irish. Stop calling people black. Stop calling her black. Even now that she's no longer in politics, do you see her trying to be around black people? She doesn't even claim y'all. Leave this woman alone. She's an Indian. Leave her alone. She doesn't claim y'all. She don't hang with y'all. Her best friend is a white woman. Her husband is white. No, he is half Indian. That's what you don't know. Yes, ma'am. You are more than welcome to look at his paperwork when he was a professor at Stanford. It's on his paperwork. Right? I can tell where you get your information from. Black TikTok. Because y'all be over there just lying to yourselves. Delusional as fuck. He is not black. Just because he's from Jamaica does not automatically, yes, we're getting back to the facts. We never left the facts. You brought your delusion. And now I got to recalibrate your mind. She is not black. Stop saying this stupid shit. Stop. I don't know. Then I guess you'd be watching YouTube shorts. Because obviously you don't consume enough meaty content to realize the foolishness you're saying. She is not black. Her dad is not black. Her dad was a professor at Stanford. When he filled out his paperwork to work at Stanford, he himself put that he was half Indian and like half Irish. He is not black. He's not black. Stop forcing everybody to be black. Stop doing that shit. And stop having this weird obsession where you feel like every light-skinned person, every biracial person has to claim being black. These are not black people. And it's okay. She doesn't need to be black. She doesn't have to be black. She don't have to be black. And even now that she's living her life, she does nothing to be around near black people because she was just doing it for the election. She was just doing it for the election. She's not black. Jasmine Crockett is black. Kamala is not black. She's half Indian. She's like Indian, Hindu, Jamaican. It's cool. It's really cool. It's perfectly fine. It really is fine. Hold on. YouTube.com. Oh, Lord, what is this? Inflation Reduction Act. Oh, Lord, I've been here for too long. A lot of people get this stuff confused. It's like, where's that one video? Let's this video.
The Inflation Reduction Act is actually a very misleading name. Right?
Okay, what'd you say? It's a very what? It's a very misleading name. Okay.
Right, because it has very little to do with inflation reduction, particularly in the short term.
It's a piece of industrial policy. It's a piece of climate policy. It's a piece of trade policy. It's not a piece of inflation reduction.
It's full of tax credits designed to draw in investment into the US economy, and it's all being funded by the federal government over the next 10 years.
The IRA includes $370 billion worth of tax credits, loans.
So $370 billion worth of tax credit, loans, and grants. You're going to see what that money went to.
And grants to incentivize domestic manufacturing.
The Biden administration says, you know what? It is important that America makes things. It is important not only that we transition to a greener economy, but it's important to be able to secure supply chains. This is a big shift. This is about a 50-year change in how the economy is going to run.
Is this actually going to create long-term viable industries which are more competitive than the Chinese? We have to face the risk that it won't work. I mean, the subsidies stop unless they're there forever. The program won't really work, and some of these may turn out to be white elephants.
I'm John Podesta. I am overseeing the implementation of the clean energy provisions of the Inflation Reduction.
This man, John Podesta, he was an advisor to Joe Biden. He was an advisor to Barack Obama. He was an advisor to Bill Clinton. So it's like the presidents are changing and the handlers don't change. Okay, he's been out here handling all these people. Okay, the president is like a musical chair. The presidents are changing. This man has been around, and that's what he wants to do. And so they wasted so much money. They wasted so much money.
The largest investment in clean energy and attacking the problem of climate change in the history of the world.
The impact on emissions of the IRA are expected to be about 40% cut by 2032, if all the tax credits are taken out.
At the heart of it was an economic theory: invest in American technology and manufacturing, power the economy, reduce the dependency the United States had on unreliable single-source suppliers of certain goods and materials.
The CHIPS and Science Act passed first. It's a much smaller industrial policy. It includes around $52 billion to incentivize research in semiconductors, as well as stimulate semiconductor production in the United States.
It's really, in a way, a partner bit of legislation. It's also about reshoring supply chains.
According to FT research, the IRA and the CHIPS Act together have helped stimulate more than $220 billion in manufacturing and clean technologies and semiconductors. This will create more than 100,000 jobs.
Okay. So how much money they invested? Over 220 billion. How many jobs did they create? 100,000 jobs. That's why I said, Joy, I don't know where you come up with 160 million. Okay. You guys, once again, they invested 220 billion. They only created 100,000 jobs. So how can you tell me it's not a waste of money? I repeat, they invested 220 billion. They only created 100,000 jobs. Okay. Okay. Well, that gets a lot better. I'm glad you realize that it's not 116 million. I'm not going to be 160 million. Now, even that 60 million also, it's not a real number. Go look at the updated numbers of jobs created under Joe Biden. They were inflating the numbers. And most of the jobs, that's what I'm telling you, Joy, most of the jobs that were created under Joe Biden were government jobs to once again and cook the books. And that's why so many Black women ended up working for the federal government. And now they're getting fired because these were not real jobs. They were not real jobs. These were not positions that were truly needed by the federal government. But to make it seem like employment was on the rise, the federal government decided to create jobs for people. That's disgusting. That's cheating. You can't do stuff like that because then we, the taxpayers, we're paying for these jobs. That's not fair. Okay. So once again, they spent 220 billion. They only created 100,000 jobs. So that means if you spend 500 billion, only going to create 200,000 jobs. And this is why when you study macroeconomics, right, we say the government has no place. The government has no place in the private sector. If this was the private sector and they had invested 220 billion, how many jobs you think they would have created? Maybe 5x that number, right? And that's why the federal government should not be in the private sector, right? But what Democrats do, which is what Black people like, is that under the Democrats, the federal government intervenes in the private sector. It's not supposed to work like that. right? But most Black people do not care about monetary policy. They don't care about macroeconomic policies, nor do they care about microeconomic policies. You don't want the federal government to behave like a private business. They're not efficient. They're not efficient. That's why the public sector needs to stay the public sector, and the private sector needs to be the private sector, right? But the reason why so many Black people like the Democratic Party, because if the Democrats violate the rules of macroeconomics and monetary policy, you cannot have, I repeat, you cannot have the federal government engage in private sector behavior, because it will never be as efficient as the private sector, right? This is why when 2008, the housing crash, Paul Bernanke at the Fed, because he was the chair of the Fed, decided exactly like that. Paul Bernanke decided to do quantitative easing, which is something that banks do, not the Federal Reserve. The job of the Federal Reserve is to keep an eye on monetary policy, keep an eye on the interest rate, and find a way to, I guess, create debt in a way that's affordable for America. It is not their job to be doing all this extra shit. Paul Bernanke decides to do extra shit called quantitative easing. He fucked everything up. The banks got richer and everyday people got poor. People lost their homes left and right, right? But the reason why so many Black people love the Democratic Party, because it has no regards for monetary policy. It has no regard for macroeconomic policy. It has no regards even for microeconomic policy. Y'all love the fact that they just give y'all money. You don't care the consequences, right? Most Black people don't give a fuck about inflation. All you want is for the government to keep printing money, and that is problematic. Okay? No, like it's problematic. Welfare, give me money, give me a stimulus. No, and then it fucks shit up. It just messes things up, and that's why people get upset. There's a lot of people get upset at the Democratic Party, because they buy votes by promising everybody free money, free services, free healthcare, free. How the fuck are you paying for this shit? How can you pay for all of this? You don't have the money for this. The government doesn't have a business. The government makes money by putting taxes on people. Doesn't have a business. It's not Spotify. It's not Apple. It doesn't have a product. It has the pen. It has the ability to write laws and to force people to pay taxes. Right? So you can't just be out here just promising everything for free. Free healthcare, free food, free housing, free hospital, free. We're going to go broke. So, I mean, you can live in one of the wealthiest counties. It doesn't matter. But if you live in a wealthy county, like a lot of places in California are wealthy counties, but they're going down the fucking drain, right? Because people want to be goofy ass socialists, right? So wealthy today, broke as fuck tomorrow, right? It never fails, because you have to respect macroeconomic policies. Like you have to respect microeconomics. Exactly. And it's not free, because you probably pay lots of taxes. Nothing is free, Joy. Nothing is free. Right? So most likely you don't make a lot of money. So people are paying for that. So that's why you're not mad about it, right? Because if you take pride in receiving free healthcare, free education, because you don't pay taxes. So like I said, you're most likely a welfare person, right? Because if you were paying, you will see that money come out your check. You'd be pissed off. Exactly. There you go. Because there are a bunch of rich people who are paying more in taxes than you. And therefore, they make that feasible for you, right? But if you were the one paying the taxes for other people to go see the doctor for $29, you wouldn't find that shit funny, right? And that's the problem. That's the real problem here. That's the real problem with the Democratic Party, is that they don't let people know that shit ain't free. When you pay $29 because other people subsidize the actual cost for you, the real cost is not $29. Your visit could have been $300, maybe $400. You only had to pay $30, right? Because it was subsidized, because other people are paying. Yes, for you, yeah. No, not everyone pays. No, People who can't afford pay $29, right? No. It's not the rich or poor. The rich people pay more taxes. You do realize that the doctor is not $29, right? I hope you realize that. No doctor is charging $29 in America. This is not India, right? So I hope you realize, Joy, the cost of your visit was not $29. You paid $29, but it probably was like $300, right? So now, if you pay $30, somebody else paid $270. It doesn't matter. Wherever you live, listen to me, right? The cost of your doctor visit is not $29. Wherever you live, the cost of your doctor's visit is not $29. It's more than that. It doesn't matter where you live, my love, right? No doctor, if you're living in a Western society, no doctor charges $29. No. I don't think in Africa people can go see a doctor for like $29. No doctor charges $29 to see a patient. Just because you paid $29 doesn't mean that the cost of the visit was $29. It's more than that. You paid $29. Somebody else is paying the rest of it. But you can still be a welfare queen. If you go somewhere and you see a doctor for $29, you living off of welfare because that's not the real cost of seeing a doctor. So yes, you're a welfare queen. Right? The fact that you don't even know how much it costs to really see a doctor lets me know you're a welfare queen because you should know. No doctor visit is going to cost $29. Like, that's not possible. Exactly. But Libby, NHS is free in Britain, right? But the lines are super long, right? No, you don't work in the economy. You're making shit up, okay? Right? To see a doctor, if you go through the public system in England to see a doctor, it takes forever. You can't just say, oh my gosh, I'm sick today. Let me go see a doctor today. Nobody's going to see you. You might have to wait 3 months, 2 months, a whole year to even see someone. If you have to see a specialist, it's even worse. And that's why people opt for yeah, but now it's getting longer. Why? Because a lot of people are coming because they know there's free healthcare. That's what happens with free healthcare. It attracts other people to come take advantage. Right? So now for you to have better healthcare, you chose to go with private insurance. Right? But my point is, the cost of seeing a doctor is not free. It's being subsidized. The doctor's not working for free. He's getting paid. Just because you don't pay doesn't mean he's not getting paid. He has to make a living. So now we have to say, who's paying the doctor? Who's paying him? Because he's not here for free. So where's the money coming from? If the patients are not paying him, who's paying the doctor? The government. Okay, then how does the government get money? Taxes, charging people when they drive in the city, giving people parking tickets. They find ways to tax you on everything. Property taxes, city taxes, council taxes, taxes on your water, taxes. Like, there's nothing free. You're paying for this. You might not be paying directly, but you're paying indirectly. Yeah. But do you see how much taxes you people pay in the UK? Even to drive downtown, even to drive downtown London, you have to pay for a pass, right? You pay for a pass. You can't drive your car downtown in London. You have to pay to drive in London, right? There's a tax for that. There's a tax for this. There's a tax for that. Because they have to subsidize everything. Also, let's not forget that England still lives off places like Nigeria. The money is coming from somewhere, right? And that's why a lot of these African countries can't catch a break, because these European nations rely on these African countries to be able to pay all these things they're promising for free. Yeah, you pay. You have to pay. It's not free. I live there. Driving in London is not free. You pay to drive in London. You pay. You pay for everything. London is not cheap. I think most people pay about like 50% in income taxes in England. You pay a lot of taxes. You pay a lot of taxes. You know what I'm saying? The pound is expensive, but most people don't even make a lot of money because they pay so much in taxes. You pay a lot in taxes. You can't just drive downtown London. You have to pay for that. No, I know people pay for that. I know people pay for that. I'm like, people pay. You have to pay. Nothing is free. The doctor is not working for free. There is no such thing as free. And if you live in London, you should know about Margaret Thatcher, the prime minister. She's like, oh yeah, there's no free lunch. You go crazy. But the government has to pay for that. And it does so by levying taxes. Even England. England has paid so much in like these goofy ass benefits that they ended up depleting the wealth fund of England. You see, today, for example, Norway and England, I think they started their wealth fund about the same time, right? But Norway was not too crazy about welfare like that. So their wealth fund today has way more money than Great Britain because Great Britain squandered its money by trying to give too many benefits. And one thing we also noticed in the West is that when you start giving too many benefits, you attract a lot of people from third world countries. Right? And they come for all these things. And they want to go see a dentist. They want to go see this. They just deplete the resources. But you can't just give people benefits. It doesn't work like that. It doesn't work like that. And I think a lot of people who vote Democrat, this is what they struggle with that. They think everything should be free. Food should be free. Lunch should be free. Healthcare should be free. Housing should be free. They want everything to be free. It's not possible. It's just not possible. It's not possible. Right? Yeah. Nothing is free, babe. You keep calling it free. Nothing is free. They're charging you out somehow. Nothing is free. It's getting paid by someone. Now, because you're not paying for it, you don't care who pays for it. But I promise you, the people who get taxed to make sure all this stuff is free, they don't like that. And I'm sure they don't like y'all. Right? Okay. So that's the real thing. When you don't pay the taxes that fuel a welfare society, you don't care who pays for that. When you're the one who pays the taxes to fuel a welfare society, you get pissed the fuck off. Like, why am I paying for all this shit? Why do these people work? Right? Yeah, but you're not taxing. You don't pay a lot in taxes. You don't pay a lot in taxes. If you were like some people over here who pay like maybe 2,000, 3,000, some people even pay 50,000, 60, 100,000. Some people even pay $1 million in taxes. You would feel so different. If you pay like $200, $300 taxes, yeah, you might be upset, but you're not that upset. But start paying thousands, start paying tens of thousands, start paying like hundreds of thousands, start paying millions of dollars in taxes. You're going to be pissed off. I mean, I don't know. To me, that's not a sound argument. Oh, if we don't make this free, we'll have crime. A lot of things in Africa are not free, and people don't have crime. So even that too, I feel like that's an excuse though. That's once again entitlement that people give themselves. Oh, if you don't give me shit for free, I'll commit a crime and I'll lock your ass up. I'll put you in jail. The fuck, right? Like here in America, for example, a lot of young people steal. They go in the stores, they steal, they rob, and all kinds of shit, right? In Africa, people are poor, and they don't steal from the stores. They don't go into a store and start stealing, right? So I think that's just I think that's a bogus argument. Or if you don't give us stuff for free, I'll lock your ass up. I'll put your ass in jail, right? The problem with the prison is not so much that you're not giving stuff for free. It's the lack of family structure. People don't have proper family structure. And many times when they come to immigrant family, sometimes you have one parent that comes and there's no other parent. So it's one parent that's raising children in a foreign country, and that parent is always working. And then these kids get involved in foolishness. Oh, y'all got to go. It's getting late. It's not, I guess you can always build more prisons, right? But the main thing is you can't tell the government, oh, if you don't give me more stuff for free, we're going to go to, I'm going to commit a crime. I'll lock your ass up. I'll build more prison. What kind of blackmail is this? What kind of blackmail is this, right? The main thing is the lack of family structure. And the problem with immigrants is that they usually don't have the proper family structure when they immigrate to Western countries. So you have one mom and she brought all her kids and now she has to work as a cleaning lady. She barely makes enough money. She leaves home early. She comes home late. And these kids are they're up to no good. It's the lack of family structure. And instead of really focusing on family structure, a husband, a wife, raising children, people rather say, oh, let's just give them money. No, they need family structure. Just because you're poor, you don't have to be a thief. The vast majority of people in Africa do not have any kind of governmental welfare, and they don't commit crimes. They don't steal. They are actually embarrassed to steal. There are many countries, and also in Arabic, okay, the Arabic countries, people don't have welfare from the government. They don't steal. They don't cut your hand off. So I think it's also a cultural thing. You steal because you want to steal, right? Well, and so people should stay in their countries. You know, if you're not gonna make it successfully as an immigrant financially, why are you even coming to the West? Stay in your country. Yeah, he really is. I agree. Okay. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? If you're not gonna make it, you should stay in your country. Because you don't have what it takes. And I think a lot of immigrants from third world countries have to realize that. Not every immigrant has what it takes to make it in the first world country. So don't come here if you're not gonna succeed and your children gonna go to prison because they will lock up your children. So you might as well stay in a third world country. I don't think immigrants are the backbone. I think immigrants are like the dirty hands. They do all the dirty labor. But the backbone is the banking industry. It's not goofy ass immigrants from third world countries. Like what holds England is the banking industry because they do a lot of money laundering. Right? With the real backbone of Great Britain is the bank. It's not immigrants from Jamaica, Nigeria. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. These people could all leave. They're gonna be just fine. They might actually be better. Okay. And that's why when you look at Hong Kong, that's why Hong Kong was such a staple for the crown of England, because they were able to also funnel money out of Asia to bring to Great Britain, right? But Great Britain, the backbone of Great Britain is the banking sector, because they do a lot of money laundering for a lot of powerful people, right? But it's not immigrants. It's not immigrants. You know, immigrants can tell themselves that. But in reality, what a lot of these immigrants do is they increase crime. They increase crime. They are a burden on the welfare system. They need more education. They need, I have plenty of research, my love. But thank you for stopping by. Okay. They're actually a burden on the actual economy. They need so much shit. You got to give them ESL so they can catch the fuck up. You have to give them this, give them that, give them this. For what? For them to work a minimum wage job? It's a bad investment. It's a bad investment. What you want to have like high level, high intellectual immigrants, because it's not going to take too long to catch them up to speed. And they're the ones who are more likely to innovate. Most immigrants from third world countries can barely open a business. What you want are business owners. You don't want no minimum wage job to go clean floors and shit like that. We can get robots to do that shit. And robots don't need school, don't need ESL, don't need free healthcare and shit. So it's like, no. I completely disagree with that. I disagree. I think you want immigrants that can come into your country and create these big ass businesses, innovation in tech, in pharma, and stuff like that. Most immigrants will never do that. You know what I mean? Because they don't come from countries where people even think big about entrepreneurialism, right? There's not a big spirit of entrepreneurs in these third world countries. Stefan, you okay?
Fine. Need to pick me up at around 3:30 after school today.
Okay.
Okay.
That's why you came up so fast like that?
Yeah. I just need to remind you that.
Okay, thank you, baby. I appreciate that. 3:30. Okay. All right. That's the way I feel. because I'm like, most third world countries are third world because to some extent, they don't have the infrastructure to encourage people to be entrepreneurs. So when people leave those places, they don't come to the West to say, I need to do something big. They're coming to the West just to get a job. Get a job, get benefits. We don't need that shit. You want big thinkers. Like you want people with big ideas. That's what you want. Right? And that's why if you compare a Chinese immigrant to, let's say, an African immigrant, the Chinese man, he gonna have a business. He's gonna be really successful. You compare an Indian man to an African immigrant, the Indian man, he gonna start a business. Or he's gonna be the CEO of some white corporation and do a better job than these white people. Because Indians have a culture of business. Indians have a culture of entrepreneurship. And when they do it, they're very good at that. They're very brave. Okay? But I'm like, I don't, me personally, I don't agree that, oh, these poor immigrants are the backbone. We can get machines to do that shit. And we don't have to deal with your kids doing all kinds of fuckery. Your kids out here robbing people and doing all kinds of bullshit. Like, no. But hey, whatever. Right? But I feel like if England had less social welfare, they could actually save more money and people would pay less taxes. But the problem is, because it's such a welfare socialist country, it tends to attract people from third world countries who come there. Yeah, you don't pay them that much money. But between the monarchy and social services cost more to Great Britain. Right? So I'm like, they have to stop letting people from third world countries come to England. They're just coming to pillage your welfare stuff. Like, that's crazy to me. I would let that happen. I'm like, nope, y'all need to stay over there. Build your own countries. Like, become entrepreneurs. Like, build. When you become builders, then you can come over here. But if you're not a builder in your home country, I don't need you. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you pay a lot, but you don't pay that much. I've never looked at the budget for Great Britain, but I'm sure like more money goes into welfare. It's a lot of social services in Great Britain. It's excessive. And that's why, and I even feel like these social services in Great Britain is the reason why, today the GDP of the GDP per capita of Great Britain is low. You guys' GDP is 40,000 because you don't attract high achieving people. That's what happens when you have a welfare situation. Welfare causes ambition depression, because people get used to that check. They don't even want to try to make more money. Nah, I just wait for my check. Oh, I'll wait for this, right? That's what it does. So considering, they have to. They can't afford it. England is not the Great Britain it used to be, where it had conquered all these countries and it was pillaging all these countries. It's not doing that anymore. So a lot of things they can't afford. But I'm like, for the GDP of Great Britain per capita to be $44,000, that is crazy. That is so low. And I think in Poland, their GDP per capita is like 27,000. Like, Poland is slowly catching up to Great Britain. Meanwhile, they were never great conquerors. It goes to show, like, the Polish people are way more ambitious. They're not that reliant on welfare. When you have too much welfare, you kill people's desire to work and to make more money. Because the GDP of Great Britain, considering everything Great Britain did to get to where it's at, should be way bigger than that. It's too small. It's too small. There are too many immigrants, too many people who take advantage of the welfare system, right? And they're not producing enough. You don't have high producers in Great Britain. You have a lot of users in Great Britain. And that right there is problematic. And I think that's what they also want to do here in America too, especially the Democrats. Democrats want this country to be full-blown socialist, where everything is quote unquote free. And nothing free. They're going to raise taxes on people. Yeah, they didn't invest enough because they had to pay for the benefits. You can look into it. If you type in YouTube what's called Wealth Fund of Great Britain versus Norway, you'll see. They had to take the money out because they had to pay all these benefits. Welfare, healthcare, education, pensions. It costs money. Like you pay more money than you make in taxes. That's bad business. Right? Even here, we're going to get to the same point here in America as well. They're not going to be able to cover all these benefits. They're not going to be able to. And nobody wants to tell the people that because you might lose an election. And it's all about the primaries. Because here it's all about winning an election. So that's why nobody wants to be honest. Everybody's lies because nobody wants to be the person to say, oh, shit, we don't have the money. You know, because they can't afford it. They don't have the money. They don't have the money. They can't afford Medicare, Medicaid, education. They don't have it. They don't have it. They can barely make their interest payments. They don't have it. And that's what I don't like about the Democrats. Like, they need to tell the people, like, we can't keep giving y'all all this money for free. Can't keep giving you all these benefits. They don't have it. They do not have it. America doesn't have it. And the more you keep asking for benefits, then this is why we're going to keep having the war. Joy, I thought you were leaving. They don't have it, Joy. They don't have it. They're supposed to make a $9 trillion interest payment in June. They have yet to pay that money. They don't have it. They don't have it. They don't have the money. America doesn't have the money. America lives off of credit. Progressive how? You can't tax your way out of debt. You can't tax people for $36 trillion. That's not how it works. I can tell you, Miss, I work in the economy. You should know, if you work in the economy, you should know that. I thought you said you were leaving. Okay, you can't do it. You can't just tax your way out of debt. We have a national debt of $36 trillion. Our interest payments are $9 trillion. $9 trillion, that's just interest. Even right now, with Trump wants to lower the interest rate. Jerome Powell wants to keep it high because it's hard to get other countries, because most countries who buy, like most of our bonds are bought by countries like China, Japan, right? It's usually countries, because having cash is a liability. So it's usually like foreign countries who buy the US Treasury bonds. But he's having a hard time selling it because a lot of people are losing trust in the US dollar. A lot of people are losing trust in America's ability to pay her loans on time. Right? So the interest rate you set is how much, it's not just the tax cuts, actually. Most of our debt comes from going to war to kill people in the Middle East. It's not from the tax cuts. It's not from tax cuts. We have 36 trillion of debt. 14 trillion was just war from 2001 until now. 14 trillion spent on killing Muslims in 25 years. That's almost half the national debt. They spent half that money just killing Arabs. Yes, it is. You need to look it up. You're not good with your numbers, baby. You gotta work on that, huh? You gotta look it up. 14 trillion from 2001 until now. 14 trillion. So it's not the tax cuts. How much, if you look at the tax cuts, you'll see how much that is. The tax cuts are not, the tax cuts don't come up to like something crazy like, 20 trillion. We didn't give 20 trillion in corporate tax cuts. We didn't even give $10 trillion in corporate tax cuts. People just bring up corporate tax cuts, especially Democrats and liberals, because they want to say, oh, look, he's looking out for the rich. They're looking out for the rich, as if most Democratic Congress people are not rich. Nancy Pelosi is like the richest Congresswoman. She's worth $200 million. Right? Democrats are some of the richest people in Congress, but they pretend to care about the poor. Nancy Pelosi, on paper, she makes $225,000. She has made that for the past 30 years, but somehow she's worth 150 or 200 million. How's that possible? Since she cares so much about the poor, because she does insider trading, right? So if you spend 14 trillion, and also they approved that money. Democrats also approved the money. The money's not coming out of Congress if both parties don't agree to it. So when that 14 trillion left the Treasury to go kill people, whatever, right? Republicans, Democrats, they both agreed to it. So they have to take the shit. They have to take that L, right? But I'm saying 25 years, 14 trillion, killing people in third world countries. You use a fucking weapon that costs like $200,000 to kill a poor man on a donkey that only has $1 to his name. Something is wrong with these people. Something is wrong. So that's where most of the money went. But I feel like if you were to, I don't know, if you were to add up, I don't know. Let me see if I can find the number. I don't know. Let me see. Or do I know? See, there's a number. I don't know. Okay. So you see? You see? So if that number, so right now they're saying 1.3 trillion. It's not that much money. Democrats just use that because they know people like you don't know much about the shit. Oh, look, he's helping out the rich. He's helping the rich. He's helping the rich. I repeat, Democrats are some of the wealthiest people in Congress. It's just lip service because they know the average poor struggling person wants to hate the rich. That's how America is set up. America is set up in a way that you have to hate someone. White people hate black people. Poor people hate rich people, right? That's what they do out here, man. They just divide people and it works. People fall for that shit because people don't want to educate themselves, right? If you educate yourself, you're like, oh, they're not giving them any tax cuts to these corporations. 1.3 trillion from 2001 to 2025, but yet you spend 14 trillion killing Arabs. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. But they know the average black person is not going to go do their research. You listen to like you just listen to these clickbait shit. Oh, he's helping out the rich. He's doing all that bullshit, right? Go look at the actual numbers. Even you believe that they created 116 million jobs. That's not even possible. We have a population of 330 million people. So they create a job for half the population. That's not even fucking possible. Right? But they know people don't check. They hear this divisive shit is tantalizing, is appetizing, and they keep repeating that shit. You have to go look at the numbers. Right? Oh, you know what I'm saying? It wasn't even 16 million. It wasn't even 16. It wasn't even 5. It wasn't even 5 million. It was very low. And I told you, most of those jobs were created by the federal government. And that's why these black women have to be fired now, because they were never real jobs. They were jobs created for a season to inflate the numbers to make it seem like the economy was doing well. Why is the federal government the #1 employer of people? That is bizarre. You're cooking the books. So now they have to fire these women, which is really fucked up because they're playing with their livelihood. They play with their feelings. But these women never should have been hired in the first place. And most people don't want to say that to these black women. The jobs that you had, you never even deserved those jobs in the first place. They were fake jobs. They were dummy jobs. They were just dummy jobs to just inflate the economy, inflate the employment numbers to make it seem like, because there is certain you have certain metrics that go into figuring out whether you're having a recession, right? So if you want to cook the books and make it seem like you're not in a recession, you need a certain amount of jobs, like you need a certain amount of employment, you need a certain amount of like interest rate and things like that. The whole tenure of Joe Biden, all these people did was cook the books to make it seem like he didn't have a recession. But the vast majority of Joe Biden's presidency was indeed a recession, right? So they created dummy jobs to bamboozle people, to cook the books, to make it seem like the economy was doing way better than what it was. It was not. So these black women who are not getting fired, they're literally getting fired for dummy jobs. They never should have had those jobs in the first place. It is not normal for the federal government to create more jobs than the private sector. It doesn't make any sense. Okay? Doesn't make any sense. And I get it. Most black people don't care about macro economic policy. I get that part, right? But once you understand that, it is not normal. The private sector should always be the largest employer. If you have a healthy economy, The private sector should be the sector that employs the vast majority of the population, not the federal government. Okay? Not the federal government. There were too many jobs created by the federal government under Joe Biden. I will also argue under George Bush as well with Homeland Security. Right? Too many fucking jobs. These are dummy jobs and they're costing taxpayer money. And we're not getting anything out of this job. You got jobs that I'm sure even AI could do. But we create jobs just to say we are creating jobs. So you can cook the books. And that's what they were doing during Joe Biden's tenure, cooking the books. And that's not okay. Right? If the economy is bad, just say it's bad. Stop lying because you want to get reelected. Oh, yes, it was that many jobs. Go look it up, Joy. I ain't going to do all the homework for you. Yeah, they're always sitting here lying. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell her. Like, he did a poor job with the economy. If Joe Biden had a great economy, you guys, I'm saying, even with his dementia, whatever the fuck he got going on, people would have voted for him. Because as long as the economy is good, you get reelected. You only get fired when the economy is bad. That's why Kamala lost. So first they have to boot his ass. Then they say, oh, we don't want Kamala. Because the economy was bad. The economy was bad. And people talked about eggs and things like that because the economy was bad. Because the numbers were fake. And that made it so much easier for Trump. And one could even argue that maybe if Trump had gotten reelected in 2020, right, these numbers would have been his numbers. But since he didn't get reelected, the numbers fell on Joe Biden. You know what I'm saying? Because maybe if Trump had been elected, he would have had those horrible numbers. I guess we'll never know. I don't think he did a better job than Trump, but it's very possible that Trump came on the tail end of all of Obama's policies, so he benefited from that. And then it's also very possible that Joe Biden came on the tail end of Trump's bad policy. You know, I don't know. We'll never know. Because 4 years is not enough to say you fucked up, I didn't fuck up. It's kind of weird. Okay? Exactly. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? So it's possible. It's possible because Obama, to be fair, the stock market crash was happening under George Bush. It just completely exploded in his face. But he didn't create it. But he had to find a way to fix it. He gave it to Joe Biden. Joe Biden fucked it up. Okay? So, you know what I'm saying? So that's that too, right? So sometimes you never know because American presidents don't stay in office long enough to say, oh yeah, you're responsible for this or whatever. So sometimes it's like there's an overlap, right? It could be that Obama did things that end up benefiting Trump. And it could also be that Trump had some bad policies, monetary policies that affected Joe Biden because he came at the tail end of that. I don't think they do. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't think they do. Because like I said, there's an overlap. It's like if you study George Bush and Bill Clinton had a great economy, but one could also argue that George W. Bush, the daddy, laid the foundation for Bill Clinton to have a great economy. Because the thing about an economy is it's a big ass machine. It's not like you can swear it on November 4th and by January 1st it's doing everything you want it to do. It doesn't work like that. So Bill Clinton, you can also see how there are policies that George Bush put in place that greatly benefited him. And then all you have to do is you guys got to steer the ship in the right direction. You know what I mean? It happens. Well, maybe. Right? And that's what happens. Because there's an overlap. You know what I'm saying? You don't just stop monetary policy November 4th and start over. It's still going. Just like with Joe Biden, when he took over the economy from Trump, he didn't stop the tax credit stuff. He didn't stop the tariff. There are things that Trump did that he liked. He kept those things. Now, there could also be things that Trump did that were bad. You know what I'm saying? There are also things he did that were probably bad, right? But there's an overlap. So I will never say that one president cannot inherit good or bad monetary policy and consequences from his predecessor. It's very possible. You know what I'm saying? But I'm like, everything else, Maybe he shouldn't have had another stimulus check. Maybe that would have helped. Maybe he could have asked for way less money from Congress, right? Because with Trump already had money left over. So like the stimulus that Trump had, he had money left over. So there was really no reason for Joe Biden to ask for more money, right? Also, Joe Biden could have said no to Ukraine, right? Joe Biden could have also said no to Israel, right? Because the Ukraine thing was a problem, okay? They're giving a lot of money to people in Ukraine. So I don't know where Black unemployment would be. But I think the issue also that many Black people have to understand is that they have to maybe divorce themselves from this obsession with having a job and maybe start becoming more business owners. Because as long as you seek a job, you are always at the mercy of the market, right? You really are at the mercy. If you have your own business, it kind of insulates you from that. But I think too many Black people want to work for someone. They don't want to build things where they hire other people. And so that can be problematic, right? Because if you're always working for someone, you're at the mercy of getting fired. So with interest rate changing, trends are changing, the world is changing, right? A career that was at the top today, 2 years from now can be completely undesirable, right? So if you're going to work a job, a lot of Black people have to understand, like you might have to fine tune your skills and learn other things so that what you currently know doesn't become obsolete, or start a business. Yeah, exactly. It's bad business. It's socialism. It's horrible. Well, maybe. But that is something this is something that I believe that Black people have to really start caring about macroeconomics. And they don't care. They don't care about money. Black people don't care about money. Black people only care about slavery. Talk about slavery, talk about the white man, talk about this. At some point, you're going to have to care about macroeconomic policy. You have to care. Even micro, you have to care, right? So if they don't make it their business to learn how the economy actually works and how to best position themselves, right? For a good day, a bad day, a thunderstorm, or whatever storm, you will have the largest numbers of unemployed people might be Black people. Also, I think most Black people also don't think about how to insulate themselves against poor, like cheap immigrant labor. Don't think about that, right? So that's the thing. And we have another problem too, is that a lot of people don't encourage high studies, like go hard in the sciences. We have too many people majoring in African-American studies. We have too many people majoring in criminal justice. We have too many people majoring in psychology. We have too many people majoring in God knows what, okay? I think a lot of Black people have to start taking school seriously. Challenge yourself, okay? Science, math, doctors, engineering, because that's where the future is, right? All that other stuff, I don't know. Let AI do it, okay? So that's it. Renewable energy, you barely see any Black people. AI, you barely see any Black people. So we are living in a capitalist society. You adapt or you die. That's it. You adapt or you die. It doesn't have too many feelings to it. I think probably Black people have a lot of feelings. They're very emotional. So that makes it really hard, right? You adapt or you die. But anybody who's always waiting for a job, you are putting yourself in a very high risk position. Unless, like I said, you always upgrade your skills. So you know a lot of things. So if this becomes obsolete, you know this. Whenever that becomes obsolete, you know something else, right? Makes sense. But the Jews have all this money in this country, and they're able to pay off all these politicians because they're business owners. And many of them are in the stock market. So they make a lot of money. They make billions of dollars. Where most Black people are just trying to make $2,000 every 2 weeks. Right? Why don't you make it your business to learn finance and shit like that, like these Jewish people did and their kids did, right? People got to grow up. People have to grow up. People really have to grow up. And people really have to understand how this country actually works and how the economy actually works, right? But to wait for welfare and handouts and whatever, that is crazy to me. That is crazy to me. The future, anybody who always wants a job, you have to know your future is not guaranteed, right? Because the job market is always changing. It's always changing. And also, nobody owes you a job. Nobody owes you a job. Nobody owes you a job. So that's that. But you have to think about that. Okay. You guys, I spent too much time with y'all. Okay. I got to go down and get some rest. I hope you enjoyed the conversation, that you learned something new. Right. But you have to take, like, people have to take life seriously. And young Black people who go to college, they have to start competing. Leave these goofy ass majors alone. Leave these majors alone, which means when you're in middle school, when you're in high school, you sign up for AP classes, you sign up for honors classes, you apply yourself, you work really hard. Got to stop pushing sports and dancing or whatever on Black children, and tell Black children you are smart enough to get a PhD in God knows what, right? You got to go into STEM. You have to. And a lot of Black people too need to start having more businesses, and they need to hire people. You got to build big businesses. And hopefully, by God's grace, you can even have a business that you can take public. Yeah, I'm serious, Joy. You have to, because this is how the Jews made money. Most of the Jews are in the stock market. They're all in the stock market. So they can make $2 billion in one day, 30 billion in 2 weeks, 50 billion in 1 hour. Like, this is crazy. This is crazy. Whereas like the everyday Black person, they just trying to have a job to make $2 grand every 2 weeks. Where you gonna go with that? You see what I'm saying? I was listening about Larry Ellison today. I said, but damn. But most of these Jews are in the stock market. Most of their companies are publicly traded. So they make so much money. We got to start dreaming big. You got to start thinking big, right? Working for the federal government when they have a job. Child, listen, I'm not against the job, but I'm just saying it shouldn't be your end all, right? If you have a bachelor's, go get a master's. You know what I'm saying? If you have a master's, learn something else, right? Just make sure if you're the type that likes to have a job, just make sure that your skill sets never become obsolete. So you're always going to have to be learning something else, right? Always learn something new. Learn something new. Learn something that sets you above everybody else. Do not get complacent. Do not get complacent. Because with this AI stuff, only God knows. Only God knows. Right? Only God knows. Okay? So I love you, my people. Yeah. So that was it, you guys. But we shall see what's going to come. Yeah. One lady, she was sitting here today crying about, oh, she lost her job. Oh, hey, thank you, Whitney. She was like, oh, she lost her job. You guys, she lost her job. I'm like, okay, sis. And she's crying on YouTube. And I'm like, she's like, oh, she need to find a job. But I'm like, sis, isn't like YouTube a job? I was so confused, you guys. I was like, isn't YouTube a job? Right? And then mind you, she has 900, because I sub to her channel. Look, let me help you out. Okay. Oh, here she is, right? Maybe I'll do it later. I need some rest. Right? Hold on. It'll show up when it shows up, child. But she was like, yeah. Oh, I lost my job.
The tenant that just came out of it, no matter what you do, it seems like every time you take a couple of steps forward, it's always like it just pushes you back. Knowing you try to call family and they just don't, oh, well, it'll be okay. It'll be okay. No, I'm looking at reality. Reality is, it's the first. This is due, that's due, that's due, that's due. You have to sit here and make decisions on what to pay and what not to pay. Like, I'm to the point where I'm just like sick to my stomach.
Okay. Anyways, right. So sister girl here, she was crying today because she said the government shutdown is breaking her and her marriage. I'm like, so you and your husband want to do what? Divorce over money? Y'all crazy, right? But anyways, right, look at her channel. Look at her channel, right? She has, so this morning she had 930. I was like her 31st, 931st subscriber, right? But it's like she's at 978. I'm like, she's like, oh, she needs a job. And I'm like, no, it's not even a sad situation. This is a great situation, right? So I'm like, okay, she's almost there because this video got 45,000 views, right? So she's already met her 4,000 hours. All she needs is 1,000 subs. 1,000 sub, 4,000 watch hours. Your channel is monetized. So you're like, oh, I'm looking for a job. Looking for a job. YouTube is a job, right? People are able to live luxury lives off of YouTube. People are able to buy luxury vehicles off of YouTube. People are able to travel first class off of YouTube. Okay, what kind of job do you know can do all that? Right? YouTube can be a full-time job. You have to change your paradigm, right? But to me, if I know that I got 45,000 views and I'm almost monetized, I want to tell everybody, sub to my channel, y'all. Sub to my channel so I can get monetized. Like, she can get monetized by like the next 2 days. Okay, get monetized, because this video, if she had been monetized with this video, she probably would have made like $600, right? So my thing is like, why don't you just, instead of looking for a job, you already have a job. God gave you a business. You could have posted a video and nobody would have watched the video. If you have 900 subs, but you have 45,000, there is something there. There is something there. Come on YouTube every day and start crying. Oh my gosh, you guys, my life, my life. Turn it into a whole series. But it's crazy to be, oh, I'm looking for a job. I'm like, girl, the job is right here. The job is YouTube. Okay? Oh, really? You're like, the job is YouTube. Okay? So I'm like, embrace the YouTube. She's almost at 1,000. I hope she gets there today. Right? Yeah, she needs to cry, Mark. Like every day, she needs to come on YouTube and cry like it's her job. Oh my gosh, you guys, I'm so scared. Oh my gosh, you guys, I don't know what to feed my family. Oh my gosh, God gave you a great idea. Show up every day. Post a video every day. And if she does that, within a month, she can make like 5,000, 6,000. She can make more than she ever did at some job. This is a job. It's entertainment. You provide content for people. It's a job. Right? Stop putting yourself in a box, right? The world has changed. A job today is not what it used to be. It's whatever you can do to get paid. That's a job. And you do it consistently. YouTube is a job. You see a bunch of people, 20, 21, they're becoming multimillionaires off of YouTube. There is not a single job that will ever make you a multimillionaire. It's not possible. Oh, it is not, buddy. It is not. Absolutely not. It is, nope, it is not. You just don't know. It is not. Even now, the Charlie Kirk, the girl who made that Charlie Kirk video, she has 600,000 views, right? That girl about to make $10,000. It is not. YouTube grows every day. There are new niches coming every day. People just don't want to try. Oh, it's too much. It's too saturated. But and the job market is saturated, right? Oh, I'm filing 100 applications a day. What? Post on YouTube. You can't even post on YouTube about you trying to apply for a job. And people going to watch that stuff. It's entertainment. It's helping people. It's all. You need to be a content creator. Okay? Yeah, there's no such thing. She got 45,000 views, you guys. One time I had one video. It was 24,000 views. I got like 300,000 plus. So if she got 45,000, she's not done yet, right? 45,000, 50, almost $600-700. So my point is, if she cries every day, oh my gosh, you guys, what are we going to eat? Oh my gosh, you guys, I'm going broke. Oh my gosh, you guys, my credit card payment is due. Oh my gosh, I lost my job. Cry every day on YouTube. Do it every day. She could easily make $5,000, $6,000. That's just AdSense money. If you can get to a certain amount of subscribers and views, you're going to get sponsorship. Right? People just don't believe in themselves. I gotta go apply for a job. Those days are gone. The days are gone. Those days are gone. Exactly. Cry on YouTube. Go to Walmart. Be like, oh my gosh, I can't afford this. I'm broke. Oh my gosh, I can't afford this. I'm broke. Have you not noticed that human beings love to see people struggle? Right? People love it when you're doing worse than they are. Do it. Give them what they want. Oh my gosh, these eggs are $8. I'm too broke for this. Oh my gosh, these eggs, oh my gosh, this is like $10. I can't afford this, right? They'll be like, girl, what's your Cash App? What's your thing? Because people like it when you do worse than they are doing. People like that shit. They're gonna even send you money. Like, girl, she broke. I feel bad for her. And they're gonna keep watching your video. They're gonna send your video to the girl. Look at her, she's so damn broke. She can't even afford the eggs. They're gonna start sharing your video. It's a business. You have to understand human psychology, right? But she's almost monetized. She'll be monetized like today. If she'll get the email like tomorrow. If she applies by Sunday, Saturday, she'll get monetized. Like sometimes they look at your channel and they might approve you within 24 hours. And then you can start putting ads on your videos. And then you just start putting ads every 2 minutes. You put all kinds of ads. Yeah. Well, I don't know what to tell you. Okay. But I'm telling you, like, she thinks it's sad. I'm like, this is a great opportunity because it's real vulnerability. You're being authentic. You're not lying. You really ain't got no money. You can't, like, it's hard to know what to feel like when you don't have money. But when you really don't have money, it's a blessing because now you can make real content from a real broke person perspective. I know it sounds sick as hell. It sounds sick as hell, but it's the truth though. Do you know how many millions of people going through this right now? And they're looking for encouragement. So I'm like, it's a blessing. God has given you a blessing. It's just like when you're fat, right? Yeah, it sucks to be fat. But if you can document your weight loss journey, do you not realize that you being overweight is a blessing? Right? It all comes down to your perspective. Don't see yourself as struggling. No, like, yo, I guess I'm struggling. It allows me to have empathy and to understand what other people who are currently struggling going through. And then you document that. Okay? Yeah. Yeah. You don't even have to no, Libby, you should do it now. You should document what you're doing now. Don't wait to get it because then you already have it. Let people see you struggle. Y'all don't understand me. Do you not see how people love a weight loss journey? They like to see a really, really fat person struggle to run. Like, They like to see a fat person struggle to climb up the stairs. People want to see you sweat. People want to see you struggle. It makes them feel good about themselves. You're like, at least my life is not that bad. Okay, exactly. I get to be poor today. I get to know what it feels like to be poor. And then you can have a more genuine video. I know it sounds fucked up, but it's real. Even Trump said that. Trump said never waste a disaster. Because what looks like a disaster is actually a great opportunity to start a YouTube series, right? I lost my job. I'm too broke to afford groceries. Then you start documenting the process until maybe you get another job, right? But they're going to support you because like, yo, she's struggling. But when your life is already perfect, it's hard for people to connect with you because most people's lives is not perfect. Most people are struggling. So when you're struggling, consider yourself lucky because now you get to be a great content creator. You don't have to cry. There's no such thing as content saturation. There's like 5 billion people on the planet. We don't even have enough content for all these people. Okay? We don't even have enough content. So I'm like, you should document the journey now. Like you get up in the morning, how you get ready, what website you go on. And then you're like, oh, it's so hard. Am I ever going to get a job, you guys? I am so concerned. I don't know what to do. My rent is due. They were like, no, Libby, believe, don't give up. And now they're going to start commenting. The more comments you get, the bigger the video gets. You have to create engagement. You guys, I applied for 100 jobs today. I'm so sad. I don't know. My self-esteem. I'm like, no, Libby, believe in yourself. Like, you can do it, girl. Whatever. That's how it goes, y'all. It's entertainment. It's entertainment. Stop being afraid. There's so much money on social media. There is so much money. Even this whole political commentary stuff, there is so much money. You can even talk about Erika Kirk all day if you want to. You will make so much money. Because there's always someone looking for content. That's what you have to tell yourself, right? There's always someone. You can easily find 24,000 people to watch your video. That's $300. So if you can imagine, you can do a video that does like every day you drop a video, 24,000, 300 by times 30. That's almost like 9,000, right? Don't be afraid. Like, don't put limits on yourself. Don't put limits. Don't say, oh, it's saturated. Oh, it's hard. Don't speak that over your life. My content is going to work. I'm going to go up there and start crying. So I'm like her. She needs to come out here and cry every day and talk about how broke she is. And she'll do so well. Yeah, but even the hair content girls, they haven't learned how to reinvent themselves. They gave up, right? You can always reinvent yourself. You have to learn how to reinvent yourself, right? People get upset because certain things are not as easy as they used to be. They're never going to. That's why you have to evolve. But they're hair content creators now. They're making all kinds of money, but they have mastered the shorts. Like a lot of the girls who do well with the hair stuff, they're good at doing shorts. The OGs, they want to do long form content. Maybe just let that go and go into short form content, right? Because people have hair on their heads. There's always someone that can watch your videos. Your job is learning how to tell a story in a medium that people care to engage with, right? But y'all, there's too much money. There is too much money. As long as you have brands that are selling shampoos and conditioner, there's money to be made. As long as most women have hair on their heads, there is money to be made. Your job is to reinvent yourself, right? And don't be afraid to look crazy. Okay? Don't be afraid to look cray-cray. But I'm like, right now, people love this. Like, I lost my job. What am I going to do? I have no money. People love that kind of content. So what I'm telling you is, if you happen to get laid off from your job, don't hide into your closet. Don't run into depression. Record yourself. Record the process. You'll be surprised. You'll be like, wow, I'm so glad they fired me. There you go. Because now it gives you an honest storyline. Like, it's not a fake storyline. You really got fired. So they did you a favor. Nothing happens to you. Everything happens for you. That might be your mindset. So I'm like, sis, embrace this. Come back. I hope she comes out today and start crying again. Cry every day. She's moving back to Florida. Record it every day, y'all. We so broke. We got to go back to Florida, y'all. We broke, y'all. We losing everything, y'all. Oh, my gosh, you guys. I'm like, girl, what's your Cash App, sis? What's your PayPal, sis? Like, y'all, we have merch. Me and my broke husband, they're going to buy the merch. Okay? That's it. So that's all I'm saying. Don't be afraid to become a content creator. Trust me. There's money in it. Look at Charlie Kirk. He was a content creator. 31 years old. He was broke, high school diploma. In less than 10 years, he built Turning Point USA to make like $400 million. He's living in a $6 million house with a high school diploma, right? He was an influencer. Charlie Kirk is an influencer. Nothing more, nothing less. Candace Owens, same thing, broke AF. Now look at her. Yeah, because they live in DC. They're in the DMV, so they're going back to Florida because she's like, it's cheaper or whatever, right? But I'm like, even that, record that. I saw a little girl yesterday talk about, oh, yeah, I used to do $40,000 hauls because that's how much money she was making on YouTube. I'm like, $40,000 haul? I guess some parts of Florida, right? I'm like, you okay. If you're overweight, record yourself. Lose the weight, record yourself. Show your fat, show your big back, show it all. And then when you lose the weight, they'll be like, oh my gosh, don't be afraid to show yourself being imperfect. Do not be afraid to show yourself with flaws. Don't be afraid to show yourself with all your issues, right? Because most people are messed up. Most people are flawed. Yeah, exactly. Now look at her, right? You have to start. There's this Ghanaian guy too. He used to be broke. Like he was homeless in Ghana. Now he's building buildings. I'll probably do it later. He's like, he has all these buildings that he's building in Ghana. I'm like, damn, in 10 years. A man that used to be homeless, all he does is YouTube. Now he can afford to build all these apartment complexes all over Ghana because of how much money he makes on YouTube. So don't let anybody tell you, oh, it's oversaturated. Child, please. There's always room for one more. And let that person be you, right? Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Yeah, do not be afraid, okay? But I love you guys. Hope you enjoyed my crazy video, but what can I say? It's kind of weird. It's really weird. So Andrew, I'm looking at you sideways. Erika, I'm looking at you sideways. Yes, and they do well too. People who are paying back their debt and stuff like that, getting out of debt and stuff, because a lot of people have debt. A lot of people do. Even if somebody laugh at you, child, they're going through it. They're going through it. But the thing is, because you're documenting, you are going to get paid for paying your debt. You see how that works? That's crazy, huh? People watching you pay off your debt, and therefore you get paid to pay off your debt. And before you know it, you'll be out of debt because you were not afraid to be vulnerable, because you're not the only person that owes money, right? So whatever, okay? Don't feel bad. Record yourself, document yourself. Document your whole journey, your weight loss journey, your unemployment journey, your getting back in love journey, your career transition journey, whatever journey, like your getting out of debt journey. Record yourself, post that on YouTube. Okay. And don't even care about people have to say. Keep doing it. Even in 1 year, you're not going to recognize your life. In 2 years, you're not going to recognize your life. YouTube can do for you what no job can do for you. If you treat YouTube as a job, you will make more than any other job. Because with YouTube, it's not just the AdSense. When you get to a certain level, you get sponsorship. So you have the AdSense and the sponsorship. You can also do merch if you want to, right? So instead, I'm going to go look for a job. You've been applying for jobs. Anybody trying to hire your ass? Everybody trying to hire your ass, okay? So instead of looking for a job, create your own lane. Turn YouTube into a job and learn as much as you can. You create content, you learn as much as you can. You create content, you learn as much as you can, right? Don't waste your time applying for 100 jobs a day. It's a waste of your time. Create content, and create content about your frustration about applying for jobs, right? That's it. Okay, you guys, y'all won't keep me here forever. I gotta go. Okay, love y'all. Bisous. I will see you guys later. Okay, I hope you enjoyed the video. Anybody that's new, thank you for rocking with me. The new brother with the motorcycle, thank you for the coins, boo-boo. I appreciate you. Justin, there you go. Thank you, Justin, for the coins. God bless you, boo-boo. Okay, God bless you. Okay, I gotta go. Y'all too much. Y'all love me too much, and I love y'all too much. Gotta go, besties. I love y'all, but I gotta go. Y'all too much. Yeah, I gotta go. I love y'all too much. That's kind of weird. I need to go. Mwah, mwah. Okay. Good morning, boo-boo. Yes, I gotta go. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. I gotta go. Bye, family. Love y'all. She's out of here. She gotta go.